It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
League Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into another day of Dream League Season 20. It is, of course, Mark, MLP, Dota, and John X5 joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new day of Dream League Season 20 is upon us. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great, Mike. We had an exciting first day to kick us off here, and into day 2 we go. You know, again, every single match counts. Day 1, the results were honestly within expectations. A lot of draws, Mikey. So we're in that situation once more. There were quite a fair few draws. A lot of 1-1s going out there, especially in Group A, which we will see later on when we do take a look back. But that's going to lead to some spice going down because every single match counts. You know, a single 2-0 could drag you all the way up to the top 4, which is where you want to be coming out of these group stages.
That's why we love best of 2 group stages, Jonathan. You just never know what the hell is going to happen with all these ties happening. I think for you and I, at the very least, yesterday was maybe a little bit surprising because our second series was a bit more one-sided than we would have expected, I think, because we had a team that wasn't even meant to be here, being here instead of Execration. We can actually have a look at today, or rather yesterday's highlights of what happened. Of course, we started with Team Spirit versus TSM. Unsurprisingly, Team Spirit did end up pulling off Game 1, but TSM, they made a pretty big comeback here in Game 2, Jonathan, forcing the tie here against Team Spirit. And I mean, I must admit, I think you and I, we both loved what we saw here from TSM in Game 2.
Yeah, great fixes to their issues coming out from the DPC. And, you know, from the interviews we had in the DPC, whatever issues they had, they've sorted out. We had a really good talk as well with Tomato afterwards as to what happened in that game, just kind of chaotic in Game 1. Game 2 lining up for them. Of course, we also had OG versus Aster later down the line. And it's a rather interesting one to watch. Again, with Seb in, OG does look revitalized to an extent. So I'm keen to see how much more they bring out.
Yeah,
it feels like that's the OG cycle, isn't it? Like last DPC cycle. Same thing, right? Seb would come in and suddenly they'd look amazing. And he played Wind Ranger 4.
To be fair, Samel, the side of Astra, Samel, I'm saying already, did end up beating out OG yesterday, but I do agree with your point. Like, Seb comes back and suddenly OG's back in form, which is pretty standard, I suppose, for OG. They just need some old man, Jonathan. And once the old man is there, they suddenly are a great team again. This was the one I think that surprised us the most, was Bet Boom versus Team Astra, John. Like, I don't think I was expecting Bet Boom to come in this hot through the gates, but they certainly did. Team Astra, I don't think we're quite expecting it either, John, because they got 0-2'd here by Bet Boom, and I think that was my big surprise for the day. Like, that was a team that came in instead of Execration, who couldn't get visas in time, pretty classic issue with SCA teams, and then these guys come in and just start destroying a team like Team Astra from China. Like, I can't say I was quite expecting that.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit more unexpected for sure. And that's one of the outlier games where we did actually get a 2-0 series. Again, the groups have been shaping up to be quite a fair few draws, or at least if a team gets 0-2, they get the 2-0 afterwards. So it still leads to a 2-2 scoreline in terms of map wins, which is a little bit scary for their standings.
Yeah.
Still, that is the way these Dream League group stages tend to go. You know, last time around in Dream League 19, we kind of had the same thing going. In some of the majors, we kind of have the same thing going in best of 2 groups. So, I don't know. It seems like Dota teams tend to love going 1-1.
Well, speaking of standings, John, we can have a look at the Group A standings after yesterday and see exactly who's sitting where. Here in this Group A is Tundra Esports. Surprise, surprise. At the top, 3-1 right now. Evil Genius is right behind them at 2-2, and PSG LGD is basically tied up with EG. You've also got Talon there tied up, Team Secret tied up, Team Spirit tied up, TSM tied up, and then Team Liquid at the bottom, which, you know, John, yesterday when I was trying to tell you that Liquid weren't necessarily the favorites, you were telling me that I had no idea what I was talking about. What have you got to say to me now, Jonathan?
It's day 1 of groups, Mike. It's day 1 of groups.
Don't be too embarrassed, Jonathan. It's fine. We'll make mistakes.
It's day 1 of groups, Mikey. The Liquid has done this before as well, where they start in the bottom and the last 2 days they just win everything. So it's still a possibility to climb up, but for sure a rough start once more. Again, nothing new historically for Liquid in our groups here. As we can also take a look at our Group B standings, which are on hand. Of course, we've got 2 groups, 16 teams on hand. In Group B, not as many draws. I think this one's been a lot more favorable. In Bet Boom, again, with 2-0 wins, set themselves up to be number one. Again, the team that replaced the team that was supposed to be here. The team that wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place. BetBoom catching everyone by surprise. And this is something that I think everyone's been looking at BetBoom and Nine Pandas, these two teams, and we're expecting more. BetBoom finally delivering the goods here.
Well, let's have a look at the schedule as well for today, because that's going to be it's going to be a very interesting day. So I want to see what games we do have on hand here. And of course, Team Liquid versus Talon up first. BetBoom versus OG. Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Asta. That's on the mainstream, mind you, I believe. That's going to be a fun day on the mainstream for sure here. Of course, we have the Dota 2 Ember stream, Tundra Esports versus TSM, followed by Gaming Gladiators versus Beast Coast. And then you've got Team Liquid and Team Spirit and Shopify Rebellion and Beast Coast to finish off the night for the Ember stream. What about that damn Storm stream, Jonathan? That's the one I want to know about, because we're here. Team Secret versus PSG LGD. Starting us off for the day, that's going to be a fun one. Of course, right after that, Team Asta versus Nine Pandas coming up. And then you've got LGD and Tundra Esports, followed by BetBoom and Nine Pandas once again. And of course, we do have the final stream, the Earth stream here for ESL Dota 2. In just a moment to see exactly what our last stream has. And we've got Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses, Shopify Rebellion versus Entity, TSM versus Talon, and OG versus Entity. Jonathan, I don't need to tell you, there's a hell of a lot of Dota going on today, just like yesterday.
There's always a lot of Dota, Mike. It's the group stages. We've got 4 streams. We've got a lot of action on hand. But of course, the best stream is here, Mike, where we're at. Over on Storm, we've got great matchups lined up. I'm excited to see what Team Secret will do. I'm excited to see what my boy Ipul will do, Mr. FBZ himself on loan. At Secret, the formula's here, Mike. They pick up Boom, now they kick Boom and get someone else from Boom. It's all a flat circle. It's all coming together. This master plan of Puppy, whatever it may be. He's making a Southeast Asian team. Mind you, Secret has a couple of Southeast Asian teams in other games. So it's coalescing, Mike. Secret's soon a Southeast Asian org. That's it.
They're getting stronger and stronger, Team Secret is. And speaking of Team Secret, we actually had a chat with the boys here, so we've got a bit of a feature. So let's go to Team Secret and see what they had to say.
Controlled on the side, they use all of their spells, no Wukong's command, no HP left. Greg sick from Love, gets an AoE electric vortex, and Gatra can just pump away.
My name is Clement Ivanov, aka Puppy. I play for Team Secret and I play post 5.
I'm Chrysalis, I'm position 1 and I play for Team Secret.
The best description of Team Secret is that just a bunch of chill guys just chill a lot.
I would describe Team Secret as chill.
Everybody's a character, it's nice.
He's able to get the Doom down onto 23, and Yatoro will happily sit at the...
Qualifying for TI was pretty hard. There was a lot of teams in the EU qualifier that just felt like, oh no, you can just lose to these guys. And it's gonna happen this time around too. So luckily this last chance qualifier, and it gave us a big boost. I think us and Liquid got such a big boost from last chance qualifier that people did not realize that we're that good.
Does go down. Nisha in looking for more. And Science with the wraparound. Oh, they're all on top of him. The Michael Middle, he's to the rough. Right on top. Able to catch him. But Tumba Man tried to arm with Tumba for all he's worth. But they're
We just kind of clutched it out. NTI, I'd say. We had a very good warm-up through the last chance qualifiers, and then we managed to carry it all the way through TI up the top 2.
going to the grand finals.
I think we are in a really good spot to try to do well in this tournament.
To me personally, this tournament is quite important. It is essentially a second TI at this point. So I would say it's a pretty important tournament.
Bully, they turned it around onto Ganu, who's going to get smacked, stuck. Janssen overwhelmed, and the last one to drop is Moo. GG got called. Now
I think the team is putting themselves under pressure, if anything, on performing, just by the nature of like, okay, this is it, we have to do this, Thank you for, I'm not really sure, wait. We can cut it and start it over. Thank you fans for still watching our games and rooting for us. We'll maybe hope to bring the win soon, and we'll keep at it and trying to win.
Thanks for watching and supporting us, I guess.
Well, there you go. That was Team Secret having a chat with us here today, Jonathan. You can see the roster of Team Secret. My question is with these guys, right? Like, are we getting to a stage, because you were pointing out this is basically becoming an SEA team. Is this the secret recipe to the TI-12 win, Jonathan. We know the prophecy for Team Secret here going into TI-12 is adding these SCA players, the prophecy that is a part of the prophecy, is a part of the recipe, John.
Who knows? It could be. I mean, they're off to a pretty decent start again, going 2-2. Might not be the best in terms of climbing up, but it also puts you in a solid position to keep looking for more as we take a look at our players here. All definitely characters, as Puppy has said. Relaxing, chilling out. And, you know, I had some lobby chatter here with Mr. FBZ. I had some lobby chatter with Armel. FBZ starting to miss Indonesian food. So there you go. I told him Armel will feed you some pancit. I'm sure he has some stashed up. You're fine.
It's not the same thing, Jonathan.
It's almost the same.
Look at the lovely boys of PSG LGD here. Of course, these guys did come first in the Chinese DPC. No surprises there. First place as per usual. John, these guys are not going to be an easy opponent here for Team Secret, right? Like, we know PSG LGD haven't looked like they used to, with their previous rosters, but they have slowly been getting better and better. And as I say that, those damn cat ears are back. Nothing to say now, sporting cat ears, and giving me a very cheeky smile while I say that. But they are getting better and better, John. You can't underestimate these boys. And our Team Secret, I mean, they said they feel like they're going to go on a good run here at DreamLeague Season 20. This is one way to start their day for day 2. This is not going to be an easy matchup.
No, definitely not. I think China overall has improved a lot in Tour 3, so everyone has high hopes for them coming into the LAN, especially with, Azure Ray and the thoughts we've gotten out from Somnus, his digging into his mind sometimes and his online presence. China could be in a good spot to rally into LANs once more. Again, it's been a little bit mixed when it comes to the international events. It's been a little bit underwhelming, but PSG LGD for sure looking to change that, especially here in DreamLeague. With that ticket to Riyadh on the line, you'd want to have a smooth ride up there. And again, a 2-2 start, not the worst thing in the world, not the best, but it's a solid foundation to improve upon here for PSG LGD. And of course, we've got our player head-to-head. We're looking at Armel first from Team Secret. I believe we are comparing our mids here, Mike.
Beautiful. Good to see Armel, of course. The big Merienda boss, we used to call him back in SCA, Jonathan. He's been around the block, this guy, but now part of Team Secret. Obviously a very prestigious org to be a part of here, and he's had some words to say about his captain, as we've heard through the DPC and of course through other interviews. But this is a guy, very very scary mid lane to be up against, hyper aggressive, and I mean, you love to see this bloke. He's going to put up a real performance, I'm sure, though. He is up against one of his SCA brothers in Nothing to Say in this matchup, and that's not going to be an easy one either. I mean, we know how great Nothing to Say is in the mid lane. I hope to hell, Jonathan, for our sake, we don't have to see that damn Tinker coming out, because as great as he plays it, as entertaining as he makes it, it's still Tinker. It still makes me damn sick seeing it.
It definitely is sickening. It is sickening, but Nothing to Say... I'm not sure, Mike. I feel like you're sickened by everything Nothing to Say has. Tinker, number 1. His headphones, number 2. Truly, your tastes are showing once more.
Yes, they are, Jonathan. I'm not hiding anything today. Nothing to Say is not made me very happy so far, so he's got a lot to prove here in this series, at least for me, Jonathan. But, I mean, do you look at these stats? Win rate 68.6%. I mean, this guy is an absolute giga chat. He's been to multiple TI Grand Finals now. He's that mid laner. He's that guy, John.
He is that guy. He's a solid foundation for PSG LGD to launch himself off of. And I'm going to be really keen to see what sort of mid-hero matchup we get. I think we've seen a lot of changes on mid. Wind Ranger been popping up, which I'm not the biggest fan. We've seen some Winter Wyvern mid. The typical Void Spirit, Pangolier. But some interesting answers for those heroes as well. Timbersaw being one of the big ones. So I kind of want to see what ideas we get coming into this one. Again, a good clash of styles. Something to prove for both teams, as Secret's had a rougher time in the DPC, and PSG LGD trying to prove that China's back on the world stage for Dota 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's always going to be important. Can't wait to see this matchup begin. I believe we should be getting underway rather soon here between these two teams, and I wonder what this draft is going to look like. And there we go. Speaking of the devil, the draft is here. Zhao 8, of course, going to be in the driver's seat for the drafting against Team Secret, and of course, I'm sure Puppy's on the other end drafting for his team. Anything in expectation here within these two, Jonathan? Any big hero pickups you think are going to be highly contested?
I think the typical ones are still in line. I do like that they take care of the techies along with the Timbersaw. from Team Secret. I think that's been a pretty big factor for the side of, well, literally any team. It's just really hard to play into the Timbersaw mid or in the flexibility it has. Techies as well, been pretty annoying hero. PSG LGD, pick up that Beastmaster for Neo. A stable offlane. I think the offlane hero overlap is the one I'm interested in. Again, FBZ, relatively new addition to Secret, on loan from Boom. And quite frankly, I love FBZ, but his time in Boom was a little bit rocky. He looks revitalized coming into Secret, so I'm keen to see what he does start to play on the offlane here, as we do start off with a Monkey King, a Crystallis special, of course.
Certainly is. It's kind of the thing with Crystallis, right? Like, every game that they have with Team Secret that I've watched, every opponent just focuses on the position 1 pickups of Crystallis, so better to kind of just secure one of his heroes here in the first phase of picks, and of course the Monkey King, definitely, arguably his best hero that we'd get to see. Just starting on a very strong foot. They go into the Shadow Demon pickup as well, which is a natural counter towards the Beastmaster. Just disruption after the Roar is always going to make sure your ally has a chance to try and escape. LGD on the other hand, I mean, you've got the Beastmaster pickup, it's pretty damn standard. And they'll go right into the Skywrath as well, so not revealing too much. Very strong laning style here though with the Beastmaster and the Skywrath if you do run them together. So many nukes to be thrown out with the Wild Axes, the Concussive Shots, the Arcane Bolts. And for a hero like Monkey King, assuming this is going to be a position 4 Skywrath, that high armor not really going to matter too much. You just don't care for it with all this magic burst.
At the same time, once you get some debuff immunity on hand for Crystallis, once a fast BKB comes out, you're not going to be doing much. Roar is still going to be effective, but the Mystic Flare Ancient Seal combination, really not going to be a threat. Even then, like even before the debuff immunity comes in, you've got the Shadow Demon to save. So I think you've got your bases covered here for Secret. It's down to how well the lane goes. I think in lane, a Beastmaster plus Sky is definitely very annoying. Like the Axis build up, maybe a Boar as well, like even just a level 1 Boar with the Concussive Shot slow. It's not going to be too fun for Crystallis to dodge in and out of that one. So you have a nice aggressive lane setup for the side of PSG LGD to apply that early pressure. Still curious to see what Secret does get on their own outflane. FBZ, he's been playing a lot of, some of his comfort still comes out, right? Like, he's been digging into Mars, at least again, on his time in Boom. He's been playing stuff like Mars, he's been playing stuff like offlane Pangolier. With the few matches he had on Secret, that's been widened a little bit. We've been seeing Bat Rider come out. You know, we've been seeing the Beastmaster. Again, those options not available. So I'm just really curious to see what else Mr. Equal has lined up for us here.
I'm very curious as well. But there's a lot of heroes I feel like for FBZ that kind of fit in the current meta for him. Like, I believe Brewmaster is actually pretty damn good at the moment. Just we haven't seen many pros picking it up here in these pro matches, but still pretty viable, I believe. Obviously, the LC's a big one as well that we used to see FBZ play quite often. Timbersaw's not available this game, but that's a pretty big FBZ hero. Though to be fair, we have been seeing mostly mid Timbersaw these days, so I still think it's perfectly fine in the offlane, but don't get to see it quite as much these days. We'll find out soon. I mean, we're in the ban phase right now. Obviously, for PSG LGD, they'll get rid of the Magnus, they'll get rid of the Ench. Team Secret, so far banning out the Phoenix that LGD does tend to pick up quite often. Right, that's a hero that we saw Team Asta pick up as well yesterday, so it seems like China is currently favoring heroes like the Phoenix, whereas we haven't really seen it quite as much from the regions we've been casting. Particularly NA and SCA, I don't feel like we've seen much Phoenix whatsoever.
That's not as common. I think there's still some games where the Phoenix can feel good, but overall just not a high priority for a lot of teams. I do like that PSG LGD are, respect banning some puppy micro. Enchantress gone, Chen gone. Just taking care of whatever shenanigans he may get up to with these heroes. And for Secret, again, taking out the Storm. Still a few Spirit Brothers left for mid. Void Ember is still available for either side. So I'm wondering what Secret kind of allows through. Or if something like the Tinker is a concern for them. I feel like a Tinker with Beastmaster is pretty annoying to deal with, to be fair, if you do decide to go that route. But it's also like a double-edged sword. A Monkey King theoretically can kind of scout a Tinker out fairly fine in tree line. They do ban out the Void Spirit, so leave a couple of things here for good old nothing to say. Again, Ember's still in the pool. You have stuff like Pango. So, not quite limited just yet. And they'll pick up the Pugna now on Team Secret's end, which, I've been raving about the Pugna. I mean, kind of bashing the Pugna a little bit. I think a Pugna and Shadow Team support duo does work out a little bit better. They do go for the Muerta Clockwork on PSG LGD. So that's a bit of a rise back. I believe that should be Shiro's Muerta on the safe lane now. Not a hero that we've seen as the patch has developed. We saw it a lot in the initial stages of DreamLeague 19, and then come DPC, the hero just kind of faded away. PSG LGD, of course, been picking quite a fair bit in China. I'm curious to see how much they bring out here, because it's an interesting one. Muerta into Pugna is pretty stable, and it is another way of having magic damage to deal with Monkey King and Wukongs. You also have the fear to try to drag out Crystallis from that Wukong as well to cancel it off. So you have some good options here.
Yeah, that is very true. Good points there, John. This is actually the first time I've had the pleasure of casting Muerta on a pro game, by the way, Jonathan. I know you were here for Dream League Season 19 and you got to see, but I didn't. So that'd be very exciting for me, John. It's Team Secret. 4th pick to make before we get back into the bans. 2 more calls to come out. They've already, got that support duo they're looking for. We'll go into the Pangolier here for Team Secret. That could just be the FBZ Pango, that could be the RML Pango. Pretty hard to tell here, as both these players play that quite a lot. Wouldn't be too surprised if FBZ did ask for it in the off lane. Either way, I think, we know how great these two players can be on the old Pango, so not too surprising seeing it pop up.
Yeah, it's still a pretty stable Pango game. There is the roar to kind of stop you in your tracks, so it can be fairly annoying for a Pangolier. But nothing big, like say a Bloodseeker to kind of punish you, and no room for a Bane, so you should be pretty happy. I think when it comes down to it, a mid Pango is still alright. It's just you're kind of blind in your matchups. You probably just want to flex this pretty hard for Team Secret, see what PSG LGD might be gunning for on mid first before hard committing. If it does go off lane, Pango versus Muerta lane is not too bad. You can kind of run down. The Muerta is not the tankiest hero early on, and you can double down with just a Shadow Demon to probably set up for you, or the Pugna. Either one is a pretty decent lane partner. Rather interested in PSG LGD. I think taking care of some off lane here, some off lane in the Spirit Breaker, which has been a fairly annoying here that we've seen. Again, with the Octarine build-up with Yags is pretty atrocious to play against.
Yeah, what was a 4.7 second cooldown with the Yags Octarine is that's a build for sure.
Yeah, I think he had the quickening charm as well, so he had a little bit more, but you know, it's still kind of dumb.
I mean, it's ridiculous, John. 4.7 seconds for charge. It's pretty crazy. So LGD, final pan out now. Still looking for perhaps an offlane ban here for LGD. Plenty of time to have a think about what they want to get rid of, but they're going to get rid of the axe here. And Team Secret, not wasting any time, they'll get rid of the Ember Spirits. Just, obviously the Nothing to Say hero is being removed. What does Nothing to Say want to play? What are we thinking, sir?
He has a couple of interesting options. Quap, Puck are still in the pool. Magnus was taken care of. Quap, Puck. I don't see a reason for a Kunkka, and I don't really see a reason for something like the Wind Ranger. So I'm guessing one of these mobile heroes. They go with a Snapfire instead. Ooh. Rather interesting pickup. We have seen the rise of Snapfire come back in. There's a little bit of flex as well, I suppose, for PSG LGD. Granted, it does look like it should be a Snap mid. And for Team Secret, they go with a Wind Ranger instead.
Oh, here we go.
So, some interesting responses coming out. Very different drafts to what we've seen from other teams run. Rather unique. I like seeing this. And it is the FBZ Pango with Armel playing the Wind Ranger mid. And I can say is playing that mid snap. So the Snapfire versus Wind Ranger lane, it's pretty decent for Wind Ranger. You're not under threat of the Scatter Blast. You're not under Cookie threat. You've always got the Wind Run to freely poke. I don't think it's too hard for the Wind Ranger to try to control the lane. At the same time, the Snapfire shouldn't be completely forced out. Again, you can clear out the waves pretty well. If the Wind Ranger does try to line up on you, you've always got the threat of Cookie and Scatter Blast if she gets too close. So it should be a good back and forth lane for Armel. Nothing to say. But again, a very different draft from what we've seen other teams run. I'm rather keen to see what happens here.
Yeah, so am I, John. This is going to be a pretty fun match to watch here again between Team Secret and PSG LGD. John, I honestly can't tell you who the favorites might be going into this matchup. It's for me at the very least a little bit too hard to tell between these two teams. But to be fair, we are only on day 2 of Dream League Season 20, so you know we may have to kind of hold our guesses for now because both teams are tied up in second place with a bunch of other teams. So there is that. But again, can't wait to see how this is going to break out here between these two. Talk to me about draft though. Like at the very least, we can make an assumption based off the drafts we see. Did you have a preferred draft here between these two teams?
Yeah, it's actually really hard to tell. I've got some team fights line PSG LGD for Team Secret. Maybe when it comes to execution, you might be a little off with I think their draft is a little bit more run and gun. Really good single target control to just get the gank train going, especially as you hit lords. You have so many combinations to link. Ancient Seal Mystic Flare with Hookshot Cogs, Hookshot Cogs Misses. You've got Roar plus Mystic Flare. Like there's a lot of smooth combinations that ensures multiple heroes will always be able to make a play on PSG LGD. Whereas for Secret, I think it's going to rely a little bit more on tempo. It's going to rely a little bit more on getting some initial farm up. You know, the Pangolier, pretty open for FBZ to kind of look for his itemization. Most normally, of course, it's like a diffusal build. But we have seen offlane Pangos go back to like a Yule's build up. And that was actually Boom Esports as well that was doing that. Good old Mushi, when he took over from FBZ, decided to run a Pango and pick up the Yules, and it looked absolutely broken for some reason.
Yeah,
so,
it certainly did.
Quite open-ended in what you want to do for FBZ, but yeah, when it comes to draft, easier to execute for PSG LGD to keep looking for these kills, for sure.
All right, well, thank you for that, Jonathan. We do have Game 1 now officially underway between PSG, LGD, and Team Secret. Both sides almost running into each other there and breaking their smokes, but LGD gets away with not breaking theirs quite yet. Wards being placed down here throughout the mid lane. And it seems like either side will probably just try and avoid each other here, as you already see the side of Secret hanging around the bottom side of the lane, just securing those bounties, and LGD will do the exact same up top, it seems. I think this is teams from China in particular, I've noticed, tend to try and avoid the level 1 team fights completely. They'd rather just go for the even trade on bounties. That's fair. Just the chaos that ensues at level 1 can be a little bit problematic, though. As I say that, Jonathan, LGD are slowly moving their way up towards the bottom side, so LGD not happy with what I've had to say. Is while you smile, gonna run into Yamich. Yamich more than happy to just zone him out here, and it's like LGD will just kind of let that one go. Should be a 2-for-2 trade in terms of bounties. We're getting to a rather even start here between these two. Seems like Yamich already going to run right back into YU Smile, just making sure there's no kind of body blocking happening with the pool, rather with the creep camp. The Shiro. They're also going to see the Muerta for a moment here down at the bot lane, but seems like Puppy and Yamich is going to go towards the Twin Gates for now. Head up towards the top lane, but Yamich, he's going to stick around. It's just Puppy doing so. It's like YU Smile was trying to get there to maybe cancel it off with the battery assault, but nevertheless, while we're at bot lane, we may as well start here. Of course, you're going to have FBZ and Yamich against YU Smile and Shiro. Jonathan, again, this is my first time getting to see a Muerta in a pro game. What are you thinking about this laning stage?
That's some pretty funky power spikes to Muerta. I think with a Clockwork up front, it's almost like the good old Lina time, where it's a ranged core. With a Clockwork up front, you can get some free damage in if you play aggressive. The Clockwork, still a decent hero. You know, it's gotten a few tweaks, especially with the power cogs having a magic barrier. You can afford to go a little bit more forward. But the big thing with Muerta is, its power spikes are a little bit weird. Like, this here is one that I've seen multiple times, and I still, quite frankly, don't understand too well. I was having conversations with other people that are like, yeah, it's funky, because Maelstrom timing's big, and then it feels like its power drops off for a little bit, then it just hyperscales into the mid to late game, off out of nowhere once it gets its stats up and a few more items under its belt. Like, the spell immunity or debuff immunity doesn't even stop it, so it's always relevant. The laning phase maybe a little bit rougher, but not too rough.
Shiro.
Okay.
He got completely body blocked up here by Yamich. The illusions just holding him in place with the creep wave. And poor old Shiro, he just could not leave. That's a classic Dota All-Stars block right there.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. I don't think the Muerta should get shut down too badly. Just kind of play as far as you can and let the Clockwork cop up front, but Shiro steps out a little bit too far, gets punished. Again, you have to respect the block. You have to respect the magical output on this lane, as FBZ and Yamich can definitely hammer in on these two heroes quite nice. It's really down to Y to get the zoning here.
Let's have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance as well, of course. You're going to have... Well, they are chasing FBZ a little bit, but I think he's going to be fine. Mid lane, Armelin, nothing to say going at it here. As the Snapfire versus Wind Ranger matchup, so far, at least in terms of CS, is favoring nothing to say. Snapfire not finding any struggles here against Armel's Wind Ranger whatsoever. Though it has been a bit of an even kind of laning stage for these two. It doesn't seem like either one's really coming out with a clear lead. In terms of harass potential, you know, it's been there, but neither side's gotten anywhere near killing each other yet.
Yeah, it's just a little bit easier and more consistent for nothing to say to clear out the creep wave. I love that he's posturing aggressively to get the Cookie and Scatterblast combination, because that really just doesn't care for the Wind Run. Armel just has no counterplay when that does kick in. Level 6 timing's going to be big. If nothing to say ekes out a faster 6, gets a rotation out from his supports, even just a Clockwork running up with Cogs, it's going to be relatively easy to find a kill onto the Wind Ranger. Again, that's the one strong point for LGD's draft. A lot of early activities from a lot of heroes with really strong synergies all across the board once the EXP is up and running.
Crystallis, he's getting very low top lane. Planet's just chasing him down. The Skywrath Mage needs one more Arcane Bolt to get the kill, but just waiting for the cooldown. Crystallis should be dead and will go down. They will secure that as bottom lane. Another fight breaking out at the moment. It's like Yamich has been caught here on the Shadow Demon, so he's gone. FBZ going to be chased for a little bit, but he should be just fine. Seems like they'll be more than happy with just securing Yamich. 2 kills across the board here for PSG LGD. Most importantly, Jonathan, finding the Monkey King up at top lane is going to be a pretty big one.
Yeah, nice set of kills to find, slowing down Crystallis. His build-up's going to be a little bit more awkward. The Pugna lane with Monkey King just isn't really a directly synergistic lane. You're a magic damage support that amps up magic damage, prevents physical. With a core that's all fizz, you don't really have a setup for the stun. So you're kind of just trying to Nether Blast away, but you're outranged by the Skywrath Mage. It's pretty awkward for Puppey to try to have presence. It's just difficult for Crystallis to try to build up Jingu here as well, with the Axe build-up that we are seeing from Neo. So, just gonna be a little bit tougher. The Monkey King, I mean, it can still go for a faster build as they are collapsing bot here.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go on Shiro again, but Shiro's looking to try and turn. Nice little cogs there by Why You Smile, just holding down the Pangolier for now. FBZ still going to be just fine to back off, as they also have Puppey there, but now Puppey's going to find himself in danger. At least Shiro does drop, so it's already well worth it. As Why You Smile getting quite low himself. FBZ, though, unable to really get the shield crash damage off in time thanks to the cogs pushback. So they do end up finding a pretty big pick-off here onto the Muerta. Puppey does still TP out with his life intact, so happy days for him. And I'll tell you what, John, Shiro is not having a good start to this game. Already 0-2-1. This is not the start you wanted to see for the position 1 of LGD.
And he's not getting as much CS as you want coming out here. Love the aggression coming out from Secret. They've been able to really leverage the tankiness of FBZ quite well. Like with the Vanguard up, you really don't care too much about the poke damage coming out from Shiro with his range. So you can confidently run up and force an issue very early on. This does rectify itself once you do get your level 6 on Shiro, but again, the power spikes of the Muerta just kind of awkward. Like early Pierce the Veil feels good, but not amazing. It drops off in output very fast. It needs a lot of levels to really get maximized. Like you really feel the damage once you're 18, but like the level 12 spike into 7 seconds, nah, not particularly amazing. You know, like the item timings are also just strange. So I'm keen to see how well Shiro can kind of hit those early item timings. Say the Maelstrom's really the big one. Maelstrom maybe Daedalus down the line. It's what we tend to see with like a Moon Shard. And if you can actually farm to that point, you know, you transition into the jungle pretty well with the Gunslinger. It's not too bad to play catch up here.
Already in triangle, they have caught out the Skywrath Mage, though with the Snapfire Kisses from Nothing to Say, they do secure Yamich instead. Planet surviving is Nothing to Say, just coming from a mile away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, an attempt on FBZ once again is not really going to work out. FBZ successfully gets himself out of there. So another nice pickup for LGD. Not only protecting Planet, but taking down Yamich. It's kind of one of the strengths about the Snapfire is, you know, if she's within a couple thousand range, you can't just assume you've got the kill. Especially you can get involved very easily with the Mortimer's Kisses, and we just saw that happen right there.
Just doesn't take too much. Once you have the levels up, you can connect with pretty much every hero. You can connect with Kisses Roar, you can connect with Ancient Seal Kisses, Cogs Kisses. Like, so much play potential for PSG LGD across the board. So you have to respect that when you kind of commit like this on the side of Secret. A 3-2 start, rather even across the board, a little bit better in terms of CS coming out for Secret, but the kills suddenly starting to ramp up here for the side of PSG LGD by just a smidge. They're coming out with a better time. Overall, it's starting gold here as well. The Dominator not too far off from Neo.
They're looking at Chrysalis here at the top lane for a moment. They've got the Roar available. Even Nothing to Say now showing up, but he doesn't have the Kisses up. There's a lot of damage going to be lacking without the Kisses available. As Chrysalis just going to jump through the tree line, trying to get away from this gank attempt from PSG LGD. It's like Puppy's the one that gets caught out here in the Pugna. Does at least allow his Monkey King to just go through the twin gates and get towards the bottom lane instead. But it seems like LGD, they are more than ready now to just push in that bottom, rather the top tier 1 tower. Seems like Secret will have to do pretty much the exact same thing down a bot lane, but it's going to be a lot slower of a process as Waiu's Smile now has gone through the twin gates himself. Chrysalis has caught him out, but he's just going to go through the twin gates. Not really too big a big deal. They just had no way to cancel. So
Just
back to
in
the
and out
bottom.
of gates.
Oh, Puppy. Puppy just TP'd right into the tier 1. He's just dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Good vision, good wards being dropped earlier on by PSG LGD, scouting the backside. And they get the punishment. Kind of awkward for him to TP in by himself, not really having it backup, maybe just wanting to sit back, clear out the wave with Nether Blast. Does get punished for it. And they will lose their top tier 1 with Neo getting the full push and having the Dominator fly out now. They are going to be able to trade for bot, so they even out map control, but look at this. PSG LGD collapsing onto the mid. Again, not quite level 6 in all of the sports just yet, but they're reaching that point soon.
Oh, mid lane damage. Can't really do much about this. The kiss is going to get done once again from Nothing to Say. Indeed, he could think about going for the mid tier 1. Looks like Shiro is going to stick around for a little bit and just try and get some damage off there. LGD so far in control of this map number 1. 2k advantage going their way, and they are certainly getting much more aggressive across the map. Team Secret not in the worst position, but their highest net worth hero right now is the Pangolier by FBZ. Your mid Wind Ranger and your position 1 Monkey King have not had the greatest of times. And I think considering how much farm you've gotten on your Beastmaster here for LGD, the amount of pressure you can apply is just so much higher. Especially considering he's going to be approaching the Helm of the Overlord timing soon. That's going to be a rather scary timing here for Secret, as they are currently just trying to chase down Waiu's Smile. Instead, they do try and go after Nothing to Say, but he's just fine to walk out. No problems here for him. And Secret instead going to try pressuring the mid-tier 1 tower. Maybe try to get the fight that they wanted. LGD, they are not responding to this. They're allowing it to go down for free for now.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
they're
attack.
getting pressured a little bit. I don't think you mind too much when you can apply pressure up top. Maybe try to go for a little bit of a poke onto the tier 2, which feels like a bigger take. You can cut off jungle access a lot more. You can utilize the vision game from PSG LGD, which is much higher than the side of Secret. And you've got Rocket Flare, you've got Hawks. It's pretty hard for the side of Secret to try sneak around and sneak some farm when their towers are down. Still, they'll try for a smoke play out here.
Radiant are scanning.
Good scan to break that smoke.
Dire's top tower is
It
under
certainly
attack.
is.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Rotations up towards the north here. Team Secret. They're going to find Waiu's Smile. The Clockwork in a bit of danger. Life Drain, though, keeping up FBZ because he was falling quite low himself. The Mystic Flare damage is why. Going to be left alone here. Is going to go down. This little pick up here onto Waiu's Smile by Mel with the power shot. And, sadly for LGD, I mean, they got pretty close to the Pangolier going down. The strength of the Pugna right now, though, if Puppy can just be left alone in the back of a team fight, chances are you aren't killing who you wanted.
Yeah. You need to commit a lot more. They don't really commit too much to try and find that kill. The Roar is still available. Only really tossing out the support spells. So, getting punished a little bit for being conservative there. Still, you don't mind too much on the side of PSG LGD. It's a lot of space coming out for Shiro. Javelin already up. Maelstrom not too far off. Once you've got that Maelstrom up, that's when the Muerta starts to kick into overdrive. And gunslinger levels are going up, so the farming pace for Shiro should pick up and should start to close that gap between him and FBZ and start to catch up with his other cores here. They will smoke up with Y and Nothing to Say. Hisses and Hookshot ready to go.
Still a very strong combination. They'll go through the twin gates, head towards the north of the map. Team Secret are very well grouped up right now in the mid lane. They do have the option of going after FBZ, but he's not the easiest target to go after here in the Pango. They're having a look rather at for the Monkey King here, but Chrysalis is nowhere to be seen. In fact, now ping's coming out. Team Secret, they want to head up north and see if they can secure this clockwork kill. And while you smile, just going to farm the camp while he's there, but is sadly going to be spotted here by Puppy, who's looking to go in for a Decrepify. While you smile, he's going to try and buy as much time as he possibly can, but ultimately is going to be surrounded here by Team Secret. Eventually, we'll get shackled into a power shot, and FBZ will take the kill now on the Pango. I mean, that is just the clockwork, however, right? And Team Secret, they are committing 4 heroes for this. I think LGD are more than happy to just farm across the map and keep that net worth increasing on their end of things. And again, they are still well and truly ahead. And John, keep in mind, like Shiro, he had a pretty bad laning stage. He's still 0-2-2. So all this time he's had to try and catch up in the farm department has allowed him to get past Chrysalis now on the Monkey King. So suddenly this bad laning stage you had for Shiro, it's not really such a bad lane anymore.
It's one thing when you leave the Muerta alone. It hyper farms really fast, just off the back of Gunslinger. And some pretty good base damage coming out. Smoke out from the side of PSG LGD. See if it lines into anything. Again, everything ready to go here.
Secret need to be very careful, but obviously they don't know the smoke was there. Is FBZ going to get caught? Hookshot is there, catching out Yamich, but the disruption life drain keeping him alive as they get a little bit greedy trying to secure something. Yamich actually surviving for now. He's going to make it out. Yamich is there. He is alive as Why You Smile is now the one being chased down. In fact, never mind that. They want the Skywrath as well. Planet not going to be able to make it out. FBZ on a killing spree. Nobody dying on Team Secret, and 2 going down for the side of PSG LGD. Not a good team fight at all if you are LGD on the Radiant end of things. And John, it's just, they split their attention between FBZ and Yamich, and neither one ended up going down.
That's just really awkward. Like, they Ancient Seal onto FBZ, but they commit all their spells onto Yamich. They don't find either kill, and they just get punished. They have to be pretty on point with a single target control. I mean, even if you commit everything onto Yamich, like including the Ancient Seal, I think it's perfectly fine, because you probably can just run away from FBZ afterwards without the Shadow Demon to set up. And PSG LGD just trying to get really greedy with splitting that fight up. In Secret, well, they're more than happy to take it. They're building up. Again, now Armel starting to overtake. Really even farm distribution across all their cores off the back of these fights, despite a little bit of a stronger start coming out for LGD on New and on Nothing to Say. Now kind of neutralized. A very even game. Still, the push does begin. Full Overlord up on New, and they can just shove in the mid-wave quite fast.
But they are. The Boom, or rather Secret, excuse me, are sticking around. Trying to take down that Helm of the Overlord creep. The Ancient Ice Shaman, though, still doing some great work, and they do find the Tier 1 tower in the end with the Siege creep.
Middle tower has fallen.
So nice pick off there for PSG LGD. Losing nobody in the process as well, which is the important part, I think. Secret just buying their cores a bit more time as well to get that farm going. I must admit, though, Chrysalis is pretty far behind when it comes to the net worth department right now. Like, he's got an Echo Saber working in towards the BKB, but the net worth certainly not stacking up very well in his favor. Kind of hard, though, because he didn't go for anything like a Battle Fury build-up, so you don't have that farming escalation tool, as it looks like Team Secret are going to try and force a fight. Why You Smile hooking right onto Armel, but the Mystic Flare not going to do enough through the disruption. FBZ, meanwhile, he gets roared up through the Rolling Thunder, but he's perfectly fine for now. Will swashbuckle away. Team Secret, they might reinitiate. A huge Wukong's Boundless up from Chrysalis. Has found 3 targets. And Shiro, he is trying his best to capitalize, but it's not really working out in their favor. LGD losing 2 for the price of 1. FBZ the only one to go down here for Team Secret. And they are chasing for more now. Planet very, very low. Should drop to the Monkey King. In fact, never mind that. They are trying for New. But New will be able to get out of range. So Team Secret not able to capitalize any more than they had, but it's still a great team fight for them.
I'm a little bit surprised PSG LGD aren't getting the information out. Again, they've got Rocket Flare, they've got Hawks, but it's Secret's vision with his ward right above that large camp up top that gives them access into that fight. They see the backline, they see why, they know what he's going to try to do with a hookshot, preempt him, and just isolate him and force some spell usage on top when they've got the save with the disruption. So the combination falls flat from the side of PSG LGD. You are seeing a little bit of the power of the Muerta in these fights though. Like when Shiro comes in and manages to use the Pierce the Veil, the damage is pretty damn good. And the invulnerability period of not being able to be right-clicked is pretty sweet, but you're not at the point where the DPS of that Muerta is insanely high yet. That's going to be the Moonshard timing, along with probably like a Mjolnir on top of that, along with your Daedalus, and then the Muerta starts to feel pretty ridiculous. But again, it's a more late-game timing. Inside of Secret, playing tempo well. I mean, you were talking about Crystal's farm being a little bit flat. And you are right. It's down to the fact that he's not, you know, going for the battlefield, going for the long game, but he's also trying to play a faster game with his team. Like disassembly on the Echo Saber into the BKB, he just wants to keep fighting. Every single time this Wukongs is up, and it's a great read from Secret. They can take these fights if PSG LGD can't find one target to just focus in on.
Here we go again. Why You Smile going to be spotted here by Crystallis. Does get the cogs off in time at least. The Purge is going to be there from Yamich, so very, very slow as the clockwork, and we'll just accept the fact that he is going to die. Meanwhile, Puppy has also found Planet. Will slow him up with the Decrepify. Planet is trying to run out of range, but the chase is still continuing here from Crystallis and FBZ as the Mystic Flare does get dropped, but he is certainly just down. No way of surviving the onslaught from Team Secret. LGD not really responding to this at all. Seeing their support duo dropping again, they'll just take the farm they have, or rather take the time they have to keep farming. Team Secret more than happy to continue just being as aggressive as possible. It's now 7 to 10, 19 minutes in. Slightly higher than, or rather slightly less than a 1k net worth lead on Team Secret's things, and LGD again not having the best start in the world, but still looking to just hit some timings on their cores.
Yeah, I think for the side of LGD, they realize at this point their early power spike fades away a little bit. And again, it's down to these funky power timings for something like the Muerta. Do you see Shiro pick up the Mjolnir instead of the full Moonshard? So wanting a little bit of a faster build up himself into the BKB. But some of these early BKB pickups from Secret just means that you don't have the burst play anymore to kind of lock in a hero. Even just this Glimmer Cape out on Puppy, more than enough to kind of save a couple of people in the middle of these fights. So I think PSG LGD have a good read. Send your supports out, get some information, have them cop all the attention from Secret when they are clumping up and trying to find kills, and just keep farming up on these other cores. Because your Muerta will bounce back in. Your Snapfire has some insane spikes when you hit your level 20, of course, along with the fact that she's universal, so the stat padding is going to pay off massively for Nothing Say. But you are playing for a longer game now on PSG LGD, whereas, you know, maybe like 5 to 7 minutes ago, you were looking to be a lot more aggressive, but they just didn't find the openings. And they weren't able to utilize the vision game as much. They were getting greedy with how they were looking for these pickoffs, and Secret's punishment is on point.
And Secret have been fantastic this game one. It's still a very even game, though, to be fair, between these two. Even the win probability right now is sitting at 52% LGD's way, so LGD actually slightly favored here in this matchup, but just by 2%. Roshan's going to get started, and if Secret can get away with this, it's going to be a lot less than 52% for LGD, that's for sure. So they are going to rotate into the outposts here in the Radiant jungle and try to make sure they're around to contest this Roshan. LGD, knowing that Secret are coming towards them with the smoke, do look to back their way out of here. Say he does just pick up a Gleipnir for himself, so big core item here for the mid-snap virus. Planet going to be spotted. Another great Boundless. Crystallis, he found 2 targets. Planet's going to be the one to get focused down. Oh, why? No, he hook shots in. I'm not really sure why, but he's going. He's down. Just felt charitable here to Team Secret.
Just, again, buying space, maybe feeling like they could have kept that chase going to grab New. Still, two supports again being picked off by Secret. Another big opening for them. They're starting to ramp up in their own network. Again, not much of a lead. These support kills aren't leading to too much. This could bite Secret later on down the line when these streaks do get broken, if they get broken by the side of LGD. Still, Roche does begin, the Hawk does expire, but they should be aware the Roshan is being taken here from Secret. It's just that they can't do much. I think the side of PSG LGD, again, understanding that Secret has the advantage right now with these early BKBs, with their early damage output on these heroes, the durability that FBZ is providing just with the Guardian Greaves on top and the saves on their supports. They don't quite have enough to go for the first place, and we'll have to just concede some objectives. But the question now is, when does PSG LGD start to feel confident? Because, again, you're ramping up in your Muerta. BKB only one part away, the recipe only lacking for Shiro. You've already got the BKB up and running for New, opting to go for the full AC for some protection now. And for nothing to say, it's all in on that physical snap. Going for the BKB into a full Daedalus, but he needs the EXP. All of this requires kills, like the gold and EXP in particular. You need to find kills to really ramp up on that. If they keep playing passive like this for LGD, their power spikes are just going to be extra late, and Secret they're going to take a lot off the map to punish you for playing that slow.
I think at the very least, when Shiro does have his BKB up, that's when things may change here for LGD. Because with the BKB, he should be willing to get more active with his team. For now, though, for LGD, they're just going to wait that out. Try not to rush the game too much, just stick to their own game plan. Because you do have some very nice scaling in the Snapfire later on. Like, you know, obviously nothing to say is going to have the level 20 and 25 talent if you do get to that stage. Daedalus has already been queued up on nothing to say, so he's prepping to get to those big levels later on if they do need it. You know, with all things being said and done, LGD is still holding a 2k advantage, and Dota Plus is still giving them a 60% win chance, even with the Aegis up on Crystallis. Gaben says no. 60% for LGD.
I kind of get it. I think these pickoffs, and as bad as they look for LGD, again, constantly on the supports, your cores are farming pretty efficiently across the map. You're able to dodge out a lot of these ganks with some good usage of your Hawks, with good wards being placed. They spot out the smoke as well coming out from Secret, I'm pretty sure. So they shouldn't be under any threat of the rotations coming in. They're staying clumped up as a team. And Secret opting to gate down south. Like, they don't have forward vision on Secret. So even if they're the ones playing aggressive, they just don't have the information to actually land these big kills. LGD, are they going to sneak around through the gate as well?
Oh, this could be big. They could try. Smoke is out from Team Secret, but they've got such a long way to run. And smoke will eventually wear off. LGD just holding their own position at this top lane. Also smoked up as 3. Seems like Secret are not going to make their way over quite yet. They'll hold out for now, but LGD, now with the BKB available on Shiro, have started to make their move. The T2 top tower is going to be the focus of LGD. Well, Team Secret, realizing they probably should deal with the bottom T2 tower, will get to work there. But LGD, they're going to have plenty of time now to go for the T3s. Secret, they're focused mid lane onto Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say is playing very defensively with his positioning. Yamich, oh, he's going to spot him in the end, but he doesn't have the vision anymore. Nothing to Say with the Gleipnir going to hold him down. And Secret, they are still not around to defend that top tier 3 tower. FBZ eventually going to TP back to try and stop this from being pushed in. And now LGD, knowing they're split up, they'd love to force a fight. But Secret, they have backed off.
Just a little poke and prod. Really good movement across from LGD. Getting good read. Good bait play from Nothing to Say. Take some attention away. Again, Secret with this Aegis. Doesn't feel like they're finding too much just yet. A minute and a half left. Nothing to Say. Has to be a bit careful here. But, yeah, I mean, you've cut through a lot of time in the Aegis. Hold on.
It's going to land.
The invis, though.
Detection. Where's the detection? There's the sentry ward being placed. Nothing to Say is gone. Bit of a delay with it, but they get it done in the end. Big pick off here for Team Secret. The bottom tier 2 tower is going to go down, though LGD are also, again, split pushing the top tier 3. But Puppy is going to be there to slow this down as best as humanly possible. Still, I mean, New and Planet have just been sitting here at the top lane for such a long time, just going completely unpunished. It's mid lane. Why You Smile trying to retreat. Does actually get away with the jetpack plus TP.
Radiant's
Rolling
bottom
Thunder going to be
tower
expended
is
for
under
absolutely
attack.
nothing here for FBZ. Team Secret slowly starting to move their way up towards the north of the map to try and deal with this lane being consistently pushed in. I'm not sure if they truly believe that New and Planet are still there though, because they're only sending some creeps in here through the Beastmaster. And with these rocket flares that have been consistently coming out here from Y, they know exactly where Secret are at the moment, so it seems like they are going to retreat at the right time. LGD, they'll group up together as 4 once again. Just playing a very good game of evasion here with Team Secret. It does seem to favor them according to Dota Plus. Here we go, 4-man smoke is there. Nothing to say is not around to join them. They're going to see Puppey in the mid lane for now. There's nothing to say, will TP into the mid tier 2 tower. And now a counter smoke from Team Secret. They're wrapping around opposite ways. Nothing to say, could get spotted here by Secret, but he's going to rush towards his team. Who makes the first jump in? Puppey, he's going to TP away from his team now. Goes for the Wisdom Rune at the top side of the map, rather bottom. While you smile, going to avoid the Shackle Shot to come in. Instead it'll be the Helm of the Overlord creep going down here thanks to Armel. And LGD, they'll kind of accept what's just happened. Take the Dire Triangle instead.
Dire's middle
Secret
tower
though,
is under
looking to try and infiltrate. Shiro, he's waiting on the high ground. FBZ going to be targeted immediately though. Disruption is going to buy a little bit of time. He will be able to blink out. Now a Boundless Strike catching out, nothing to say. Clipney going to lock him down as well. They're still holding the high ground, but Chrysalis is just running right in. He's just manning up here, but can he make it out? It's just so much damage on the MK. He's still running though. He's going to be able to make it for now, as now New is in trouble. In fact, even Shiro going down to Armel's focus fire. He is gone. New is gone to boot. Armel with a double kill on the Wind Ranger, even finding YU Smile for a triple kill. And Yamich, he will get the tips handed over. Perfect initiation here from Team Secret. Literally just brute forcing their way to the high ground. And somehow nobody dies.
Just a little bit of a misplay from PSG LGD. They dropped the early calling to try to get the silence off onto FBZ. The save is there from the disruption. The travels play from Nothing to Say right up front. That's not the position he wants to be in to try to take that fight. You can take a look again. Like he boots of travels right in front of Team Secret, meaning that they can't get a good shot for just getting the kisses off in the back. Shiro pops his ultimate to pierce the veil. It's on, but his damage output isn't ridiculous yet. No crit on hand, just a lot of attack speed out with Mjolnir. He drops a few of them low, but not low enough. You needed more follow-through damage there. And again, just in such an enclosed area, so close, way too close together, you can't maximize this range that PSG LGD want to play with. You can't play with the kisses. You don't have the talent spikes yet for Nothing to Say. It all collapses. Again, just off of the back of the saves from Yamich and the positioning of Nothing to Say. I mean, I get that he didn't have that many travels targets, but he just goes right in front of him.
He certainly did. 6k advantage now for Team Secret, and suddenly Gaben has changed his mind. Win probability now about 69% the way of Team Secret. Nice number there for the win probability here for Secret, and for LGD, a pretty big team fight to lose. Not what you wanted to see if you are an LGD fan. Secret now slowly thinking about pushing in the bot lane. Trying to force a bit of a rotation of defense here from LGD, but also prepping for the next Roshan, which is up in about 34 seconds. It's going to be a big deal for LGD to try and not allow Team Secret that free Roshan for themselves. Then again, though, I'm not sure if you can even afford to fight right now, considering what happened in that last team fight. Never a good sign when Chrysalis can literally just brute force his way to the high ground and do what he did in that fight, that last engagement. It's now officially 10 seconds away from the next Roshan respawning. TP's into the mid lane, though. New and Planet looking to back their way out. Chrysalis on the chase with the tree jump, but not going to be able to find anyone. And now Roshan officially available, so Puppey is going to scout this out. And Team Secret should have first dibs on this, but LGD, you can already see their game plan. They've drawn a line through the top lane. They intend on completely just keeping this top lane pushed in and trying to force a defense. As Team Secret, they are going to quickly try to rush this Roshan, see if they can just finish this off pretty quickly. And with the focus fire on Armel, it seems to be a pretty darn quick process. I don't think the top lane's going to bother them that much. They'll be there to defend at any moment.
No. Real quick Rosh. Defense is going to kick in as well. Not quite enough damage flying through to fully take care of the tier 3. And just going to have to try and poke and prod here on the side of PSG LGD. They're stalling for time. You need these level spikes.
It's Jetpack. He's actually ended up in a pretty awkward position here. The Clockwork behind the racks is just going to go down to Armel. Meanwhile, New trying to get his way out. Will BKB TP away. Looks like he is going to make it too. So you only really lose the Clockwork. Not the biggest deal in the world here for PSG LGD. I think the much bigger deal, though, is the fact that they did lose that second Roshan, and now there is an Aegis Cheese available on Team Secret. That does mean you kind of expect Secret to try and go for an attempt on the high ground here of the Radiant base. LGD, they just have not had much luck in terms of taking a good fight this game one so far.
It's just... Again, the coordination's just not quite there, especially when they had this early advantage. They played a lot greedier with pickoffs, forces them to play a lot more passive into the mid-game, trying to play this catch-up. At least they have some utility coming out. You've got Wise, Ags up, so the flares should come out and break off any aggression. Get some constant vision out, again, along with the Hawks that you do have on hand. You are inching towards Shiro's MKB, which is going to be a big timing for that Muerta. Even more attack speed to maximize that Pierce the Veil. You're not going to care for Armel and his evasion chance no longer. And that does allow a lot more presence out for Shiro once that is up. The risk is he's going to have to buy it without buyback. Nothing to say?
Nothing to say. Yeah, he's caught out. This is a huge pick-off. FBZ. Spidey senses were tingling here from the Pangoliers. Nothing to say. He's going to try for the TP, and he's not going to make it. Oh boy. That's not what you wanted as LGD. That is a massive pick here for Secret. FBZ knew he was around there somewhere, and we'll find him.
And just a little bit awkward, trying to farm out on the side of PSG LGD. Oh, you don't manage to catch Yamich either. Hook shot falls a little bit short from Y. But the side of Secret, I mean, they're in a solid lead now. All they need is to suppress PSG LGD from hitting some levels.
They're jumping on New. New's going to just BKB TP away. Also committed the Raw to make sure he could get away from this scenario. Desperate times call for desperate measures, John. I mean, Chrysalis does have a basher up, so he had no choice but to do that to get away from that situation.
Yeah. Just minimize your losses as much as possible. MKB up for Shiro. Whether or not this is enough, though, is another question.
It's just so hard, though. Like, in this next engagement, if you can't kill off Puppey, this level 2 life drain, the amount of heal he's providing to Chrysalis throughout these engagements is just ridiculous, and it's just one of those things. Pugna just has to die if you want to actually kill anyone else.
Ooh, this is big. Wisdom Rune gives level 20 for nothing to say.
Okay.
So his talent is up. More output now, connecting with the Snapfire and the Muerta. Now it's just down to positional play. The big awkward issue for PSG LGD is, despite all this vision, they're not able to jump the backline. Like, Y has to reach into really Yamich or Puppey. I think Yamich has to take priority first. Disruption's a much bigger issue. And then take care of Puppey. And then the team fight can open up. It's just that it doesn't feel like you can get your burst damage quick enough to take these two supports out without taking any losses yourself. Good bait out from the positioning of Y. Okay, sending the rockets from the upper left, dragging attention away. Again, stalling for time. PSG LGD, despite being 8k behind, if you look at the cores, they're not too far behind individually. Like, Armel only has a 2k lead over Shiro, not unplayable at 36 minutes in. All the other cores are kind of within 1k gold of each other. So even though it says 9k for Secret, again, it's not the worst position for PSG LGD. Certainly not comfy, but still within the realms of playable.
Well, through the twin gates they go. Team Secret heading up towards the north of the map, though. There is a big smoke from LGD. Oh, Armel, he's a huge target. New, though. He has the smoke broken and he doesn't react to it. I don't believe they have the vision. Planet is going to get shackled here by Armel, and he's just going to drop. No reaction here from LGD, just not expecting Armel to be casually standing in the jungle, doing absolutely nothing, but that's exactly what happened. Team Secret, I mean, now with one down, even if it is just a support, They might want to try for this top tier 2 tower. And Armel, he will pop the focus fire. In fact, never mind. Looks like he is going to back out, not opting to try and really force in the tier 2. Guess it's fair enough. Secret not ready for another fight, it seems. Aegis does just expire.
Really patient game from both sides. Secret not looking to overextend, not give any openings to PSG LGD. PSG LGD again having to play a lot more safe in this game. Just trying to play catch up, allowing this arms race to continue between both sides. FBZ, I mean, he's about to approach his Shiva's guard, which just makes it a lot harder for PSG LGD to try to find a good position in the middle of these fights. And take away a little bit of the healing that can come true. If any at all. Like the spell lifesteal, I suppose, from Shiro down the line. If he does opt for, say, his shard down the line as well. I think for Secret, the game stays pretty stable as you scale into the late game. It's kind of interesting. I don't think you feel any more threatening. As the game goes on, you get a lot more utility with the Ags up on Armel. You know, you become bigger and bigger in Chrysalis. I feel it's actually PSG LGD that feels better as the game scales on. Especially if they manage to get nothing to say to recover. He's still lagging a little bit behind. Let's say our snap hits MKB timing. And again, position. If he does find a good position in these fights, then a Muerta plus snap with a little Shredder up. That is a lot of AoE damage. It's just the fact that LGD can't find any openings. And Secret's positioning has been on point, just scattered far enough that they can't focus on any single one without getting punished. Whoa.
Jump in mid lane. New caught out immediately. Nice shackles from Armel. YU Smiles trying to help out with a hook shot, but it's not going to do nothing. Armel with a double kill once again. Now 12-0-6 on the Wind Ranger.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Team
top
Secret
tower
now
is
with 2
under
down
attack.
can certainly look to realistically take this this mid lane of barracks. They will start to move in.
Top tower has
Nothing to
fallen.
say, gonna pop the Gleipnir. FBZ pump faking with the Rolling Thunder is gonna jump in for real this time. Shiro has been caught out, but instead they go for Planet first. An immediate buyback forced out from New. That's gonna be enough from Team Secret. Very clean gameplay. You see the buyback, you forced it out, that's what you wanted. Just get the hell out of there. Make LGD completely wasted. Team Secret, they can come back at any other time. And they can just wait for the next Roshan. Perhaps it's gonna be an early one.
No pressure here. 7-23, 15k lead up for Secret. A hit and run, a forced buyback. I have to say, this itemization on New, it doesn't feel like he's doing too much. I mean, it did help with the split push for sure. But the AC is still relatively fresh, so that wasn't even a factor in the high ground push and the top. If you had something like maybe an Ags, heck, maybe a Lotus, a Lincoln's to save someone, maybe you have a little bit more to play with. And the AC aura is good, but we're not really feeling the impact of anything just yet. Smoke out from PSG LGD. They've got to find someone, man. Even a support kill here would be big for LGD to drag this game back their way just a tad bit.
I think for now you're just kind of hoping for the level 25 or nothing to say to give yourself a really good chance. It seems like LGD will start prepping to get in position for the Roshan pit.
Dire are
2
scattered.
minutes till that Roshan does spawn up, so it was a relatively long timer. If they do scan out with the rocket flare, they might find Chrysalis in the tree line right now on the eastern side of the map. Secret have grouped up around the area down at the spot lane as well. They're only really lacking Puppy here, but he is making his way down to boot. LGD obviously not looking to force a fight right now. They just want to make sure that they're around if a Roshan fight does break out. And that they are. Thing is though, Team Secret now smoking up behind FBZ. Looking to get that fight going that they're looking for before Roshan does spawn. LGD cannot lose this fight. This would be way too much going the way of Team Secret. They've already got a 16k advantage to start with as FBZ pump faking the Rolling Thunder is going to force out the kisses from Nothing to Say. So that's already one spell going down here for LGD. For Nothing to Say, he does have a massive amount of ractic damage with a little shredder available with the level 20 talent, but the kisses not going to be here for this next team fight as they are going to jump in, but FBZ He's got the rolling thunder out. Why you smile already caught. Meanwhile, nothing to say, getting connected here with the stun of FBZ, and now the Shackle Armel. He's in to secure the kill. Nothing to say, cannot remain alive in this fight.
Shiro.
Oh, Shiro also caught out. Yamich right in time. They find FBZ in the end. Shiro's still going to try and keep the fight going, but everyone just kiting him out. Now the Shackle locking him down. Armel will hold him, and Chrysler secures the kill as GG is called. I don't blame them for calling it, John. You couldn't afford to lose the next Roshan like this. And this draft of PSG LGD just did not pan out the way they had expected. Team Secret proving to be way too strong in game number 1 of this best of 2 series. I'll tell you what, John, it was a rather strong performance. I mean, at no stage of this game 1 did it feel like LGD were really in the way of making a comeback. I'll be frank with you.
Yeah, just didn't feel like it. I think for the side of PSG LGD, again, the early game looked pretty sharp. The lanes went fairly well. They start to clump up for some early engagements, and then they get pretty greedy in going into these engagements. They split their control onto multiple heroes. It costs them a kill. They get punished for it. They're forced to play passively. And Secret just doesn't give them any opportunities. Despite all the vision that can come out from the Hawks, from the Rocket Flares, LGD doesn't manage to jump that backline. Team Secret just positioning themselves well. And there were a couple of moments there where LGD definitely just didn't take the fight in the proper way. That one mid gank with splitting up the Ancient Seal and the Kisses and Hookshot Cogs was one. The triangle fight was another one. Like that triangle fight where they try to make a calling play onto FBZ, try to silence him up. Yamich comes in with a save, and nothing to say, TP's right in front of them. Like these mistakes just cost LGD a lot of opportunities to try to come back in, and I think for the side of LGD, they're gonna have to fix. It's so hard to fix this in between games, but it's really down to execution. It feels like they couldn't execute when they were strong, and they got severely punished for it. Team Secret just having a good read as to when to take these fights and when to back off.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the scoreline of Armel in particular, Jonathan. What was it, 14-0 and something? He went here on the Wind Ranger, 14-0-8, which is one of the better Wind Ranger performances we've seen as of late through multiple regions. So, I mean, just really popping off. And can I just say as well, FBZ and Team Secret, he seems to be gelling quite nicely with the team from what we're seeing here today. I mean, mind you, LGD didn't put up the greatest fight here with this draft, but I must admit, I'm kind of impressed at how well things actually went for Secret here in this game 1. Just a really well-oiled machine is what I'm seeing here with Team Secret at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. They execute well. They gel together. They have the same ideas on the game. And they're very disciplined, right? Like, they find a kill, they back off. They don't overextend. They don't give these openings out. And they just allow the side of LGD to get away with nothing. You know, they hit and run, and the patience pays off massively. Just no opportunities for LGD to kind of jump the backline, to find a support kill, and it just leads to a cascading effect where LGD is trying to find an opening, trying to pierce through, but the side of Secret doesn't allow them to.
No, they certainly did not. What do you want to see changed up for LGD? Like, at the very least in terms of draft, is there something in particular you think needs to be changed here going into game number 2, or perhaps in terms of their gameplay, do you think something needs to be changed here going into it? Because, I mean, you'd want to try and obviously tie out the series 1-1 if you can before it is over.
Yeah, I think you need to fix up the execution here from PSG LGD. Don't get greedy with these ganks. Don't split up control like that. I understand why they might have done it, just to prevent FBZ from trying to get a roll-up, but it still was way too greedy. The saves were there from Team Secret. I think maybe get a more aggressive here for nothing to say, like something that can initiate, because quite frankly, you were relying on Planet and Y to really do a lot of work and kind of finding an angle in, but no core could really follow through and jump into the front lines to help set up and help find these kills. Whereas for the side of Secret, you had Armel running forward, you had FBZ just rolling around like a madman, you had Chrysalis hanging in the tree line looking for those opportunities. Whereas the cores of LGD in this case, they didn't have natural mobility, they had a lot of output, but they had no way of following through when the jumps would come in outside of just getting the kisses out. Beyond that, like, nothing else could connect, really, outside of just trying to right-click down.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are ready to head to a break. And, of course, right after that break, we can be back with Game 2's draft between Team Secret and, of course, the side of Excuse me, I've completely lost my mind here, Jonathan. What's the name
PSG
of
LGD.
LGD? My goodness. All right, we'll be back after a break.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Secret and, of course, PSG, LGD, and it's MLP Dota, and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, game number 1, pretty dominant kind of game here from Team Secret. Sadly for PSG, LGD, they just really never took off with this style of draft. You did call out you'd like to see some draft changes, in particular, maybe giving Nothing to Say a bit more of a playmaking hero, a bit more of a dominant hero that we're used to seeing him play on. Anything else you'd like to kind of reiterate before we do officially start Game 2's draft here between these two teams?
I'd like to see them not get too greedy in these pickoffs. They had some good opportunities early on after the laning phase. They had this combination with Roar Kisses, Ancient Seal Cogs Kisses, but the way they'd break into these ganks, they would just get a little bit greedy, split their control up, thinking they had enough output, and they didn't. Then down the line, when they tried to take these other fights, like you're relying on the Clockwork to actually start these fights for you, but you're not able to really follow through with your Beastmaster comfortably. Nothing to say, his positioning on the Snapfire was not the ideal. Right? We saw a lot of kisses coming out that just weren't in quite the safest spots. We saw him Boots of Travel into the triangle and just kind of right in front of Team Secret, allowing them to just brute force their way in because there's not much spacing with a snap there. And we can take a look at our Acer Predator player versus player right here as we again see that score line. Armel having a perfect game. And Nothing to Say having a rough time. 3-4-3 though, representing Adam. So at least there's something there. More C repping here. A shout out to Adam. There you go.
Nothing to Say. 3-4-3 indeed. But I mean, Armel, my goodness, the Chief himself, 14-0-15, just a real dominant performance, especially on a hero like the Wind Ranger, which is, it's quite a hot and cold kind of hero right now from what we've been watching. But the Chief obviously gets it done. The Merienda boss does not mess around, Jonathan. And as you can see, GPM was always ahead of Nothing to Say. Hero damage was out of this world for Armel in comparison to Nothing to Say, 22k to 8k of the Snapfire. So, I think needless to say, based on the way LGD play that game, it's none too surprising that we have such separate kind of stats here between these two teams, or rather these two players. But you've got to get it together as LGD. Like this game too, hopefully for our sake as well, Jonathan, is going to be a little bit closer because we hate one-sided games. We don't want to see one team just destroying the other one. We want to see a close, exciting matchup here. And, a team like PSG, LGD, a historical org like LGD, high expectations from these boys. And hopefully we'll see it come out in game 2.
Yeah, I think, again, considering the state of that game last time around, the fact that LGD kept it within 1k gold for the most part while losing their supports over and over again, that was a pretty good sign. I felt like there were opportunities for them to take a big fight with these level spikes they got, with the level 20 coming out and Nothing to Say, with the itemization you had on Shiro. It's just that no openings were found. Team Secret were just too disciplined in not providing any easy access to their supports. The saves were on point coming out from Secret. And quite frankly, the positioning of FBZ and Armel were just ridiculously good. They were always up front, but they understood that they were durable enough and that they could cop a few of these initial spells and always have the backing of Crystallis, of Yamich, of Puppey later on. So the unit of Secret for something that's fairly freshly formed with FBZ and is looking quite sharp. Like Epol, again, he's looking extra motivated. I saw a Team Secret tweet, Mike. A little bit of secret. Armel's motivated because they might go to Jollibee. Who would want some fried chicken right now? I could use some Happy Bee in me as well. It is Philippine Independence Day today, so happy holidays to the fellow Filipinos. And Armel sure would love to celebrate with a bucket of chicken, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, Jonathan. Team Secret throwing a little bit of shade at the Chief, but he is called the Merienda boss for a reason, Jonathan. And Jollibee, it tends to get people excited, especially the Filipinos. If there's one way to get these guys playing to their maximum potential, it is offering the old Jollibee. And well, hopefully Team Secret have the bucket of chicken ready, Jonathan, because Armel, he will not be waiting after this game, especially with the performance he's been putting on. No waiting for Chief Armel. He wants it right there and now, as soon as this game 2 will be over, assuming they get a 2-0 victory. So we do get to see some average stats once again here between these players. Nothing to Say. Again, bit of a rougher game. We're going to screw the stats, Jonathan. We don't need them. We're just going to carry on with ourselves here with these stats. Is Nothing to Say. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, right? He didn't have a good game 1, Jonathan. He's looking to rectify himself in game number 2. We don't need numbers to tell us that. We know what happened in game 1.
Yeah. There's nothing to say there, Mike. It's right in the name. Just needs to reach for that low-hanging fruit. I don't know why you didn't try.
Because I have a little bit of pride left in me, Jonathan. Just a little bit.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I know this for a fact. You don't, Mikey. Stop pretending. Stop pretending that you've got any pride left, okay? It's fine. This is a safe space. Speaking of Jollibee, have you managed to try it yet? Have you actually managed? It's right there. It's right there nearby you. Have you gone out with the wifey yet?
What do you mean right there? It's in Sydney City, which is an hour and a half away, even more than from where I am, Jonathan. What do you mean it's right there? I'm gonna get in my car, drive through ridiculous traffic, go to the city, find no parking, eventually pay for parking, which is gonna cost me like $200 for like an hour, and then try some fried chicken that's not gonna be as good as it would be in the Philippines anyway. I told you, Jonathan, I'm not having Jollibee until I can go to the home of Jollibee and have it authentically. And in fact, you and I, we can make some content. When I go to the Philippines, we'll get some cameras there. I'll give you a full, mukbang stream if you want, Jonathan. That'll make you happy, I'm sure. But
I would enjoy that.
You can't get upset if, I don't give it the perfect rating, John. I'm a harsh critic. I'm a harsh critic.
I know for a fact that your food taste is rather unique, like something about chicken and meat on the bone, Mike.
Oh.
So I'm keen on seeing that because we had a little bit of a taste of it in Singapore, and you're like, oh, I want tenders. All right, no judgment. You'll find out, I suppose.
What's wrong with some chicken tenders? What's wrong with that? I'm a good
Fried
boy.
chicken,
I deserve it.
Ah.
Speaking of good boys, there's Chrysalis. Fantastic haircut as usual. Team Secret, PSG LGD, game number 2, Jonathan, is now, well, at least the draft is now officially underway. Seems like Team Secret, this time around, they're going to actually ban the Shadow Demon themselves. Of course, a fantastic performance from Yamich last game around. This time around, Team Secret not feeling it. They'll just get rid of it. LGD immediately just getting rid of the Bat Rider. Naturally, as you see the SD being panned out, so you don't want to allow the Bat Rider to be able to be picked up here by Team Secret. It's just the natural counter to the Bat Rider is... Well, one of the natural counters is kind of gone. What other broken heroes? I know you want to say Techie's so damn bad.
Yeah, Techies, Doom, Beastmaster, Magnus. There you go. Those are literally the top priorities. Maybe Timbersaw. We've seen a few first phase Timbersaw bans being prioritized. That could be one thing as well to kind of worry about here, especially for LGD. As you mentioned, FBZ does play a mean Timbersaw. That's something he's been known for in all of his years on Boom Esports. And it's something that's been consistent with him. Timbersaw enjoyer, Mr. FBZ is. There goes the Beastmaster. There goes the Techies Boom Esports, Mike. With their CEO named Gary Onko. I'm not sure. There's some org in Indonesia or something.
Is that a Division 1 team? I'm not sure, Jonathan. Are they still in Div 1?
Oh boy, Alphon is gonna enjoy that. He's been crying, Mike. I've been playing with the guy. He's been depressed.
I know Gary's gonna be watching the series too. I had to put it in there. We love you, Gary. I'm just joking. That's what you get for not hiring me at Boom Esports, Gary. I told you many times, you hire me, I'll get the boys straight, but you didn't do it. Now FBZ's leaving. Team Secret have poached him. You know what, Jonathan? If the prophecy is true, if the puppy prophecy that is true, FBZ might be a mastermind here, John, because he's waited this long to go to a Western European team. If they qualify to TI-12, and again the prophecy comes out to be correct, then FBZ could theoretically be a TI winner in just a few months, as we do have the draft underway. Wind Ranger picked up by Team Secret, PSG LGD going right into the Void Spirit and the Skywrath Mage, so something completely different already. At the very least though, for Secret, going back to that comfort for Armel, and considering the man had an absolutely perfect game with a scoreline of 14-0-15, I don't think you can blame them for just going back to the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it was a stable pick for Armel. He understood his positioning really well. He came out with the aggression and loved his itemization, going for the early BKB. Just setting up for his team. Lane matchup against the Void Spirit is... it's manageable. It's kind of like the Snapfire matchup. It's sort of manageable for the Wind Ranger. It's not the worst thing in the world. The Skywrath Mage does land some aggression again for PSG LGD. I think having nothing to say on this aggressive hero on the Void Spirit's pretty good, but Team Secret pull out the Spirit Breaker. So, we were rambling about this one in the Game 1 draft. 4.7 second cooldown on charge once you get the Octarine, along with a Quickening Charm neutral. Pretty fun hero.
Certainly is. It certainly is. One of my favorites, Jonathan, this Spirit Breaker hero. Please, Ice Frog, if you are listening, don't nerf it. It's all I have left here in this world, this Spirit Breaker. Love to see it coming out. Gonna have a fun time as well. Like, against heroes like the Skywrath with 0 armor, you love charging this hero. Like, it's so much fun. don't even get me started if there's a Crystal Maiden in the game. Oh my goodness. I get very excited when I'm playing Spirit Breaker and to see him. Very, very fun, John, let me tell you.
You're a sick man, Mike. What did CM ever do to you?
Nothing. I still hate it, though.
You're a sad man, Mike. That goes without saying, though. Really interesting draft. Really interesting shakeup here from Team Secret. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of a bait from Secret as well to force PSG LGD to go back into the Clockwork. Because it does feel like Clockwork is one of those heroes that can kind of stop a Spirit Breaker with the cogs as long as you can see the Spirit Breaker coming. Forced movement kind of being changed with the cogs does feel pretty good for a clock, but I don't think it's like the most straightforward answer either. PSG LGD still having to cover their bases here as well, Mike. Taking care of the Ember, taking care of Timbersaw, so having to still free up the lane for nothing to say. Maybe expecting a little bit of flex on that Wind Ranger, which is entirely possible. And we've seen Wind Ranger safe lane, we've seen it support. It's flexible enough that you can kind of take it anywhere and still be pretty fine and try to work yourself a better matchup there.
Final ban to come here from LGD before we can see some more pickups. The respect ban out the Monkey King and go right into the Magnus. Here we go. This hero has proven to be so powerful in this current meta. You know, universal hero after all. Harpoon comes out, gives Magnus a core item to play with, and suddenly everyone just forgets about Horn Toss ever existing. I never liked Horn Toss anyway. You know, Harpoon's my new friend.
Yep.
Sailor Magnus.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Just go hunting, spear fishing out,
That's
as
right.
one would like to say. It's really easy for the Magnus to get that done. And you get the Magnus and Void Spirit combination now as well. So you've got a really strong Empower target with a stat padding that the Void Spirit does tend to do with, say, his own Echo Saber and the Manta up. So the Empower is going to feel amazing in this game. I'm wondering what Team Secret will want to do. Again, they still have this flexibility with their Wind Ranger. They have some options for supports that feel good here. Rubik feels pretty damn nice into the mag. Lift back when you see the blink in, when you see the Harpoon play, stop the Skewer back, steal out Skewer, steal out RP, and Rubik does come true. Usual counter for the Magnus we tend to see here.
I love to see it. This Rubik has been proving to be extremely popular. I can't exactly remember the exact stats on the win rate of Rubik right now in the pro meta, but it has been rather high. A lot of picking of the Rubik, a lot of winning with the Rubik, so love to see this hero coming back. I mean, it really never left the meta from 7.32 to be absolutely fair, but see, it just feels more fun now, especially because you have items like Phylactery that you can build up, and speaking of fun, the Marcy is going to come out for Team Secret. My question is, where is this Marcy laning? Right? Because, like, where do you prefer it? Do you like the Pos 1 Marcy? Do you like the off-lane Marcy? Do you want the mid Marcy, perhaps? Support Marcy? John, what are we thinking?
Mid Marcy's a bit spicy. Would not want to see that. I don't think Carmel needs that much spice when he can order some spicy chicken instead. Are you a Jollibee ambassador or what? I wish I was, Mike, okay? I wish I was. Anyone, please, someone, I need something, please. I need to get away from Mike. They get the Lich out for PSG LGD. So you've got the Frost Shield lane with the Magnus, a lot of buffs to play with. Good way to mitigate the physical output that the Marcy will want to bring out, along with a Wind Ranger as well. I like this Lich pick. We've seen the Lich rise up in its power rankings as well. You've got a good way to interrupt the charge with your Sinister Gaze. So you have some ways to counterplay on PSG LGD. Back to your point about the Marcy. If I had to choose a lane for it, it's so hard to say. I'd say maybe safe lane, because the Marcy does need time to cook up, right? Like, it needs levels, it needs EXP prioritization, it needs a decent amount of farm as a universal type. But once you do get that farm, it can feel pretty good. I think for Secret, there's some interesting plays. This oi,
that shirt on. Come on,
Twitch
now.
TOS.
Come on now.
All right, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're not getting banned today, Mike. Not yet.
I'm
unless you
jealous,
do something
Jonathan.
dumb.
I'm getting jealous. You know, I don't want to take my shirt off. I'm intimidated now. I think
Hey, where's our Armel shirt? Where's our Armel shirt stream? Where's that?
Well, why are you gonna pick on Armel like that, John?
I'm not picking on him. This is the Filipino way. Do you know how warm it is down here? He's used to it. I'm sure Armel knows. Armel understands. I'm not making fun of him. How dare you? He's a fellow countryman. It's Independence Day, Mike.
I couldn't help but notice as well a few months ago there was memes around Armel being what's his name? Salt Puppies? Is that what they call him? That figure in the Philippines that does the boxing?
Huh?
There's a guy from the Philippines that's been boxing. Don't worry about it, Jonathan. Final ban out here
Huh?
for PSG or GD. You can look it up after this.
What?
Not knowing your country people, how embarrassing.
South Papi boxing?
PSG or GD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up. I'm a boomer, Mike.
How embarrassing. Final banner. To be fair, if nobody sees you, they don't even know you're Filipino, John. Everyone assumes
That's
you're
true.
American.
That's true. I mean, my own classmates always made fun of me for not being Filipino. So that's what I grew up with, Mikey. Last picks left. They respect Banda Penguin. They take out the Phoenix as well. So seeming to expect a little bit of flex on like a mid or support coming out, which is fair. I think Secret, again, showing a lot of flexibility in this draft. With the Spirit Breaker, I don't think it's too bad to run the FBZ Spirit Breaker, to be fair. I think you can just kind of afford to last pick either a Puppy or a Yamachiro right now. Kind of set yourself up. Go with a TA. So they run the Armel TA instead. Support Wind Ranger more than likely coming out, and FBZ on the Spirit Breaker. Safe Lane Marcy more than likely. I say Safe Lane Marcy. There is potential to run Safe Lane Wind Ranger, support Marcy and Rubik, or support Rubik and Spirit Breaker with an offlane Marcy. Like, there are a lot of options to kind of get your lanes going here on Team Secret. A rather interesting choice to go TA. You don't have a way of melting through Refraction here. The mid lane matchup again for a TA into Void Spirit's pretty decent. It does take like level 3 for you to start feeling comfy in that lane, but once you hit that point, you can threaten the Void Spirit quite nicely. Melee matchup, pretty easy to line up your side blades on the creep wave. So I like this coming out from Team Secret. And for LGD right now, I mean, they're just looking for their off lane. Doom is an option if you wanted to go that route. Doesn't feel like the most outstanding Doom game. Although, to be fair, you've got the Magnus to already give you some team fight here. Oh, all right.
Okay.
So they run the offlane mag.
That's fair. It was an interesting kind of finish here to the draft. PL coming out for Shiro. LGD on the offlane mag like you talked about. Meanwhile, Puppy's actually playing +5 Marcy here. John Chrysalis is going to play the position 1 Wind Ranger, and FBZ, of course, on the position 3 Spirit Breaker. Interesting drafts coming out. Mind you, I don't really see the best ways of dealing with the PL this game. I suppose you do have an SB, to be absolutely fair. They can just charge right through all the illusions, but you'd have a Rubik as well, you know, on top of that. But
yeah,
I think overall Shiro has that late game timing naturally. You get to the stage where you have a Heart of Tarask up and suddenly you just can't really deal with this guy anymore. I'm intrigued, John, but I'll tell you, LGD, like last game around, the game was very slow for them. They got off onto a bad foot and they just never really recovered from it. You kind of want to see them being a little bit more aggressive, and win this kind of draft, I think they can afford to be. But do you think their draft is good enough to tie up this series 1-1 here with Team Secret?
Yeah, I think it's a decent enough draft to do that. I do feel like, despite the issues clearing out the PL illusions, you have a couple of ways of dealing with it on Team Secret. Like, Wind Ranger itself is kind of a good way to track the real PL. If you get your Focus Fire first, even if he doppels away, you'll always find a real Phantom Lancer. It's not that big of an issue. Gleipnir kind of helps you there as well, which is a natural build-up for the safe lane Wind Ranger. I think Spirit Breaker charge with Ags, as you mentioned, is a pretty good solution. And the interesting thing with running Marcy's support here is that there's some really good synergy for Marcy's support with a TA and with a Wind Ranger. Like, you just get sidekick off in this lane with a Wind Ranger early on. It's a lot of damage output. And at that bonus damage, it's going to be a lot of pain from Chrysalis early on, even without the early Wraith Band and Bracer up. I don't think that's a lane that's going to feel all too easy to manage as new on the Magnus here.
Just be free and do whatever you want.
Thank you very much for that, John. Big smoke up here from PSG LGD. Just some warding being done here in the mid lane. Love the item build here from FVZ. Just 3 gauntlets of strength. Very, very nice for the Spirit Breaker. Just has about 1k HP now, the Spirit Breaker with 3 gauntlets. Plus 74 damage. You'd love to see that.
Seems fair.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Just build into a Vanguard straight after that as the offlane SB, and there's not really much they can do about you. Like, you've got a decently high base armor at 5 as well at level 1, so, you know, it's kind of feels impossible to deal with this hero on the offlane at the moment.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Curious to see how much Shiro and Y can really do up against that. Looks like they might collapse down here for these runes.
They are going to try. Puppy and Yamich are around, but LGD, they are wrapping very nicely. Puppy tries to rebound, but the shockwave, it caught him mid-rebound. Blood Grenade is going to land, but it seems like they are lacking a little bit of damage here to finish off anybody. So at the very least, Secret do get out with their lives intact, and it is still going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. But it seems like at least Yamich might have to go back to the fountain and look for a reset before TPing back to the laning stage. But that's absolutely fine, not too big of a deal. The creeps haven't even met yet. So we can start with the bottom lane, I think. New and Planet are going to be up against Chrysalis on the Wind Ranger, and of course Puppy on that position 5 Marcy. What are we thinking about this bottom lane, John? Do you feel as though New and Planet should have a pretty big advantage, or could it go the other way here for the side of Secret? In fact, Puppy already going for a quick rebound to secure the range creep, but go on, you heard the question.
I think it's a decent lane for the side of PSG LGD. Like, if Planet can just keep spamming out his spells and get a little bit of spacing out for New, he shouldn't be under any threat of dying early on. Down the line, level 3 is a pretty big spike here for the side of Secret. I feel like the threat of maybe disposing into a shackle is pretty damn scary. The chain control can be quite oppressive. And the way you have here to skewer back, it's mainly going to be trying to punish Puppy. So Puppy is the one that has to be a little bit cautious with the rebound, but beyond that, should be fairly even. Again, the harassment from Planet is the big aspect here. You're already seeing the effect of that early concussive shot spam. But once he's out of mana, the lane does become a little bit more manageable. You get a lot of value for your sticks here as well.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the other lanes as well. Of course, mid lane, nothing to say. Going to be up against Armel's, the TA versus Void Spirit matchup. It's a pretty interesting one. For now, favoring nothing to say. Armel, actually quite far behind. Only has 3 CS on the TA in comparison to the 10 and 5 of the Void Spirit. So nothing to say, having a very dominant start already. And meanwhile, top lane is where First Blood is going to be drawn. Yamich securing First Blood here onto YU Smile. So the Lich will go down. First time around here for LGD. The very least, Shiro is going to be just fine and healthy. But already a pretty nice start here for Team Secret.
Yeah, and again, this is a lane that you can't really punish all too hard with Appeal and Lich. I mean, you could try to maybe get some cheeky Phantom Rushes out with the Frost Shield down the line, but early on, it is all about farm. The aggression is on Secret up top. The mid lane, as we were talking about earlier on, pretty rough for Armel. It does take level 3, and he does hit that spike, so it's a little bit more manageable. You would ideally want maybe your level 4 up to really get a grip in this lane and start farming your way back in, but a 5 CS advantage for Nothing to Say is nothing to scoff at. Should lead to a much easier time for him to start ramping up, getting some initial farm in. I am curious if we'll see Secret kind of try to collapse onto mid to try to provide some relief. It does feel like rune control is one thing you have to really deny away from Nothing to Say. Just prevent him from getting too much out from this bottle here.
Absolutely. Only one kill happening across the map thus far. This bottom lane, New's having a very good time on the Magnus, 18-3. No real contest for him. Chrysalis actually having a bit more of a challenging time on the Wind Ranger, just because you can deny so many creeps with this mag. So he has to always be pretty afraid of getting too close to the creep wave, because every time he does, he cops a concussive shot from Planet. So the magic damage really annoying here for the Wind Ranger. So New's going to have a really free time, at least, for the laning phase, just farming up here in the mag, and that's always a very healthy sign for PSG LGD. So as soon as you can get up into that Harpoon build up, the better. So just with the Harpoon alone, like, the amount of impact you can have on the mag is just ridiculous. Rotations mid lane. Yamich going to show up here for the 4-minute water runes. Slow is going to be there with the Frost Blast of YU Smile, but the Aether Remnant actually does not connect. Nothing to Say we'll still be able to pick up the water rune, so he'll be happy anyway. It's not really too big of a deal. And Planet does take the other one, so even if Armel did want one, he won't be able to pick one up now. They're both gone.
Still,
However,
Armel hits us level 4.
FBZ onto YU Smile. Yamich there as well. YU Smile trying his best to survive, but Yamich maintains the vision and does secure the kill quite nicely here on the Ruby.
Just feeding off of this Lich. And Lich tends to be pretty nice with an aggressive laner. PL not quite that aggressive. So you really aren't doing as much as you'd want to in this lane. You're just kind of cannon fodder to buy space out. Shiro is getting decent farm out of this lane because of that. Like, he's not under threat of the charge, the lift back, the control. So you are gaining something from that sacrifice. It's just that you might be bleeding out a little bit too much, especially with the EXP. Like, if FBZ rushes into the 6, that's when things can get a little bit scary with the presence of that Spirit Breaker with an early Vanguard up.
Bottom lane. Bit of a chase was there. Planet, he's going to be fine to escape Puppy's grasp. Meanwhile, the Lich again. Why you smile? Top lane just cannot catch a break as FBZ and Yamich chasing him down. He'll try to juke out through the tree line, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be quite enough. So they need one more hit, maybe one more than that. And FBZ, he has the charge up. He'll secure the kill himself, picking up his first kill of the game on the Spirit Breaker. And this off lane, I mean, sure, Shiro is still farming very well, but there's just so much gold being fed back the way of Team Secret in the off lane just by this Lich. And, sadly for Why You Smile, he's just stuck at level 2 at almost 6 minutes in. That is not a great sign for your position 5.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling for Y. It does feel like he needs to work into that level 6. Once you get Chain Frost, it ties in nicely with your RP, so your team fight feels a lot stronger, but that Lich 6 seems like a bit of a pipe dream right now. At the least, he'll have access to his Wisdom Rune. It doesn't look like Secret's going to be able to contest that anytime soon, so some much-needed EXP will go his way. But Secret, a 3-0 start, looking great coming out of lanes. Sure, you're still finding some CS out here from PSG LGD. You are getting a little bit more net for it because of that, but the aggression is all in on Secret.
Chase is on for Shiro now. Shiro should be just fine. They won't have enough control. I mean, Yamich is attacking still on Illusion, thinking it might be the right target, but it is not. We'll find that out the hard way, sadly. Bit of a group up here down at bottom lane from LGD. They did rotate both Planet and YU Smile here. And YU Smile kind of in a position where he can't go back up top because he's just literally feeding his life away now. So coming down bottom, hoping to maybe have some impact here against the safe lane of Team Secret. But Chrysalis and Pumpy have been playing very, very carefully, not allowing the openings here for LGD to try and go for a skewer back play. So again, it's a bit of a tough position for the Lich because you're a POS 5 that just didn't have a good laning stage, and now you're looking to try and have impact in the other lanes. But there's not really much you can do here at the bottom lane. Just kind of just making sure that New does remain safe and well farmed here down at the bot. But he was already kind of doing that before you came along anyway. At the very least, it seems like Planet has started to rotate. And maybe the idea is the Skywrath will just kind of start stacking for their mag now. So LGD, again, more than happy to play a slower game. Top lane, however, there is a jump in. Shiro going to be in trouble. The bash is coming out well and truly here from FBZ. Lift was out. Shiro, he's going to get the doppel off, but it may not be enough. Still running towards the tier 1. He's actually fine for now. YU Smile is going to be the one to go down first. Nothing to say is even rotated on the Void Spirit, holding on to that Astral Step charge. The charge is going to come in from FBZ. He will commit it now to try and step away from the situation, but a nice shackle from Crystal is going to lock him down. Dissimulate back up to the high ground for Nothing to Say, but the power shot, the rebound, the lift up, and Armel is going to be able to take the kill onto Nothing to Say. So you got Shiro out of that situation, but you do lose your mid Void Spirit. Still a very nice rotation here from Team Secret to make that happen. LGD back to the drawing board, back to the farming game for them.
Yeah, just have to play another slow game. Again, a bit reminiscent of Game 1, although in Game 1 it was PSG LGD finding a lot more trades, but kind of the same circumstance where you need to sit back, farm up with these cores, so you can take a look a little bit at that replay. Really good movement out from Secret, getting the chain control that they'd need, and just stacking that control up very nicely.
Live right now, Shiro is being chased down again here by Puppy and FBZ. The strike was threatened, but obviously did not want to commit it onto the illusion, so just doesn't bother. The top tier 1 tower now going to go down quite easily here by Secret. There's going to be no response from PSG LGD by the looks of it. Not even the bottom tier 1 being threatened at the moment, because Chrysalis is just there to make sure it does remain defended. And YU Smile, he's stuck around. Gives the vision over onto the Lich for a moment, but is going to be able to back off in time.
has fallen.
Sadly, Y could not get the deny off. And Yamich is actually having a hunt around here as bot lane and another team fight has broken out. New finding a double RP, but FBZ is there to try and help out. They are going to lose Puppy here on the Marcy, but Chrysalis is still trying to fight this one. New is going to survive. Nothing to say. He's going to double kill. In fact, New will not even die. A triple kill for the Void Spirit. Everybody dropping on Team Secret, and they just could not secure the mag kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Yamich is going to go down to Shiro. So even a fourth hero going down across the map. Terrible news for Team Secret.
We get jumped, and this time around, Armel's not there to provide some minus armor, to provide some damage for the team to try to play with. So you can take a look at that again. Great RP, great position to kind of punish the clump up. Just not feeling good for Secret. And nothing to say, finally getting some activity out as well. And again, you don't have Armel. He's not there to try to dish some damage. The bash is just not coming out for FBZ as well. And punishment is nice. PSG LGD, much needed kills coming out for them. As they have been lagging behind, all of a sudden 4 kills on the board for them, a 1k lead. Space bought out for Shiros. They also found Yamich up top. Secret have to be careful about kind of splitting up. All their fights that have been successful, they've dragged every single hero out for them. One hero gone from that equation and kind of falls flat.
A lot of pressure on Secret now to try and just sit back and get some farm going on themselves. LGD, I don't think feel pressure to continue any sort of aggression though. Again, they do have a PL that could go unanswered with enough farm. Of course, Shiro getting quite close now to finishing the Diffusal Blade, so a pretty nice little power spike for the PL. It's the classic build-up, never gets old here on this hero. Chrysalis on the in the meantime does have almost a Maelstrom up. Does choose to finish off the treads first, but at least has the Javelin available, so plenty of damage through the focus fire if he does get a nice one off. I guess the big boy you need to worry about right now is New, because he's having the Echo Saber coming out very soon on the Magnus, with these stacks being farmed up, and obviously you saw how challenging it was to try and secure a kill onto this man just with the Vanguard up. Already sitting at almost 1.6k HP, and that's without the treads being put into the strength mode. The Echo Saber up, that damage output is going to be absolutely insane as per always. And I think rather than anyone else on LGD, this is the guy you're really afraid about right now.
The threat of that RP, the threat of the wider team fight, even just him being around with nothing to say and giving him power provides a lot for the team. So the Echo Saber into the Harpoon going to be big timing. A lot harder to burst him down. 1.9k HP now, Mike. Very nice. On our Magnus with just more stats in.
Very balanced.
You can still handle him if Armel is around. And Armel is still working into that Desolator. It's probably just going to take a back seat until the Deso's up. Once that timing is met, group up, look for a pickoff, and probably go for Roshan. That seems to be the game plan here. With that TA, take the Rosh advantage early. Double damage in the bottle as well for Armel. So even more burst to play with if the opportunity presents itself. For now, LGD content to stay in their side of the map. Keep that farm up. Shiro, after Diffusal, now going for the Ags. So we will have that Spirit Lance spam to come out here, and that is going to be fairly annoying for the side of Secret to deal with. The illusion spam certainly is something that, while theoretically is still somewhat manageable for Secret, you still don't want to get yourself dragged into a war of attrition where everyone's mana is going to be going down to 0.
Yeah, I can feel BSJ smiling somewhere with this this Ags build-up being so popular on PO now. He was right all along, Jonathan. It's New. A big target if you can secure the Magnus, but he's a tanky boy still running away and is going to be just fine, but instead they're trying onto Shiro though. It's just Puppy doing so. RP now committed. They've actually held down Armel on the TA. Still New is going to drop eventually, but now the Chain Frost bouncing through. Nothing to say going to come in, but a huge shackles. Chrysalis locking a couple down. Armel is still alive, still trying to fight this one out, but finally goes down. Shiro secures the kill. Onto Chrysalis, he's locked down here. With the Ancient Seal, though, he will eventually get the wind run off. But the concussive shot will follow him down. He's going to be fine in the end. And it really wasn't the worst team fight for Secret, but it is still a 2 to 3 trade in favor of PSG LGD.
It's a pretty big sacrifice to lose Armel. That's the one here that really needs this initial farm here for Secret. At the same time, when you manage to find this pickoff on New and nothing to say, punishing the Magnus and the Void Spirit still pretty big. You don't mind too much on the side of Secret. You do start to worry about how much Shiro is getting out, joining these early engagements. Like, he's only about 2k away from his full Ags. And that's a scary timing with a PL up there. As you mentioned, good old Banana Slam Jamma, good old Brian's going to be very happy seeing that everyone's picked up on this in this patch. He was only, he was only 2 years ahead of his time, Mike. Just 2 years ahead. And eventually people would start to recognize Midas first build on every core, Midas PL being the next step forward there as well. Then we come full circle.
Yeah, and you never know, John. Maybe one day you'll be right about Bloodseeker Ags. Like maybe in 20 years or so.
Yeah. I mean, Arturo used it, right? You see?
Yeah.
You see?
I'll give the credit, Jonathan. I mean, I know you'll tell me you're right all along, even though it's going to be years down the line before this Ags ever gets good, if not just getting removed.
Yes. I mean, if Arturo builds it, it's good enough for me. You know?
Yeah. I mean,
that's validation for me, Mike.
Arturo built it in a very memey game, John. To be absolutely fair, in my defense. Team Secret. 1k disadvantage for them. PSG OGD again, more than happy to just continue hitting creeps for now. Shiro already queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. You kind of already talked about the Spirit Lance bouncing around. It is kind of ridiculous to try and deal with. Nothing to say. Simulate going to be there to try and escape FBZ with the Nether Strike. New working towards the Blink Dagger now, but looks like he's going to try and finish off the Crimson Guard first on the Magnus. Just going to make life very hard for the Wind Ranger in terms of these team fights. With the Focus Fire up, that Crimson Guard just going to block off so much of the damage. Those Team Secret, they are heading towards the Roshan pit. They might try to sneak this, but an immediate scan from LGD. They won't stick around in the pit anyway. But LGD, Spidey senses were tingling, and now the scan does go red once again, so they know Secret is still there. They're moving in.
This is a lot of damage with Empower and the Sidekick, so it shouldn't take them too long, even without the full Deso being up here for Armel just yet, but they are collapsing on top.
So low right now. This could be huge if LGD could get in there in time, but they cannot. Aegis is picked up by Armel. LGD now needing to perhaps back off, but they are still trying to move forward with their Void Spirit. Secret looking for the TPs out. The Remnant not going to be thrown out to find anyone. So sadly for LGD, they miss out on the Roshan counter, and they miss out on any stragglers here from Team Secret. Very nice escape route here from the Radiant side, and it's going to be a little bit annoying for LGD. They still maintain a very slight net worth lead, but it's a big Roshan pick off here for Secret, and something that it really doesn't feel like they should have been able to get away with.
They just managed to... Oh.
Bottom lane, I don't think he's getting away from this team fight. They are bringing Gamage and Puppy in, along with Chrysalis, but it's way too late. FBZ is just down. Nice little pick off here from LGD. It's exactly what you love to see if you are an LGD fan.
Yeah, they're finding more off the map. They've got the 3k lead lined up for themselves here.
Secure some more farm. They'll rotate down towards the bottom side of the map to see if they can find anyone from LGD hanging around. And you and YU Smile are there, but they are not within vision of Secret. And they'll go right through the Twin Gate. New immediately getting out of there. YU Smile not messing around, just TPing back towards the bottom tier 2 tower. Just hangs around Shiro instead. I think to say he's becoming very problematic as well. Like his farm he's currently second on the board. Lincoln Sphere now up and available on the Void Spirit, and we know any stats are very good on these Universal heroes right now. He's becoming a rather big boy here on the Void. Team Secret trying to set up a fight here down at this bottom lane, looking for that tier 1 bottom tower. Never mind, they aren't feeling too confident. Instead, going up towards the top lane, they saw New. Charge is going to be there from FBZ to lock the Magnus down, and Chrysalis will get right to work here with the Focus Fire and the Shackle to lock down New. He is still trying to fight, but they just separate very nicely. They do not allow the RP opportunity for the Mag. That's what you really want to see from Team Secret, right? Like, just the charge set up from FBZ and the immediate rotations, understanding how important it was to find a big kill like the Mag.
Yeah. That's something to hide over Secret just a little bit. At the very least, they're still in the game, being able to find a pick off. again, your issues still rise. I think Shiro is pretty much a ticking time bomb right now. It's going to be down to FBZ and how much he can get out from his farm. Like, it does feel almost necessary to have the Ags here. They find why.
They do. Immediate rotations are coming in there from LGD, looking to try and punish FBZ for going right into the tier 2 tower, though FBZ trying his best to run, but it's not going to be enough. Immediately getting bursted down by nothing to say. It's a bit hasty from FBZ, and it does cost him his life. So Secret immediately backing off back towards their own Tormentor. They'll take that instead, the free shards to be picked up here by Puppey. Again, LGD just happily playing a very, very slow game. Working towards the Ags on Shiro, which he almost has up. Just about 1k away from having that on the PL. And that's going to be a really nice power spike. That bouncing lance is just so annoying. It's just infuriating to have to play against. So many illusions to be spammed out.
Yeah, you're just not at the point where you can handle it yet on Secret. The big timing is probably just the Gleipnir on Crystallis, and again, like Ags on FBZ if you can get that done. And he's still a long ways off from that Ags. Like, FBZ has fallen off in terms of net worth behind all the cores inside of PSG LGD here. A smoke out from Secret, trying to go hunting. Aegis will expire in Armel.
Whoppy, perfect setup here from New. Down to the bot lane, he just jumped right in. And they were hanging around the vision. They had no idea LGD had the vision set up by that tier 2 tower, and New had the easiest RP of his life, finding both FBZ and Yamich. Now the tier 2 tower going to be freely taken by LGD. Secret will not even think about trying to defend this 3v5, of course. Now it's just a very clean setup. That's the classic LGD play for you. You know, just wait till they have the almost guaranteed perfect setup for themselves, and they take it without hesitation.
Yeah, inside of Secret, again, they've been really passive with this Aegis. It expires, they don't find an opportunity. Now you have to deal with that Ags.
Rebound. Does connect on 2 with the stun. Secret still just kiting out New. We'll protect the mid tier 2 tower for now. Definitely don't feel like they're in a position where they can really force a fight against LGD. Just need to hold on to these objectives for as long as humanly possible. As time goes on, things get worse, because now a Lincoln Sphere is being built up on Shiro. Got a Nullify coming out for Nothing to Say very soon. Even a Heaven's Halberd being built up on New, so that the TA and the Wind Ranger both not going to have the greatest of times here against that disarm. On the other hand, you still see Crystallis trying to finish off the Gleipnir here on the Wind Ranger. Of course, Armel going for a Nullifier of his own on the TA. And busy trying to rush towards the Shadowblade into the BKB. Again, it's been a bit of a slower process this game around for Team Secret.
Yeah, like they were finding a lot of success for their early 5-man group ups. Almost like what PSG LGD did early on. Like, they were clumping up, they were finding some success. Gank goes Ahri, and then they're forced to kind of play the farm game. And the opposing team just uses that space a lot better. It gets almost a reversal from that game 1. PSG LGD building up a massive lead off the back of a really bad laning phase. Like, a really awkward laning phase coming out from themselves. And now they're going to smoke up. RP ready to go once more from New. Might get a good jump if they find Armel.
That's the big one. Armel just picked up his Nullifier as well. He's going to back into the mid tier 2. It doesn't seem like LGD are going to find the opportunity to make the jump in on the TA. But they'll go towards the tier 1 top tower. You know, if you can't find a team fight or a hero pickoff, you just go for the easy objectives here as LGD. And Shiro will probably just stick around. Continue that farm because he is going into the heart up next. FBZ going to be around to address the bot creep wave pushing in. But with the Shadowblade, won't be able to be scouted out here by LGD. Again, once Shiro has the heart, then it starts to feel quite impossible in terms of dealing with this guy. So the illusion's turning out to be so tanky after that, and it's like, how the hell are you even going to take a team fight with Shiro without taking everyone else out around him?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just have to take what they can get while waiting. Again, the one solution to Shiro is really just a Gleipnir and a charge from FBZ if he finds a good angle. If you can focus fire, the real illusion is the real PL as well. That's where things can start to open up. but that's easier said than done for Crystallis to kind of target spot like that. Objectives melt top and mid. Map opens up for PSG LGD. The high ground threat is real now. So they can just kind of play this game. They've taken control of the map. There's not much room for Secret to keep playing this farm game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Charges in from FBZ. Shiro. They continue working towards that tier 3 tower. Excuse me. That top lane. Team Secret are around to defend, but they've got some cores across the map just farming right now, trying to take use of the time. Roshan is available for LGD to look to now with the hard up. Could just go directly towards the Roshan pit in the top left corner. But they don't feel the necessity to take Roshan right now. They'd rather just control the map and keep Team Secret kind of stuck within their own base, as FBZ again going to just charge through the mid lane.
Vanished.
They haven't had the best of luck in trying to catch this SB this game, that's for sure. Nothing to say in the meantime, hoping somebody does show up down bot. They will break the Lincolns of nothing to say, but he's going to be fine. In fact, FBZ now, he's the one to get caught out initially on the Spirit Breaker. The rebound, bonus movement speed, going to allow him to get out. So the SB going to be fine for the defense to come. But again, LGD, they don't need to force a fight. They don't even need to force high ground. They can go just directly to Roshan. And Secret, I don't know if they can feasibly take the Roshan fight if it does come to that.
It's a difficult one to angle into. Teamfight control's a lot better here on the side of PSG LGD. For Secret, it's all about pickoffs. And again, they haven't had the opportunity to look for any single hero to go down for at the moment. At least Gleipnir's done. Well, almost. You get the Atos out. Gleipnir recipe just about 600 away. So Crystallis is going to have some utility coming in the middle of this. Roche, PSG LGD are just... they're just going to get started. And nothing to really stop them here. And the side of Secret... I mean, this game is just getting harder and harder. Yes, the TA does scale up fine, but it is a tempo here. We talk about this with the TA all the time. It's not necessarily a be-all, end-all late-game core. And as it goes on, it's just you're having to rely on everyone else to help you deal with that PL. There's only so much Armel can do, and a PL with 2 lives here, even more difficult. I'd say near impossible to try to handle here with Secret's lineup.
That's a big problem. Very, very big problems here. Secret, all they can do is just keep the creep waves pushed out in the side lanes and hope that LGD are forced to respond to these. Problem is the outer towers are still standing. Like, you've got all tier 2 towers available for LGD, so this split pushing is not really proving to be that effective against LGDs. They can now just force the top high ground attempt. YU Smile's going to stick around just defending the bottom lane. Ashira's already started on the mid tier 3 tower. Just no hesitation here from the PL, moving back up towards the top tier 3 instead. His team right behind him, just casually waiting for a nice initiation. They know how hard it is going to be to kill off Shiro in this next engagement anyway. Damage going to blink away. FBZ going to go for another strikeout. They'll try onto the PL. New is there with the RP. They found the Wind Ranger straight off the back for Crystallis. He gets the BKB off, so he is going to be fine. Now a nice Gleipnir locking down Shiro, so they'll make the jump in on the PL. Looking for the first life, and they will get it. And an RP stolen. Yamich, he's got 2 of them. Armel, it's so much damage. YU Smile and Planet both going down. LGD, do they keep the fight going? It seems like they will. Armel going to be focused here. So the TA should go down and will do so. Onto the SB. FBZ also dropping. A nice RP set up here by Yamich. Not proving to be enough to quite deal with the secondary life of the PL. But it might be enough to defend high ground. LGD, they've seen enough. They will retreat.
They had to buy back on 2 heroes here for Team Secret. Big sacrifices being made to hold on to the racks, but they managed to stall out. They eventually poke and prod hard enough that Shiro does fall. Really good shackles coming out, really good use of the Nether Strike, the chain stuns coming in to control up that PL, and just an amazing stolen RP coming out. He was so patient, Yamich. He saw the RP, he waits it out. Unfortunately, just no follow through. You ran out of mana in Armel. Again, the one issue for Secret is, even if you manage to find an opening like that, in prolonged fights, you're just going to be at 0 mana. You need to keep spamming spells, especially as a TA. You want to keep getting Meld off, you want the refraction constantly up. Zero mana up against his PL. It's just devastating.
Bottom lane,
Oh.
lift is there. They found Shiro. Aether are not going to lock him down. Chrysalis, I'm not sure if he has enough damage to really deal with Shiro here. The gaze will be out. He's got the wrong target here, Chrysalis, but he's going to try and continue fighting this one out. As now Armel shows up. Shiro falling very down low. Nothing to say, trying to get there in time, but it's too late. Shiro is down. Chrysalis, the Nullifier, going to make it hard for him to retreat, though. He will drop. Meanwhile, Armel trying to get out. In fact, he's going right back in as FBZ is the big target here for LGD. But it takes him so long, and now Puppy, he's in with the rebound once again. RP in the meantime, it catches out Armel. They've got the TA locked down, and they've got the TA taken down. Puppy not going to survive either, as he will be the fourth victim here of PSG LGD. The only survivor being Yamich on the Rubik, and it was a really strong start to that team fight. Finding the Shiro PL, but they just could not deal with the follow-up of New and Nothing to Say.
They got the control they needed. They managed to focus fire down Shiro. A great target prioritization there from Chrysalis, but again, in these wider team fights, the follow-through is just not there. They managed to focus in on Armel, taking him away from the picture. No buyback, a full dieback for him. And high ground's just gonna melt. No TA for a minute. Even without the PL, we still got a lot of output with a Magnus and a Void Spirit. Not to be underestimated. They play it safe, take the melee racks, and don't tempt for more. With the heroes back up on the side of Team Secret, they will just take a step back. You still have this huge advantage coming out. And Secret is showing us that, again, the PL is, to an extent, manageable, especially before this butterfly comes in, but comes at a great cost. Like, the follow-up fights just, it feels near impossible.
That it does. It's like the cores of LGD are just so farmed. Like, you get the PL, fine, but what are you going to do about New? What are you going to do about the Void Spirit of Nothing to Say? The answer to that last team fight was absolutely nothing. And that's assuming you take Shiro down. And speaking of Shiro, now he has a full butterfly up. So, along with the heart, he's even more challenging to kill off. This Team Secret, they are going to take the time to take the Tormentor out. It'll be a shards going the way of FBZ now, so you do have the Planner Pocket available. It's a nice ability to have, but not sure about how much impact you're really going to get out of that this game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Nevertheless, it is free, so it's fine. It's mid-tier 3 tower. Be focused. Charges there. That was on the real PL. Not going to be enough to really set up as New. Trying for a skewer back is not going to get that either. As Forstaff, or rather Blink, away from Armel. The mid-racks is going down. They cannot defend it without committing. PSG LGD proving to take this one very, very easily and not stopping. They'll go for the top racks to boot. It is open. Puppy, he's going to jump in. Dispose is there onto the PL, but he just melts to the damage output. Now they've got Yamich to boot. And there is no buyback on the Rubik here. And you kind of hope for a nice spell still being available there from Yamich to try and set up, but no, they call it. They know they can't defend this one. PSG LGD coming back with a vengeance here in game number 2 as even the RP to end things off here from New. A celebration RP while they're at it. LGD tying up the series 1-1 here with Team Secret. I mean, props to both teams, John. Both of them look fantastic, but in the end, at least LGD not ending up losing 0-2 to Secret here, forcing a little bit of a tie.
Yeah, continuing the streak of ties we do have in Group A. PSG LGD, a fantastic show in game number 2. It felt like they did what Team Secret did to them in the last game, where, you know, Secret were finding some early kills, the tempo gets thrown off, and you just scale a lot better on PSG LGD's end. The solutions there from Team Secret just not enough to give you some answers for the PL here from Shiro. Like, he dies the one time. It takes a lot of effort, and they managed to follow through. Again, a great showing coming out from PSG LGD. Secret, for their part, again, it's a very different draft. You know, going with a Crystallis Wind Ranger, going for the Pos 5 Marcy, just felt a lot harder to get your openings here. On paper, again, you have a lot of buffs to throw out onto your physical damage course, but it doesn't really amount to too much. FBZ would charge in, but have no real follow-through as well, since Armel and the TA can't really fully commit by jumping forward. And it just meant that getting these fights, trying to find a tempo to set was difficult for Secret at best.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got to give full credit here to LGD, just playing this game very, very concisely. Like, a lot of conservative play, just very slow play from LGD, but this is that is their style of play, and it works out. You know, if it's not broken, John, you don't fix it, and that's exactly what LGD did do in that game number 2. Again, props to both sides. So, fantastic series overall, and you know, for Team Secret, I mean, this is puppy after all. Like, you give this guy a loss, and it's like a boost to his stats. You know, he's going to go back that night, he's going to research what happened, he's going to figure out why it happened, and then the next day, you know that things are probably going to be a little bit problematic if you are playing against Secret. But that does mean basically we end up with another draw, which means I'm sure the standings haven't changed too much, at least from this series. So, Group A, Jonathan, it has been a real kind of tie fest between all the teams. I think there was one team in first place and one team in last place, and everyone else was just tied when we started off the game, started off the day, and here we are again.
Yeah, continuing the trend. Again, this tends to happen in the first few days of Dream League. Tends to happen in the first few days of our majors. No big surprises here.
We've got some monster moments by Monster Energy. Sorry to interrupt. Let's go ahead and check out those monster moments here by Monster Energy and see some highlights of that series overall. So there was some very, very nice moments here. Of course, game number 2. Big little group up. Nice start here taking down the Lich, but you know, it didn't really work out in their favor anyway, as this was the big team fight, right? Like they lose Puppy here, trying there desperately to get New, but New just would not die, and I think this was a triple kill for nothing to say, as New just stands there proudly still alive. And eventually they did find the Magnus, if I'm correct in remembering so, but it just didn't really prove to matter. When you've got 3 cores just farming so effectively across the map, it's like you focus one, but the other 2 are just getting fatter and fatter, and that's just kind of what happens. It's kind of the story of game number 2.
Yeah, just became hard to manage for the side of Team Secret despite that early strong start. PSG LGD using the map space well. Again, getting caught out a couple times, but certainly outplaying Team Secret. Team Secret, for their part, their team fight presence was just not as strong as the threat of like an RP. There's no hard hold for something like the Void Spirit and the PL. It was either or. Either you pin down the PL or the Void Spirit, but not both at the same time in the team fight. And that just led to a lot of issues in these prolonged engagements. Even just the defusal on Shiro, every single time Armel would run out of mana, like it just felt unplayable for him to kind of get anything done there. So, yeah, some really good moments there in our monster moments, and PSG LGD playing like monsters.
That they certainly did, Jonathan. Again, congrats to them for tying up the series. I do appreciate how the meta develops again. Like, we were talking about this during day 1, but it feels like that every series that go by, you just see very, very different drafts coming out from different teams. And it's the melding of ideas that I really appreciate in these international kind of tournaments here with DreamLeague Season 20. And you get a bit of China spice, you get a bit of, Eastern European, Western European, throw a bit of SEA in there. It's all lovely. And of course, a bit of salt from NA, Jonathan. You can't forget about the salt. It's always going to be available. Still, that is it for the first series, Jonathan. We might be having a winners interview coming up rather soon here with somebody from, I believe, PSG LGD, though we'll have to wait that one out and see if somebody is going to be willing to talk to us, Jonathan, because, you know, we're hard people to talk to. We're complete idiots. Obviously, the LGD boys are very intelligent people, and they'd rather not waste their time with us if they can avoid it. But we'll see if they're feeling, charitable today.
Yeah, I can talk to first-hand experience for that. We had Zeal around in the studio. He's not in PSG LGD anymore, but he had very little patience for you. No, he's a really friendly guy. He was kind of astounded. Wow, you are actually that dumb in person. Like, yes, I am. Thank you, Zeal. People are always surprised. They seem to think I have a brain up here. There's nothing up there.
I can confirm.
Just chicken. Just chicken.
Did you ask Zeal about the Bloodseeker Ags? Did you really give him the good first impression?
No, I didn't actually, because we were casting when he was on panel. So unfortunately, I couldn't bother him too much. Very unfortunate, Mike.
Thank you.
I would have asked him about Bloodseeker Ags would say an E-Blade plus Radiance build. Very nice.
There's something wrong with you, John. Honestly, there is something wrong up there, I tell you. We'll have to get you checked after DreamLeague Season 20. I'm not sure where these ideas are coming from anymore. Like you ever since you and I have been casting together, just the ideas you present to me, these concepts, is interesting to say the least.
They're good concepts.
Not good enough to be played in the pro games, apparently. Not even in my pubs, quite frankly.
But conceptually, they're good. Yeah. In practice, no. Big difference there, Mike.
Well, happy days, Jonathan. We have nothing to say for an interview, so let's head over to the man and see exactly what he does have to say. Nothing to say. Congratulations on your Game 2 victory and tying up the series here against Team Secret. How the hell are you feeling, sir?
恭喜你拿了第2局的胜利。 你有什么感觉吗？赢了之后？
就肯定是很开心吧，就是至少没有连输2把。
I feel very happy we didn't get 2-0 by Secret.
Can we talk about game number 1? Like we noticed Team Secret looking quite dominant against you guys in game 1. Can you tell me from your perspective what went wrong for you guys on the side of LGD? At least for game 1.
你觉得在第一局是哪里出错了吗？可以告诉我你的想法吗？
就是前面可能还蛮优的，但是打到中期的时候，就是我们一直在找机会，但是感觉就是技能甩出去了，但是对面救人点2个辅助都在救人，然后杀不到人，所以导致局势就越来越难打了。
Try our best to do the spell casting, but they have a saving support behind, and it's gonna be very hard for us to do the rest after that, after we cast all the spell.
Okay, so in game 2 you guys looked amazing. What were the big changes you guys looked to make in game 2 to look so dominant after that game 1 performance?
第二局非常棒，你们在第二局干了什么？为什么会这样？
可能就是我们英雄打到后面就是比较容易赢吧，所以就赢得比较轻松。
Our hero stronger in leg game, that's why I make it so easy.
Okay, John, any questions for yourself?
Yeah, I'm curious. Nothing to say. You know, we've seen LGD on lands in the past year. It's been a little bit up and down. What do you think is different now in this tournament for PSG LGD?
我们看到 LGD 在线下的比赛，有时候会上升，有时候会下降。你觉得在现在是什么样的状况？
就是可能还不是特别稳定吧，所以还是要慢慢摸索，然后就打比赛要打多一点吧，然后就稳定一点。
They're still not very stable, still trying to get along and try to play more and get better.
That's fair enough. And it has looked like it's improved. Now I have one last question. Is there any opponent that you would like to play up against here in DreamLeague Season 20?
在这个 DreamLeague 的比赛里面，有哪一个对手你想对到的吗？
应该是Tundra吧。
He said Tundra.
We love to hear that. Nothing to say, we do have to let you go, but thank you so much for talking with us, and congratulations on tying up the series with Team Secret.
谢谢你，恭喜。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. That was the lovely Nothing to Say. Jonathan, it felt like that last sentence was translated a little bit shorter than I had anticipated, but nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. I think they just told him, look, you need to get the hell out of here. This Mike guy's a complete idiot. Just leave the interview. And, well, there we go. I mean, you see the happy face of Nothing to Say. Obviously a humble guy, and he was quite honest, which I appreciate, right? Like, he said it. LGD, they haven't been stable. They're working on it. You know, it's a work in progress. They're trying their best. Some games, they look fantastic. Other games, it's kind of the opposite. Nevertheless, John, what is stable is our breaks. We are going to head to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our second series here on the Storm stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of the day. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we do have Team Asta up against 9 Pandas here, Jonathan, for our second series here on the Storm stream. But before we get into that, how the hell are you feeling after that first series, sir?
Feeling great. That was an exciting back and forth, leading to another draw. I'm curious to see if we'll get another draw here as well in Group B. Of course, Group B, not as draw heavy, so this one shouldn't lead into that, but you never know. I mean, 9 Pandas are 1-0-1. Aster's in the same position, 1-0-1. So who knows? This could just even out and they both get a draw and they're 1-1-1 each. That's in the script.
It could be the case. I'll tell you what, the Eastern European team so far have been looking fantastic though in Group B. I mean, top of the standings, I believe, was Bet Boom at the moment based off their yesterday's performance. And the 9 Pandas is in third place right now. Excuse me, though they are tied with Beast Coast and Asta, to be absolutely fair. So you are hopefully going to have one of these teams move up above each other. Hopefully. But like you said, it could also just be a 1-1 tie once again, and we could just have them sitting in the same place together, which is also nice, Jonathan. Nothing wrong with holding hands together in the Group B standings. You know, emulate Group A a little bit if you can.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it's early days in the groups. More ties means more potential tiebreakers down the line. So that's what we all want. You know, we want the endless cycle. We want our rules to reach the point where we go down to priority of breaking a tie, and maybe we end up with 1v1 mids. I believe that might still be in the rule book. So who knows?
I forgot about the 1v1 mids. I don't know if we can confirm if that is, Jonathan, because I actually don't know the answer to that. But my God, if we get to a stage where we have 1v1 mids again, that gets me so excited. I think that was the best change that ESO introduced to their events, right? Is the 1v1 mids. And where was it? Was it ESO 1 Malaysia? We saw it first happen again?
In Genting, yeah, I believe.
It was.
Like, it was the Battle of Mail, if I recall right. And obviously the side of Fnatic looked so happy. They looked happier than winning anything else. That's the biggest match of their life.
That's probably because they haven't won anything else, Jonathan. Rest in peace, Fnatic, of course, in the Dota 2 side. Apologies for Pow if he's listening out there. I'm sure Pow is cringing right now if he is watching us. It's pretty standard stuff here, poor old Pow. Anyway, regardless, Jonathan, if we do get to a 1v1 tiebreaker here between the mid laners at the end of this group stage, I will be so happy to watch it. Of course, the King Armel coming back to reclaim his throne, assuming there is tiebreakers. Regardless of that, though, this series between Team Asta and, of course, 9 Pandas, Jonathan. Pretty hype series. Both these teams tied up in third place right now. I think this will be a rather close matchup. Again, I do feel as though Eastern European teams and they have been looking very good. So NCIS, of course, has been looking very, very strong, is what I've been trying to say. They're all kind of East, so I've just been saying Eastern European, but you get my point. It's been pretty strong Dota being performed from that region.
It's looking a lot more consistent in comparison to the last time we saw them on lands. It's been looking a lot sharper. I think they were understanding the patch. It reminds me of almost, I think, the old style Eastern European Dota, right, where it was hyper aggression coming out. And that's what they were absolutely known for in their heyday. And this does feel like a patch that does kind of favor that. If you kind of take these smart fights early on, it builds a really good lead for yourself, and you can just crush the map. So I kind of want to see that coming out here from the side of Nine Pandas. I think Aster, again, they're in a really interesting position as a team. They've had a lot of time now with the Emperor himself, so I'm sure they've adapted Sumail in, and we've seen some spectacular performances out from Sumail. We've also seen some picks that kind of fall flat, so I'm curious what kind of Sumail we do get today. I think it can be a bit hit or miss. It really feels like it depends on his matchup. Sometimes we see them force Sumail with pretty awkward matchup, like something like, say, Timber up against TA. That was a pretty rough time for him. So, yeah, I want to see how they decide to utilize that mid, and I want to see what kind of heroes we see for Monet. I think his pool has been pretty wide in comparison, and I think he has tended to set the tone. Him along with Sumail have been kind of the unit together in trying to find these openings for Aster.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, you said Monet versatility, but I think in both games that we watched of Aster yesterday, he just played Slark, so...
Yes.
I have to call you out on that, Jonathan.
He's versatile. It's just that they always pick the Slark. He's very versatile.
He's very versatile. If Slark's not banned, the versatility is insane. He's unlimited hero pools here from Monet. Thank you for that, Jonathan. This is, again, why we pay you the big dollars here. Just all the research you do before we do go live for a stream here at DreamLeague Season 20. Good to have you here as always, John.
Thank you, Mike.
Speaking of unlimited, I wanted to give a shout out to NA Div 1, by the way. Speaking of tiebreakers, that was a fun time, let me tell you. Obviously, you and I didn't have to do the whole thing, but my goodness, I wouldn't mind if that's where we ended up in DreamLeague. Just literal revolving tiebreakers over and over and over and over again. It's just why not? God. When's the last time we did like a 24-hour Dota 2 pro stream? You know, when was the last time? It's been a long time.
I don't think we've ever done 24 hours. We went 12 straight hours, though, at one point. And I believe our longest was either 12 or 14 hours, so...
No, it was definitely 14.
Yeah, it's probably one of the DPL CDA, maybe DPL CDA Season 2, or 1 of those seasons. That was a day of days, Mike. That was a day of days. I believe at the end, we just literally... I don't know what we were even talking about. I think the game just didn't exist in our minds. Something else was happening. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah. Just like right now, nothing's existing in our minds and something else is being spoken about apart from the series. Any particular thoughts here between Aster and Nine Pandas? Like, do you feel like there's any big heroes that there's going to be a lot of contention for between these two teams? What do you think about the gameplay matchup between these two, Jonathan? What do we think? Are we thinking?
I'm really interested in seeing how Kiyotaka does up against Sumail. I think it's always keen to see how these younger mids do up against Sumail, the veteran, of course. I think the one thing I do like to see when you play against Nine Pandas, it tends to be really targeting Ramses. Right? Like Ramses tends to cop the short end of it, and that does feel like where a lot of teams find success against Nine Pandas is just giving Ramses a bad game. You know, ensure he doesn't farm up, because the moment you leave Ramses alone, he does build up well. Like we've seen games in DreamLeague 19 where he gets the Alchemist and he has a rough laning phase, but he's left alone for 15 minutes and becomes a massive issue. So I think that's one thing Aster has to do. Maintain a lot of pressure onto Ramses, ensure that he doesn't farm up in any hero he picks up, and just play pretty up-tempo, you know, kind of try to match what Nine Pandas will try to do with her 4 heroes, except direct that energy towards Ramses as much as possible and keep him down. We had some pretty spicy takes last time when we talked to Quinn in their match against Nine Pandas. But yeah, like just focus on Ramses is all you really need to do.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, speaking of Quinn, he's had a lot of base takes recently, Jonathan. A lot of bat chesting from Quinn for sure. Very, very good to see. Shout out to him, of course. You need those kind of polarizing figures in Dota 2. It's something we're almost kind of lacking ever since good old PPD left the pro scene. But good to see, you know, the mantle has been kind of retaken here by, you know, players like Quinn, coaches like Moon Meander still keeping the salt alive from NA. And you know,
Well,
even the newer blood. What is it, Jonathan? You're about to try and correct me again. What do you want to say?
you have Winter, right? He's just never happy about anything. Mr. Litvin Chen, Mike. Yes,
How dare you,
yes.
Jonathan? Don't call him that. Team Master.
That's his name.
Here's your roster. Monet, Samel, XXS, Baboka, and of course Siamese Cat here on the roster of Team Master. Sadly, we don't have a lovely photo of Samel, but doesn't matter. Everyone knows what the Emperor looks like. The Emperor does not need to show his face, Jonathan.
Yeah, doesn't need to show it. We were not worthy of seeing his faces, of course. It's
Absolutely
still okay.
not.
We've actually moved Siamese Cat's arm, so he's not blocking Baboka.
We're going to see some average stats here. Of course, Monet. Stats are nice. 58.1% win rate. Nice GPM, nice XPM, nice KDA as well. We did have the pleasure of watching Team Aster yesterday against Bet Boom, and obviously they ended up losing that series 2-0, but then they ended up 2-0ing OG later on in the night. So, bit of a kind of even day for themselves, just 2 losses and 2 victories. And again, this is one of the teams where you really just can't underestimate these guys from China. Of course, then you have 9 Pandas, Ramses, Kiyotaka, Miero, Antares, and of course Solo going to be there. Solo kind of just blocking off Antares here as well, Jonathan. Big shoulders from the man, of course. He's been working out. You can see it. Nevertheless, though, speaking of not underestimating these boys, I mean, they've been looking fantastic. Tied in 3rd place right now in Group B. And again, the region as a whole has been looking really damn good during Dream League Season 20. And the stats fairly similar, I would argue, to Monet. Bit of a higher win rate on his side of things, but I think the Position 1 to Position 1 matchup between these 2 players is relatively close.
Yeah, it should be a pretty close one. Again, it's down to who gets pressured even more. I think you have the same issue for Monet. If you do leave him alone, he does farm up insane. So I think for 9 Pandas, same thing goes. Try to apply pressure on Monet. For Acer, apply pressure onto Ramses. Just try to run around, prevent these cores from farming up. They tend to be the big win conditions for both of these teams. And again, like, the one matchup to watch out for outside of core-to-core head-to-head is going to be mid. Like Sumail up against Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka has been promising. I think he's been promising for a long time, even when his handle was the Pressed Kid. He looked pretty damn good in his mid. So always keen to see how they perform up against Sumail. Whether or not he's in prime form, I think, is arguable in this tournament just now. We're still in the early days, so still kind of have to sort that out, but should be an interesting one to watch out for, Mike. I'm always keen on watching Eastern Europe up against China, because I think that's probably the most distinct stylistic clash of Dota that you could ask for here.
Absolutely. Well, Jonathan, we can head over to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1's draft between 9 Pandas and Team Aster. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially going into our Game 1 draft between Asta and 9 Pandas. It is MLP Data and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've been talking a hell of a lot about this series. We are about to go into draft very, very soon. You give me a refresher, Jonathan. What hero picks we're looking for? What's the high contention heroes? Why is Techie broken for the 1000th time? I'm sure you're about to answer that question once again. Tell me about it.
Well, actually, you have a lot of overlap. Spirit Breaker, Doom, Beastmaster. You have the Medusa. Ramses has tended to lean towards other stuff in comparison to Monet. He's been picking up the Faceless Void a couple more times. He's had the Alchemist still in his repertoire, whereas Monet's kind of abandoned that. And that is a Ramses special. I think he has really enjoyed the Alch, which is, again, where my point comes in, where you have to pressure Ramses. He plays these big farming heroes that bounce back in. So we'll see what the prioritization here is for Team Aster. Again, looking for a 2-0 win to climb their way up. And Team 9 Pandas as well, looking for a 2-0. Of course, chances are, Mike, with you and I casting, this will probably just end up being a 1-1.
Probably. We haven't actually had a 2-0 series yet by the...
we had it yesterday.
I have such a bad memory at this point. I mean, my God,
you're like one of Winter's goldfish.
That's a good joke, Jonathan. Well done. I wasn't expecting that from you. It's yeah, one baby is, and this is what happens to you, Jonathan. You just forget everything all of a sudden. Nothing stays in your brain anymore. It's really bad. It's,
to be fair, Mike, I don't know if we can verifiably prove there was anything there to begin with.
That's true.
So it's not like I think we lost anything. As what we haven't lost is the draft.
True.
And Team Aster has banned out the Undying and the Bat Rider. 9 Pandas taking out the Techies. Big surprise. What a hero to ban. What's the next step? Is it the Doom, the Beastmaster, the Timbersaw?
Does it make you happy when you see the Techies banned, John? Like, do you feel relieved knowing that, you know, your all the points you make about this hero?
Not really. Because they have nothing to talk about. It's like, yeah, all right, Techies is gone. What next? Yeah. And literally anything, as the Storm is the one banned out by 9 Pandas, and Doom is available. Team Aster pick it up. Stable offlane to have on hand, of course. We've seen the build-up. XXS should be able to perform in that hero. You've got your typical Vanguard disassembly along with a Midas Vanguard disassembly into Octarine. That should be what to look for. And look at that, 9 Pandas take that Timbersaw up. So already setting up for a pretty good time. Miero has played it a few times. I don't think we've seen Kiyotaka take it mid. So it's more than likely just a secure offlane for Miero. I don't mind too much. I think even though we've seen Timbersaw mainly on mid, this hero feels pretty damn good right now. Like, it tends to just handle most of its lane quite nicely, especially if you get a strong pause 4. It can be aggressive with it. And it scales pretty damn good, just because, well, universal type is right clicks mean that he can actually push when he's getting space for himself. And your Ags is kind of interesting to see, you know, like that Ags buildup. The barrier is pretty strong. It makes it a lot harder to kill this guy off.
Here you go, the Enchantress now picked up by 9 Pandas. So this is a hero that's proven to be extremely potent. I think it was Bet Boom, I believe it was, that ran the position 3 Ench for Pure, and that was just that was a performance to say the least. Mind you, it for now at the very least it does look like it's going to be a support Ench that we're seeing, which is also still extremely potent. But I do appreciate the flexibility in 7.33C with the Enchantress, because offlane Ench really does feel extremely broken right now in the right hands, and at the very least Pure had a very good game with it. Mind you, if I remember correctly, they did have the last pick Ench, so he did have a very good laning matchup for himself and a very good game overall, which is why I think 9 Pandas are probably just going to run this Ench as a support this game, because it is just a very lane dominant hero regardless of what they pick up against you, really. Team Aster, we'll see how they want to respond, and they're going to go for the Keeper of the Light, which has been a pretty popular support to pick up in this meta as well. Mind you, though, you don't have the Storm, but Chakra Magic, minus 6 second cooldown on spells, pretty much works with, you know, most heroes in Dota 2 at the moment. So let's see what kind of combo they do get here with the Keeper of the Light to make this support hero look completely busted.
Yeah, you can kind of ban out most of the straightforward ones here from 9 Pandas. You can take care of the Ember, Void Spirit, and am I forgetting something? Ember and Void Spirit probably are the big ones. Pangolier. Those are the three from mid. I think Aster will gun for. Nine Pandas can just take care of that. Although they will opt to just protect their Timbersaw, take out the Bloodseeker. That does kind of lock him in. Pure damage that scales really well. He has his own barrier too, but that's not really a factor. Just interesting note to point out, Mike.
It does. Thank you for pointing that out, John. More bans to come. Spirit Breaker actually being removed by Team Aster. I do appreciate the combo with the Coddle, that Spirit Breaker Coddle combo that we did see at some point, but it seems like Team Aster did not want to play around with that, and that's fair enough because you already have an off-lane Doom here, so you don't really need the Spirit Breaker on your side of things. Then again, you know, no cooldown charge is a thing in the right circumstances, so it can be pretty damn busted to say the least.
Yeah, it's a very funny spell, Mike. Just seeing a cow rush at you all the way across the map.
Cows
constantly.
are dangerous, John.
Bulls are. I feel like cows are pretty gentle animals. They're nice and
can
fluffy.
be dangerous, Jonathan. We have a lot of cows in Australia, let me tell you. I've had some
Well,
experiences.
that's Australia, Mike. I don't know if that counts for anything around the world. Australia's an exception.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, aren't the scariest animals in Australia the Australians? You guys terrifying. You terrifying, Mike.
I take offense to that, Jonathan. How dare you refer to us as animals?
I'm not saying. I'm saying humans are animals.
We prefer convicts, if you don't mind.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Final ban out for Nine Pandas, focusing on position ones right now of Team Aster, just really making sure Monet is not going to have any comfort picks to come out. And I say comfort picks, obviously the Bloodseeker very good against the Timber, Monkey King pretty damn good against the Ench. Doesn't mind the Timber matchup either. Just trying to make sure the off lane of Nine Pandas is going to go nice and smoothly so far with these the bans that have been made.
You know what you were mentioning, joking about Monet's versatility. I mean, he could definitely dig into that versatility and pick up a Slark here.
That's
Slark plus
very
Coddle, Slark into Timbersaw, which is awkward in laning phase, but gets better as the game goes on. Could be one way to go here. They leave it in the pool as well, taking out the Morphling instead, so definitely something Aster can consider. I'm wondering what you do take mid. Again, all the options there. Ember, Panga, Nine Pandas take out the Disruptor, so you've got a way of pinning down some of these Spirit Brothers now. It covers their bases here on Nine Pandas for Aster. Probably just a support and core pickup. I'd say the core here, it's likely Slark or Ember. I think those are your best bets. Maybe a Void Spirit over the Ember. Either one plus the support, and you're kind of good to go on Aster Sand. It gives you everything you need here.
We'll see what they do choose. Like, they could just go for another support pickup here. Yeah, just a quick position 4 to be picked up. Possibly a position 5 here for Team Aster. We'll go back into the reserve time to think about this. And John, I can't help but notice that a lot of people are kind of wearing the caddies throughout the from the Chinese teams especially. Well, what's going on? Like, was there a deal on caddy earphones recently or something? Like, is there a big sale on that I'm missing out on?
I don't know. You should definitely grab one for the daughter down the line. I'm sure she's going to enjoy that, Mikey.
No,
and you have to live with it.
She won't be wearing caddies,
no,
Jonathan.
she won't. Wow, what a strict dad you are. Let the kid have fun, Mikey.
No.
If they want cat ears, let them have the cat ears.
She'll play Dota.
Fine, Uncle John will gift it to her. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Uncle John can't even gift me a birthday gift, Jonathan, so I don't want to hear it.
Well, you said no. You said no. That's your own damn fault, Michael Phoenix.
Hold on a minute. It wasn't my birthday. So they do go for the Void Spirit. Very nice pickup here from Aster. Obviously, with the Keeper of the Light, the Chakra Magic reduced cooldowns always feels very nice for the Void Spirit because the Astral Step charge is kind of annoying with their cooldown, as well as that, like, all the rest of the abilities do really favor having that Chakra Magic.
Yeah, it was either the Void Spirit or the Ember. They opt for the Void Spirit, which is fair enough. It scales nicely, has high mobility, you can pick off the backline. The response from Nine Pandas is the TA. And we've seen this matchup in the mid, if they are gunning for that. Again, some flexibility here between Kiyotaka and Ramses, if they feel the need to run the safe lane TA instead. Although, to be fair, safe lane TA into Doom, not the best of times. So likely just looking at the mid And again, this is a hero that we've seen Kiyotaka play from mid position a couple of times, although not in this patch, apparently, at least in the DPC. But again, Void Spirit matchup not too bad. Scaling's pretty nice now from 9 Pandas. Down the line, you can rely on the Disruptor to try and pin down the Void Spirit, although out of all the Spirit Brothers, Void Spirit's the harder one to catch out with Glimpse. In comparison, I think it's just a little bit trickier with the Dissimulate on hand. So landing that Static Storm is going to be maybe a bit more of a challenge here for the 9 Panda side.
It seems like both sides are just going to focus in on the position 1 banouts now. Nagasaran being removed here from Team Asta, 9 Pandas. Still looking for some position 1 bans here against Astra as well from Monet. They'll get rid of the TB. I don't think they're really too concerned about heroes like Slark here. Like, even during the lane, the Timber, you know, it can be annoying, but overall I think the Timber can still lane quite nicely against Slark. But they do have one more ban to go, so they could certainly go down that route if they still want to. Team Asta, one more ban for themselves. It's a matter of whether the TA is going to be in the mid lane or the safe lane. They are just going to get rid of the Alch just in case. They may not be quite prepared for an Alchemist to come out here with 9 Pandas. It's fair. Even though I think the hero is still very weak, if you're not prepared for it with your own draft, it can prove to be impossible to go up against.
Yep. Ramses is still consistently a monster with the Alch. I'm sure if we had a Ramses Alch, he'd be in our monster moments later down the line, Mike.
No spoilers yet, Jonathan. Let's hold out.
I'm sorry. I'm just reading the script right now.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't Jollibee this time. You know? They want to be mentioned, they can pay the money, Jonathan. Right? 9 Pandas.
That's fair.
Final ban. Again, still looking for a final pos 1 ban here. Just making sure Monet does not have a comfort pick to go back to.
I mean, even if you handle the Slark in lane, I think down the line that matchup is a bit rough. For like the TA, you can melt with Refraction with Dark Pact pretty fast. You can save your teammates pretty well with the Death Shroud. So I think a Slark is still a safe ban for the side of 9 Pandas. Unless they just expect to completely crush that offlane, which is fair. I think Miaro can kind of handle that. First 3 to 4 levels feel pretty good for the Timbersaw there.
15 seconds left. They will ban out the Troll, which is a Monet special. Definitely a comfort position 1 if Monet wanted to go back for that. Here comes the final pick for Team Asta. Again, a carry to be picked up. Against the Timbersaw and what looks like maybe an Ench lane. A pretty devastating kind of lane to have to go up against. Could even be just the Timber disrupt the lane, but that's still pretty devastating to have to go up against.
You have a Magnus option here for Team Asta if you want that. Magnus plus the Void Spirit, already pretty damn good. It doesn't leave you with a good way of clearing through Refraction, but I don't know if you really care. Laning into the Timbersaw is not too bad. You can always kind of skewer back if you're in danger. You can always play with Shockwave as well, or just harass out with the Empower. Wouldn't mind something like a Magnus here.
It is available. Does Monet want it?
If not the Mag, again, Slark still, although the lane into Timp is a little bit more awkward. There's a Jug option there as well. I'm pretty sure Monet leans into, like he was one of our Jug pickers. It's decent in this game. It's not an amazing Jug game. Then again, it's hard to find an amazing Jug game overall. But it is a stable lane. Gives you some good push with a healing ward. Could be one way Astra decides to go with this draft.
Going all the way down for this reserve. Oh, hold on a minute. They'll go for the Snapfire pick. Okie dokie. I don't know. So what's this then? Is this a mid Snapfire we're looking at and a safe lane Void? Is it a safe lane Snapfire, mid Void? Like, what the hell is happening?
It's open enough that you can kind of flex it. I will say, what's my preference here? Because we've seen Sammy Boy play safe lane Snap, and it did work out, but that's also Div 2 NA, which I don't know if that's really comparable anywhere else. Probably not statistically relevant. 9 Pandas pick up the Slardar as well. What is up? Alright, Monet is on the safe lane Void Spirit. Ramses is on the safe lane Slardar. Interesting drafts. I think this is a good doubling down from 9 Pandas, though. Like Corrosive Haze plus a TA, these heroes all melt. Like the minus armor is going to be massive from the side of 9 Pandas. And a Slardar on the safe lane with a Disruptor on hand. That's a lane that you just run down. It's not fields for something like you don't win the right-click trades up against Ramses once he gets like level 3 up. So you have a lot of play here for 9 Pandas. Again, this lineup really aggressive. Their early timing here, Mike, is outstanding. Once you get this Desolator on Kiyotaka, you're just going to run down. You look for kills, you look for objectives, and chances are you'll find him almost every single time.
Yeah, this is really scary. Like, that Pos 1 Slardar, it does give me the chills just seeing it coming out here, Johns. Classic minus armor strat is online now for 9 Pandas and Team Asta. See how they are going to try and deal with this one. They go for a much more standard draft themselves, and I say standard, but we do have the mid-snap fight coming out again, which is, I suppose, turning into a very standard thing in 7.33C, but hasn't really popped off from what we've seen so far. So I'd like to see a game where the Snapfire mid actually looks pretty damn good. Maybe this will be the game. We'll have to wait and see. But we will be going to game number 1 rather soon here between Team Asta and, of course, 9 Pandas. And I think you and I probably both agree, John, just looking at both these drafts, like you kind of just favor the side of 9 Pandas with this draft, just because I think it's easy to execute. And we know how devastating this minus armor strategy between the TA and the Slardar can be.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Like that Desolator timing is going to feel massive. I don't know if you have even enough physical damage as well to deal with the Timbersaw Miero. So I think overall, like your tempo is going to be set pretty nicely here on 9 Pandas. Just having this very stable front line that isn't going to be punished. And for Aster, I mean, it feels like a lot of this is hinging on Sumail having that great mid. Like if this Snapfire does pop off and stall out that timing of Kiyotaka, then that's where things can get going. That voice line throws me off still, Mikey, you know?
That's a beautiful song, John. I kind of want to know what song it is, honestly. I don't even know what he's saying in that voice line, but I appreciate it as Ramsey's going to give the A.
Yeah, you got tipped.
Sumail handing the tip over. Fair enough. Sumail feeling a little bit spicy here against Ramses, because obviously these guys have a little bit of history going back in the day. Not the same history as, say, Quinn and Ramses, but, you know, similar enough, I think. Maybe a bit more friendly.
Oh, Quinn and Ramses. I don't know if that's even something you called history. Feels like, I don't know what to call it. It's just like a very bad relationship. A love-hate relationship. A mutual understanding of disagreement.
As usual, Jonathan, your understanding of English is perfect, as always.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Bottom bounty rune spot. Asta are just going to take it. No real contest here from 9 Pandas. It's going to be a 2-for-2 anyway. A nice even start here between these two teams. Should we start with the bottom lane, Jonathan? Should we start with Miero and Antares against, of course, Monet on the Void Spirit and Siamese Cat on the Mirana? What do you think about this lane? Like, I imagine you'd have to argue the advantage should go to 9 Pandas because they do have a Timber Ench lane, which is, you know, it's one of those lanes that just feels impossible to lane against sometimes. Not that Asta can't outplay them, but it seems like it should be pretty challenging for them.
You still end up with a Timbersaw versus Void Spirit. In the end, you're still pretty happy here on 9 Pandas, because this is the lane that we see Void Spirit get absolutely dumpstered on. And this is not going to be an easy time for Monet. There's not much you can really do on Siamese Cat to relieve that pressure either. As Antares will always just toss out the impetus. Like, this is not going to be fun for Monet. Even at level 2, level 3, it doesn't get any easier. I think you have to play this lane very safe. You have to try to pull as much as you can and find what CS you can, but for the most part, you know, just concede the fact that Miero will always have that kill opportunity and, you know, cut your losses early there.
About that mid lane, like we're having a look at it right now. Kiyotaka against Sumail. Pretty even affair between these two so far, though Sumail has taken a bit of a CS advantage. Is some kill potential here for both sides of things, but you'd kind of expect some hero rotations to come out for that kill to happen. Do you feel like one hero has the advantage over the other in the mid lane here, John?
I think it's actually maybe a little bit better for Sumail. If he manages to sidestep the side blades. As a range hero, it's a little bit easier to get a different alignment out, so you're not going to be constantly twacked by the TA. Meltdown through refraction is one issue, though. Maybe a value point in the little shredder helps out, although Sumail seems comfy enough just right-clicking down for the first level. And once it's cleared out, the combination's pretty devastating for a TA. Sumail doing a great job of applying that harassment here.
In that top lane, of course, we had a brief glimpse of that as well. You have Ramses on the Slider with Solo on that +5 Disruptor against XXS on the Doom, and of course Baboka on the position 4 Keeper of the Light. And so far, Ramses is having a bit of a struggle, trying to really just burn through the region here to remain in the lane. As the levels do come up, with the Slider, of course, with the Big Bash of the Deep, I think the lane will get a lot simpler, but Asta for now having a very good offlane for themselves.
Yeah, it's holding steady. And there is aggression that can come out here, but it does take quite a few levels for Ramses. Level 3, probably level 4 is when you can start to threaten really hard. I like that XXS starts out with Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. So whenever Ramses does walk up, he's going to be copping a lot of damage. The percent burn early on from Infernal Blade up against a strength hero like Slaughter, it is significant. And melee heroes don't tend to trade favorably under that Scorched Earth. And with a Coddle around, I mean, you just get Chakra up. Your uptime on all of your spells is pretty massive.
It is. Sumail mid lane trying to get aggressive. Kiyotaka was taking a lot of damage on that TA, but is going to be able to pop Refraction and remain in this lane. But the difference in CS is huge already. Sumail pulling it ahead by 8 CS here against Kiyotaka. I don't think Kiyotaka can get really close here. Sumail just trying to get through the Refraction charges to go for a cookie attempt. Not going to bother for it, but Kiyotaka is forced to walk away from this mid lane. It is just not safe enough for it.
Again, the understanding of Sumail to get aggressive in that lane is pretty massive. I mean, at the least, Kiyotaka can jungle fairly early on with just the level 1 Psyblade and the Refraction. So he can kind of try to catch up. It's really early to jungle in the TA though. Sumail's going to get a free ride to 5, to level 6. He can start to gun for rotations if he gets a favorable rune as well. So that is one shining point for Aster. The mid lane matchup is going pretty much how you'd expect. In TA, you are sacrificing again a little bit on Monet to get that done, but even her Void Spirit isn't too bad off here despite going into the Timbersaw lane.
A lot of damage being dealt to Siamese Cat on the Mirana, but he will make it out. Luckily for him, and Terrors did not have the impetus available to throw out onto the Mirana for that final hit. Bottom lane hasn't gone as badly as you would have expected for Monet. Mind you, on the Void Spirit, he has found 23 CS against Miero on the Timber. Of course, the Timber is having the freest game of his life so far, but I think for Asta, as long as you can find some CS on Monet, you aren't going to be upset. You'll be happy with just evening out this bottom lane if you can. As, well, Solo already finding first blood. Looks like Baboka's the one to go down. XXS, though, is chasing Ramses. Does secure at least a Slider kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, looks like we have lost Antares. And Solo was being chased top lane by XXS, but he's going to be fine to get away for now. So action all across the map. 3 kills happening in the span of a couple seconds. And Solo, he might be going down here, John. XXS with the Scorched Earth, going for a bit of a chase. But does get glimpsed back by Solo. So won't be able to secure the kill. But he already got the Slider, so I'm sure he's very happy.
No worries there. More than happy with this kind of start for the side of Aster. Good trades back and forth. Side of 9 Pandas. And this is very detrimental for them. Their lineup is very tempo-based. They kind of need to hit these early levels. These deaths are setting them back from those EXP spikes. And the fact that Miero's not absolutely crushing Monet as well is cause of concern. That's a matchup that shouldn't go too well for the Void Spirit. But again, Monet's working that spacing fine. Ramses chased down a little bit. Not going to be fully threatened though.
He's trying to get aggressive, but XXS is doing a really damn good job of just fighting back every time. And well, the POS1 Slider, at least so far, has not felt that great throughout this lane. 25-5 is the CS score of Ramses, though they are going to find Baboka now. They do have the level 2 glimpse up here on Solo, so they can continue. Ramses going to try and go onto XXS. Baboka is just standing his ground and not allowing Ramses to get too close to him on the Coddle, so even with the glimpse up on Solo, they just won't see the opportunity to really go after the kill. Asta just kind of strength in numbers, keeping the Doom nearby to ensure that Ramses always has the threat of the turnaround like last time. They will try again. Solo, a bit of a chase here onto the Coddle, but not going to be able to keep going. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Monet. The chase is on now from Miero and Antares, but Monet is going to be fine as now Sumail has rotated, trying to go after the edge. Antares trying his best to juke out the kisses, but it's not enough. Siamese Cat able to secure the kill here with the Star Storm. A nice little rotation here from Sumail to make sure that Monet does not continue to be chased.
Yeah, that's a great use of the early level 6 coming out from Sumail. So it's going to be able to...
Nice little still on the Wisdom Rune as well. I mean, even if you die here, you're more than happy as Siamese Cat. Well worth taking the Wisdom Rune for your life, and in fact, he won't even die for it. He'll just salve up and leap out. He's perfectly fine.
Finding both Wisdom Runes, big start. The level spikes on the Sports of Ass are very important, and denying any sort of EXP from 9 Pandas is huge, because, again, we talked about the importance of that Disruptor here. The Static Storm going to be key for these team fights, especially for the control on something like the Void Spirit down the line, and Solo's still a ways off from that 6.
XXS targeted this top lane, but the Doom is going to be committed. No hesitation, because Siamese Cat has rotated with a great arrow, securing the kill onto Ramses now. I mean, Kiyotaka did show up on the TA to try and help, but he's just got no farm to speak of, so couldn't really offer anything for this fight. And XXS, I really appreciate the fact that he just doesn't hesitate. He sees Ramses running up, he just pops the Doom. He says, come at me.
Yeah. A great angle for Siamese Cat to find through the back, through that gate. And they just weave it in. Again, we talked about this in the draft, but the one thing you want to do up against 9 Pandas is just apply that constant pressure. And Ramses, he's not having the best of times. Lane off to a slower start. Massive Madness still being built up. Lagging behind by at least 900 gold behind the highest net worth core that is Sumail right now. Has some catching up to do. The one issue for Ramses here is that Slaughter is not a hero that really enjoys farming too much. We'll see. Aster smoked up.
Gonna head up top lane again. Ramses just died a couple seconds ago and he might get caught out another time. Sumail has his smoke broken. Cookie, oh, it's perfectly on the mark. Wait, who's microing that creep, John? I'll tell you, he ran right towards Ramses, the perfect angle. Siamese Cat will happily take the kill on the Mirana, finding his 4th of the game already.
It's going to lead to really fast mech timing for Siamese Cat. You don't mind the Mirana actually finding this gold. He's going to be carrying some pretty big auras for your team here. And I like this move. Aster, see to fortify. They know that they're still going to be able to get good chip damage on that objective. Sumail just opts the gate down. Sees this pressure coming out onto Monet. If they land the control with the Aether Remnant, could be a nice kill coming out here.
Could be. The rotations were there, but they weren't able to catch Miero out with the Aether Remnant. So Sumail, he is hanging around here with the Mortimer's Kisses up, but needs a little bit of lockdown to be set up here so we can actually go for those and guarantee them landing. Miero would have been an amazing kill, by the way, considering he is top of the net worth board at the moment, but instead they could try for Kiyotaka, who's going for the double damage rune up top. Siamese Cat going to show up. Solar Bind will be there onto the TA, and now with the Kisses out, Kiyotaka is not looking to survive, as the damage output is way too high. Sumail securing another kill here on the Snapfire. In fact, that was his first kill on the Snap. But finding a TA kill always going to feel amazing here for him, as Siamese Cat dying to the trap damage is actually going to go down. That's a really nice glimpse from Solo. So they do at least get something for their trouble. Ultimately, though, a really nice trade here for the side of Asta.
You're still more than happy you're keeping all the tempo down from the side of 9 Pandas.
Oh, top lane. XXS is just giving the Slaughter zero chance, John. This is the kind of Doom player I love. Just commit Doom as soon as you see the Slaughter out of position. And of course, Monet was there to follow up, but quite frankly, it doesn't really feel like they even needed him. This Doom is doing enough damage here with Maboka to get the job done himself.
I'm a little bit surprised that Ramses isn't just opting to switch lanes at this point. Maybe head down bot. I know it's not ideal for a Slaughter, but maybe jungle a little bit as well. And that's where we tend to see Ramses shine, just trying to catch up, finding his own farm, getting that build up, and having his team build up space for him. Right now, he is acting as a more sacrificial core. They are buying space out for Kiyotaka and for Miero. And, you know, the investment can pay off, but a Slaughter with a delayed, say, blink timing with delayed Echo Saber doesn't feel great.
Static Storm committed, though. The Siamese Cat literally just walks out of the kinetic field. Perfectly fine. It's now Miero getting caught. This is the big one. This is the one they really wanted. Miero still gets the chain away, but no, Monet perfectly lands the Dissimulate to secure the kill along with Siamese Cat, who finds his 5th kill of the game on the Mirana.
Radiant's middle tower is
Siamese
under
Cat just quote-unquote securing everything this game, John.
Yeah, he's doing his job. You know, he's building up that mech. The investment's fine. Nothing wrong here with Siamese Cat getting a fast mech timing, I'm sure. They don't mind at all in Aster, as long as the kills come out. They are, oh.
And I just can't quite handle the guy with the cat ear headphones finding these kills as mid lane solo. Gonna get the tip here by Samel. Avoids the kill attempt here from the Snapfire, and it'll be just fine to walk out of it.
Yeah, a bit optimistic, trying to just go for the solo kisses, but you know what? I appreciate the gusto from Sumail. Up top, though.
Lane. Ramses again looking to be caught out. The 8th of Remnant does not land on Ramses, but it may not matter. Monet still has plenty of damage to just finish off the kill the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Solo and Ice glimpse back on Samel, going to ensure he cannot chase for more. But my oh my, Team Aster looking like a very different team to what we saw in Series 1 of Day 1 of Dream League Season 20. As Monet again rotating on the Void Spirit, looking for Miero on the Timber. But I don't think they'll really be able to secure without the Mortimer's Kisses or the Doom being up.
This
They'll
is
just have to
rather
let him walk
interesting,
away.
though. Monet is building up a Battle Fury on Void
Wow.
Spirit safe lane. I don't think we've ever seen that one. This is some new tech coming out from Monet. It's normally still like, you know, the same typical mid build, Echo Saber and Manta. But I'm keen to see what this does. This good old Battle Fury. It does allow them to scale and have a stable farmer, as again, you kind of don't have a big scaling hero. I guess Sumail is the scaling hero, but it takes a lot of level spikes for the Snapfire to kind of hit that point. So I can understand why Monet is going for a more farm-oriented build while still being active. 9 Pandas. Again, this is time and space for Kiyotaka. So despite losing Ramses, your real win condition is this TA anyway. The Desolator is not looking too bad in the timing here. And eventually Ramses will find a blink. Anyway, so you can still play around with the Corrosive Haze plus the Deso Meld timing. And that is the timing 9 Pandas needs to hit. Once they hit that, they find a pick-off, they go Roche. The game can still open up for themselves despite being 3k behind here.
Battle Fury Void Spirit. Now I've seen everything. Miero. Bit of a chase here onto the Void. Can't really hold him down though. Monet gonna be just fine. Props to Kiyotaka on the TA. Like, considering the way his laning stage went and how the game's been going, he is top the net worth board on the TA, so still doing a really damn good job on the side of 9 Pandas there. Already has the blink up. Going straight into the Deso next is mid lane. The push is incoming. Smoke is out from 9 Pandas. They obviously want to try and force a fight and defend this mid tier 1 tower. Mind you, Siamese Cat just picks up the mech, so nice timing for this next fight. So they are rushing in. Ramses could not break the gap though.
Oh.
Glimpse is there, gets the vision. Baboka, no, it's going to be Siamese Cat. Getting caught out to start. Kiss is going to be committed here as Miero. He doesn't get the chains off. He could be in danger now as the cookie's going to land. Samel able to pick him off as in goes Monet. Wanting to continue this fight now, knowing the Timber is down. But not getting the initiation he wanted. Will back off. Still a great trade for Team Aster. 1 for 1, but it's a position 5 for a position 3 trade. Certainly in the favor of the Radiant.
Yeah, they're feeling great right now on Aster. The forced smoke out from 9 Pandas, not lining up for much. And the side of Aster. And their response is on point. You know, they're applying that pressure. They don't manage to find the objective, so I suppose in the end, 9 Pandas still holding on to the objective means that farming space for Kiyotaka is still secure. So it's not too bad coming out here for the side of 9 Pandas, but again, you're not finding any openings for yourself. You still need to hit this Deso timing. Monet being chased a bit.
Chains forward by Miero. He's a very slippery hero to catch, though, that Void Spirit. Rotations immediately out from XXS. He does have the Doom available. In fact, they're just going to rush in. Baboka, though, already being caught out. Miero immediately popping the Lotus Orb, so instead they'll Doom up the Slaughter. In the meantime, somehow Baboka actually got out of the engagement. Kiyotaka, though, going to rush in with the Meld Strike. At least getting something for his team. Miero going in once again, knowing the Doom is down. Feeling like they actually can't deal with him on the Timber. And Team Master will indeed back off for now, though. Monet missing the 8th Remnant once again, but they do get a Rod of Atos off. Problem is the arrow is not going to land as he does purge off the Rod of Atos with the Lotus Orb. So 1 for 1, just supports going down from either side. And it seems like Team Master are going to decide to leave it at that, because they do have to address the mid-tier 1 tower being sieged by Antares at the moment. Solo going to try and go for a glimpse attempt here on somebody, but Samel going to pop the kisses immediately. Rams is in there on the backside, just getting the stun off immediately, though Samel is looking to maybe just try and get away, but Kiyotaka now, in the middle of all this chaos, going to go back in onto Baboka, and instead they'll find the Keeper of the Light. Not the biggest loss, but 9 Pandas, they'll take it, as they can secure the mid-tier 1, and that'll be good enough for them. They're out of there immediately.
That's a pretty big win for the side of 9 Pandas. And they've managed to hold on to their own mid-tier 1. They find this opening, they find a pick-off. These small kills do start to count. Full Deso flying out for Kiyotaka. This is the timing we were talking about. This is where things can get a little bit scary in these fights. Once again, we see that replay. Sumail just getting a little bit trigger happy with the kisses there. Is punished with some good game sense coming out from Ramses to figure out that position, the origin of the kisses. And with the Deso up, Roshan's not going to take too long. Course of Haze, Melt, and Deso. Rosh just melts.
That it does. All this minus armor provided here by 9 Pandas is not going to give Roshan much of a chance. It is scouted from Team Asta. They could still have a chance of jumping in, but they've got to be very quick. And sadly, they are not quick enough. 9 Pandas immediately smoking up right after the Roshan is taken down. Kiyotaka already baiting for his team. Team Asta a bit hesitant to take that bait, but they have popped the Moonlight Shadow. Ramses, about to be spotted here by Monet. Misses the 8th Remnant onto Kiyotaka. Seems like ultimately they decide better of it. I think 9 Pandas, they have already split up, so naturally would prefer not to get picked off here by Team Asta. They do successfully retreat as nobody gets taken out. Do I say that? Solo is still walking forward. But, Siamese Cat is going to see him. Rather, Solo sees Siamese Cat. Glimpses there onto the Mirana. No leap charges left, and Kiyotaka just deletes him from this earth. And good news for 9 Pandas, Jonathan. Kiyotaka's got even more minus armor now with the Orb of Destruction up.
There you go. Just stack them all up. It's a lot to deal with here on the side of Aster, and none of them have particularly high armor in the first place. None of them are also building into something like the Crimson Guard to help block. So there's really nothing to mitigate this output. Maybe a Halberd down the line could help the cause if that's something they'll look into here on the side of Aster. But for the most part right now, no one really queuing up anything to mitigate this physical output. 9 Pandas, they've hit their timing. Again, even though Ramses had a bad start, it's not really about him. It's about enabling Kiyotaka. Just buffing up the right clicks of that TA.
Just press R is the instruction manual here for Ramses on this slide of this game. As Monet trying to avoid any glimpse back from Solo. The Monet's actually going to jump in, but Static Storm is out immediately, and now the stun from Ramses. Monet playing with fire, and he does end up getting burnt. The Siamese Cat, in the meantime, trying to mess around with Antares, but Antares is happy to oblige with the impetus shots flying out. He is going to be okay in the end. I believe the Gossamer Cape did save him by dodging quite a few of those attacks from the Ench. Yep. Still, you lost your Void Spirit for basically nothing here on Team Astra, and that is not going to feel good.
No. And for the side of Astra, this is the point where they want to slow this game down a bit. You know, you need levels to be up. You need a lot of farm to come into Sumail and Monet for them to start hit their stride. 9 Pandas limiting the map space. Take away the Tormentor. Get a free shard going for Solo. So you have that really funny Thunder Strike now that you can drop in the ground to, I guess, scout out a little bit. But yeah, Aster, need more time. You're still 5 levels away from Sumail having the Low Shredder using his attack damage. They're just farming up for the late game, but with the map shrinking as fast as it is, you also need to find a solution for this push. You need to find a solution for this minus armor, and there's no clear answer presenting itself here for the side of Aster. It's just, at this point, you just have to tuck your tail and run in most of these fights unless you get a good jump.
Monet gonna try and avoid Kiyotaka. Will be fine in doing so. Still a minute 45 on the Aegis if 9 Pandas want to go for some tier 2 towers. So they've already found the top tier 2, but they could go for a little bit more if they so wish. For now, it looks like they'll just take the time to farm up instead, which is also perfectly fine. Sure, you might be somewhat concerned about the level 20 and 25 timings of this mid Snapfire, but that's still a long time away because Samel is just sitting at level 15 at the moment. So it's really the level 25 that scares you anyway. I mean, the level 20 is nice, but the multi-shot is where things get very spicy. Even then, though, of course, you need some big items to really make it seem broken.
I think the Manta's a good start. You're already stat padding here in Sumaila with the Atos and the Manta. That's a decent chunk of right click already. Probably just need a steroid on top, maybe something like a crit, a Daedalus perhaps, to really have that burst damage. Again, a lot of farm that you have to build up for. No.
Bottom lane, if they could somehow pick off Kiyotaka the ones, it'd be an amazing start to this fight as Kiyotaka is going to get jumped. They'll arrow up as well. The TA is going to go down. That's one life without the Doom being committed. XXS still being very, very patient. Pops the BKB immediately into the Doom on Kiyotaka. No messing around. We'll take him out. Everybody else from Nine Pandas do a great job of retreating in time. But Team Asta, they found the one kill they really wanted. And Samel, of all people, will take that gold as well. That was, what, 1.3k going to the Snapfire.
Now, quite a fair bit to help Sumail accelerate into the items he wants. He is going for the blink next, looking for some aggression for the team. And this is something that Aster still shines at. You know, the wider team fights might be a little bit awkward, but the chain control onto one. You don't have any saving supports here on the side of Nine Pandas, so if you frontline with your TA, it will melt like that. No defensive items up either for your TA here. No Linkins, no BKB. So take a look a little bit in that replay. Again, the patience from the side of Nine Pan, from the patience from Aster, to stack their stuns perfectly there, leads them to a pretty big kill with the Aegis advantage being taken out. Nine Pandas, they're gonna have to wait a little bit. When Roche respawns, they should still be up front to take that objective, but you know, you're kind of playing into the long game that Aster wants now.
That you are. 24 minutes in. Slight net worth lead the way of Nine Pandas, but it's just less than 1k. It's going to be a 3-man smoke being committed. Kiyotaka frontlining here along with Ramses and Solo. They continued running in that direction. They might run right into Monet, but he is backing towards the Radiant base. So it looks like he will back off at the exact right moment here as Nine Pandas, they will know somebody was around as the Ancient Cap is missing. Instead, you do see Samel in the mid lane, messing around with Miero. But he's by the tier 2 tower, so his team could connect very quickly if they need to. And now Nine Pandas, their smoke wears off, and immediately team has to pop their own. Can they actually catch anyone on this dire end of things? They are running right towards Kiyotaka again, John. This is the big one that they really want, but a quick reaction. A very quick blink out here from Kiyotaka. There will be no form of punishment here. Oh, actually, hold that thought, because Samel's in. They just kept chasing. Doom is out. They've caught the TA once again.
Jeez.
I wasn't expecting it, and neither was Kiyotaka, John. They just didn't stop.
Yeah. They punish that greed. He hangs behind the farm. And every single kill coming out from Aster, this accelerates at level 20 timing for Sumail.
Samel, glimpse back is there. Snapfire being caught. He's a bit tanky though, not dropping quite yet, but now Ramses is in. The blinding light making it a little bit more challenging, but they do take him down. Willing Death proving to be enough to take the Snapfire out as Antara is now going to be focused by Monet. Arrow will be there to follow up, and Monet does manage to pick himself up a double kill. So you do end up losing the snap, but considering you got 3 kills for that Snapfire death, I think you'll be more than happy as Team Asta.
You definitely are. And that opens up the game. That gives them the lead back here on Aster. And again, it allows them to reach towards that point, reach towards these level spikes you're looking for in Sumail. Sumail maybe getting a little bit greedy, jumping forward like that, but his team's there to back him up. Managed to nail the arrow as well to catch out that Enchantress and clean up. Great kills coming out from Aster. And it's starting to get a little bit worrying here for Nine Pandas. We talk about this all the time when you see the TA, Mike, but it's not the be-all, end-all endgame hero. It's a very tempo-based hero that plays around with his minus armor advantage. once Sumail starts to approach 2025, it gets scary to deal with a snap.
It certainly does. Miero, top lane, being watched here by Asta. The jump is there from Monet. XXS, he has Doom up in 7 seconds for this team fight. They've already got the Timber down. And now Kiyotaka, he's committed his blink. Can they break the gap? Kiyotaka moving back in, but now Doom is officially available here for XXS. They'll force-staff away the TA. Kiyotaka still trying to fight back, but the blinding light, it's going to make it really hard to close the gap. A 3-man stun. Ramses, he'll try to jump in. He'll try to be the saving grace here for 9 Pandas, but it's not working out. And here they go. XXS, he has found Kiyotaka. 3 down again for 9 Pandas. GG is called. GG is suddenly called by 9 Pandas. Out of absolutely nowhere. They've just seen enough. All right. I don't know what to say about that, John. I guess they had no buyback on the TA and they just felt like they've missed their timing now. But, I mean, still, you might call that a little bit of an early call.
It is a little bit early. It's understandable. Again, when you talk about the timings that you have to meet there for 9 Pandas, they needed to play a lot faster once that Desolator was up. They take Roshan, they don't manage to pierce high ground. They really needed to go take some objectives while they were at their zenith. And they don't manage to do it. It stalls out long enough that Sumail's an issue. This build up on Monet, like he had the Battle Fury, he had a Manta, he almost had his AC. This right click build Void Spirit did a ton of work in the middle to soften these targets up. And I have to say, this Aster coming out here on day 2 look revitalized. They look like a scary team. 9 Pandas had a very specific draft in mind with very specific timings, and Aster just didn't allow it to pop off.
Oh, yeah, fantastic play here from Team Asta. Again, just looking so revitalized ever since that first series we did cast of Asta against, of course, Bet Boom, and they are just looking fantastic now as we are get to see the scoreboard. I believe those are the wrong heroes we're looking at right here, as Monet was not playing Meepo. I don't believe he was playing Void Spirit, but yeah, Meepo's close enough, Jonathan.
It's close enough. Ramses on the Morphling as well. Close enough. Close enough. I mean, they kind of do the same things. They're all carries. So, you know, that's a pass from me. Still, again, 9 Pandas had a pretty tempo-based draft, and again, they lose that timing. I understand why you call it GG. Just refresh, right? Like, Solo is the kind of captain who's like, I understand what my team thinks. I understand how they feel about a game. Just reset. There's no point making this worse for ourselves. Go for the next game.
That or Ramses just slammed his keyboard and it stopped working. Either way. Who knows? I'm sure Quinn's out there right now smiling somewhere in
yeah, he's rubbing his hands together. He's rubbing his hands. Exactly what this is.
Anyway, I'll be looking at the highlights here of game number 1. Like, props to Asta, because for the last, say, 10-15 minutes, it did feel like 9 Pandas were in a decent lead, at least in terms of momentum, but Kiyotaka just getting caught out a few too many times. And I think I, in particular, want to give props to XXS, Jonathan, because his Doom play was really just infuriating to play against, I'm sure, here for the TA. So he was constantly just so patiently waiting for Kiyotaka to show himself and waiting for those perfect moments to throw out the Doom. Most of the team fights being started here by Monet or XXS as well. And you can see the final team fight here, just holding on to the Doom. Ramses tries to jump in to save the team fight here for 9 Pandas. Obviously, we didn't realize this was their last-ditch attempt, and I think Kiyotaka, he got very tired of being muted this game. So Team Asta, they will pull off the victory, as Siamese Cat has decided he's going to cover Baboka's face once again, Jonathan. No need to see half the face of Baboka. Siamese Cat, he's the winner of this game.
Yeah,
he actually had a pretty nice KDA as well on the Mirana, considering how many kills he actually took away from his cause. So you've got that. He went 5-3 and 10. So see you later, Baboka. Off you go.
I mean, you did a fantastic job, of course, leading into that early mech, which was actually impactful. Look, some of that flash heal in the middle of these fights did provide a lot of openings for Aster. For 9 Pandas coming in, I mean, the one thing I will say, when you GG out like that, you better come in with a clean mental slate. That is the one thing that I'm pretty sure Solo understands. Again, he's handled the region for a long time. He knows how their players work. It's his great understanding that has led some pretty spectacular runs from our EEU teams. So just reset. Don't even think the last game didn't even exist. Just play a new game. This is a new series, a best of 1 series for them now. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. And this is for the sake of not being tied up with Team Asta, right? Like both these teams are in 3rd place at the moment, tied up. So we do get to see what the answer of who the better team is in this matchup very, very soon, because Game 2 is going to be coming up rather soon, John. And I guess I'll ask you before we do end up throwing to a break, is there anything in terms of drafting that you'd like to see changed up by Nine Pandas before we do see that draft number 2 open up?
Well, I do think Kiyotaka's a fantastic player. I think Ramses is at his best when he has something that can just sit back and farm. I think Kiyotaka's a much better playmaker overall. So have Ramses be the win condition, have him fall back into something that can just scale up for the team, that takes the space, and I'll allow Kiyotaka to kind of make that space for him. I think we switch those roles around in this game. I'd like to see it the other way around for the next one.
It's fair. We'll see what they do change up. I agree with you. Ramsey's probably going to be more than comfortable just hitting creeps instead of Kiyotaka. But before we get to see the draft, we are going to head off to a very short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Team Asta and, of course, Nine Pandas. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Asta and, of course, 9Pandas, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We just saw Game 1 ending in a very interesting way. 9Pandas just out of nowhere calling GG, feeling like they did not have it in them to carry themselves through that Game 1. You seem very happy all of a sudden for apparently no reason. Jonathan, has something happened in the short break that we had? What happened?
Absolutely nothing happened. I had some water. That's it. I just had some water. you got to keep your John hydrated. That's all you need to do. Give me water and I'm fine. And apparently, for 9Pandas, maybe they have to stay hydrated as well. Calling out GG after that last fight, it felt like there was maybe a little bit more to play out. You know, you might have caught Aster out of position, get some punishment yourself. There was still the minus armor that could stack up, so I'm not sure. Again, maybe a mental reset coming out there for 9Pandas solo, understanding his players more than anything else. And you theorized, perhaps Ramsey's keyboard is busted. So there is that.
Right. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Clearly, I was joking. I'm sure the man's. Well, to be fair, it was a pretty frustrating lane for him. Like you thought it might be dominant for the Slaughter, but it was sadly not the case for good old Ramsey. So I mean, you gotta give props again. XXS to me was the big boy in that team of Asta that pulled off the game 1 victory for them. Quite frankly, with the plays he was making, hopefully, at the very least for 9Pandas, you kind of already said it, but you're looking for a nice reset. You know, clear your mind, forget that game ever happened. You know, just learn from it, go into Game 2 with a fresh mindset, and we should be heading into said draft rather soon here between these two teams. John, refresher, before we do have the draft upon us, particular things you want to see changed up here from 9Pandas before we do start Game 2's draft?
I think I'd like to see Ramsey's on more of the farming win condition, Kiyotaka on something a little bit more active. I think that kind of suits 9Pandas really well. Not to say that Ramses doesn't have some spectacular moments when he does play aggressive. It's just that game didn't look like one that lined up with their expectations. So I think in terms of draft, when they do switch to win condition, I feel like the Ramses win conditions are a little bit more flexible and does have that staying power. They scale into the late game a little bit better in comparison to something like the TA. So that's the one major change I'd like to see out there.
Let's look at our player versus player comparison here, brought to you by Acer Predator, of course. And who have we got here? It is going to be Kiyotaka against Samel. You see the KDA difference here. Samel also had a really just a brilliant game, only dying once on the snapfire and making the mid-snap fire look very, very good here in this game 1 of this best of 2 series. He never even got to the point where you hit that level 20, level 25 timing. Just the plays he was making with the cookies being thrown out and the Mortimer's kisses were all just perfect. And you saw the pressure that was applied to Kiyotaka throughout that laning stage. It was just a bit too much. I believe it was, the level 4 point where Kiyotaka was already feeling like he had to go into the jungle. And every time he did return into the lane, suddenly he was being swarmed by the Snapfire plus a couple supports, and it just proved to be a bit too much for him.
Yeah, just a really overwhelming performance coming out from Emperor Sumail here. As Kiyotaka, again, considering his rough lane, he still managed to find some pretty good farm, but that is reflecting in our GPM. But again, it's not enough. Like, the TA needed a much bigger lead coming out there, needed some level advantages as well. Heck, even his output wasn't too bad. It's just the focused output of Sumail was more than enough. So again, I want to see Kiyotaka in something that player makes a little bit more. I want to see him bring a fight out to Sumail instead of something maybe arguably a little bit more passive like the TA. And if he can get that out in that draft, I think that's what could lead to 9Pandas having a little bit more success there.
Yeah. Well, we'll be finding out very soon exactly where they are headed. I'm sure Ramsey wants to play a bit more of a hard carry this game number 2, and I'm sure Kiyotaka might even just give the call out to give me a hero I can play make with, so I can, get a bit of revenge on Samel for that laning stage that did not go too well for the TA, to say the least. Other changes, though, I think Asta have just been playing, again, very, very nicely ever since that first series, like sticking to their game plan, playing a slower game, but I mean, I say slower, I think Asta were actually playing really fast after the laning stage, to be fair, so I think that's a kind of a misanalysis from me, Jonathan, because Team Asta really didn't slow down too much throughout that game, but to be fair, they didn't exactly have a very hard carry, right? Like, you had Doom, Snapfire, Void Spirit, so as much as you can scale into the late game, you kind of want to get aggressive. Perhaps with a different draft, they might slow down just a little bit, but we're going to find out very soon.
I mean, to be fair, again, with the way Monet itemized, with Battle Fury AC Manta, he was pretty much gunning to be a late game carry. So, arguably, maybe not the best carry, but it's a universal type. That kind of build up on a universal hero, it almost doesn't matter what hero it is, as long as it's universal, Mikey.
There's the analysis from John X Fire coming out once again. You love to point out these universal heroes, and I mean, I agree with you, John. These universal heroes are feeling a bit too strong. I'm sure there'll be a patch sometime soon to try and address that issue with these heroes. Then again, like, we keep saying universal heroes are busted, but then quite a few of them are just never picked up and never utilized. You know, like, when's the last time you saw Venge come out, John?
Yeah, it's not
Never.
there. Yep, it's dead. It's kind of sad. Venge is a fun hero. I enjoy playing Venge.
I hate that hero.
Yes, it is. It's fun. It's
You know what they should bring back? Sanking. Like, when's the last time Sanking was in the meta? That's what I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, they did give him the Ags. We saw some players try it out, but it's such a counter, and it's a weird Ags where you have the most impact leaving Sandstorm level 1. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that.
I'll tell you what, though, every time I've had to play against that Aghanim Scepter of the Sanking, it feels ridiculous. You know, just... You kind of forget the axes even exist, and you just jump into a sandstorm with dust, and you're like, well, wait a minute, why do I keep getting stunned like this? It's much better than the Techies Ags, I can tell you that, John. That Ags does not make me very happy. As speaking of Techies, he does get banned out, and surprise, surprise, 9 Pandas, having the Bat Rider being left available, they will just go ahead and first pick it.
Yeah, it's flexible enough. You can see it in support, you can see it on the offlane. We've seen it a couple times mid, or at least one time mid. So not too surprising. Aster feeling extra toxic today, picking up the Venomancer and the Magnus. So really just wanting to send a message, I suppose, outside of 9 Pandas. If you thought the last game wasn't fun, have fun with this one.
Yeah. Venomancer, I mean, the Cuckoo Mancer is coming out here. Did try this hero, John. I don't know how to feel about it, I'll be frank with you. Like, I can't confidently say Veno's a strong pick. I think in the right hands, in the right draft, it feels completely busted. But then I think in majority of games, Veno is just still Veno. You know? It does a very similar thing to what it used to.
Yeah. Still kind of the same. I think the one thing Veno has going for it is that it's universal. So we've seen Venomancers with Gleipnir, which it actually feels kind of dumb to have a hero like that with a lot of damage coming through with an inbuilt slow. So I can kind of understand a core Veno. Support Veno, I mean, it still has impact in lane. You don't tend to scale up the same way as the core, of course. You're probably not going to build a Gleipnir. But if you enable your cores to have a good time, then it kind of pays off. The vision game the Veno gives is still decent, and Noxious Plague does feel really good as a spell, at least early on. You've always got your Ags as well if you manage to find it to get the old Venomancer gameplay done. If you somehow don't enjoy living, then just run in and die it, and whoop-de-doo, you've got Poison Nova back.
Easy. Final banouts to come now. Position 1's being focused on by both sides. Slark will be respect banned against Monet this time around. They'll even get rid of the Bloodseeker and the Void. That is the Faceless Void, by the way, and not the Void Spirit. Team Asta, Monkey King Alchemist both being banned out, looking for one more before we can continue these drafts. Seems like they might have the same idea that Ramses is going to play a bit more of a hard carry this game around.
There's one thing I'm curious about, Mike. You know, if the Morphling is picked up by Team Aster, and if Monet builds the Ags, I just don't know which spell Drums of Slum is tied into. Is it tied into Primal Roar, or is it tied into Inner Beast? Surely it's tied into the Roar, right?
What are you trying to say now?
I'm just trying. I was thinking of a fun thing. Like, if Morphling could turn into Beastmaster and have Drums of Slum up, I don't think he dies. I mean, it's probably tied into the ult, so you don't get that, but still, could be funny.
It could be. Maybe we'll get to see it one day, John. You never know. Final ban out here from Team Asta. Still taking their time with this one.
Oh, they banned a Morphling themselves, which is fair. They have the Magnus, so you don't want to give a universal type counter the way of 9 Pandas. What do you tie in? It feels like you kind of want more control. I mean, Venomancer Magnus is fine, but a support with a stun is probably going to help your cause quite a fair bit here on the side of Team Aster. They go into the Pugna, so no stun, just more damage, which is fair. I don't mind it, because Pugna Venomancer, that is ultra toxic, is it not, Mike? Decrep and Gale, and you die.
It is certainly feeling very, very toxic, that's for sure.
Ooh.
And speaking of toxic, we have a Medusa coming out now, so it's just getting worse and worse here from Team Aster. Picking one of the most toxic drafts we've ever seen, quite frankly, here, John. So this Medusa hero, not much in the way of counters right now from 9 Pandas. Sure, you can deal a lot of damage with this this Wind Ranger through the focus fire, but generally speaking, Medusa doesn't really care so much about that because you just pop Stone Gaze and, you know, she just runs. So I do like the Medusa pick here for Team Aster. I just don't think there's a good answer towards it quite yet here from 9 Pandas. Final ban out so to come. Seems like Team Aster's still lacking perhaps a mid lane hero, unless Simel's just going to take the Magnus, in which case we're looking for an off lane. But I do believe XXS will probably just take the mag off. And for 9 Pandas, I mean, it's still very flexible. Is it a mid Wind Ranger or it is a safe lane Wind Ranger is my question.
I believe 9 Pandas has leaned into that for Ramses more often than not. So it should be our safe lane Wind Ranger. But again, it's open enough that you can kind of figure out. Wind Ranger into a mag Venom lane isn't too bad. It's annoying still. It's always annoying, but you have some range. Wind Run's pretty nice there. So you shouldn't be under constant threat. I do like that 9 Pandas are respect banning a lot of the male heroes. And for Acer, they do feel like that it should be the mid Wind Ranger for Kiyotaka instead. Banning out some key Ramses heroes. They get the Pangolier going here. So that should establish safe lane Wind Ranger now. Mid Pangolier coming out. There's a lot of tempo this time around from 9 Pandas. Diffusal Pango can handle your Dusa early on at the very least. So that diffusal timing going to be key for Kiyotaka here. For Aster, I mean, you're up against a Pangolier. You still have Ember Spirit as an option to fall back to, which isn't too bad in that lane matchup.
See what Team Aster want. Final pickup for them. 50 seconds reserve time left to think about this one. Still looking for that mid lane here for Simel, potentially. The flex is there, but I do believe the mid lane is still what they need. Could go back to the Snapfire if he really wants to, but no, we are going to have the Ember Spirit, so a bit more of a classic mid laner coming out here for Simel. And overall, that is going to be both drafts completed, Jonathan. I dare say both these drafts do feel fairly even between the two. I can't guarantee say one's better than the other, but what are you thinking?
I like a little bit more about the Empower Ember Spirit combination. You have really ridiculously toxic lanes coming out here for Aster. Like they should probably just win out most of them. I think you have counterplay on 9 Pandas. I mean, you've got a Bat Rider and a Silencer on your deck, so it's also not too bad, that lane aggression coming out from 9 Pandas. But the tempo Aster will look to bring is a little bit scarier. Granted, Global Silence is going to put a spanner in the works here for Team Aster. I think Sumail's got to be ready for that disruptiveness in the middle of these fights, so perhaps needing an early BKB here on the Ember Spirit. Beyond that, you're kind of free to do what you want in this game. Like, your hardest lockdown for Ember is to roar, and if you roar the Ember, then you're leaving a free ride for the Deducer or Magnus to do what they want. Like, there's a lot to worry about from 9 Pandas when it comes down to the tricore of Aster. I think for 9 Pandas' part, Ramses on the Wind Rangers can certainly farm up. I think he will look to be a little bit more active though, like timing into his, say, Maelstrom Gleipnir. It's going to be key here for the Wind Ranger, and how well he does in lane is going to be up in the air up against this lineup of Aster. So this does feel a little bit more even, but I would lean a little bit more into Aster.
Okay, fair enough. I was actually leaning towards 9 Pandas here with this draft, but again, I can't really decide who I prefer here with these drafts, so why don't we just get into game number 2 and see what the players have to show us here in game 2, as again, 9 Pandas is going to be fighting for a tie score here between Team Aster and Team Aster, looking for a 2-0 victory if they can get one. According to you, Jonathan, they're already off to a pretty damn good start here with this draft, and you know I tend to agree with that. But we're gonna see what 9 Pandas have to say about that, as So we are going to start the game off with an early smoke here from 9 Pandas. Into that dire triangle is where they'll go. Already holding that high ground position, and Team Asta should have no idea this is happening. They've got no vision on that high ground. It's a very strong position already for 9 Pandas to kind of stay in and just wait for somebody to show up. So Kiyotaka will reveal himself in the mid lane for a moment. Does cop a Mystic Snake there from Monet. And 9 Pandas, they actually give up on that high ground position. They'll bring Solo down, maybe hoping for a bit of a bait play. Team Asta now taking that high ground on the dire triangle instead. It's like, who really has the better level 1 team fight though? Like, I just feel like 9 Pandas probably would win out in a big level 1 team fight, but we'll see very soon. It's Monet. No, he's not going to stick around, of course. The Medusa just going to leave the area. It's going to be a nice even 2-for-2 start on the bounty runes once again. And while we're around here, Jonathan, why don't we start with the mid lane? Of course, you're going to have Kiyotaka on the mid Pango, and he's going to be up against Sumail on the mid Ember. We have seen Pangolier doing a lot of great work here in the mid lane as per usual. But against the Ember, it should be a fairly even matchup, I would assume, John. What are we thinking?
I'd say the Ember has a pretty nice time into this one. Your Flame Guard's not going to melt, so you can always clear out the creep wave. You can kind of outplay with a Sleight of Fist, and your early timing for Over Corrosion feels a little bit better for the Ember in comparison to the Pangolier. Your uptime for Sleight of Fist is a little bit better as well. So constant harassment out from Sumail is going to be key. Level 6 is the big timing though. Whoever gets 6 faster tends to have a pretty good time. So it's just down to denies. So far, no priority on the denies early on. But again, like 6 timing. If you get it a little bit faster for Kiyotaka, it could lead into a nice kill for Sumail. If Sumail gets it faster, then it's kind of safe to do what he wants here.
Oh, a quick pause out here. Looks like we have a mouse issue. So, you know, I wasn't too far off, John. I said keyboard earlier. Apparently, it was a mouse issue here for Rams. You see the cheeky smiles coming out from the faces of 9 Pandas here. Well, you know something we don't, Jonathan. I'm sure.
I'm sure they do, Mikey.
A lot of these players have wireless mouses these days, John, so you can easily pick one up and throw it across the room.
I suppose you could.
Yeah.
I suppose you could, Mikey. It's a bit wasteful, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Just gotta get the frustration out sometimes, John.
I suppose.
Sometimes it's worth it.
I suppose. That is one way of looking at it, Mike. At least they look reset.
I enjoy the fact that we get to be serenaded by the lovely voice lines of Team SMG here, as we did have the pause going on. We'll get back into this game number 2. Back up and underway. Can we talk about the top lane for a moment, John? You're going to have Monet and, of course, Siamese Cat against Miero and Antares. Interesting kind of lane matchup here with the Beastmaster Batrider against the Dusa and the Veno. Do you feel like this favors one side or the other here at the top lane?
I think it's fairly even for both sides. If you can land your spells consistently on Monet, it is pretty ugly for the Dusa. There's a lot of DOTs to constantly melt through your mana shield. And the spacing is well enough in 9 Pandas that you're not going to get a big bounce on your Mystic Snake usage. At the same time, Siamese Cat can always provide that spacing here to ensure that Monet is not under threatened with a Gale. Get the right clicks off with a Poison Sting.
Boca. He's down bottom lane. First blood can be drawn. Ramsey's able to pick it up on the position 1 Wind Ranger. And that is exactly the start you wanted to see here from 9 Pandas.
Yep. Just find the pickoffs early on. Get as much as you can out for Ramsey. Again, this bot lane is pretty stable. A Pugna and a Magnus doesn't quite do too much together. I suppose you can use the slow from Decrep to try and run down, but not the most straightforward setup. XXS still finding decent farm, but you can't really stop a Wind Ranger as a melee core, unfortunately. You feel a little bit better with a Vanguard timing. That's going to take a little bit longer with how rough that lane is.
Things quiet across all the rest of the lanes right now. This mid lane going fairly evenly as expected. Both mid laners on 13 CS at the moment. No kills coming out yet. Both of them just happy to trade CS and harassment. Pretty hard to expect a kill 1v1 between these two heroes, though, to be fair. Maybe once the supports start rotating, but even then, I think we're still going to be waiting at least another minute for the 4-minute water rune timings, and more so the 6-minute power rune timings. Kiyotaka has gotten very, very low in terms of HP, but again, the support rotation's not really there. And to be fair for Team Asta, like, you've got a Pugna Venom. Not exactly the best supports when you think about roaming potential.
Definitely not. Like, that is one thing that you can sort of use against Aster here for 9 Pandas. Your presence on your supports is a little bit stronger. Even a Silencer can have a decent time when it does show up to rotation. We'll see if they get that spacing to get that done. 4-minute water runes coming up shortly, and the supports up top are starting to collapse down towards mid. Antar's taking a rather aggressive position here.
That he is. Big wraparound here against Samel. You know, water runes are spawning up in a couple seconds, so they seem to want to just deny the Ember that water rune usage. Siamese Cat is going to rotate on the Venomancer, however, so Samel will have the top water rune to go for, though Antares, TPing back towards the tier 1 tower, is going to try and steal this away. Problem is the Chains and Gale are both going to land, but now the Flame Break into the deny from Antares, but he might be feeding a kill away to Samel if he's not too careful. Looks like he will barely be able to get out with his life intact. The Siamese Cat is still trying to chase with the Plague Wards, handing over the vision. But Antares is not going to fall. He is fine.
It's a really good move out. Get that TP going. Steal the rune away. Seeing Sumail still focusing on the mid. On the creep wave. And now no top up, no deaths means no TP refill for Sumail either. It's going to be a little bit worse for wear on mid without the mana. Still, with that movement out, it's a lot of space for Monet. Your Medusa's not being zoned out. Hits level 4, level 2 Snake. Feeling pretty safe to just keep spamming out the Snake and hold steady in the lane. I mean, you can try to aim your axis for Miero, but chances are when you line up for the axis, you're also lining up for a Mystic Sneak to bounce out from that Dusa, so it's a double-edged sword there.
Not to O so far. Only one kill happening here. 5.5 minutes into this game, number 2. Just been having a bit of a gander down a bot lane again. John Ramsey's been having a fantastic time. In fact, XXS now dropping lower. Great shackles out from Ramsey's. They might just have enough to finish off this kill as XXS will not be able to survive through it. Ramsey's doing some fantastic work there with the shackle. I believe actually shackling onto the neutral creep that was pulled by Solo to make that happen. And it was quite brilliant to watch here from the Wind Ranger.
Yep, lines up the shot, and again, that's exactly what you want to see from the Wind Ranger early on. Get a strong start in lane, and get that understanding that XXS can't really do much in here. And you can try to spam Shockwave all he wants, but the Wind Ranger is fairly mobile. Down mid, though.
Gonna try for Samel. In fact, that Siamese Cat they're trying for. Kiyotaka should have no problems, but the one charges make it a little bit more challenging. It's Kiyotaka now looking for an escape route. Solo has been caught. The Nether Blast will get the job done, and now Kiyotaka, very low on HP and mana, is going to swash away, but it's proving not to be enough. Samel with a high 5 up. Sadly for him, Kiyotaka will not reciprocate, but I think Samel is more than happy just taking his life instead.
And that's a good set of kills coming out here for Aster. The death in Siamese Cat even benefiting Sumail finally getting a bottle top up. So you don't miss out on too much. Good movements out from Aster. 9 Pandas trying to get some momentum, but a Venomancer's not really a target you want to jump anyway. Like, this here doesn't mind sacrificing for their cores. You see a little bit of an attempt perhaps to steal out the Wisdom Rune, but Baboka's already in position, so you will start with a steady 1-1 on that objective. And again, a very even game here as we go into game 2.
Oh, XXS.
Although,
yeah, not expecting Solo to be in the tree line. He's going to take a fair bit of damage here, but will survive as now the rotations from the supports of Asta are there to try and get Solo down himself on the silencer, though Solo is still fighting here with Siamese Cat, but the power shot is going to be off the mark from Ramses.
Ooh.
But a nice deny, Ramses. Able to still deny away the gold from Team Asta, as they will find nothing for all this time and trouble. But they still could have an opportunity at going after Ramses. He only has level 1 win run. So a Gale might be enough to really lock him down long enough, but he's going to go for the focus fire here on the Wind Ranger, going right back after Siamese Cat, but the Decrepify is going to make sure they cannot finish off the kill, as now XXS moving in with the Skewer available, should have the kill, and they will get it. Very important pick up there for Team Asta, and immediate tips out from Siamese Cat. And you know what, John, it might be deserved, because he stuck around way too long.
He did. He played a little bit greedy, trying to punish some of these squishier supports, not respecting the decrep counter in the Pugna. They managed to get a great play out on Acer, finally getting some relief there for XXS, who has had a pretty rough lane. So you equalize quite nicely. You're starting to catch up quite nicely here as well for XXS. I mean, you're still off to a great start for Ramses, but you are sacrificing Kiyotaka and Niero's start to an extent to kind of secure that as they make a play mid.
It's a big one, Samel. He had a shield rune available, so they didn't want to dive past the tier 1 tower. Kiyotaka now being locked down by the chains of Samel, and the dive is in from the Ember, but he is dropping a little bit too low. Rolling Thunder will be out. Nice shoot with the Sleight of Fist, but it's not proving to be enough quite yet. Samel still in huge danger, and eventually will go down. It's Kiyotaka baiting him forward, and then just taking his life away in the immediate tip back towards the Ember now. I love this kind of tipping game from both sides.
Oh yeah, they're getting into each other's heads. Samel playing a bit too aggressive, not respecting the angle being found by Kiyotaka, with the Remnant placed pretty close by. Not too hard to find a bounce angle there. There's a lot of vision here as well from 9Pandas to ensure this mid of Kiyotaka goes decently. Like, that is a triangle of wards right there, just focusing on mid. And finding that kill certainly does mean that the investment is paying off just a tad bit more. A very important kill to find for the Pango for sure. Rushing into the power treads, into that diffusal timing. And just putting a lid on how great Sumail's lane has been. So, a much needed kill. They can start to roam into the jungle to hunt, but you walk into these Venom wards, doesn't really lead to too much. So despite having forward vision here for the side of 9Pandas, getting a flank is a lot harder. Again, one of the benefits of that Venom map control it does give you is pretty substantial. It does mean that you have to expend even more resources than something like, say, the smoke to get something out here.
Yeah. Certainly the case. 4-3. Very slight net worth lead for 9Pandas at the moment. You've got to be somewhat concerned about Monet just being able to free farm on the Medusa already, as bottom lane, Solo being chased down by Samel with a double damage rune, and Solo will hand over the high five. That's a little sportsmanship there by Solo. Smaboka will hand over the tip here to Samel as well. It's 2-1-1 is now the scoreline of the Ember, and he might need to rotate into the mid lane rather soon, because Kiyotaka is slowly sieging this tier 1 mid tower. The Siamese Cat has been trying his best to defend, but Samel eventually going to move in and ensure it does remain defended.
Yeah, they start to clear out the creep wave. Again, it's hard to find an angle here for the side of Acer due to all the wards coming out from 9Pandas, so you can't really expect Samel to find too much on the mid lane itself. At least if he swings by elsewhere, you find some openings. Still, Acer is starting to group down bot. They've got the level 3 Nether Blast that can start pressuring a lane. Ramsey's still sticking around this area. Miaro can't quite get that same shove up top as Monet can clear out the creep wave constantly. So the pressure onto Ramses is a little bit more significant. Ramses already opting to take the gate up top. Does look like, oh, he changes his mind. Figures he can still hold this lane, I suppose.
Mid lane, Samel still being chased down by Kiyotaka. Nice double chains out. Siamese Cat is around as well, but didn't quite get the memo because Samel was trying to back off, so Siamese get caught by the Rolling Thunder of Kiyotaka, and will just be some free food here for the Pangolier. Meanwhile, a much bigger kill because Monet has dropped top lane. That's the one you really wanted to see as a 9Pandas fan. And Ramses and Miro able to make it work together. And that is a massive one to fight.
Oh.
Global Silence, mid lane. Another team fight to break out already. Samel was in a bit of danger, but is proving to still be just fine as XXS shows up with the RP, at least taking Solo's life. And the Global Silence, it doesn't really amount to anything. They find nothing with it.
It's a bit unfortunate. The Flame Break pushed Samel up top into the high ground, so they couldn't find that kill after committing the Global Silence, and gets to bail out for free. They force out some big spell uses. 9Pandas overall still happy with finding Monet, but Monet's at the point where he can jungle anyway. He'll dip in, he'll start to clear out some stacks. He's got the Yasha for additional damage. He's perfectly fine on that Dusa. Just the memo to bail out of the top lane. They managed to clear out bot now. Again, good movement out from Ramses to head towards the gate. I believe he baited a little bit because he stayed down longer instead of just instantly channeling to that top twin gate. And that does catch Monet off guard. So again, a rather even start here, 6-5, less than 1k lead, bouncing back and forth between Aster and 9Pandas. The key timings are starting to line up though. Ramsey's gunning for a quicker Manta style, so not opting for the full Gleipnir. The defusal for Kiyotaka is still 2 parts away. Quite the investment yet to be found here for our Pango. Whereas for Sumail, he is opting for the old school Yule's build, just to deal with that global sound. So, not the ideal for an Ember looking to right click, but necessary in this game.
9Pandas. Swashbuckle in. They have got Siamese Cat on the Veno. Pop the ulti at the very least onto Kiyotaka, but with the Rolling Thunder and the Swashbuckle to follow up, Kiyotaka is going to secure the kill he wanted. Sumail still thinking about playing around here with the Sleight of Fist, but can't quite reach the Pango. 9Pandas looking to apply that pressure into the mid lane. They've got their Roar up on Miero as well, don't forget, so they have plenty of setup here if they do get jumped by Asta. And Asta, they are rotating even more heroes into the mid lane. Try not to give that mid tier 1 tower away for free. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka, I mean, he has a haste rune up. He's still just juking and driving away from Asta, but a nice RP. XXS not going to hesitate. Finding the mid Pango pick up as they do tip immediately. Sumail's been waiting for that for quite a few minutes now, I think.
Yeah. Gets a tip out. They find a kill. Aster with a good read. XXS again with no hesitation, reminding us of how he played that Doomfist. Sees an opportunity, doesn't mind popping a big spell. Silence is out.
Sumail, he's gonna drop Kiyotaka. Immediate revenge out. It's mid lane in the meantime. Solo gonna drop himself on the silencer. Nevertheless, you saw the global silence being popped. Ramses was in onto the Ember, and just with the focus fire and the Maelstrom alone, he just has so much damage. Let's take him out just with the silences. Now Ramses needing to retreat out of that die triangle. Will do so after seeing Monet. But so far for Ramses, having a much better game than he did game 1. It's mid lane. Baboka knocked onto the high ground. Swashbuckle's off the mark, in fact, so Baboka's going to survive. Ramses, in the meantime, is going to TP out. Bit of a shame they could not find the Veno kill. Excuse me, rather the Baboka Pugma kill. But they do get a mid tier 1 tower for their trouble. It's even better.
Yep. Find the objective. You're forcing a lot of attention onto that mid. Suppose you don't mind us too much in Aster. Again, you've got the Dusa kind of free farming right now. So Monae's going to be set to hit that Scotty timing while everyone focuses on this mid Clash Royale right now. Yule's for Sumail, just 1 part away. And that should fix a lot of the issues. The global sound stops being a threat, and he should be able to dance around, try to outplay the side of 9Pandas once more. I think for the side of 9Pandas, again, even with the defusal up on your Pangolier, my concern is still dealing with Dusa. Because if Baboka gets a good position in these fights, then life drain on Dusa, man. You just fully top up Dusa's shield. Like, she is never going to take any HP damage at all.
It is very problematic for sure. But you do need to get to a bit of a later stage in the game to really feel the impact of that happening, but at least for now, things are still going just fine. Like, Monet's approaching the Eye of Skadi timing on the Medusa. Mid lane, Kiyotaka and Sumail's going at it again. The chains are not going to land onto the Pango. Big smoke up here from 9Pandas. Miero will be on the front lines without the smoke on the Beastmaster, just trying to bait for his team a little bit. They are going to rotate into that dire jungle west side of the map, as they are going to find a Venomancer now. Siamese Cat breaking the smoke. Kiyotaka going to miss out on the initial swashbuckle. Will cop the Gale. Does go for the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, Antares has found Baboka as well in the back, so they found both supports on Team Asta, and both of them will drop. No cause rotating in to try and help out the support duo of Team Asta. And I suppose that's fair enough.
It's fine. You bleed out these 2 supports. You're farming on the other side of the map anyway, so you're more than happy. Monet just kind of chasing Ramses down. The poke and prod starting to hurt this Wind Ranger.
I mean, they are trying. Ramsey still seems to be fine, and he's actually buying a lot of space for his team to just go for the Roshan play. So 9 Pandas, they'll just focus on Roche. There is a rotation incoming from Siamese Cat, but Roshan's already a little bit too low. More TP's incoming, but it is too late. Roshan does go down. 9 Pandas seeing Siamese will rush right towards the Venomancer, knowing how easy of a kill it is. But Baboka is going to go for a life drain, and Siamese is actually surviving throughout all of this. So now the skew are back. They've got Kiyotaka. RP is still available, but they don't even need it. They'll just get rid of the Aegis first. Hold on to the RP for the secondary life, though it's still not committed. Global Silence does come out in time to make sure they never got the animation off. But Asta, they are still going. Samel does show up. Chains do land onto Solo. But the retreat is still ongoing from 9 Pandas. And it seems like Team Asta, they realize they might be diving a little bit too deep to try and pick off these kills. Instead, they will back off and kind of accept the fact that they've already got the Aegis down on Kiyotaka.
Yeah, I mean,
The
fresh
XXS
Aegis instantly gone.
does blink away in time. No shackle out from Ramses.
This is a pretty awkward position for 9 Pandas. Having to use that Global Silence already means that the next fight is actually really favorable for Aster if they find it within the next minute 20. Like, they should be able to just get control, get what they want out of these engagements. And for 9 Pandas, I mean, their counterfights all in on that Global Silence. They'll try to smoke out here. Roar, Rolling Thunder, and the Lasso still ready at the very least if they find a pick-off.
They're heading in the right direction. Team Master just ran through the mid-river. Oh, Monet is farming on his own. Mind you, he's not the easiest pick-off right now as the Medusa, but they're going to give it a crack, it seems like, as the Lasso is there, holding him down. They've already burnt through quite a bit of the mana, still trying to get through all the HP pool. There is a Decrepify, though, and now the RP! XXS is in time, but Boca saves the day for Monet, and it seems like 9 Pandas, they're the ones in trouble, trying to retreat, but Miro's down. Kiyotaka's in big danger. He will drop to boot. Oh, but Boca! The Decrepify life drain proving to be enough, and Monet, he was completely out of mana. It looked like there was no chance.
It's kind of ridiculous because you're still going to heal up the mana shield every single time, although it's just difficult, right? Like, you can see in that fight, again, they get the control, but just enough healing, and that's a level 1 life drain from Baboka. Not even level 2. It's just set to get worse. Like, if you don't manage to burst down that Dusa, then she will always have this damage block. And that is really the crux of it. Like, you have to take care of Baboka first, but they don't manage to jump the backline, and they don't respect that sustain game that a Pugna Medusa does have.
Certainly some fantastic play here as Ramses. Bottom lane skewered back here by XXS. They are going to have the Global Silence to try and get Ramses out of there, but he's still in dire straits at the moment. Going to run right back into the Magnus. Meanwhile, Samel, however, has died to Kiyotaka. So already a nice trade happening. So they even popped the Stone Gaze here on Monet, trying to catch Ramses. XXS, Shockwave up in a second, is going to be able to land it. So at least they will trade for their Ember Die. Not a bad trade at all here for Team Asta. And it is slowly starting to feel like Asta are getting out of control in this game number 2, John. It's like, sure, you might have a very tiny net worth lead on the side of 9 Pandas, but like Monet, I just don't know how they deal with him as the game goes on, because it is looking more challenging as the farm does come up.
Yeah, there's no easy answer as to what you can do to kind of just stop that Medusa at this point. A diffusal on one Ranger, we've seen that a couple times. It really doesn't feel like it does much. I'm not sure what the play is. Maybe just try to keep burning down the mana, play around the Global Silence a little bit more. Just focus in heavily on the Dusa. Perhaps an Ags build-up on Miara starts to help the cause here as well. If he can kind of farm up, he is going for the Aura build-up first. I think the key thing is really just down to execution, and that has to be just finding the backline, finding Baboka first. Take care of this Pugna. If you take him out, the Dusa, it's going to be a lot more susceptible to that output. And 9 Pandas will smoke up now.
9 Pandas looking to try to move in here with the big smoke out. Scan is into the die triangle, but Asta are currently taking the Tormentor. So Baboka now has the shards up on the Pugna, which means he can life drain the Nether Ward, which is always fun. A little sucking action here from Baboka as 9 Pandas from the back are showing up with a nice lasso, catching out the Pugna immediately. And that's what you wanted to see. Monet, he has popped the Stone Gaze, trying to move in. Summel, he'll remnant right forward as well. Chains around, catching at least the Batrider, but they're losing too much here, Team Asta. Siamese Cat falling way too low on the Venomancer is going to go down. They're still trying for Monet, however. Global Silence is out. RP committed. They've caught Ramses with the RP, but there's no follow-up to it. Monet is gone. Team Asta trying to get the fight to go their way, but it does not pan out. At least XXS is going to be able to make it out. But they've already lost 3 big targets on Team Asta. And 9 Pandas, they lose nothing. Everybody survives.
That's all you need to do. Find Baboka first. Take care of this battery in the Pugna. And everything else just follows through.
Nice
really good execution there.
That is a great Shackles out. Do they have follow-up? Summel should be okay, but no. Kiyotaka waiting in the wake, and another tip to come out from the Pango. And Ramses, that was a real perfect Shackle setup.
Yeah, he's been on point with a Wind Ranger. Finding all of these angles as we do have a Discord issue and some lags here. We can take a look at a replay in that last fight. Again, proper target prioritization coming out here from the side of 9 Pandas. Baboka gone first, Monet no problem. Really all you have to do. And Baboka, for his part, has to be really conscious now about his positioning. Cannot afford to be picked off. The forward boards from the side of 9 Pandas, giving them some pretty good ideas as to where that movement was coming in from. So you have to kind of take care of a vision game here as well. Like the Hawk vision and just this warding out from 9 Pandas has been on point and giving them these openings onto Aster. And 6k lead up for 9 Pandas now. Aster starting to taper off just a little bit. But they should still be able to find themselves opportunities. He is not in mind.
He's not in mind. I think they're referring to Ramses, who just continues to unpause as we do see the happy faces here from 9 Pandas. Here we go. They're having server issues on Discord. They're going to look to maybe change the servers. Apparently they're having 1,000 ping right now. Well, there you go.
Yeah, we shall see. Discord issues, Mikey.
It happens.
It happens.
I mean, I'm surprised it happens so often, honestly, you know, but it does. It is what it is.
Yeah, I believe if the
Yeah.
If the server's set to auto and someone from the admin team joins first, then it will default to their server first. So perhaps just a server change. If you can manage, if someone can manually change that, that is one option as well. You don't need to change the entire server. Yes, of course. You don't need to change the entire server. You could just change it on a per channel basis. So it's not too bad.
Thank you for that, John. We do have the go-ahead. Not sure if they took your advice or not, but it seems like the issues have been resolved, so we can go back into this game number 2. Of course, if you did just tune in, there is a 6k advantage standing right now for 9 Pandas. They have been certainly finding some nice ways of catching out the big cause of Team Asta, as you just saw Summel dropping on the Ember Spirit, and even the win probability currently sitting at 74% the way of 9 Pandas. Even with Monet being at the top of the net worth board on the Medusa, it's just not translating to a higher win chance now for Asta, as what seems like 9 Pandas are well and truly finding the answers to their problems, which seem to mostly be just killing off Baboka before the team fights really start.
Yeah, just if you can get a grip on the Pugna, then your path to success is relatively easy. You don't have to worry about Monet just constantly regenerating up in the middle of these fights. You have the damage output still to go through that Deucer shield. And you can still kind of handle her, although...
Yeah, speaking of Baboka, Antares, no hesitation with the lasso committal onto the Pugna. Has managed to pick him off very, very simply. And that's pretty much it. That's the counter. Antares, just go lasso the Pugna, and the rest of the team will be very happy with you. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. Just have to be really careful. Again, the vision game from 9 Pandas allows them to pick into the backline relatively easily.
Antares.
So you really have to be so conscious, you know?
A little bit further than anticipated, but with the Firefly, bonus movement speed, he is fine to just back his way out. Case is ongoing. You did have Siamese Cat trying to cut in there for a moment, but decides better of it, so this chase amounts to absolutely nothing here for Team Asta. 9 Pandas, of course, just farming the rest of the map right now, just understanding exactly where Team Asta are located, remaining as a team because they are safer in numbers for sure. So now we do see Monet having a full MKB coming out on the Medusa, going for the butterfly up next. But even with the MKB, like, you're just nowhere near the stage where you feel like you're confident enough to go for a big team fight yet, I don't think. But it seems like Team Asta, the game plan is going to be at the very least to try and secure this next Roshan, or at least have first dibs before 9 Pandas do move their way.
It's going to be a nighttime spawn, so they're in a good position to just hold it up top. They've got the wards watching the gate. They've got the plague wards as well to drop into the pit to watch that exact timer. They're in a good position to try to reel back control from the Roche pit. 9 Pandas are roughly in the same area. They're all kind of hanging up top, playing by the triangle. So they are in a position to invade. The scan is out. They are aware about the Roche potentially being up. This time around, don't manage to clip anyone. So let's see if they still force this movement out. They are still playing as a unit here.
Move in. Monet has been spotted, but they know the team's behind him, that's for sure. Again, you are looking for this Pugna first. Baboka is well and truly sitting very far back by the Dire Outpost, but the Hawk Vision is surely going to get there very soon as the Boar has scattered out the Pugna. And you can already see Antares trying to find a nice angle to go for the Blink Lasso in. Wrap around here from the bat. Roshan is now officially up and ready to go. RP, oh, he's found a couple. XXS, he's got a couple. It might be a good one. They are still looking to fight back, however. Monet, huge stone gaze going on here, just petrifying everyone, but the roar comes out. Miero fighting back. They've got the Deucer down. XXS, he will slowly follow. It's 9 Pandas, they are not done yet. Baboka, he was alive the whole time, John, but it just all happens too fast as Ramsey's again getting tipped here by his team. Nice RP or not, it just doesn't make the difference.
No. Like, they drag away the Deucer this time too far away from Pugna, and this time you just couldn't get the life drain. Sumail understands Roche is happening, is just going to TP out. She's taking a look at the replay again. RP's on point, but the drag away on the Deucer, ensuring that Baboka couldn't get the life drain. He was just stuck in the middle of a rave party that he had wanted no part of. And again, 9 Pandas with a great understanding of what they have to do, just break up the combination. Ensure that Baboka can't get the top up onto the Deucer, can't get that save, and only have a grasp on the game. 13k up, 21-10 for 9 Pandas. Looking like that early GG out from game 1 has allowed them to reset quite well. And beside of Aster, the execution has been pretty alright, but it's just, how do you get yourself in a good spot here as the Pugna? It's just not a simple game for Baboka to constantly top anyone up, and he already has the Aether Lens. Maybe if you get something like a telescope down the line, start to feel better, or an Eye of the Vizier, but who knows if any of those options are available for him in the neutral stash.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, Team Asta now really on the back burner. 15k disadvantage for them. Not out of this game yet. I mean, we saw last game around, like 9 Pandas had a decent lead and just called GG out of nowhere. Yeah, you never know. They could find a situation like that again, but it doesn't seem like it this time. Lasso is out. They've caught the Venom. That'll be Siamese Cat going down immediately as now the Global Silence committed, and Ramses has been skewered in by XXS, but with the Gleipnir, he just locks them down. They're getting no damage off into the Wind Ranger. Meanwhile, they have stunned locked the Medusa to boot, so Monet just can't do nothing. But Boka is trying his best to keep him healthy with the mana pool. Now the RP comes out. They'll lock down the Pangolier, but Kiyotaka, he is still fine. He surely just swashbuckles away from this. So he will cheese up and just swashbuckle out. No way to hold him down as Ramsey's going back in onto the Magnus now. The Decrepify will save XXS for a little bit longer. And in fact, he will be able to get out of that scenario. But 9 Pandas, knowing so many spells have been committed here, will go back into the tier 3 top tower. And we'll see how Team Astra intend on trying to defend this, because it's not looking too easy right now. But they'll pop a 5-man smoke. They're going to move in. Who do they want first? Monet's going to reveal himself. Chains around onto Kiyotaka, but Ramsey's immediately going for the focus fire on the Deucer, and the Shackle just locking him down. Look at the damage output. It's just way too high onto Monet. The Ramses, he might go down, but he's got the Aegis and Baboka, keeping Monet alive a little bit longer, but it's not enough. Oh, he's finally down. Ramses, skewered back. Monet has brought back into the team fight. Shackle is out again. Ramses, he just can't miss these apparently. But he will die. They will finally take him down. And they do protect the top lane of Barracks. They only lose the tier 3.
It's quite a lot of commitment to just protect the tier 3. 2 buybacks being forced out. Yeah, having to buy back and Medusa is the one that really sets you back here. And again, like the fight just very chaotic coming out. Some good angles being found with the RP. The healing was good on Boca, sacrificing his life to get that done. Just not enough overall with how much damage is coming out right now on Ramses. And I suppose for Baboka, level 15 is going to be, 18 is going to be big spike. They are trying to catch up rolling Pango, but that can stop him from the middle of that. I think Baboka just really needs his level 18. If he can somehow get that up, like the highest level heal transfer, that should be enough to allow you to really drag Monu's survivability up and try to be a massive issue. But even then, it just feels like they take too long to find these targets on the side of 9 Pandas. Like, Aster just can't get burst damage out. They had to itemize much more defensively to deal with Global Sound, so output is just lacking across the board at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly does feel that way. You know, the bright side, now you have a Psychic Headband for Baboka, so even more cast range available on the Pugna. Nah, should make it a little bit easier for him to keep that life drain going. 17k advantage standing for 9 Pandas, though Team Aster have shown that they are not out of this game number 2 yet. Though they are at a 14% chance of a win probability here against 9 Pandas, who are sitting at 86%. There's another group up here in the mid lane by 9 Pandas. Only going to find some Medusa illusions for now. Team Aster, they do have all their spells back up and available, but so do 9 Pandas. Thing is, though, you do have some great high ground defense to come from Team Aster with their own draft. Like, you've got the Skewer back plays, you've got a Medusa with Stone Gaze, you've got an Ember Spirit with Sleight of Fist spam. Like, it is really tough to try and breach high ground without a good team fight, or at least an Aegis Cheese on your side of things against the draft of Aster.
Yeah. And that stall can buy Aster some much needed time. Keep trying to scale up. There is a smoke play out from 9 Pandas here, though. They get a good kidnap here.
Going to be spotted there for a moment, but they won't bother blinking in for the lasso attempt. Kiyotaka just getting started here. Onto the tier 3 tower. Baboka trying to abuse the life drain with another ward, and now Siamese Cat immediately bursted down. That'll be lasso. Going down as well, even the Global Silence being committed. And it seems like that's going to be enough for 9 Pandas. Like, you got a Veno kill, it's not really enough to safely push high ground. They've got a bot lane to address anyway, so they're just going to back off.
Yeah, just pull back, reset a little bit. You don't have to expend the double Global Silence as well, so you're kind of happy with that. Just wait for the next Rosh. Tormentor going to be taken by the side of Aster, and they will get the latent toxicity now on Siamese Cat. So he has a little bit more impact with that spell. At least a stun through the spell immunity or debuff immunity on hand. See, XXS running forward. What?
Oopsie daisies?
Huh?
Yeah, he's just gone. XXS literally just skewered. And Ramses said, okay, I guess I'll focus fire you. And he gets the kill for free. Is now Ramses. Gleipnir gonna lock him down on the Medusa. Monet getting caught by a lasso, being dragged right back into Mero. He's already low on mana. Baboka's trying to get within range to heal him up. The solo is just holding back the Pugna as Monet is down. Baboka trying for the TP play out with the Decrepify is barely gonna make it, but they've lost their Medusa. 100 seconds without buyback available. There's now Siamese Cat will follow his carry.
They call?
Yeah, I mean, with the dieback on Monet, they're just not feeling it. And would you believe that, John? We have another tie in another series we've cast.
Yeah, well, no big surprises there. Even though Group B, not as many ties to go around here. 9 Pandas do, take that early GG call, reset very nicely coming into the second game. And the side of Aster, trying something pretty fun in the draft, theoretically again, with the Dusa up, and with the Pugna, we saw some of that impact earlier on, but there was just not as much play. Like, 9 Pandas just got their aggression up and running. They had a really strong lane coming out for Miera and Ataris to suppress Monet quite nicely early on. Sumail was having a pretty good time up against Kiyotaka, all things considered, but the early global silences from Solo necessitated the Yule's build-up for Sumail, which again just doesn't feel good for the Ember right now. And when you're forced to go for the defensive item build-up. So the side of Nine Pandas very happy to get that draw, I'm sure. And yeah, I believe that leaves their scoreline for both teams at 1-1-1. There you go, Mike.
There you go. They remain basically tied up in that third place position. But I mean, props to both sides. Like that was a great series from Nine Pandas and Asta, and that's kind of goes to show how close the competition is with all the teams here in Group A and Group B. Just the amount of ties that are happening just goes to show how close the pro teams are in terms of the in terms of the meta right now. And it's not just purely Western Europe dominated or China dominated or whatever else dominated. It seems very even across the board, and you love to see it, John. I love some close Dota.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch when a series goes back and forth like that. And it's always nice to see when a team like Nine Pandas pops off, because they don't quite get the all chat going, but they get the tips going. And it's always fun to watch those tips. I don't know what it is about this team, but they are the tip kings, I suppose. And it's always surprising to me. Like, I get it when it's their regional neighbors in Western Europe, but even the Chinese teams start tipping them like that. So it's like, all right, guys, something's happening here. That's cool.
We've got some monster moments by Monster Energy here to provide you all with. So let's have a look back at these monster moments and see exactly what happened throughout this game number 2, because it was a bit of a bloodbath here between these two teams. Who do you give biggest props to? Like, if you had to choose one player that you think really popped off in this game 2 for Nine Pandas, who would you choose, John?
Ramsey's had some pretty sick shackles. I think he's certainly deserving of a lot of his aggressive plays. I think there's also maybe an argument here for Antares on the Batrider support, because once he figured out, all right, so we just need to lasso the Pugna, and the game just started going their way. So either or. I think, to be fair, I feel like every performance on Nine Pandas was on point. Solo's global silence usage was really good. If you had to hand it to one, maybe Ramsey's. I think those shackles were a little bit too sickening.
Yeah, he was just fantastic. I can't actually remember him seeing him miss a shackle this game. It's just an absolutely disgusting +1 Ring Ranger performance here from Ramsey's absolute props to him. And, well, for Team Asta, again, you still won game 1, so you still at least got the draw here against Nine Pandas. As you can see just the great team fight potential here from Nine Pandas with this new draft of theirs. And it's kind of what I was trying to, go to with this when we were still in the drafting phase. Like, Nine Pandas going for a much more easy to execute style of draft, and even with this broken Pugna Medusa combo that you had here, and even though Baboka was playing like a real god here on this support Pugna, it just still didn't prove to be enough as Ramses. You just see the constant shackles. Even when he's going 4v1 underneath tier 4 towers, he's still looking for an opportunity. Just never give up on this Wind Ranger, and oh my goodness, what a performance from him.
Yeah, and it's an outstanding performance coming out from Ramses, and showing us that the Wind Ranger may not be as much of a bait pick as we expect, as he does make it look pretty damn good in that lane. And again, our monster moments for a monstrous team and Nine Pandas rallying after early call out in game 1. Always good to see that, again, reset does pay off, and the experience Solo has in finding a call like that does matter.
It certainly does. Another great series. Of course, there's so much Dota going on today, Jonathan. We've still got 2 more series on the Storm stream that's going to happen. Of course, I believe with Seek and Strike and Winter, so that's going to be a lot of fun as well for the viewers that are going to hang around. And you kind of wonder how things are going to go. Like, considering how close things are at DreamLeague, you can only imagine what's going to happen at the Major. You can only imagine what's going to happen at Riyadh, and of course at TI. Like, this is Dota right now just, with a brand new patch with so many changes, it just feels closer than ever. Like, I can't really say to you that one region is by far the best over the others, right? Like, usually we can say, Western Europe looks the strongest, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Game of Gladiators in the grand final of whatever tournament, but this time around it just doesn't feel like that's the case. In fact, Team Liquid have been performing pretty awkwardly here in the first couple days of the group stages, which is something I don't think anyone was expecting. So yeah, I mean, new patch, new Dota, you love to see it. I'm very, very happy, and I can't wait to see how the meta develops right now, John, because we're only in day 2. So we haven't really seen the best of it yet.
Yeah, there's still more left down the line, a lot more days of Dota, a lot more action to kind of watch out for, and I'm keen to see just just exactly how these teams develop. I can't wait to see by tomorrow, around our midpoint, at that point forward, where our standings start to shape up at the end of this day, because that's where things start to get spicy. Not too many days left of the groups after today, actually. We're about halfway through. That's really fast, Mike.
Yeah, we are about halfway through. That is kind of going insanely fast. But that is the way it works, John. Time stops for nobody. We just keep going. Still, then our next series, I mean, we may as well start talking about it, right? I believe we have, PSG ODD up against Tundra coming up on the Storm stream, and then after that, I believe it might be BetBoom versus 9 Pandas, if I'm not incorrect. Pretty sure I'm correct about these, John, but I am blind, so take it with a grain of salt, but I do believe those are the series that are going to be coming up next on this stream. What do you think about those future series, John?
I think it is pretty hype. LGD versus Tundra is a pretty interesting one because we just heard from Nathan say he does want to play against Tundra. Tundra themselves have been looking pretty strong, tied for first with Tal in the fall teams for their group right now. That makes me laugh. God bless those boys. I'm not going to say anything about them because I'll just end up disappointed. The BetBoom versus 9 Pandas one is also interesting to see another Western Europe clash, or Eastern Europe clash up against each other. I think that's always fun. That also tends to have a lot of tipping.
Well, we've got to interrupt you, Jonathan. There is going to be no interview, sadly, so we are going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, Seek and Strike and Winter will be back to join you for the next 2 series on the Storm stream. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are live, Winter now, day 2. We've just finished Series 2 now of Dream League Season 20. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, for joining us for what is going to be another beautiful Dota adventure here, Winter. We had some two interesting series, I would say, yesterday. Honestly, good talking points for both of them. And we're going to be back now with Group A here. But how are you doing, Winter? That's what I'm most curious about. How are you doing this fine evening?
That's very nice of you to ask. I am doing fine. I'm tired because of the late night we had, but all is well. I'm ready for another night of good Dota.
Absolutely, and I think that's at least is what makes it go a bit easier, right? Is the fact that we do have some good Dota here to watch for us, because we are going to be kicking off with a pretty fun matchup. It's going to be Tundra taking on LGD, and of course, not to be outdone, we still are going to end up wrapping up our day with the Eastern European matchup, which is going to be Bet Boom versus 9 Pandas. Let me just make sure I'm not lying to chat. I'm not lying to chat. That is going to be indeed correct. So a little bit of West versus East, and then an Eastern European matchup here is going to be what's on the docket for us today. Winter, if I'm not mistaken, we actually got the chance to not catch any LGD Dota yesterday. Instead, we got the chance to catch Aster. LGD, though, the top team coming out of the region. What are your expectations for a team like this?
Very, very high all the time. I hope they don't disappoint me this time. Can't wait to can't wait to see them own.
Okay. I mean, very high marks as well there. And what about for Tundra Esports then, the defending TI champions? How do you feel like they've obviously got the great mind of Aoi behind them, who I think is always going to be really fun to cast when you're heading into a new patch. But what's your expectations of a team like this then?
I don't know what to expect, to be honest. They have 2 stand-ins already so far. They don't have their usual roster. They still have the same kind of very outlandish ideas at times when they're drafting. But I still feel like they're gonna be able to do really well, even though they have a stand-in.
Yeah, that's right. I think Tundra playing with a couple stands, and we'll get to them in just a second. But for now, of course, taking a look and getting caught up with the LGD roster. Nothing to say, fellow countryman here, fellow Malaysian,
fellow teammate
on the roster.
It's my fellow teammate.
Is he? You play together?
Yeah, man, you don't know.
I knew you coached him on one of, what was it? Was it Faceless you coached him on?
No, dude, what the hell, man? We were on the same team when we were at Tigers or what's the name of the? I mean, we were at the Tigers bootcamp, but we were called Malaysia, Singapore, Australia. The team name is MYSG AU.
Okay. I mean, you'll forgive me then, at least, for not having that one memorized. It looks like I'm trying to find that Winter. Unable to find too much information there.
I was always suggesting him when a couple of new orgs in Malaysia, they are looking for new and up-and-coming players. I always tell them to try this guy, man. Back in the day when he was mostly playing in some stacks. And he was a lot younger, though. I felt like he had a lot of potential.
I mean, I'd say he's certainly delivered on that over the last couple of years. And LGD back in form here this DPC season. And I think nothing to say having a lot to do with that over in the mid lane. They used to have another Malaysian in the squad, Zeal, who was replaced by New. So that, of course, is going to be a bit newer for this org. But seemingly a change that has been going pretty well. You know, I think they did just get first place in the Chinese DPC with a 6-0-1 record. So pretty strong stuff for them. Kind of didn't do too hot at their last LAN, but of course now with offlaner New, we'll see what's in store for this team.
Yeah, can't wait to see him perform at a LAN right now. I guess it's a little different since it's still online. You're playing at a boot camp or hotel, wherever they are. Right now, it's a little bit different from a LAN. I think it feels more like when you're at here in China, you're playing from the team house.
Yeah, certainly. And for the likes of Tundra, you know, still playing with a couple of stand-ins for themselves. But, you know, I think their rise now, this is actually the top seed of China and the top seed of Western Europe facing off, right? Because Tundra did manage to take down Liquid and both Gaming Gladiators to top the Western European region. Is that a region you watch a lot of, Winter, Western EU? Any hints on what Tundra might be bringing here today?
Well, it depends if you give me a long day, you know. In KL, if I come home after the second series, sure, you know, I watch some Western Europe, but if I come home after 3 series of work, I usually still watch maybe 1 series because it's back-to-back, so normally I'll get to watch some Western European games. Really big fan of Tundra, how they played last tour. Some good drafts. They're kind of back to who they were before. I think Tour 1 and Tour 2, they were kind of a little bit more shaky, and Tour 3, they kind of found their identity again.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how they're going to fare here as we are going to get started with our draft in just a bit. You've heard from Winter about how Tundra feels, about how he feels about Tundra, rather. Let's go ahead and tune in to see how Tundra feel about themselves, and we did get the chance to sit down with them for some interviews.
Go. Dark Seer walled down, but couldn't follow up with the vacuum. There might have been a clip opportunity there, but it...
Hello, my name is Skitter, and I play for Tundra Esports as a carry player.
I'm Neta, or 33, and I play often for Team Tundra.
I think the way I would describe Tundra Esports is a team, a lot of hard work, and a lot of passion for the game.
I don't really know how to describe us in one word. It's just a Dota team, you know.
Gonna make the jump onto Zai. Silence on 3. And we had to use the Nightmare hit to break Zai out of the combo. Zai's able to get the guys down. 33 going for the black hole. He's caught Zai. He's caught Instania. That'll do it. As 9, he's able to lay down the damage, take out the 2 of them. They'll take out Boxy as well. Mid-game won't commit in. He's considering fighting this kind of 2v4. He feels strong.
The challenges they have we have been facing recently is mostly to prove ourselves that we deserve to be at the international.
In the first part of the season, we had a bit of problems with our motivation, I guess, in our practice. We started putting in just as much work as we did before TI, and I think it shows a lot in our games.
Away, 33 though, now dominating and might just give up that spree immediately.
Nice, done by
Goes to the lasso, they're burrowing him in. They've got the chrono. He survives on the high ground. They get the chronomancy.
We basically wanted to make sure we win the last DPC tour, so we can play the whole major with less of a pressure on ourselves.
The turn is insane here for Tundra. They've got themselves a third. They'll look over.
And we managed to achieve that. Our goals for this Dream League, we didn't really set any goals because we're gonna be playing with 2 stand-ins.
We have Marine from Nemiga. He was one of our top choices for mid, and post 4 will have Immersion. I only played a couple pubs with him, but he's been great.
Honestly, who knows how it's gonna go, but hopefully it's gonna be fun to watch.
GGG is the call from Collapse. They're done.
I mean, I just want to thank all the fans and supporters for our team that you guys are cheering for us. Even though we haven't been delivering much, but you know, it's the Tundra stock is on the uptrend, so stick around.
Tundra stock on the rise here. We'll see how high they can ride that. You can see already one little Aegis above their team logo. We'll see how many more they can get. Of course, here is the original roster that they will be playing with later on. Maybe even at TI if they can get that direct qualified invite. But for now, they are playing with Malorine in place of 9. And Winter, you know, 9 is quite the mid laner to replace. He was the guy that really liked going for those funky mids. You know, the Winter Wyvern in particular, he was one of the earliest ones to pioneer the Coddle mid as well, you know. Finding these game-breaking mids and really exploiting them has always kind of been his forte. How easy or how difficult do you think that's going to be to replace?
You can't replace him. You just have to be yourself. I don't think you can emulate and try to copy the way he plays. It's just too difficult. Like as a mid player, everybody has their own identity, and when you force like one mid player to be another person, you're gonna kind of ruin everything for him, you know. So I feel like as a team, if you're using a stand-in, you should try your best to accommodate the stand-in. Just let them play their heroes that they are really comfortable with, and just run with it, you know.
Speaking about playing heroes you're comfortable with, when you take a look at the carries, you think either of these carries has any advantage in this meta? You know, I remember Skitter for the Faceless Voids, the TBs. I mean, he won TI on the Dusa, but played as a lot of the CK. Anything like that? Is we also take a look at, of course, Shiro, carry for LGD.
Shiro is a more conventional carry, I would say. Like he's the person that would play Juggernaut, Lifesteal, anti-mage carry. Whereas if you look at Skitter, he's more like the new and modern carry that plays Monkey King, Chaos Knight, all the fighting carries. So they are very different in my opinion. Like so it depends on what kind of setup the team has for what kind of player. So they would both work in very, very different kind of environments in my opinion. If Shiro works in, let's say, this LGD team, I feel like when you put Skitter in this team, their playstyles would not work. I mean, his playstyle wouldn't work in LGD. Or maybe they have to change the team's playstyle to adapt towards him.
We'll see how that can actually work then, as far as adapting playstyles. You know, like you say, I think you told me once before, mid is the most impactful position you can change on
Correct.
a team, because it just changes so much, right? So I imagine Skitter is now having to step into a little bit of a different pair of shoes himself. I'm trying to see what the most contested hero is right now. It's still pretty much that Magnus, that Rubik, Faceless Void as well, and the Void Spirits.
I would say that
carries,
Skitter is a guy that enables his team more than Shiro. Shiro is more like he's going to take up more space. Whereas if you look at like the heroes right now, you were saying like the Magnus. I think the Magnus hero fits Skitter's playstyle more, because Magnus carry, you enable your whole team, and you as a hero, you can be like a point of anchor on the map. You defend towers, you hold a position, so you do a lot more for your team. Shiro doesn't like to do those things in the game. He's more like a make space for me, man. Okay, it's a good fight. Maybe I'll come and cast a spell. Oh, I'll cast a Mana Void. Sure.
Yeah, I mean we've seen some pretty big mana voids this tournament so far. We'll see how, of course, Skitter and Shiro are going to go head-to-head once they actually get going here. Of course, that's going to be in still some time to come before our game is scheduled to start. Any predictions for this series? You know, Tundra with a stand-in, maybe not quite the favorites, but LGD also looking slightly rocky. They did just draw their last series, and they're currently sitting over at a 3-3 scoreline, while Tundra did find a 2-0 yesterday and are at 4-2. So any predictions, just bold general predictions?
No,
about this
I'll
series?
give you a safe bet, the boring bet. 1-1. Can't go wrong, man.
Can't go wrong with a 1-1 unless you're Tundra Talent or Liquid right now in Group A. It's certainly a group that has been drawing for the most part, with only, 2 matches not going drawn is kind of a ridiculous outcome here, especially when you consider both of them have been against Liquid. Liquid is the only team who has, gotten 2-0'd.
Liquid looks not okay right now.
You think?
Yeah, they've been out of sorts, I feel. It's a bit tough for them right now.
Well, Liquid is not going to be playing on this channel, but they need to get it together now as they do head into their 4th match. That's going to be over, I'm not sure which stream that's on, but they're taking on Team Spirit, so you can see if Liquid are going to be able to bounce back. Winter, for us, however, we are going to be going to a quick break, and when we come back, of course, we're going to be greeted with draft number 1 of LGD taking on Team Tundra after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So that's a lot of Marcy art we have here, Winter. Is she your favorite hero in Dota 2 to draw? You would not draw Marcy? You don't think you can get it done?
Invoker.
Carl, that's a classic. That's actually quite the classic for you. Did you play him back when he had 27 skills? Or, yeah, spells?
What, 27 spells?
Yeah, didn't he?
I used to be an Invoker player when we only played Quaswex. When you need to play Exile, I'm like, probably not my hero.
You can't do skill shots. You apply Cold Snap and then hit them with Urn, right?
And I buy Yules. I tornado them, and I use myself too, so we're all in the air.
Very good, very good. That's a very effective strategy, Winter. Send them sky high, and maybe one day, perhaps you'll come down with a win. Who knows, Winter? Because I don't think I've ever seen a Yule Scepter on a 9 mid lane Invoker, but we're not even going to have 9 in the matchup. So not relevant here as Tundra getting ready to face off versus LGDR draft beginning in just a couple of minutes. Winter, I've been taking a couple look at the drafts, and I do remember actually what ended up happening, right? It was LGD who drew against Secret. That's what I wanted to talk about before, but then it lapsed my memory. What do you think about Secret yesterday as a team, and did you expect them to be able to take a game against Tundra?
Nope. definitely not. I think they have a lot of issues that they need to work around, especially the decision making during the mid game. They play a really good like early game, like first 10 minutes I think looked fine to me at least. But when they started breaking around the map, running as like you split up into a few groups, you try to take different parts of the map, and then you have to connect to a dot at least, and you have to come back during this to a position and group up together. I feel like that point is a bit messy for them.
Right. I mean, for Secret, they did manage to get a pretty nice comeback win against LGD. I believe they won their laning stage with a Muerta and a Beastmaster as cores, and then also a mid lane Snapfire, which is not the first we've seen. So not such a crazy pick. I believe LGD have actually gone to it twice so far this tournament. So
Snapfire feels good now.
You think?
Yeah, I think the hero has risen up the ranks as a mid laner in this couple of days. I think the hero is very strong early because you have a lot of magic damage with your ulti, with your stun, your slow, you have a lot of burst. You don't exactly win your lane unless you're laning against QOP. I think that particular matchup is the one that I know that Snapfire wins. But if you are laning against the other Spirit Brothers, generally it's like a 5-5 lane. But then you do a lot more with your ulti. So when it comes to controlling runes, rotating, and trying to help the side lanes to create an advantage, I feel Snapfire is strong there. And then after that point of the game, you go towards the mid game. That's where you have a travels and you're constantly shuffling out waves, you're farming. Because you're trying to get to the late game where you're super scary. So he has two power spikes, early game and late game. Mid game is more, people get BKB, you have pipe, you don't do much damage, and then you're just running around, shuff wave, kill W, bye-bye, kill W, clear all the waves, and just connect to your team last with the travels.
I like the travels builds quite a bit. Taking a look towards what Tundra have been picking up, though, in general, I was just looking at a couple of their drafts, and they've got a pretty set first phase here. I don't know what it is about maybe a team playing with a stand-in, just wanting to get a couple of heroes picked up. But in their series, they just played versus TSM, which they drew, of course, in Group A. They basically got the first phase Techies and then Pango. Doom is always a must ban against them, and you tend to see the Bat Rider of 33 also taken out. So very, very off-lane focused bans here is what most opponents of Tundra tend to go to. What does that say about a team when a lot of the first phase bans tend to be off lanes? Do you think that says more about the meta, or does that say more about the team?
The team. Like we discussed earlier about the matchups, the carry matchups, I feel like Skitter enables the other cores a lot. I think 9 is also a very greedy mid laner. He plays in a very distinct way, and so is 33. They're both very, very greedy in my opinion. So Skitter actually allows them to play that way, and that's why you have to try to ban a lot of at least the 33 heroes. I think he's a very polarizing offlane. The team plays around him a lot, and even if it's not 33, I feel like Dota in general, like the strategy, I would always try to tailor a draft around the offlane, because the offlane is always the first spot where you move your team in the game. Right. You try to take the tower and open the map. So it's really, really crucial that you get a good matchup and you try to delay the pick as much as you can, so you can have a very advantageous matchup in the lane.
Makes a lot of sense, and I think if you're an opponent, right, you want to remove as many tools as you can to getting off to a good start in those lanes. Yeah. As we'll see now how LGD are going to look to do that. I didn't quite see who won the toss. I should have paid attention to that, but I assume it's LGD because they do have second pick.
Can I still go back to see? Oh
no,
I can't.
It's gone forever, Winter.
I think you should definitely ban out they ban out the Bat Rider. I think that's the number one hero that I would ban against Tundra, because this hero they can play in multiple roles. It's very annoying to draft against that. The other hero you were mentioning is the Doom. Doom I'm not so sure. Is there anything else I would rather ban? If I don't ban the Doom, okay, they ban the Doom.
They ban the Doom. I mean, it's just what you do right now against 33. You know, I'd say, of all the positions to change, you know, you like you said, you change the mid laner. That changes a lot about your early to mid game transition, I would say, for the most part. But I think when your offlaner is the biggest constant, like, I think offlaners are still going to play the same almost regardless of who else is on your team. You know, like, I think that might be Tundra's playbook. Like, Skitter might have to do something else.
What?
That's just a first pick Timber.
I don't care, man. Timber saw first pick. I think, is this Marin's hero? I remember he played Timber yesterday. Yeah, he played Timber one of the games. I can't remember what was the matchup. Was it
I don't believe so. I don't see a Timbersaw here for Tundra in their last 6 games.
Yeah, he played one game.
Oh, well, I mean, the Techies then is going to be stolen by LGD, so that's one Universal hero down. I don't believe so, Winter. TSM picked Timbersaw against them both times. Talent picked Timber against them once, and then banned it the other game. And then Timbersaw was banned once against Liquid, and oh, he was picked. You're right. It was the very first game that Tundra Esports played, but they 8th picked it, not 5th picked it.
Yeah, maybe they feel like they need to get this hero onto Marin because he's really comfortable with the hero. Like I told you a little bit earlier, when usually you have a stand-in, you try to accommodate him a little bit more during the draft because you don't want him to be too stressed out. And you just give him the hero that he wants, and if you think that you might not get that particular hero, then you just have to pick it early. But in this case, I feel like they're doing two things. They want to give him their comfort hero right away, and they don't want to show the other person's hero. So they want to see what LGD picks as their duo, and then decide what do they pick at the 8th slot. What kind of heroes that they want to pick.
It's just surprising to me because they previously given Malrin, I believe this Pangolier twice after they open up on 5th pick with the Techies. This time LGD keen to pick up the Beastmaster.
Beast Techies.
So far, all right, Winter, let's keep track. That's 2 Universal heroes, if I'm not mistaken. 3? Oh, you're right.
Timbersaw. Timbersaw is not a strength hero.
You are correct. 3 Universal heroes picked up.
Is the dream still alive? 10 Universal heroes in one game?
Nope.
Oh no. Okay, fine. Bloodseeker is in-buy hero right now, so I give it a pass.
Yeah, Winter, the stats support you on this, by the way. Of the 7 games that Bloodseeker's been picked so far in Dream League Season 20 in the safe lane carry role, he's got a 71% win rate. What is it about this hero that gives him so much power? Why is he so good?
Lane. The first thing is he's really strong in the lane, and the second thing is like he got a pretty huge buff, I would say, indirect buff, because of how BKB spell immunity interacts right now, because he's very worried about the enemies getting a Linken's to block Rupture. But because right now, when even if you have BKB and Linken's, you can always click and proc the Linken's because that's how it works right now, and then you cast the Rupture on the target. So it changed a lot of the matchups for Bloodseeker, so the hero is really, really powerful. Yeah, I feel like those are the 2 things that make the hero really, really strong. Obviously, there are other small things like the axe, and all the small little details. But I personally feel like primary why the hero is strong right now is the lane and the change of the spell immunity debuff thingy, so he can break the Linken's to cast Rupture.
I think this is also a pretty nice pick because it's basically it effectively bans a couple of heroes, doesn't it? Right? This Bloodseeker showing so early, there's just no way you can ever pick a Pango into it, and you're also never going to be able to pick basically a Slark, right? The counter is just way too good against those 2 heroes. So that's going to be another decent point for this as into the second phase of bans.
I like those bans. Those heroes are really good against Bloodseeker. You kind of don't want to fight heroes that can burst you 1v1. You can't stand there and fight them, so Morphling and Medusa are those heroes, and Void is also because of the Chronosphere, and Time Dilation is very good against the two opening picks of Tundra, so I think the bans are excellent for Tundra. And for LGD that decided to remove the Visage, I mean, obviously everybody does this, against 33. You ban out all his heroes, ideally, and Darkseer as well.
Yep.
The Oracle is a pretty interesting ban. I think it's because they don't want to give them the Oracle with Bloodseeker combination, and Oracle against Techies, you can block the spell damage, and it
also allows. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's also good against the Raw.
Yep, I was gonna say it also allows Venomancer to be a hero, right? You have that casual dispel for the Gale, and the Veno 5 doesn't really do too much for you.
Latent toxicity.
That's true, that latent toxicity. It's a pretty powerful shard, but you do need to spend money to get that thing, which can
you just
sometimes
pray
be-
that the first tormentor is going to give you the shard.
There it is. Just pray. It's that easy.
Takis is like, no, I want it. It's mine. My shard is stronger.
So that's going to be a pick expecting what, this Timber Saw to go offlane, just against the Timber in general, really, isn't it? Just plenty of magic damage to try and get through all that
It
armor
also
he stacks up.
might be how much they value this hero, and they don't want to give Veno and Bloodseeker together. Personally, I feel like when you put Veno and Bloodseeker on the same team, it's pretty annoying in the team fights. I mean, in the lane even, like it's also pretty good, but in the team fights, because he just throws his spell, everybody loses HP, and then the Bloodseeker suddenly just becomes a Ferrari, you know, and he just kills everybody.
Well, they're going to be looking to maybe enable this Ferrari earlier now with the Shadow Demon pickup. That's a classic lane, right? Disruption is set up for the Blood Rites. You also have now a Dispel available for yourself if you do get the shard on the Shadow Demon, which is still pretty good against that Venomancer. And the ulti is really good against a couple of different heroes. LGD, though, need to show another core here. They've got 18th pick after the 17 Coddle. Anything remarkable about this Coddle for you, Winter?
I think they just value this hero a lot. I don't feel like that's a very obvious combo. I mean, sure, you can chakra the Timber, and then you can do your Whirling Death and Timber Chain combo again, but I don't think that's as impressive as something like a Slight Chains on Ember Spirit, or I guess Tiny, something like that.
Yeah.
I think they just value this hero a lot. This hero is really, really strong in the early game when you group up. Because if you look at their cores, right, it's Bloodseeker and Timber. They are very, very fast cores. They not like Bloodseeker fast because of turns, but fast as in pace in the game. They're really, really, really quick at establishing themselves in the game. When you get like one, especially for Bloodseeker, you get a Maelstrom into BKB. They are very, very strong in the game. And Timber, obviously, when you get your aura items, whatever that you want to go for, your Vanguard, Octarine, whatever it is, you're already very strong. So Kotal enables that timing because you group out together, you have the heal, you have the daytime vision, you have the chakra. And Storm is a very good way of dealing with the Keeper of the Light, because whenever you're playing against Keeper of the Light, you need a hero that can go behind the backlines and target that hero first, and even the Shadow Demon. And you have the Beastmaster Hawk to give you vision.
I was just about to say that, and you've got Plague Wards as well to give you vision, I would say, and Techie's Mines, right? I mean, obviously, I think the Hawk, you said it first for a reason, but I would still say that Techie's Mines and Plague Wards do effectively help you gain map control, right? To help you plant that anchor, and as you say, for the Storm Spirit to go dive and find these squishier backliners. I completely agree with you.
Yep. It's very annoying to play against the Plague Wards and the Hawk, the Techie's Mines. Like the fights become very, very difficult to invade, you know, when LGD is already there faster than you. They have already set up a wall of wards, a Hawk, and the Techie's Mines. It becomes close to impossible for you to take that area, you know. So they have to be very careful in terms of deciding which kind of area that they are fighting into, and make sure that they have to use their timings better, you know, against this Beastmaster lineup.
That's a curious ban on the Pangolier. Last time I checked, Storm was probably the best hero against Pango in lane. They banned the Puck, which makes a lot of sense.
Pango's good against the Techies and the Veno, in my opinion. It's very good against the supports.
So you think this might have been a Pango off lane then, right? Because it's you don't have a start against the Storm.
Yeah, possibly. Because you want the Timber. I would choose the Timber against the Storm because that matchup is actually pretty nice for Timber.
Really? Tell me about that. I would have thought the magic damage would be a bit overwhelming against the Timber
but
Storm.
the early first couple of waves, you can actually pressure him with the Whirling Death a lot. Because the Storm also has to run up and put Remnant in the creep to farm the creep. So then you can use your Whirling Death onto the Storm and get last hits. So then you can also get a good trade when you're doing that.
Okay. A little bit of team fight to round out this Tundra draft as they'll go for the Tide Hunter now for 33.
That's
not
a
the
very
most exciting hero for him, but
that's a very good hero against the Beastmaster. Because you get to deal with the summons very well with Anchor Smash, and your Kraken Shell is good against the Raw. You can stand in front, and the Beast doesn't really want to Raw you.
No.
But he can't get past you because of the Ravage.
Right.
So it becomes annoying.
Same thing with Storm, right? Storm at least can get past you, but he also doesn't want to really jump you first again because of that Kraken Shell.
So they need like a silver edge carry that can break the tide, or
maybe more mobility just to like fight around the Tide Hunter and trying to get around him. Because you got a lot of ways to keep a Blink Dagger on cooldown here.
I mean, if you do that, it's pretty hard to pick because their heroes are all anti-carry. Okay, they picked TA. I kind of like this pick. I think it's an excellent pick with the lineup, and it doesn't really worry about like getting purged by SD as much and the rupture. You can still blink when you have refraction on when you get ruptured. So that's a nice little tool that the carry is gonna have against those annoying spells, and it goes really well with the Beastmaster aura. You also have a very fast lineup.
It's true. Tundra also, they kind of do struggle to get through refraction. I think everything is basically dealt in big bursts, right? Tidehunter doesn't attack very quickly. Coddle, Timber, more in bursts until that, of course, Whirling Death comes out. That's, sorry, the Chakram, be it is a bit more problematic. I do wonder, though, if an early point in Disseminate, the new Shadow Demon active, does that count as a separate damage instance to get through refraction? I'm never sure. I don't know if that's going to be that make or break here, but...
It should be an extra instance of damage. I'm not entirely sure, but I think logically it should be.
Right. I believe I tried to test this once upon a time and I completely forgot that interaction because refraction works really weird with like stacked damage. We'll see if that actually comes into play here in game 1 of Tundra versus LGD. You really like that 24th TA. Is that enough to get you into the PSG LGD camp here, Winter? Are you predicting a game 1 for them?
I think both teams have very solid drafts, and I feel like we're gonna see a very high octane game because both drafts are very fast paced. But I agree. I would side LGD's draft a little bit more. I like the Veno Techie's combination in tandem with the Beastmaster aura with the Templar Assassin Dazzle killing Roshan's early and just and the Vision allowing the Storm to dominate the game. You know, I think it's gonna be very crucial that Tundra do as much as they can to slow this Storm down. Because they don't really have very good stuns to actually catch the Storm.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's LGD trying out a lot of new heroes in this game 1 for them here. This is the first time they've picked Storm. It's the first time they've also picked a Templar Assassin here. So trying a couple new things to see what'll stick as they do get into game number 1.
I was talking about like how I feel Shiro was a traditional carry player, and this is definitely not a hero that I expected him to play. He usually plays the hero that's more slower paced. You need to farm a lot more. But this TA is a totally different hero. You wanna just get to a timing, like especially your blink, Dazzle timing, and then you're running at the enemy. You're trying to force objectives really early, and we shall see whether it works out for LGD. Meanwhile, Tundra is coming in.
They are. New is going to get scouted here. Disruption to try and set up around him. Bloodright. 0-5 enemy heroes surrounding the Beastmaster. He is as good as dead. It's just a question of who gets the first blood, and it's going to go to Malaran. Perfect start right there for Tundra.
Yeah, very nicely done there. The level 1 smokes are always something Tundra is really good at. Whenever I watch all their games, they put a lot of like thought and planning to how they can get a really good level 1 smoke going.
Yeah, and just a classic combo, right? SD Bloodright to set it all up, and everything just kind of falls into place around there. We'll see if it'll allow Tundra to get an additional bounty rune. Doesn't seem to be the case. Snaking Shrine with that disruption, but 2 heroes there to secure the runes, and they'll split runes 2 apiece. Nothing to say with the cat ears, Giga Chad.
Cat ears? The headset?
Yeah, he's got the headset cat ears. Green cat ears as well.
Can you get me one?
No.
My birthday is coming up soon.
Is it really?
Well, it depends how you define soon.
I mean, it is cyclical, right? Once a year. We'll see if Nothing to Say wins. Perhaps I shall ask him Nishi Mauma, as I've practiced with my cat. There once again, just trying to put on the hurt as well onto New. Let's not avoid that Bloodright. Bloodright level 1, so Skitter's got to be a little bit cautious about trading down here, but is going to be incredibly effective at least zoning away Planet and both New early on. Kill top lane though, Shiro does manage to take down Immersion. Looks like they just closed the gap on him, and the early meld catching him out of place there with the Venomous Gale.
Yeah, they are very, very strong at level 1. Mel, Gale, they need to wait for level 2 at least when you have a Kraken Shell, and then when the Coddle has the Chakra. They need to play a little bit more defensive in the early levels, so Immersion definitely not being careful enough.
Yeah, maybe now Shiro is going to have to pay the price. That refraction on cool, or not skilled yet, of course, as he's still level 1, but Tundra unable to really apply enough damage. Mid lane, so far so good for the Storm Spirit, by the way. Nothing too crazy here. They're both taking a fair amount of harass, as you predicted. See another Whirling Death at the ready. Like you said, you know, nothing to say. He's got to run in there to be able to place down the Remnants. Might have bit off a bit more than he can chew here. They have another Whirling Death in just one more second. Whoa! Barely alive. Winter quite literally 15 HP, and he stays alive. That is going to, of course, be really nice for Skitter, who even with level 1 Thirst is already starting to rev up the engine in his Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with the hero, the other lanes, they're going to be doing a lot of like harassment trading, and it benefits Splitseeker so much. And in the current meta where the laning phase allows you to snowball so much, controlling the Healing Lotus, controlling the Wisdom Runes, like all this little thing matters a lot.
You know, first Lotus pools are going to spawn in 30 seconds as well. A rare objective on the side lanes, I would say, although I think maybe now with those twin gates, we're going to see more rotations. If there was a team, Winter, that I would have to assume would be super sweaty on this new patch, it is Tundra, right? They're not at full form, of course, because they are playing with 2 substitutes for this tournament. But I'm still excited to see how they're going to be rotating and how early they decide to rotate, especially around this Tidehunter, right? And we'll see when that ends up happening.
Yeah, but first they have to ensure that they at least get a good laning phase off. Shiro tried to be a little bit too greedy to get the last hit on the Centaur there. He's going to take a lot of damage.
33 being Venomous Gale just to make sure that he misses as much CS as possible. Just missed the 1. Phenomenal lane so far, actually so far out from Tundra. Mid lane, we can see nothing to say again, trying to get a little bit more damage in. But Malloran just starting to be a bit too tanky here with 2 points in that reactive armor. Kind of struggling nothing to say rather, to try and actually cut through all of that HP regen. And not a full level advantage, but a little bit of an XP advantage now swinging the way of Malloran, given that he's got those 7 denies. Right.
And the Storm's gonna probably need maybe at some point one of the supports to refill his bottle. You know, otherwise the lane might get too difficult. Yeah, you see Malloran trying to contest Rune. I think that's a very, very smart play. He's trying to squeeze out every little bit of advantage he can in this lane. Yeah. But on the other hand, Planet is here to salvage the mid lane.
Very good.
Gets
that
the
quick
rune.
Little rotation down. And it's just going to force New. I mean, it does punish him a little bit more, Winter, right? You can see Skitter completely free with a full wave, given that New just has to back up. He has to concede, right? Otherwise, he just kind of dies to a disruption into the Bloodright. So recovery in the mid lane. Could be problems in the top lane. No, Tundra mentioned TP away.
Nothing to say. He's getting body blocked.
Oh, yeah. There he goes in the mid lane, dying to the residual damage.
It's very, very nicely done by Marin. And this guy is really, really good at playing the lane with this hero. He knows his limits very well, when he should be playing aggressive, how much he can get from every bit of spell that he's casting in the lane, like getting the last hit, harassing at the same time. And I mentioned how important it is for the Storm to be shut down, and he's getting shut down right now.
He is? Yeah, you talked a lot about that control, and, well, I mean, one way to control him is to just make sure he's not getting off to too crazy of a start. Shiro's getting a lot of farm. 33 also finding plenty of farm as well, and 33 is also going to be able to apply a bit more pressure. I like this build a lot he's going for. I'll talk about that in a second, as Planet is dropping here. 4 stacks, now 5 of the Shadow Poison will spell his death. Snaking now fighting versus 2 as Skitter waiting to deny him. Can't quite find it. New ready with the auto attacks and the axes to ensure that Skitter unable to deny his ally. They should not have a kill here, I assume. Those axes do force Skitter to pop the wand, but otherwise he's going to be A-okay here.
Yeah, he still has a Fairy Fire, and he still has the Raindrop, so he's still doing really well in this lane. And right now, Storm, he gets a bottle refill from Planet. Very, very much needed. 6-minute rune, going to be top. Shield rune. Oh, this is very good for Timbersaw, so it's going to allow him to play even more aggressive on this lane. So he's actually maxing Whirling Death in this lane. All right.
Down bottom, New maybe in for a bit of a rough time. Threw the axes before TPing away, and because he's got the full Vanguard Winter, it's an easy escape for him. He TP's back to the tower in good hands. And like you're saying, you know, this Shield Rune now on 9 for Mallorin, having max this Whirling Death. Look at the damage he's able to output on Nothing to Say, who has Ball Lightning, so should not take a death here, and he won't. No,
Yeah, but you're forcing him.
Chasing?
You're forcing him to use his mana defensively so much so it protects your side lane. This is actually really, really big for Tundra that the Timber is doing so well in the beginning of the game. This Storm is gonna be forced to go back to base quite a bit. And maybe it's time for him to consider, should I just let my support sit there and get XP, and I should maybe consider doing something else on the in the game.
That might be the right move. I mean, he's going to TP back in, immediately get chakrammed a bit. Fortunately, that fountain regen running is going to top him back up immediately. Winter, my question for you is, you know, you're LGD in this game, right? You're specifically Nothing to Say. What lane are you supposed to play around? Because you've got a Tidehunter in this top lane, and mid lane, you've got this Timbersaw who's nearly as unkillable, and in fact probably has more kill threat against you. What do you do?
Gank the Bloodseeker. Wait for a good rune, gank the Bloodseeker.
Well, 30 seconds out for the next rune as Snake King does take a death down bottom against 3. PSG LGD with the numbers will eventually be able to take him down. Tundra, though, they're going to start applying more pressure up in this top lane. We just saw 33 completing his Meteor Hammer. I really like this build on Tidehunters. Gives you another farm mechanism. The stats are fantastic, and it allows you to push as well, even more so than this hero does. So, lovely start for him in that off lane. We'll see as right now Tundra with, I don't know, I wouldn't call them 2 anchors, but 2 ways for them to make a lot of space around the map.
Yeah, they kind of actually have 2 anchors with Timber and Tide on the same team. Like these 2 heroes, they like to hold a position on the map and wait for your teammates to connect to you, or just hold a position so that your opponents cannot take their part of the map. And right now, yeah, sorry. And right now, the TA, he just wants to like push out the lane and go jungle, but he's also worried about the Meteor Hammer.
Good patience there by Snake King, saving the disruption to ensure that New this time cannot TP away. Mallorin is going to be able to pick up the kill down bottom. Nice job there.
It's not looking very good for LGD right now. Only the TA is having like a pretty decent game. Like the Storm and the Beastmaster, they are not really having the best of games. So they have to figure out how to try to get those heroes level 6, especially the level 6 on the Beast, so that they can rotate onto the Beastmaster's lane to kill the Bloodseeker.
Alright. Yeah, they need to, I think, what you're saying, Winter, is they need to, even though the TA is doing alright, do you think LGD's best course may be to rotate around the Beast, right? Basically.
Yeah, natural course of action. You don't want to be going to the Tides lane, you know? You want to be going to the other side of the map, and Timber is the same.
Even if you have a high damage dealing and well-farmed TA, you still think that's just not the right move to... Oh, Mallorin's stealing a big stack here. That's going to be pain.
Oh my god, they're getting everything?
Yep.
Triple stack? Holy
Triple stack, cleared out here, Mallorin. I think he's going to get it all. Might not. They've got Shadow Poison. Yeah, he's got it. Mallorin, though, might have bit off a bit more than he could chew here, Winter. 11 wand charges ticking down to the Gale. It's Nothing to Say. Zips on in. Planet eager to get a piece of that as well, but the kill ultimately going the way of Shiro. Space created, but stacks stolen here.
Yeah, I think that was actually worth it for Mallorin. He got so much gold from that and XP, and he forced... It was like a 4-man... Was it 5-man? Like, maybe 4, not the Beastmaster. So his team, they got the whole part of the map. 33 is going to secure the top tier 1 tower thanks to the space.
Right.
This is great, you know, for Tundra.
Yeah, that was a 5-man rotation. Beastmaster hit him with the axes as Shiro hitting the tower is going to get sent back. Ruptured up, continuing to run here. Snake King looking to chase disruption, and now already that demonic purge being popped. But Shiro had a great a great Lotus, rather. Not enough to get him out of this one, especially with 8 seconds left on Refraction. Skidder claims his life there with the right click. Big rotations out from Tundra. That's 5 heroes.
This is so good, you know, the way they made this rotation. So 33, he was about to get the tier 1 tower top, and then he sees the Storm TPing in front of his face. Then he immediately hides in a tree and TP's bottom right away to kill the TA, because he realizes the Storm cannot go bot.
Tundra right now out-rotating LGD. Nothing to Say, trying to move around the map. Has Falcon Blade going for this Kaya, as he does try and get himself back into this game, into a playable position.
Yeah, Tundra is just the kings of moving around the map. You know, they're really good at squeezing out every little bit of efficiency, forcing you to move in ways where it doesn't benefit your farm efficiency as much and taking advantage of it.
Speaking of farm efficiency, I mean, we're watching Malorant now clear his second triple stacks of Ancients already this game.
He's so fat.
One of them wasn't even his. This Thief living the good life now. Plenty of XP, level 10 here already as he does make his way into the
This
Octarine.
Thief with the occult bracelet, man. This is like, this item just changes certain heroes so much, you know. It makes the hero just tip over
the scales?
The Imba scale. Like sometimes the hero just feels like okay, but with this neutral item, it becomes like a completely different monster.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a hero here with a Vanguard, which eventually is going to be disassembled with, of course, that reactive armor passive. This ought to be a quick little kill on to Why You Smile. Let's talk a little bit about that AoE effect you saw Snake King drop there. Actually, what the heck was that? What was around him? I guess that's Demonic Purge, huh? I thought that was Disseminate, but there's no points in that quite yet. Pardon me.
Are scanning.
Normally you don't get that spell. I feel like you don't really get this spell early. You get it later. I mean, after. I'm not sure. I've seen some players they get at least 1 point early.
I like a point early.
But I feel like I just rather. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just rather max Disruption and the Poison first. Because those are the two bread and butter spells that I always use.
That's true, but it is just a 20% DPS increase. You know, like that's not an insignificant number, I would argue. Especially because like even if there's just one unit you're hitting, it's still going to fly. 33 may be in for a rough time, but there are reinforcements now from Tundra. There's the Dispel and actually allowing 33 to avoid the Gale. Nothing to say, even hasted up is just going to use that haste to retreat further away. But they do stop 33 from stealing at least the full stack of Ancients they had.
And yeah, just like stealing Ancient stacks left and right at this point.
That they are. I mean, especially with the Anchor Smash being refreshed, basically, thanks to almost a max Chakra Magic, it's pretty easy and quick for 33 to be able to get
the Tide
farmed.
also has an occult bracelet. How is this fair? Like those two heroes are just, they abuse the occult bracelets stats and magic resist so much.
Under attack.
Yeah, he's got the passive damage block, the Kraken Shell, and now, of course, the occult bracelet. So,
Man, there's
tanky
also
lad.
there's like what 3 occult bracelets?
What do you? Can you
on
kill
LGD?
him? I don't think you kill him here. I think you just have to let him go. It's the one that got away here for LGD.
Yeah. So by the way, there's 5 occult bracelets right now.
It's a good item.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's a broken item, Richie.
Immersion does manage to actually get just out of range. Nothing to say. Malorant immediately counter-initiating. There's the disruption there just to save his life a little bit longer. Nothing to say. Forced up to the high ground. Cuts the tree on his way up. That was quite wise. They did that with the ball lightning. That'll save his life for now. Bottles up the DD rune. So LGD may look to try and make use of that at a later date. But for now, their smoke is not going to pan out into anything. And I mean, Tundra, they're just getting farmed up. Shiro is at least matching them in terms of farm, does have this Blink Dagger and nearly the Deso complete, but something needs to come together here for LGD because the way Tundra are sweeping across this map now, they are moving confidently. So LGD trying to evade their grasp now. Shiro slowed to a crawl is going to be at least out of the AoE of the Blood Right. 33 now knocking down the tower. Snake King just kind of setting off mines as he steps through looking for this kill onto Planet. It's going to be Malorant jumping on in. There's Planet now ending up going to fall. So they do commit the Rupture on him, but still a kill well earned there by the side of Tundra as they take down the tower as well. That's all tier 1s down already now, Winter.
Yeah, and right now 33 is going to use the Twin Gate. He's going to move towards bot. But at the same time, I guess might be a little bit of miscommunication because Marin also used his TP to go towards the bottom area. So they're wasting some farm in the mid lane.
That's right. And nothing to say, cutting waves in the mid lane here as well.
Yeah, they have to try to buy as much time as they can for their core items to come online, especially the Deso on the TA.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage there on a Nothing to Say. Big old Timber Chain through. Hit him with the Whirling Death, just barely lacking the damage there.
Not enough trees around there.
That's right, you need that bonus damage on Whirling Death. Absolutely. 32 bonus damage, pure bonus damage per tree. Why You Smile. In for a rough time here. Does at least throw the Noxious Plague. I think this is going to be a safe snaking though. So he does pass that Noxious Plague towards his allies. Ticking down, but he's got himself that cloak, so I think he's going to be just fine here.
Oh, he has a value cloak on a support?
Yep.
Right.
Actually, both supports already having the value cloak, Winter.
Wow. All right. I mean, it's really good against both the Techies and the Venom. And this Storm.
Yeah, quite the item, especially because they casually increased, sure, the price by 300, but you do get that 5% additional magic resist, which makes a difference when you're playing against these supports like a Veno and a Techies. Makes you significantly tankier. Just like the rest of your team.
They only got it because they don't have the bracelet.
I guess so. I guess so. Although, hold on. I'll have to ask that hypothetical later. Nothing to say. He's going to be forced out. He's got an Arcane. He's got an Arcane Winter. That could be something, but there's a Blink and still a yet to have been used Ravage on 33. He might even hit level 2 Ravage.
Have we seen a Ravage?
No, we haven't. And this could be the moment now. Wants to at least clear this creep wave, I assume, to have a level 2 Ravage. But LGD not going to give him the opportunity. Nice preemptive disruption there used by Snaking. Heals as well coming on through to keep him topped up. Still holding on as well to the Healing Lotus. Oh, but couldn't use it fast enough. As it's going to be Planet who leaps in, finds that kill. Reactive Taser is going to force the kill to go towards Immersion, but it's Malaran who continues to chase. The Drums of Slum activated for new, so LGD starting to pick up the items here as they do use the Arcane Rune at least for a trade, a 1-for-1. That's something, Winter, for them.
Yeah, but unfortunately they're not as strong as Tundra in a head-up like fight against the Tide and the Timber. I think that's still pretty difficult for them. They're gonna need to get their BKBs, especially on the TA, before she can stand and deliver in the fights. As of right now, she's just not as useful in the team fights. You know, she just wants to be hitting creeps, getting more levels, and just trying to make Tundra respond to all this wave shuffling that she's doing.
Right. And now they will at least TP Snaking back to respond to the wave shoving. I think now that the natural ebb and flow that pros tend to farm the map in, I expect LGD to be kind of forced back from this top area. But with this Deso online now for LGD, especially with the Beastmaster auras, are you thinking Roche could be in the cards soon for LGD? Could that be a way for them back into this game to get a little bit more of a foothold here?
Yeah, if they get a kill, an important key pick-off, I think they can just immediately go and do Roshan. But without a kill, it might be too risky. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to try sneak it right now.
Right. I mean, we still have a Ravage. Presumably, 33 eventually will use it. I mean, he hasn't had a great opportunity, right? That's not Flame, but...
He doesn't need to, you know? They're already taking like the whole map without the Ravage. Like the Ravage is just there as a threat. Oh, we shouldn't fight them, they have Ravage. And then when do you fight them? You ask yourself this question.
Well, maybe they're not going to smoke it. They are looking for a pick-off, though. LGD smoking up in the river. 33 might be in the firing line for this.
What did they just buy? Why are they suddenly smoking? Did they just get a big item on somebody?
I don't really see one on the Storm, no. It's really just this Deso, but Shiro's going to break the smoke and continue farming.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they shouldn't be trying to fight right now. They need to farm BKB on TA.
Nothing to say. Going to be a bit annoying here to 33, but not really anything can be done, really, either one way or the other.
Whereas for Tundra, are they're gonna get what did they get on Berserker? Manta, Maelstrom still needs to get BKB. Timbersaw has travels with the Octarine Call going for Heaven's Halberd, which is gonna
love that item.
Yeah, it's gonna nullify the TA later in the team fights.
Maybe even the Storm later, right? Could be effective against him, honestly.
True. And Tide is gonna build, wow, straight up a Hex right now.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have a catch against the Storm, so you get the Hex.
Why, you smile, delete it, but hey, that's an Arcane Rune. Rune's just reset, so that could have been anything. What, 1 in 7 chance for that to be an Arcane? Now I think if you're LGD, you're thinking, okay, Gaben's on our side a little bit here.
Is this
maybe we
useful now?
I think it has to be useful now. They're about to hit some pretty big item timings here on Tundra. BKB for Skitter is, I think, when Tundra are going to force a fight here, basically. If you're LGD, I suspect you're going to want to try and undercut that and maybe try and, you know, pick Roche up off the back end of that. It seems to make some amount of sense to me.
They're going to try to take the Tormentor, so who's going to get the shard? Oh, Takis gets the shard.
Reactive Taser, not bad. No latent toxicity, that's fine for now.
That's probably better, right? The latent toxicity in this game.
You think? I don't know. I think it's not bad against a Bloodseeker, right? Remove his ability to attack.
True. And right now, Tundra is attacking Roche. don't think
they are.
LGD can do anything to contest.
I don't think they can, Winter.
Wait, they're getting a Silver's Edge? Alright. On TA. So he's
Really?
skipping BKB.
What do you think that's for? Is it for the
Just
Timber,
the
for the
tide.
Tide?
Yeah, just the tide. I mean, the Timber is like, if he already gets the stack, then you're not really removing the stacks, you know?
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's a good damage item. But then, can you do the damage if you don't have BKB in the
Snaking.
fights?
He might get dove here. It's a risky play for nothing to say to make. Does have one hero in the way of support, and that's Planet. Snaking
He has
goes too
a
far
greater
out.
healing Lotus.
Yeah, well, will he be able to get it off because they have chain stuns in the Techie's Minds. Disruption in time.
It's a bait!
The Winds being set off by everyone else. 33 once again doesn't need a Ravage. Nothing to say. With plenty of mana, with the Arcane, I don't think they catch him here, honestly, but that play, once again, not quite working out. Good reactions from Tundra,
Maybe
man.
it did work out. Because they forced so many heroes to TP top.
Okay.
And they only lost the support. I actually feel like that was actually a good play for LGD. They made a lot of space for the TA especially. And I'm glad he changed his mind.
Back to BKB. Why
Yeah.
didn't you like the Silver Edge?
I think he
Now
needs the BKB. Then you can consider the Silver Edge later, you know. Because if you get the Silver Edge first, sure, you can break the tide, but you cannot right-click him because you don't have BKB.
Right.
And maybe if you buy BKB first, you might have a chance to still deal enough damage to kill him in the fights. So then you can decide whether you still need Silver Edge later, you know. But it still gives you a chance to fight in a clash. But without the BKB, you literally can't stand and fight because you're gonna take too much damage from like Chakra, the Ravage, the Blinding Light in a team fight. It's just too many annoying spells.
Alright, almost blowing up the Veno. If only there was trees nearby, he would have gotten him. I get what you mean. You're saying that the Silver Edge is a good item, but he needs to get it later. BKB is the better item right now.
Yeah. At this level of Dota, like how you buy your items, the sequences can also change a lot of the game. So you have to make your decisions very, very carefully, especially when you're a core in this kind of games where there's a lot of things that you need to get, and planning the sequence and trying to plan it with your team so that the team understands your timings clearly is very, very crucial.
A very methodical game here, Winter. 11-5 LGD. You know, you have a Storm Spirit into a team that we've highlighted, by the way.
Have we seen a Ravage yet, by the way?
No, we haven't seen a Ravage, and we haven't really seen the Storm do much at all. He's got 2 assists. I mean, sure, that's almost half the amount on his team, but there's almost no catch for him. Oh, well, there's a Scythe device. And there's going to be the Ravage. All right. I just had to say something, didn't I?
I mean, he's like, what the hell? The Tide has a Hex? Not sure if they needed the Ravage there, but you know, why not? You know, I haven't used the Ravage in 24 minutes.
Yeah. What are the chances he needs to even use that thing again, honestly? There goes the tower. Why not? We'll see it again. Hex into Ravage. Down he goes. And fairly easy there. That's only going to be nothing to say second death. Tundra will move on to take the outpost, and they're going to look to do other things on the map. I was just about to commend nothing to say, Winter. He's had a bit more, again, of a methodical game, right? Very technical game. Everyone looking to just get their items online, hit their power spikes, and fight from there. Shiro, he's accomplished that. I mean, sure, he has a Dessa with no charges, but a BKB with a 9-second charge on it ready to go. Why are you smiling?
By the way, look at the wards and where the Venom's farming.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Ooh, Snaking can't get to him in time to cancel the TP.
I mean, this is what you should do. When the team is having a hard time, you steal the enemy's farm as a position fight.
That's what I'm saying. Look, Planet's even managed to find a good amount of farm. He's out farming a Coddle, which is pretty impressive, honestly.
How dare you out farm a Coddle?
Not allowed. That's illegal.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But the farm, I know it's coming online for everyone. Why you smile? You know, respectfully close for a Veno 5 to that Ag Scepter, which, you know, gives him a whole new purpose in this life, in death, I suppose, I should say. There's a BKB now for New and Shiro. Well, with his BKB active, he might need to use that now, and does. Oh, still ruptured up, looking for the TP out. No Basher quite yet. Is going to complete the TP. New with the Roar. Actually wanted to get a bit of the drums of Slam damage in, but is now running for his life. Looking to turn. Now is Skitter. Pops the match style. Might have kept him alive. Now is New. Forced to BKB and TP. Then turn tail. Skitter getting out. Is had Aegis.
He finds Storm.
Oh,
Hex.
and the Hex again from 33. No Ravage to follow up this time. There's nothing to say with a big old zip and another one. It should make it out in time. but kind of scary for him there to once again get caught out by that Scythe of Ice. Fortunately, he does have the Sanj, which is going to reduce that stun duration, or effective stun duration. Malin with another kill there onto Why You Smile. I mean, LGD, they're forcing rotations, man. They're forcing a lot of rotations.
Maybe it's the TA ready to fight right now. She has BKB, but it just feels like she still needs the silver. Yeah, she's still going for the silver's edge to allow her to burst and kill the Tide. Because the Tide is like, I don't think they can kill the Tide if you don't get a silver edge on the TA. They just can't get through the Kraken Shell.
And that damage block is going to be just a bit too annoying. I mean, already 33. He's already kind of a high priority target, isn't he? He's kind of the only one who can set things up onto the Storm Spirit with that Scythe of Ice.
Yeah,
so he's got a target painted on his back.
Here comes the LGD. They're going to try to get a pick off. They're going to run into snaking again.
Yeah, does purge himself, but the damage is significant, to say the least, not from Shiro. He's finally wet the Desolator. 2 stacks of bonus damage on that thing now. As LGD, for the first time this game, Winter, looking to play as 5. Eager to fight. They've got the Ag Scepter as well online for the Storm Spirit, so he's got the budget Black Hole on the Electric Vortex. That thing's not bad at all, especially once you get your Shard, you hit your 25 talent, you're looking at plenty of damage. Malrin is just going to scare everyone off. Okay, the Roar is in. LGD not really in sync on that by the looks of things, Winter. They're going to be forced back now.
That's not a fight you want to take. Go on the Timber and you don't see the Tide and you run in. Oops, everybody gets ravaged. GG.
That's right. I think good patience by Shiro to identifying that and not going in. Why You Smile. Dropping the Plague Wards on his way out, but is going to be victim at number 2. Actually, Mallory not even hitting him with the Scythe of Ice. Didn't even give him the mercy of looking into his eyes as he takes him down. That's a TP out from Planet. Nope, cancelled by the Illuminative Immersion as he picks up the kill there. That was a Rupture used, I have to say. So Tundra playing without that one, but still plenty of other ultimates, and LGD without supports. Once again, back into farming mode. TPs, though, out from Tundra. The Scythe of Ice, number 1, connects on to New. Scythe of Ice, number 2, into the Meteor Hammer. Will they commit the Ravage? No. But New has got pretty much nowhere to go. Looking for the TP out. The Drums of Slum almost kept him alive, but he is cut down before he can make it out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like LGD, they need to try to plan and come up with something, you know. They can't just keep dodging the whole game. At some point, you're going to need to fight. And oh my god, he didn't He didn't see the Timber coming in.
No, he didn't. Big ol' zip. Look, they're trying to cut him off, Winter Skitter. Oh, can't quite find him. I was going to say calculating that perfectly, just kind of barely getting up to the cliff. That would have been disastrously.
He's lucky. I don't think he calculated that.
Well, maybe not so lucky as 33, using the Ravage on a 0-mana Storm Spirit just to make sure he can't go anywhere. You never know.
And Rosh is going to have a chance of spawning right now. Let's see. This is going to be... I think it's going to be important for LGD if they don't give up this Rosh. I think they shouldn't give up this Rosh. So they have 20 seconds, unfortunately. It's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, and it is going to spawn top. Unfortunately, then it'll immediately move down bottom, where, of course, Tundra have that permanent outpost. No Techie's Mines, no wards set up for either team.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought that up, you know. I think that sometimes it doesn't get highlighted enough when the Roshan gets spawned towards bottom. Like, the Radiant can always abuse, like, the buybacks to win the Rosh fight. And for Dire, it's the top side, you know. So, like, a lot of these things, the players plan a lot. Day and night cycles, and especially not just for the vision. Like, for example, when you have a Beastmaster, you want to fight during the daytime, so you get better vision with the Hawk. But also, you have to consider the Rosh positions with the outpost.
Yep. Rosh coming through the Twin Gate now. He's already alive. Rosh number 2. So of course, he's carrying just the Aegis and Cheese. Tundra with not a whole lot of vision around this bottom side of the map either, though. They've on their most recent expedition, have planted a pretty aggressive ward in front of the tier 2 tower, and they've got another ward in the triangle of LGD. They may have spotted that smoke with it, though. Silver Edge is complete now from Shiro, so LGD, they have a path to winning these team fights, Winter.
I mean, I'm not sure. There's 2 Halberds. They have a Halberd on Tide
and 2 Scythes.
Yeah, I feel like they just have 2
Oh, here we go. There's scythe number 1. Halberd as well. Not quite well utilized yet in the break. On to 33. Did not get the Ravage out and will not. Down he goes. New ruptured in response is now Malrin kicking things off with his own scythe of vice. Zip on through and he's got the kill. Planet swing and a miss there on the blast off as they're on to Shiro. He's trying to turn and fight through this one. Actually getting some good physical damage now onto Malrin as he's forced to Timber Chain out. But Skitter on top of his man now. The dust is going to be applied.
Another Halberd.
Oh, goodness. The Halberds and even the blinding light there not allowing any auto attacks out from Shiro. Malrin quick to TP away as there's going to be a 2-man vortex, but it's Skitter who's collecting kills on the backline, finds Planet, turning back now for the kill onto Why You Smile. That will get him Noxious plagued up, but his target is the only man he's got in his eyes is Nothing to Say, who's a bit too zippy for him. Away he goes, Winter. A pretty nice start to that fight for LGD, honestly, managing to find the break onto the Tidehunter, but just once it goes longer than their BKBs, the fights looked pretty easy for Tundra.
I mean, that's a very, very bad news for LGD. You still lost the fight even though the Tide didn't cast the Ravage. I mean, that is very, very bad news for you. I mean, also the pipe on the Shadow Demon, keeping everyone alive in the team fight, blocking a lot of the magic damage from the Storm, the Techies, the Venom. MVP item for the SD.
I think for me, I was, I don't know. For me, I think 33, he's taken a pact of, Snaking almost dying to Roche, almost. Snaking's taken a pact of only ravaging one hero at a time. He won't do it for pumped up groups. He's doing
I don't want to make the game too easy for my team, you know? I just want to ravage one hero.
Come on, Skitter. I'm not ravaging them all for you. You got to get on top of them with your just thirst move speed. Can't make it too easy for him. I mean, and so far, I mean, you know, it's still looking great for Tundra in that fight. They turn things around, like you say, the aura items being built by a couple of the supports, Immersion with the Force, with the Glimmer, Snaking with the drums and the pipe, going back now for his own Ghost Scepter.
I like the casual Wraith Band.
Ooh, and that's Blood Mist finished up now by Skitter. Yeah, get used to seeing that overshields online for him. He's going to be able to use them to set off the mine safely. 33, do you expect any deviation from his playstyle now that Silver Edge is in play? Or do you think it's going to be more of the same, just standing out front and relying on the Force Staffs, the Glimmers, the Disruptions to, you know, survive the break, essentially?
I mean, that's probably what he should do. Like, I don't think he's that worried about the Silver Edge when you have a Shadow Demon to just protect you. You have the Blinding Light, you have the Force Staff, you have Glimmer, you have Pipe. They just have too many ways of saving their team.
Well, and that's where this...
Yeah, and if you're LGD, you have to try to make sure that you get to the backlines right away.
Ooh. I was about to say, right, that's where the Storm comes into play, but just look how aggressive they can be now. Noxious Plague on death from Why You Smile at least gives him some reason to maybe smile every single time you die, but
they can only hold high ground right now.
Yeah?
They can't fight outside of the base.
There's no Blink Dagger yet on this Shadow Demon, right? Yeah, it's going to be the next item for Snake King. So at least for now, when they do look to push on second Aegis, you know, reaching the backliners, especially on the Storm Spirit, is not impossible. But they have nullified one of your biggest advantages here, which is, of course, the Vision. Oh, you're forced to TP away. Good BKB TP, wasting absolutely no time there, forcing the rotation.
How many times has he BKB TP this game?
I believe 3 times. I think at least that's thrice now we've seen it.
That is not good, man. This is not why you get BKB on this hero. They haven't really found a good way of taking a good fight with the Raw into the TA bursting someone. They need to try to go in at the same time and ideally kill either the Kotal or the Shadow Demon first.
Right. I think Shadow Demon's gotta go, man. He's #1 in my book. Public enemy.
Yeah, Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is public enemy #1 for LGD.
And Malrin is Chakram #2 because he has level 25 already. TPing away at the start of this fight. That could be an opening, especially with Nothing to Say, finding at least a little bit of initiation, but it's a little bit lackluster, honestly.
Oh, they found
Shiro,
SD.
The kid just cannot fight into this. They are onto the Shadow Demon at the very least, but Shiro in trouble. The Hex, as his BKB doesn't last long enough. 33 hit him with the Hex and then turned around to fight anyone else. But because of the debuff immunity changes, Winter, and the BKB not lasting long enough, his BKB cancelled.
Yeah, that's probably game for LG. I think that's the nail in the coffin. You know, they're gonna not able to defend the high ground here. Maybe lose one set of racks. The game might not end right away, but at this point, you're like a walking dead, you know. Like you're just waiting for the game to end, you know. There's not much you can do.
It feels kind of bad, you know. This reminds me of one of those games where Mallorin just looking for kills relentlessly. By the way, as he's going to push another wave.
This is, by the way, of overall first pick Timbersaw. By the way,
that's right. That's right.
This is crazy, man. And the way Tundra itemized on each and every single one of the players is just amazing. Yeah? Like the selection of items that they went for, how they abuse it in the game to hit specific timings. I really enjoyed the double hex, the double halberds.
And I mean, talk about a free game for Skitter as well, right? Like basically no pressure ever for him. He's so
Did he
flawless,
even needed to live like anything at all this game? It felt like so easy for the Berserker.
He needed it coming for the damage. This is the dream carry game, you know, where they have the gall to type GG easy at the end. And in fairness, it was for him because Mallorin did so much heavy lifting here.
Yeah, the Tide and the Timbersaw just... I felt like both of them carried the game so hard.
What's painful as well for LGD, especially for Nothing to Say, I've got to, you know, commiserate with him. Because it's like you play this game where you do a great job cutting waves, you force back these rotations, and then just your opponents, they itemize against your style, and you're just a little bit... Your team just can't connect with you in the fights. It's not coming together here. LGD, they're pushing off the high ground, which this is bold, especially into Aegis. And now, potentially without Why You Smile, though, a stun now onto at least the Timbersaw. He's falling low, but the save not in place, actually. The disruption is still keeping him alive. Unbelievable. How? The blast off, still not enough damage. Mallorin still fighting the dudes, and there's going to be a big ol' Ravage onto 4. This has to be it now for LGD. The nails being driven into the coffin one by one as Shiro makes it out alive, but 2 buybacks reinforced immediately. That's 4 on that electric vortex. But it's still just not enough, and still even more insults is that Mallorin remains alive. They force him away as he TPs on home to safety. Shiro blinking into his death as he tried to at least finish off the Timbersaw. Can't get the job done. LGD, they're going to force the GG as Tundra Esports take him down in game number 1.
I mean, what a game by Tundra. I thought like, the main difference maker is like the first pick Timber didn't really get countered. He had like a close to perfect game, and then the Beastmaster, he wasn't able to do a lot to dictate the game, you know. Like we didn't really see like the Beastmaster moving his team to a position on the map and using the Hawk and winning a team fight with a raw initiation, and you burst them with the TA or the Storm. You know, that actually didn't even happen. I don't even remember it happening one time in the game. They just got controlled so hard by Tundra. Like the way Tundra, they were moving around the map using the Twin Gates. They essentially have 2 off-lane / anchor heroes with the Timber and Tide taking control of the map, and Bloodseeker just happily farming everywhere.
Definitely. And it just, I think Winter, that never really came together because it felt like it never really could. With the start that Nothing to Say had, which is to say not a great one.
Oh yeah, he got owned.
Yeah, he got owned by this Timber in the lane. I mean, I was a little bit hesitant to agree with you that this Timber would be so good against this, against the Storm, but boy, have I been proven wrong. And boy, is Mallorin a dangerous Timber player.
It's a very, very difficult matchup for the Storm, especially in the laning phase, because of how they interact in the lane. Like you go into Remnant and you're always taking rolling death damage, and the Timber can trade better because he has the armor to heal up some of the damage and the harass from the creeps when you're fighting. And it's just a matchup that can easily be tilted very, very hard on one side when the supports can control the rune, or when the Timber or the Storm gets the rune.
Yeah, I mean, and just the scoreboard telling a bit of a story here, right? Nothing to Say, again, even though it was kind of a free Storm Spirit game until those hexes came out, just could not find the light of day in these team fights, ending with less damage, the least amount of damage on his entire team.
Oh, really?
Actually. Yeah.
Wow. That's something unheard of for a hero like Storm.
That's what I mean, right? And that's the reason I bring it up, just to kind of highlight how difficult this actually ended up being for him. Rotations out from Tundra. Sure, you maybe were making a point that perhaps they over-rotated, but I think in the end of the day, for their playstyle, for their itemization, it just completely shut and kind of boxed LGD out of this game. One decent pickoff for LGD is just about all they could get in these fights. As we're watching the highlights now, I think we'll see that maybe in just a bit, where the Silver Edge finally comes into play. But even then, man, the fight just too darn difficult after these BKB start going down on their timer. Yeah, here's the fight that's like maybe this is the beginning of the turnaround here, and instead it's just really the first nail in the coffin instead for LGD.
Yeah, they had to commit so many of their resources to take out the Tide, and after that the BKBs ran out, and they just can't really do anything anymore against Tundra's lineup. Like, I feel like when you have Techies and Venom, you're not supposed to lose your lanes, you know, that hard. When you lose your lanes that hard,
Right.
then the whole game just becomes totally different for your lineup to function. And if you look at Tundra's lineup, they are meant to be strong in the early team fights when you group up together. And for LGD, how are they supposed to combat that? They're supposed to combat that by having a good start with the lanes, and then you buy the team items to deal with that. Or at
Agreed.
least you split the map with the Hawk Vision until you have BKBs on Storm, BKB on TA, and even BKB on the Beast, and then you take those fights, you know. But that didn't happen in the game for them, so it was really, really hard. The whole game they were trying to run away. Oh, Neta's coming, run! Oh, the Timber's coming, run! Run! When are we ever gonna fight? You know, so you see the Vanna and Techies just feeding everywhere because there's nothing for them to do in the game.
I like how you call him Neta by his first name, right? The respect onto the TI winner, and respect for Malloran for an excellent game. I think one thing that really surprised me about this first pick Timber was not only how well it did, but how little the supports of LGD actually could do against him as well. You know, we saw those supports try and rotate into the Timber Saw, but it was either too little too late or just simply not effective into the two anchors that they had here, especially with Neta to follow in on the anchor smash on the Tidehunter Winter. And on that smash of a joke, that's going to lead us into our first break here, as it's Tundra who are going to be able to claim victory in game number 1 over LGD. We'll see what happens in draft number 2, which is coming up now shortly after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
Hello, everyone, and welcome back as Winter very quickly takes another sip of water, and that's because, ladies and gentlemen, maybe a little bit of a dry game one. Very clean, very methodical, and Winter, you always tell me that those kinds of games are your favorite. Why is that? Why do you always prefer the slower, methodical games where teams are just doing the right things?
When the game is always fighting, it's difficult to follow how they are actually moving on the map and trying to get all those small little details done correctly. And when everything is slow, you get to put the magnifying glass and you look at the team. Oh, this guy's going here. Minute 2, minute 5, this guy's going top.
Right, we get to count the runes. And
we get to
follow
count
along.
yes, we get to count the runes. We get to count the lotus.
Plenty of time to count runes in that game, especially for basically both teams, really, who unfortunately just were unable to get too much early. I mean, it was pretty domination heavy, focused for Tundra, I would say. Especially
LGD
with that
couldn't
start.
do anything at all that game. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but they just could not do a thing. The two weights on their chest are tight. The timber pressing down, so heavy, can't move. We can only hide in the corner, the little corner right there, and hope that our little Templar assassin eventually carries us. But then,
little Templars.
but then there is the Halberd. What can I do? Next game.
What can you do? I mean, that was it, right?
Yeah.
The halberds, the disarms, the scythe of ice, the scythes of ice, I suppose, right? Because the
double
vices,
scythe.
the double scythes, just too much at the end of the day, weren't they? And well.
So what did we learn? Draft 2 offlaners. Win game.
Draft 2 offlaners. You know, a lot of teams these days, Winter, they're going for tri-core, they're going for dual core. No. Tundra Esports, they're about to hit us with a triple offlaner strat. You know, not enough damage to take them down. Nothing could be son.
What is
said
the
or done.
third offlaner? Chaos Knight? No, can't be Chaos Knight.
Lycan.
Lycan. Oh, okay, Lycan. Fine, Lycan works.
Magnus.
But Magnus is not fair because he's universal.
Yeah,
he's
Lycan.
everything. Yeah, but Lycan is not exactly a carry.
Interesting. You don't think Lycan can carry right now?
No, Lycan cannot be the carry. Lycan is the anchor on the map.
I think he can be a fine carry, honestly. I think especially now that it's a stat.
Okay, let me just ask you, why do you pick Lycan when there's Magnus in the game? when you can just pick another better universal hero.
You could just pick another better universal hero, huh? It's just that easy?
Yeah, just why? Tell me why, you know? Why should I pick Lycan when there's Magnus? Why?
Because wolves need no armor. And now they need even less.
Oh, try buying no armor items against Magnus. You have fun. Try it. Try it.
I mean, look, you raise a fair point there, right? I think against the Magnus, I'd certainly want some armor, even if I was a Lycan. And Winter, if you're LGD here, here's my question for you. What do you want to start off this draft? You want first pick? You want second pick?
First pick. I want that keys. I want to win my lane. Hopefully, I win my lanes this time.
Hopefully. Prage, you win the lanes. Because let me just check here something real quick for LGD. They usually seem to go for first pick as much as they can, although they have never won a game this so far in DreamLeague Season 20 where they've had first pick. I don't know if they had first pick in the last draft, but in their previous 3 series, Winter?
No, they had second pick because it was an overall first pick team.
Right, so yeah, they've never won a game with second pick. They've never won a game with first pick.
No, they've never won a game, period.
Nah, they've won 3. Come on now. And very likely this one's going to end up as a draw, and maybe that'll actually end up being the case, because this time LGD have second pick, and they're going to be as well on Dire side. Tundra took first pick, so LGD chose Radiant, so that's going to be the decision here. Is that... Are you leaning towards one side or another right now in this meta in 733?
I mean, now that you tell me the stat, I feel like I'm worried for LGD. Never won a game with second pick?
Yeah.
You would think that they...
No, they've always won with second pick. You misunderstood me.
They always won with...
They've
okay,
only won with second pick. They've never won with first pick.
They only won with second pick because
That's
it's easier to win with second pick. Because you get 2 counter picks at the end. It's easy for you to get the overall strongest hero. Because it fits their playstyle, like I mentioned, Shiro, their carry. He's good at being a traditional carry, so this kind of players, when you give him the hero that's strongest in the entire game, they'll perform, you know. But if you give him some skitter, weird-ass carry hero, some TA, he needs to do something in the game apart from hitting creeps. He needs to choose. You need to make the decision. You need to think, oh, do I come this fight? Do I come to the Beastmaster lane? Take his tower. Then he struggles, you know, because he needs to think. But if he's only needing to hit creeps and then, oh, Medusa, no mana, time for a point, mana void and get a kill, he'll do the right thing. So you need to create that environment for him to shine, not give him TA.
We'll see what they're going to do here, especially for Shiro on the carries. We'll actually take a look, I believe, at the carry versus carry matchup here for the presented by Acer Predator, that Predator head-to-head. Yeah, the 2 carries as we saw last time. Of course, a flawless game for Skitter.
12-0-5-4.
Yep. I mean, you know, how many kills did LGD get in the last game? They got what? Maybe 9, maybe 8?
Was it 5 kills? Oh,
no,
more.
They did not get 5 kills. They got much more than 5 kills. They got 9, okay? So right now, I forgot what the assist was on the Templar Assassin. It was 1 assist. So Shiro was involved in 2/3 of the kills. It's hard to ask for more from
If you're assisting kills as TA, then who is doing the killing?
Your Storm Spirit, ideally. Although obviously not in the last game. We'll see what they can get going for them this game as their draft now ready to go. Again, it's LGD, both games this series. I can confirm, Winter, that Tundra had first pick last time.
Oh, they banned the Timber this time. Again. It got into their head. So now you have to deal with the Neta Doom.
That's right. Lots of people have been eager to ban the Doom against Neta. 33, I think he's gotten to play it once so far. Let me just double check here. It's a Doom ban. No Doom for him because he got Bat Rider. I think he may prefer the Bat because I think Malrin also plays it too. So it's a bit of a flex for this team. And then also the Visage. I don't think he's gotten to play Doom yet this tournament. Usually that's because it's banned against him either first or second ban. So for good reason.
All right, GG.
But now he's got
same old sequence as the last game. So what is LGD gonna change? Go ahead. You were gonna ask me about what?
I was gonna ask you if you thought the first phase was a problem for LGD. Do you think that's
no, not really. No. You just pick your poison and you deal with it. You know, Tundra has so many annoying strategies, but I think getting Techies as a trade for Doom, I would personally prefer to take Techies. I would be happy with the trade. So the bans are going to come out as well. So Tundra decides to... I think they banned out the similar stuff in the last game. Heroes that can stand and fight against the Bloodseeker. I remember they banned out Void and Dusa. And then the last one... What was the last one? Did they ban Ursa? Or maybe they banned Ursa in the last phase.
I think they did. They did ban Ursa in the last phase. Let me take a look. They banned the Ursa as well as the Monkey King. You're absolutely correct. Lots of carry-focused bans, though, out from Tundra. They're seeming to repeat that here again.
Yeah.
In fact, Winter, they have not so far deviated from their banning bans whatsoever from last draft. Not surprising, considering the draft is playing out relatively
Yeah, it
similarly.
wasn't the draft. It wasn't because of the draft. Like, they lost because of the way they played in the game. You know, it's definitely not because of the draft.
Right, I'm agreeing with you. All I'm saying is that Tundra are banning the same. And in fact, they continue to do so as they remove the Morphling as well.
Yeah, Morphling is good against Bloodseeker. You definitely ban it every time. I think all the 3 bans that Tundra have, they are very, very well thought of. And they are definitely the heroes that you would strongly consider banning when you open with the 8th pick. I mean, you mentioned the bans have been a lot of carry heroes. That's because the 8th pick a carry, you know. So you want to protect that 8th pick win condition pick for when you are in the first pick corner. So you want to protect it with removing all the matchups that make it very difficult for the Bloodseeker to carry the game. Whereas for LGD, they so far removed Pangolier, and removed the Shadow Demon. Maybe they deemed Shadow Demon a problem in the last game, I'm not so sure. And if you ban it because you want to protect the Beastmaster, I feel like that's also an Oracle you might also need to ban.
The Oracle was also banned out last time, but
Oh,
by
was he?
LGD.
Alright.
Yeah, by LGD. They were banning Neta heroes, though, because, of course, this time with the Doom in the first phase, Tundra revealing 2 cores, LGD are more pivoting towards potential mid laners and obviously more supports with that Shadow Demon ban. And, well, they'll take out another support as they take out the Ench, and we get Universal Hero only number 2, right? Universal Hero. No, number 3. LGD, of course, Beastmaster, a Universal Hero. Obviously.
3 Universal Heroes. Can't go wrong. You remember what I told you yesterday? If you have 3 Universal Heroes in your draft, you're drafting correctly, you know. You have the right draft. But if
I think it's got more to do with what position those Universal Heroes are, and given that 2 of them are in core roles and your 3rd's a techies, you're in good hands, I think, for LGD.
And for Tundra, can they actually pick Universal Heroes, support heroes? I guess not, right? It's only, what, Bane? We've seen a couple of Bane. What other Universal Position 5 heroes are there?
You got Bane, you got Snapfire. I don't think you want to pick Wyvern these days. You have Avenge.
Wyvern is a core hero.
You have a Wisp, Dazzle, Willow, Chen. Chen. I don't think we'll see a Chen, though, honestly.
I like Willow with Bloodseeker, Rupture, Terrorize.
Okay, they're going to go with the Oracle.
Yeah, Oracle, Bloodseeker, classic combo, strong. You make sure that the Bloodseeker can just stand there and fight when he's about to die and then get a full heal. Scary stuff, you know. And you can dispel the wind run. You can dispel, okay, I guess that's the wind run, and you can block the blast off damage later, or the magic damage.
Yeah, and then again, the overheal that you're going to be able to achieve, right, with a false promise to dispel probably a Beastmaster ultimate. Maybe you dispel a Shackles as well. Can really allow Bloodseeker to just fight through, it feels like, just about anything. Especially because, like you're saying, Oracle has always been able to block magic damage using the Fate's Edict, but his most recent change allows him to not disarm his allies when he casts Fate's Edict. So ends up being very good against these kinds of lineups.
The disarm is very good against our fellow Universal Hero Wind Ranger. Focus fire. Disarm. Alright, get me out of the game. So what is LGD gonna do here? If Night Stalker's in the meta, I would definitely consider Night Stalker against the Kotal and Oracle. Or like at least like a Spectre, you know. I feel like a lot of these heroes that are really good against all these backline supports are not really good anymore in the meta at the moment. Maybe that's why those supports are very strong, you know, the Pugmas, the Oracles, the Keepers. Like the only heroes that can get to you are the Spirit Bros, you know. apart from those heroes, there are not actually many heroes that can actually go to the backline and kill you.
And the Void Spirit's like been basically banned every single game I think we've seen, or contested in 100% of games. There's a Wisp. That's another Universal. Our LGD, they're going Universal
fucking
strat.
won. They fucking won. So the last hero, carry hero Universal. What Lone Druid?
Magnus.
no, yeah, Magnus.
Magnus is banned.
No, Lone Druid. Lone Druid is good against Bloodseeker and Doom. You don't care if they rupture or Doom you. Pick the Lone Druid. Come on, man.
Lone Druid, he could work.
Lone Druid Beastmaster Aura? You kidding?
I don't see
that shit is scary, man.
Especially with the Wisp to overheal the bear. That's the only character. It's that or Abba are really the only two.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you go Abba.
Okay, Abba is also pretty decent with this lineup.
Why? What's the synergy with the Abba?
Very similar with the Lone Druid. You don't care about the rupture. I mean, maybe you care about the Doom, but you can stand in front. That the IO's gonna buff you up. You don't die. You run in. You have Beastmaster Aura. You hit and kill everything. Hopefully. And the most important reason, you are the universally accepted hero in the meta. And for Tundra, they're going to need initiating heroes because they don't have much initiating tools right now. Puck,
that's
good
true.
ban.
Yeah, similar bans.
Not sure what Marin plays a lot apart from Timber. I mean, Timber is definitely not the kind of hero they need right now. They need like some Kanka, some Ember Spirit. I guess Ember Spirit would make the most sense because you have the Chakra.
He's not really an Ember player though, Mallorin. I'm sure he can play it. He's more of like a Storm. He prefers the Void. Always was really good on the Pango back when he... I mean, he's, I think, still on Namiga.
I have a feeling they're gonna pick another offlane hero, like some DP, some kind of weird ass hero.
He's a DP player, actually.
Yeah, I mean he's a DP player. He's a Timber player. He's gotta be a DP player.
You think?
They're same kind of heroes. You know, you anchor one part of the map. Okay, they ban out Ember. Say goodbye to that. I mean, the other initiating hero I can think of is like some Conker. But like you say, you know, I'm not sure if he's a Conker player.
I haven't seen it from him too much. Recently, it's been like the Primal, the Timbers, the Pangos mostly. In fact, he's only played Timber, Pango, and Primal for Tundra.
Oh, Primal's like not a hero right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they lost with it, so.
Go DP.
The game went long enough, though. I mean, a 48-minute game. I don't know. I didn't watch the game versus TSM, or sorry, Talon make that. But I feel like if the game goes that late, it's not necessarily Primal's problem. And well, there he is. Maybe we're gonna get to see it in action. Why don't you like Primal? Tell me.
He got nerfed so hard by the stun nerf. You know, when they nerf every single stun in the game, I feel like it hurt the hero so much. Like the hero just feels very lackluster right now, in my opinion, at least. And for LGD, come on, the final universal
They've
hero.
done it. It's the Marcy. I didn't think they were gonna do Marcy.
Alright, they won. They won. Yeah, I forgot about Marcy.
I mean, I just didn't think it was
Okay,
good,
they won.
honestly.
Okay, we end the game right now. 5 universal heroes.
Because you have Doom, you have Rupture, you've got Oracle as well to disarm her. I am not totally in love. I would have preferred Lone Druid, I think,
Yeah,
honestly.
actually that's true, you know. Like Bloodseeker and Oracle seems like it's gonna be annoying for the Marcy to deal with those heroes in the team fight. Like you're not gonna be jumping around when you're ruptured, so that's tough. And I feel like looking at their lineup, if they don't get a good start, even though there are 5 universal heroes, they're gonna run into a lot of problems in the team fight. Similar to the last game.
I'm just running through LGD's drafts here, Winter. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do my homework and count how many full 5 universal matchups, or sorry, 5 universal team compositions we've seen so far. But hey, add another one to the tally that we've seen here. Who was it yesterday, Winter, that went full universal? Wasn't it OG, I believe?
Wasn't it 4? They picked 4 universal heroes.
No, because there was one team had 5 and one team had 3, I remember, in OG Aster.
Game is hard, man. 5 universal heroes.
I mean, is it though? You've got Oracle, you've got Bloodseeker, you've got a Doom. I think you've got tools here on the side of Tundra to slow this one down. You've even got a pretty good, you know, form of initiation.
If only the last pick is a Lone Druid, I actually would have been so happy. I would have just totally sided their line. Right now it's a Marcy. I feel like the Marcy is gonna get kited by the disarm, the rupture.
Yeah, I was so surprised. That's why I didn't bring up Marcy earlier.
But it's very strong in the lane with the side kick with the IO. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they prioritize picking the Marcy with the IO. It's really strong. If you get a snow body start, you just run in, you have the IO backing you up. Sounds scary.
I mean, it's certainly a lot here for Tundra, especially for snaking, I would say, on the Oracle, to be able to kind of slow down this game. I think this Oracle's got a lot of moves he needs to make this map. I think nothing to say. You know, yeah, they've got him countered a bit here, but some fancy footwork, I think, especially with the Hawk Vision. That's what I think really needs to come together, right? You brought it up earlier. LGD continuing to kind of... What was that noise? They continue to try and rotate around through the off lanes, right? And I think he's got to really earn his keep here on this game. I wasn't really too impressed with his Beast Smash performance last game. I'd like to see him see what he can do now in this game.
They're gonna need to help him with the runes. I feel that's gonna be important against Primal, because you don't want Primal Beast to get a lot of the runes. Like, Primal is probably one of the strongest heroes with runes in the early game, if not the strongest.
Curious, why him? Why? I mean, just because he uses every rune extremely well.
Onslaught is just imba ganking spell.
30
Because of the range.
to battle.
I mean, have you seen a hasted Primal running at you? I mean, obviously that's with the trample. He just kills.
I have, yes. Don't you remember the good old days of Darkseer Primal Beast level 1? Right.
I remember the good old days when I'm in lane. Primal is level 1. He just kills me from full HP, even without the Iron Shell.
See, Winter, that's how I know I'm going to be better at you than Dota in only a couple of weeks. I'm going to get higher rank, because I would die at level 3 on this hero. That second power
you!
trample.
You get more MMR than me, then talk.
All right, we'll get there. For now, Shiro in for a rough time. Tundra really chasing him for this, though. I mean, it'll pay off. They'll still get 3 runes. A Skitter connects on the 2 top runes.
Yeah, Shiro took so much damage, you know, that's not good for the lane to begin with. They only have, he actually doesn't have any tangles. He has to rely on the IO to give him tangles.
Well, I mean, that's what IO's for, right, honestly. Lovely little Wisp skin as well.
That's what supports are for, giving you the tangles, man.
Giving you support, Winter, in general, I'd say is what they're for. And
not just tangos.
In this case, it is the tangos. We'll see what more that they can actually do to enable the start, because, again, I really do think that this Marcy is going to be in for a fairly rough mid-game. I'd say the early game is going to be just fine, while 33 and maybe even the Rupture can't quite connect onto him, but for now, I think he's going to be just fine.
Oh, casual dispose to secure the range creep. Nice.
Love to see it.
All the small little things in the lane that the players do, you know. I just like to put everything under the microscope and just analyze everything. Oh, this guy cut the tree in that particular manner with his tangle so that he can do this.
Did you see the highlights of, I believe it was the Ivy versus Nigma game, where Mind Control kept getting kited around because they would carry ironwood branches in the fights and then plant them to block his timber chains? That to me was always super high skill. Snaking, using the Purify and Flames to assist in denies, that's always a sneaky move as well. Love to see that.
That's how you know he's a Dota
nerd. I suppose. I mean, I think you know he's a Dota nerd because the man won TI.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, can't argue with that.
There's another one. Look, in Planet, he goes in. Skitter still has the Fairy Fire. He's going to be fine. Looks like he was Planet maybe trying to set up for a kill or potentially at least secure range boost with snaking. Again, not making that very easy.
I wonder if anybody tried when you play Oracle against Techies, you just get 1 point in Fate's Edict early and you wait for him to jump on you and then you use Fate's Edict. I don't know if anybody tried to do that.
Ooh, well, they're going to go for a kill on the planet now. The heal, not enough, and Skitter is able to get the auto attack out before Snaking drops. So it's going to be a bit better of a trade, obviously, for Skitter. A little bit of bonus gold for him.
Yep, first blood glove. But you're not going to be too worried about it, as the Beastmaster, he should be able to pick up the... Never mind, he's not picking up the Lotus. Who's getting the Lotus? Oh, he got it.
No, he got it. And he's got this Ring of Health as well, so pretty soon he's going to be able to pretty much ignore this Bloodseeker in lane. Pretty much.
Yeah, much better start this time for LGD in terms of the lane. And looking at the mid lane, on the other hand, Primal, oh my god.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, well, let's wait and see how this mid lane plays out, because, again, Malrin still has a couple of aggressive moves to make. That's not even his level 5 spike. Of course, he's going to pick up that 3rd point in the trample, and that's where things, pardon me, Windsor, are going to get real spicy from there. Shiro gets a blood grenade thrown at him. It's 33. Netta snacking in the middle of the fight. Pops the wand charges. Blood grenade thrown back at him, but it's the right clicks. And now the Illuminate from Immersion, which will take down Shiro. Good trades there. And that ice armor, man. This is one of my favorite things about nerdy Dota 2 players, especially Doom players, is seeing what creep they take. Remember yesterday we saw the Ghost, right? Against Monkey King? Like, that stuff's so cool. That's why I love playing Chen. You just, like, kind of run around in the jungle, you see what creep you can take, and try and take advantage of it.
You love playing Chen?
I am. I'm a Chen player. Back on the Aura Chen days, but still.
When are you going to show me your Chen?
I can show you my Chen.
Carry me with Chen?
No problem, man. Easy carry. In trouble here is going to be the Beastmaster. They connect the blast off only on a Snaking, actually. He might go down. The right clicks, the blood grenade, the mine. His life saved here by the infused raindrops, but he ticks down to blood grenade. That at least allows Skitter to avoid that last set of wild axes. He's still got 15 wand charges, though. Skitter, yeah, he's A-okay. I think that's what's really key here. You take a look at this top lane for Tundra. Do as they do, guys. Honestly, if you want to just get MMR, are you having problems laning against a very annoying universal hero that is techies? Worry not. Just buy infused raindrops. They do so much for you in this lane.
Those are the small little things that would change. Like all those like early kills, and maybe you don't die, you gotta trade off. And
That's a lovely Fortune's End as they connect onto 2 for the blood right. Super value there.
Yeah, and Skitter just still having a decent time on this lane. Wow, he's...
There it is! There's the solo kill, Malrin. He got in there with the trample and the pulverize. He says, Winter, this hero is still great. What are you talking about?
Eat your words, Winter.
Eat your words, Boomer. Silence. As they 2 go maybe 4. Oh! That was a really cute little blinding light. They use it to break tether. Not bad.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty useful in the laning phase.
Yeah, just forcing the Wish to recast this thing
this
over and over.
Marcy is not having a good time here, man. This is not good. Marcy is not a hero that you want to fall behind from the start. This is a very, very snowball hero.
Yeah, I mean, I figure you kind of have to come to expect that given the Doom in your lane, given the proliferation, basically, of the Vanguard off-lane meta. And speaking of the meta, now looking at the Netta, he maybe looks to go diving a little bit under this tower. Scorched
3-point Scorched Earth. Can't fight in the Scorched Earth. It's too painful. It's burning you.
He's trying to go for more. Look at Netta being quite annoying here as well. Well, plenty of uptime thanks to the Chakra Magic as Why You Smile avoiding the Illuminate, still alive. They've got the Thirst Vision on him now, as Shiro is still going to try and CS as much as he can here. Why You Smile able to evade death for now. It will isolate Shiro in this
another
lane.
Scorched Earth.
And through the Twin Gate comes Snaking. Another Scorched Earth is ready off the... just basically right away. Again, thanks to this Chakra Magic spam. Shiro will also lose his courier that had the brown boots. He could have used those, as now into the pursuit we go. Netta, now Malrin as well, joining from the mid lane. He's not even needed here. Rotates over just to simply taunt. That's the tower going down here with the first wagon, Winter.
Yeah, look at how much emphasis is put on the off lane, you know, like they are playing around this hero, they're trying to give him a very good start, and especially Malrin, the way he's like moving around the map, just helping his team so much on top lane.
Okay.
Skitter is getting dove on, and here is Malrin again.
Yeah, but they don't care. Malrin, did he take the gate? I believe he did. He's got Trample as well. He's got this Pulverize ready to go, but TP is coming in now from PSG LGD as they bring in the reinforcements to the fight. Malloran dying to mostly physical damage now as they have the Shackle Shot to immediately interrupt that Pulverize.
Yeah, good rotation.
Collecting the kill with the maxed power shot. May look for more here as well as Snaking. Basically no mana is pretty easy pickings here if Shiro can connect on that rebound. But his courier killed his boots, Winter, so he's just really taking a long time. Or rather, they've killed his boots. Wind Run not going to be interrupted in time. Snaking immune to the magic damage, but the physical damage is still going to take him down. Shiro with a kill there as LGD get involved. 2 kills on 2 cores, but that's a 5-man rotation to the top lane.
Is under attack.
Yeah, meanwhile, Doom is doing Doom things, shuffling on the wave all the way down towards the tier 2 tower, and Skitter has been also utilizing the space. So we see that the Primal there is coming in, maybe charging in a little bit too fast. Probably should have waited a little bit more before he decides to go in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Big rotations, but we'll see if LGD can now, you know, you've enabled this Beastmaster a little bit with that, right? That's a little bit of space for him. I think the next biggest challenge is trying to stop Immersion from just kind of free farming in this top lane with the Illuminate over and over again, clearing creep waves, right? And being careful as to not overextend, because Tundra, again, with this Primal, are going to be incredibly mobile around the map and very responsive, as we've seen them so far today. Sorry, they're already looking potentially for something here onto Nothing to Say. He's in the river and he's completely out of his depth. Winter Wind running away. They're not even going to dispel it off of him as he is finished off by Malloran. Just great ward, and Tundra are going to be able to really take advantage of that one.
Yeah, pretty good pick off there. A very, very key hero. And right now, Tundra, once again, like utilizing the map very well. It's shuffling all the waves all the time, you know. And if you're LGD, you need to really try to get some pickoffs and get your level 6 on the IO so you can actually counteract some of this lane shuffling with the relocate. Get a kill with the Beastmaster roll, go back and shuffle out the other side of the map. And just to balance out all this wave being pushed towards your side of the map. They're going to smoke the IO and Shiro. They're going to see 33.
Is he a kill?
Don't think they can kill him though.
Okay, he did self-cast Ice Armor. That's a pretty big deal here. That bonus armor might just allow him to turn things around. Blinding Light, the Blast Off now, but Snaking is here. Does not have level 6. Might not matter. 33 still getting out of this one alive as Malloran now counter-initiating. He picks up the nearest ball, bouncing it on the ground, will flatten it, ending the life of Why You Smile. Now Shiro on the run here, slowed to a crawl by that Solar Bind. Snaking and Malloran right on his tail as the Solar Bind ends. They are still continuing to chase him down. Malloran, you can run, but you actually know you can't run, or you can't certainly hide either. So I'm destroying your trees underneath your tower, pounding your corpse is going to be able to pick up a triple kill here on the Primal Beast. They're not done either. Nothing to Say just dying in the mid lane to Skitter. The Rupture, not enough damage now, but once again from off screen, in comes Malloran. He just simply picks up the Windrunner and slams it to the ground. An ultra kill here for the stand-in mid laner on Tundra. They are taking down LGD.
I mean, Neta is so good, you know, and Maureen on this Primal, he's a player that really specializes in a couple of very niche heroes, and he definitely executes them at a very, very high level.
He is absolutely popping off this series as well. As a reminder, I mean, basically is as equal, if not a better game on the Timbersaw last time. He's 6-1-0 already, Winter, and just like before, Skitter, you know, he can basically just turn up the Spotify music, whatever. You can listen to Electricity on repeat, doesn't matter. He does not need to really do much. And as I say that, he still is. Like, he's still... Like, let's talk about this for a while, right? Because when I say these kinds of things, like, oh, he can just kind of AFK farm, like, that is true. He is kind of just AFK farming, but it's also about the patterns that he's able to execute.
Do you know how hard is it to focus on last hitting creeps? Give that man a break, you know?
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, guys. The carries, they have it so difficult. They gotta continuously right-click. Sometimes they even have auto-attack on. But for me, I think the thing that's impressive is farming in the right place at the right time.
Oh, they're gonna find him.
This is so deep. This is so deep, though. This is so deep. I've never seen this before. Shackle Shot is going to connect. Rotations are incoming now, but they can't quite save their safe laner fast enough. Malloran charging through the minefield so quickly that he sets off none of the mines. Oh, and look at the damage as well, Malloran. Yeah, you better bet your bottom dollar that he's got a polarize for you. Nothing to say. He's going nowhere.
Damn.
A 2-for-1 trade. As LGD, I mean, they get so desperate for a kill there, Winter, that it costs them dearly.
Oh, this guy is actually so good on this hero. He landed his stun on 3 heroes, did a bunch of trample damage there by just casting his spells really well.
I think it's incredible. I've never actually seen a Primal Beast into techies, but he just literally ran through the mines.
I didn't know you're not proccing the mines when you do that.
Yeah, because there is like some time where you can still break them or just not get hit by them, and there's of course Tundra following through on this rotation, pushing all the way to the tier 1 tower, and a team of this caliber, you better bet that they're going to be looking to force some rotations now, or this tower's going to go down. Really, really lovely start from Malloran. And again, I mean, just to show, like, sure, Skitter dies there, but you can see, like, what the result of it is. I don't believe that's a very worthwhile trade, especially as Tundra, again, continuing to move through on this rotation, look to contest for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. I mean, and this all stems basically from the kill, from that overextension onto the carry. Yeah, good luck picking up the rune. Netta is not going to be able to get it, actually. It is New who picks it up somehow in between. The Doom is going to be dropped, however, and the kill easily achieved onto New. Malloran as well, hit with the false promise, as perhaps now it's Tundra's time to overextend. Malloran sure as hell taking a beating here and will take himself down, actually. Gets taken down by the Dire? What? They denied him? What? The Dire killed him? That didn't look right. I don't know if LGD got bounty off of that, but we'll look into that in a second, because now Tundra, trying to make it out without any further losses here, are still likely to lose the Oracle. What? The Dire killed him? Did they get money for that? They did. They definitely got money for that.
That is so weird.
There's a lot of really weird Oracle interactions where, like, sometimes he counts as the deny source because he sometimes deals the last tick of damage out of false promise. It's not, I don't think that's how it's supposed to work, but you tend to see this interaction with like other forms of taunts, like Winter Wyvern's ultimate and sometimes even duel. It's an axe as well. It's really weird. It's really weird. But nice response from LGD. Definitely signs of life from them. We'll see if they can continue trying to, make plays out of this.
Bounty.
They're gonna need like I feel like Mac Pipe, to deal with all this like spell damage coming out from the Primal and the Doom. I think Pipe is actually really, really good. But nobody's buying it on their side. I don't see anyone even trying to buy it. I see the IO, he's trying to get a Locket. Tekis is getting a Gleamer. I guess those items are kind of alright.
New once again going for Drums of Salam as Immersion. Essentially break the smoke here. Might lose his stacks, but at least will save his own skin.
I mean, Tundra once again, they're just like in full control of this game. Like the Doom has the travels, so he's able to play the anchor position and still be able to connect to his team. And on top of that, he's gonna have so much movement speed. He has a faded brooch, travel, wind lace, scorched earth.
Yeah. And again, basically perma scorched earth as well, right? Now he's got Octarine, but he's had this Chakra Magic constantly filling him up. LGD, oh man, they don't know what's coming, Winter.
No.
They are about to get pretty much smashed against the anvil that is this Netta Doom.
No.
We'll see if they jump in onto him, and they will. Can they kill him fast enough? The rest of LGD rotating back on into this. They need to get here fast. Not fast
Where's
enough.
your Frost Armor? What happened to your Frost Armor?
Didn't get it off? Oh, he's got one.
He doesn't have it
actually.
anymore. Yeah, he doesn't have it.
Yeah. The reload in, and actually Tundra, they're not eager to fight in on this. They thought enemies were a bit closer to the outpost of the Twin Gate. Oh, and are just going to be left pretty much empty-handed here. What could have been, I thought that was going to go so excellent for them, and it's just another narrow win here for LGD. But these are the kinds of wins that they need to get. That last tier 2 dive out from Tundra, this kind of execution onto the Doom, the richest hero in the game. It's these kinds of plays that are going to see them back into the game.
Yeah, slowly but surely, they're gonna be able to give themselves a chance with the Battle Fury on the Marcy. She's gonna be able to continuously scale, push up the waves, get into the late game. But even if you go into late game against Bloodseeker, Doom, Primal, can you carry this game as Marcy? I'm not really entirely
Radiant's
that
bottom
sure.
tower is under attack.
Nobody can fight you, like in a head-on 1v1, sure. But in the team fights, I think all the Doom needs to do is just doom him, and you are gonna have to rely on the relocate to maybe get you out of trouble and wait out the Doom.
This is a heart, by the way, up from Mallorin.
Wait,
Good,
what? He has a heart?
Yep, he's got a heart.
What?
Yep. He left
Vanguard heart?
No, he disassembled the.
Yeah, I know. He goes Vanguard into heart.
I guess he does. Why is that so surprising for you? What do you?
Is this
what's
like
out of the norm?
is this the normal build nowadays for Primal?
I am checking because honestly,
don't check. They're about to kill Snake King.
They are about to kill Snake King, and he does get off the at least Fortune's End, but it's not going to save him there. And they're looking for more. Shiro slow to a crawl there by the Solar Binus. Mallorin's going to pick him up. They did connect on the Scions. Oh, and there's just way too much damage. The relocate out. Ended up whiffing. I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like he had the link connected, but didn't make it out alive. Netta dooming up the techies and then further disrespecting him by stomping some Midas a creep on the way out, as the relocate is going to obviously result in the Wisp's death upon return. Nothing too surprising there.
That's what you call
what happened there.
a Dota
Middle
nerd
tower is under attack.
showing you some fancy footwork in front of your face. Either they're gonna drop items or they're gonna deny creeps while they're killing you. That's how you know they are Dota nerds.
Oh, yeah. So look here, right? As yeah, I guess the replay ended up kind of missing out. He was definitely tepid though. I'm not sure. I guess he got left behind. A little mistake there by someone. Maybe the pulverize, because it does lift you vertically. Maybe that was enough distance to break the tether. Not sure. I didn't catch it there. All right, one second. I'm looking at these Primal Beast builds, and Heart is in the itemization, but usually it's still like the Primal Beast we've seen previously. Mallorin is bucking the trend. We tend to see like BKB blink Ags like we used to on this hero. But Mallorin decides, nah, that's boring. I'm gonna go Heart first item. That's what I want to do. Previously as well, he did go back for Blinking Ags in his one game that he played previously. They did lose that game versus Talon, it should be said.
So what does the Heart do for you? It gives you a lot of damage for trample and it makes you really tanky. You want to go in.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Winter, there's not a lot of minus armor on this team, right? Like, they've got a lot of physical damage, good magic damage, but the minus armor is definitely limited. So in that way, the Heart does feel like a pretty decent amount of effective HP. Like, he's just got 7 armor, so at some stage, I'd like to see like an AC up on someone or some other aura item. There's a Crimson Guard now online for Netta, actually, that's amazing, especially against a Windrunner. With that Heart as well to back him up, like, they're going to struggle to kill these heroes, I reckon. I don't know. Does that make any sense to you, or do you see some flawed logic there?
I'm not entirely sure, I don't play this hero a lot, so we shall just watch the game and decide whether it's good or bad.
So it's the same build, by the way, Mallorin's win previously. He's going to turn this Sange into a Halberd, and then we can expect him to go into the Ags after that. For now, we can expect him to go dive in underneath the tier 2 tower. Good footwork there from YU. Smile's going to see him at least away from Mallorin for now. Mallorin, though, doesn't want to bounce his ball again here. Can't get within arm's reach. Dinosaurs, not famous for their long arms.
Planet has been doing this lane skipping, lane cutting for quite some time. Just delaying the game. Trying to get them into late game. So the Marcy is about to finish Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be huge in the team fights. You do a lot more like AoE damage. I see a lot of players. I think this might be the go-to build right now.
Okay, so they canceled Mallorin's TP. Nothing to say he's going to try and go in on this. There's an Aegis as well right now on this Windrunner, right? Plenty of healing now from Mallorin, especially as that's a full vessel healing up Mallorin, especially with the heart regen. Yeah, back to full HP. Round 2, LGD still feeling quite confident as Tundra will back up. This is true nerd Dota. They're trying to drag LGD into the ward, but they're a little bit more disciplined than that. Mallorin as well, quite disciplined. An immediate cancel on that onslaught as Tundra very, very eager to fight under the ward. This is the right move to make 10 out of 10 times, especially as they've just picked up an item mid-fight. It's the Heaven's Halberd for Skitter. Mallorin trying to drag them back underneath the ward.
He wants them to go on in.
The LGD, yeah, he wants someone to play with, this poor little doggy. try to bring him back to the pack of wolves. Might be effective here as Mallorin picks up the gem. LGD, they're going to go the long way around. We'll see what they can find as it's stun onto Mallorin's going to be the thing to kick this one off. Round 2 as they're looking now for the backliners. They will be able to at least get through 1 as the blast off connecting onto 2 cores. 33 gets up the war stomp and therefore the Doom onto the Marcy. He's going down though. Nothing to say. He's got a little bit too much damage.
The beast is down.
No, takes it down. Skidder as well cannot fight through this one. And LGD will be able to outmaneuver Tundra and take down 4.
So much damage being done. I think the Marcy probably is the one that I'm just waiting for the fight recap. I think the Marcy. Oh, he's not the one that did the most damage. It was the Beastmaster with the drums. 5,300 damage on the Beast. I guess that's why everybody just gets this item right away. It helps you farm. It allows you to scale. And it just makes you like such a force to be reckoned with in the team fights when everybody is close to each other.
Now, Winter, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. Tundra went looking for a fight there. They were fighting into an Aegis on this Windrunner after they had already used False Promise. Do you think their calculus was correct there? Were they the stronger team up until LGD got the better initiation?
Yeah, it's easy to say they calculated wrongly, you know. But I felt like the Primal, he was in a position where he tanked everything, you know. He tanked all the damage, he didn't die, and Tundra just went in after he tanked everything. I felt like it was a reasonable decision for them to turn around during that fight and just try to seize the opportunity to win the engagement, even though they are up against the Aegis. But right now, they're gonna have to defend their high ground first.
Well, that they are. There's nothing to say. Still with Aegis here, by the way, for another minute. It's Mallorin desperate to finish off this Halberd. I mean, that's a pretty big item, honestly, against a team with obviously very auto attack dependent heroes. Nothing to say, and even maybe Shiro is going to suffer at the hands of that. We should say this Marcy does actually have a Dispel for herself now. The Ag Scepter completed here. And I'm not sure if this is the normal Marcy build these days, but you got to remember, back when Marcy used to be incredibly imba with all our anime powers upon release, Unleash used to Dispel on cast. And then they moved that to the Ag Scepter. So that now being online means that Snake King's Fate's Edict is no longer going to be as powerful to against this hero as it was previously, right? Especially seeing as there's no BKB. Shiro getting this online is going to be pretty clutch. That AoE silence as well makes it really effective. Once you do finally get on these backliners, they won't be able to actually, you know, annoy you with their spells once you're silencing on every pulse.
The Koto has been quite underwhelming too. He got a vessel. Not sure if he had any charges in the last couple of fights to deal with the. Or maybe he did and he just couldn't get a kill. And now he's going for a Glimmer Cape. I was thinking more along the lines, maybe getting like a Force Staff to kite around, you know. Like once the Beastmaster rolls a target, they need to create some kind of like space before the Marcy arrives and take out the target too quickly. When you are able to kite the Beastmaster roll timing, it gives you a lot of ways to turn around the fight.
Right. I'll tell you what other item I really like on a Coddle, especially this game. It's a Yule Scepter, to be honest. Right? You get that additional. Yeah, you get that increased cast range. You use the Windrunner. You use the Marcy mid-fight. I mean,
sounds reasonable. Sounds reasonable.
It's a more expensive item, of course, than the Force Staff. I still
more
think
selfish
right
item, you know, Richie. You buy Glimmer for your team, but you buy Use for yourself. You want that extra move speed to feel good, Richie. Come on, play for your team.
I play for the team. I also think Tundra could do with getting a little bit more experience on snaking. The difference between level 1 and level 2 False Promise on those cooldowns it's pretty big, honestly. Would certainly give Tundra a lot more potential to fight. As we've kind of hit this reset point.
You are a support player, Richie. You know these things are not up to you.
Look, I agree. I mean, you do what you can now with the experience you can get, but you know, if you can just stand near the creep waves when they're getting farmed, just making sure he's ready to absorb some of that experience.
That's why I prefer having the book. I mean the tome, you know.
The tome.
Yeah, the tome.
Radiant's middle tower
I get to decide if I need the XP nowadays. I don't get to decide. I just follow my team, hope I don't die too early so I get some XP, and hope I get my spells correctly.
Hey Winter, you know who we haven't really seen or talked about in a long time because you've still been listening to Electricity on loop? it's Skitter. He's come along very nicely for his items. He's no Manta for him, but now a full Mjolnir on top of the Heaven's Halberd. Halberd number 2 finished up now for Mallorin. Unfortunately, Tundra underneath a Hawk right now, and then have smoked underneath a Hawk. I don't foresee this one being too good, but Tundra is still trying to play off the strength of these 2 cliff wards that they actually have erected on the side of LGD's map. Now even maybe looking for more as Mallorin leading them in. It's going to be scouted now with the Techie's Mine. Another Hawk as well, scouting through the fight, but I believe Tundra also lost a gem in that last engagement. You can see Planet holding on to Immersion's gem. Now LGD, they're the ones that are going to be looking for the initiation as they smoke out of their own jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very crucial the next fight. Like, everyone is trying to jostle for some kind of like high ground ward, try to stand on it, hug it. But Maori, he's going to run into the smoke. Nicely done.
He's going to get out just in time here on that onslaught.
Can they hold the high ground? All right, no, they killed the ward. They killed the ward.
Down. There's going to be now the Drums of Slamont. Max charges the Heart, not doing nearly enough work here. Winter, the False Promise, at least saving Mallorin for now. He's going to be able to pick up nothing to say, only briefly though, immediately putting him right back down. A respectful dinosaur here, but certainly an extinct one. Comes out of the False Promise alive. Oh boy, is he tanky, Winter. Eventually taken down. My God. Mallorin can really take quite a bruising here for his side.
Yeah, the Bambrace, the Halberd Evasion, the Heal Amp, the False Promise, the Heart Regen. I mean, they still want to fight? Thunder still want to go in here?
He doesn't have buyback. They can't fight here, can they? AoE Doom now for Netta's far. He turned around to Midas the Boar. Are you kidding me, Netta? Oh my goodness. What an absolute nerd. You love to see it though, honestly. You love to see it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, that's the Unleashed now. Shiro looking for his next victim. Can't find anyone though. Good positioning from Tundra. They have everyone back alive again. I don't know if they can still look for something. Naren TPing aggressively, but actually we'll cancel that TP now. Whew, you gotta look, and Winter, I think the thing to look out here is going to be that focus fire now, right, with the sidekick on top as well, is the one key thing.
Orb of Destruction.
Yep, Orb of Destruction. Is that what they got? Yep, they've got that as well. There's a little bit of minus armor. Makes a big deal against 9 armor.
Yeah, so the primer when he went a Ghost Scepter instead of trying to buy more armor, and now he's going. Yeah, and now he's getting Aghanims. So he's very susceptible to all those like physical damage right now. He's not that strong anymore. He's gonna have to rely on the Crimson on the Doom to survive in the team fights.
I just can't believe 33 Midas the Boy turned around for that. It's so funny, man.
I mean, just wait for the next fight. He's gonna have Midas and Devour saved up. So
that's right.
Eat one, Midas one.
He's gonna be eating good once. He's gonna digest all them delicious creeps as Tundra setting off mines. At least do smoke without.
Oh, they're gonna be too slow.
But I mean, they're far too slow. This map's huge now. They're open on their ways, and it says it'll take you 2 years to get down to the opposite side of the corner. LGD can take their time assigning Aegis on Nothing to Say, and she's into I was gonna say onto the Wisp. That seems about right. Oh. And look at this Wisp. He's got a great healing lotus. He's got a greater healing lotus. He's almost got Block of Cheese here, Winter. He does. He's got Block of Cheese. Wait, no, you need 3 great healing lotuses,
three.
Ah, I baited myself. I apologize.
Let's check the lotus pool. There's 2 more on top.
Yeah, he needs more than
so
that.
You need to wait for what, another... You need another 5 minutes because you need 2 more cycles.
And for now, the team, of course, going to be called to the siege. Mallorin, I guess he's without a Dispel on the side of LGD. Ghost Scepter and Fate's Edict means that they actually can't damage him? Is that right? Do we have any pure damage here? They don't, right?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to work.
They don't have any Dispels.
Time to get your Nullifier, man.
Yeah. That is actually pretty funny. Now they did. I mean, they've shuffled Oracle so much in the past couple of patches because, of course, he's been basically uncontested for the longest time. He used to have this 25 talent, which was like minus 5 second Fate's Edict cooldown, and you can just constantly Fate's Edict. That's since been removed, but he does have a coddle. So maybe actually that's a little bit of a combo here to just ensure that Snake King can actually keep Mallory alive because they don't have a way to remove Fate's Edict.
So what? It's almost 100% uptime, 11-second cooldown, 5 seconds. Yeah, it's actually 100% uptime because it's 5-second duration.
Yeah.
So holy shit, that's actually.
I mean, but there's no way that actually turns out to happen, right? Certainly someone on LGD. I mean, it's an Oracle. He's got such a big target on his back, right? There's no way this guy gets that off.
A man can hope, man. A man can dream.
LGD, man, mounting the comeback, in control of this game now. See how Tundra can look to get back into this one. Still not impossible for them by any means. I think it's in fact rather close, to be honest, but been really impressed with the way that LGD have managed to fight their way back into this one, fully deserving of it.
And right now, going up the high ground will be the next challenge. It's not easy to go up high ground nowadays. I guess you have a Wind Ranger to hit the towers.
You do. This Aegis is still good for another 2 minutes as the haste rune is going to activate. We'll see what the 34-minute rune is. Maybe something good. It's
Shield rune.
Is a shield rune? That's not bad. Not worth going back for, decide LGD is. Instead, they will smoke up and we'll likely see now the second attempt, Winter, to go up to the high ground from LGD. There's going to be the initiation. Okay. There's Nullifier. Okay, they can actually now dispel this. The AoE Doom's in, though, from Netta. Trying to cut him down. Everyone force staffing into this fight, though. The silence onto Skinner. He's being taken down as Netta cannot hold everyone back. In fact, now they're going to refocus onto him. Malrin, he makes it out alive thanks to the false promise, thanks to the heals from Tundra. But LGD, they busted their way into the base.
I mean, they're just so strong together with all the auras, with the IO, buffing, the Marcy.
They're full HP, they're not stopping, they're going to try and end the game.
I mean, it's over.
They got to buy back.
They have to buy back on Bloodseeker, but Doom doesn't have buyback.
Rock throw is going to be the initiation here. The stun actually onto 3. Is that good enough, though? Malrin doing the best he can as in goes Skitter now as well. Off the buyback, TPing into the fight. He's falling low, though. He's just dying to the physical damage. Does make it out alive as Malrin, at least with the Ghost Scepter, able to stay alive for now. That was a 5-man root off for Snake King. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, though, as Shiro immediately making the jump back onto him. Now Malrin dying underneath his tier 4 as the Shackle Shot onto 2. The Thing of Beauty, Malrin taken down.
No buyback.
Has no buyback either. It's a 3 versus 5 now as Skitter, his Ferrari engine turned down, but can he actually find a kill here? Oh, the cheese consumed there by YU Smile. He is safe and sound. What an item choice by New to pick up this Nullifier. I didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, amazing pickup here. Yes. Doing the right things in the team fights to dispel the Ghost Scepter, allowing them to go through this immovable wall of Primal Beast.
Netta's back alive and has another AoE Doom, but your Ancient's exposed here. And with all this physical damage, they're really going to be making an aggressive play. Nullifier has been used, wards removed as well, Lincoln's popped. They have a Rupture ready to go. Oh no, actually they broke the Lincolns with Rupture. Nothing to say, still has Aegis for 10 more seconds, but your throne might not have that much left of it. Certainly not Skitter, no! Saved last second there by Snake King, but nothing to say, walking him all the way back to the fountain. There's the AoE Doom now, onto 3. Skitter, will he live? No, he's actually gonna die. The fountain regen not even enough, has nothing to say, still alive. Aegis expires though, he's running around in the trees, buying so much time, and space created as throne is going down. Nothing to say, he's gonna die, but LGD, they need a little bit more. Fortifies out now for Tundra, but certainly Winter. This one's in the bag for LGD as they're going to focus onto the throne. 33 doing the best he can, but he can't stop them all. LGD will draw the series 1 apiece.
Wow, definitely did not expect the game to change all of a sudden, just like one overextension and that one fight turned things around and allowed this Marcy with the Beastmaster Aura, the IO backing it up to just completely decimate Tundra's lineup. They get to a point where their heroes went from being unkillable to just killable in just one team fight.
One team fight, one item, one Nullifier pickup by Anu, who, even though he did go for that Ag Scepter again 2 games in a row on the Beastmaster, his decision to then go for Pipe, Crimson, and then Nullifier, aura items into the item exactly his team needed, exactly when they needed it. Really, really great shot calling from LGD. Great itemization as they turn around in game 2. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, very, very nice game. Like both teams showing us some good old classic good Dota, man. And LGD also showing that they are no slouch. You know, they're able to understand their timings after a pretty lackluster first game, and this time around, showing us what they can do as a team. Like the good itemizations from the Beastmaster, Shiro as well. Like in the team fights, knowing when he should be going in, backing himself up with the Io, with the Holy Locket, the Lotus. Just all around pretty good team play, you know, this time from LGD. And whereas for Tundra, just one of the team fights that they took, that they overestimated how strong they are. They thought that they were unkillable on especially the Primal Beast. I think it was probably the bottom fight when they were baiting him out. I think it was probably that one, and they lost that fight, and the game just suddenly changed so quickly in just that one team fight. It just shows you how much one team fight can change the face of the game. You know, it actually looked like Tundra, they were in control for the most part of the game.
Definitely. I mean, you talk a lot about some pivotal moments, some pivotal fights. We'll take a look at some of those monster moments brought to us by Monster Energy and see exactly. I mean, basically, it was just those last couple of fights. I gotta say that one fight where LGD managed to sneak around Malrin right after he picks up a heart, look for your time around that 20-something minute mark. That to me was LGD, you know, showing why they are a tier 1 team, showing why they're the best coming out of China, and why they can still take teams off of Tundra, even in games like this. You know, here, 33 living, I was like, oh man, this is going to be
the
exactly
nerd
like
ice
game
armor.
1. So good.
And after that, it just felt like they kind of ran out of steam, especially with the primer. I mean, that's how the hero works, right? You're just running over people for the first, 15-20 minutes of the game, and then one lost team fight, and then the hero just loses so much of his power in the game just by virtue of losing that one team fight. He looked like a boss, you know, for the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe.
Yeah, and then eventually just taken down. This fight in particular is where LGD really flexed their stuff. You can see that sidekick starting to just melt.
Yeah, this
from
is
these
the
heroes.
fight that they decided to take against the Aegis.
Right.
And that's when the game started to turn around for them, you know, overestimating how strong they are. And the subsequent fight as well, like they just ran out of steam, you know. Oracle couldn't really keep everybody alive. Once the primer is down, then you're finding it hard to dish out the damage with the Bloodseeker. It might be also because of the itemization that Skitter decided to go for this time. He doesn't have a BKB, so he doesn't really feel like he can go in and dish out the damage. It's mostly like the Doom doing damage in the team fights with the primal. Like it was kind of quiet game, you know, for Bloodseeker played by Skitter this time around.
Certainly. And an excellent game by Nothing to Say. I think he was a low-key carry. I mean, I don't think he was like necessarily connecting on all these like double shackles, power shots, like coming out of the gates, carrying the game, that kind of a performance. But I mean, certainly for him, I think a game where he can be extremely proud of. Once again, a difficult laning stage. This time he gets to recover and he gets to play around his team and around Shiro's timing, around the timings of New, and take the win. Really, really impressive from LGD.
Yeah, impressed by this Marcy lineup. At least LGD won. They kept the Universal Dream alive. Can't lose when you have 5 Universal heroes.
That's right. Is that the second time now we've seen the 5 Universal strat pan out into success?
Yeah, probably. Time to get a Universal hero benchmark, you know. If the draft doesn't have at least 3 Universal heroes, it's a bad draft.
All right, Winter. I mean, it's late here. It's 1 a.m., so it's well past dinner time. But would you wager your supper that the next 5 Universal Hero draft we see is going to confirm win? What do you think?
Confirm win?
Confirm win. What do you think? Will you put your supper on it?
I'll put my nasi lemak on it.
There it is. There it is. That's how confident Winter is in the 5 Universal Hero strategy. And I mean, the way LGD can play off of that to find victory in game number 2 here versus Tundra to go 1 apiece, I think certainly is going to be able to back it up. We'll see, Winter. Maybe you are going to get yourself some really good Village Park nasi lemak. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Don't debate me, please. I haven't been there in a while.
I think other than that, you know, once again, the Group A proving to be quite the draw fiesta, right? I think as so far, let me take a look at what the other matches have panned out. Yep, I'm seeing a lot more 1-1s in here as well, Winter. We might be off for a lot of tiebreakers later on, as I believe we're nearly at the halfway mark now for this group stage number 1, which is going to lead us into some pretty fun and long tiebreaker days potentially. But we'll see. It looks like, make that Tundra and LGD are the first series to actually finish, with the rest still running, of course, on the sister channels. You can check them out by checking out the Ember, the Storm, the Earth, or of course the main channel on Twitch or YouTube. For us, though, I mean, I hear break music. Does that mean we're going to a break? Yes, it does. Pardon me. We are going to be going to a break real quick, as we're not going to get an interview with LGD. Unfortunately, Winter, they are dodging you out on this one. But don't worry, folks. You can't dodge Winter anymore. You guys have MKB, and you're going to be sure to guaranteed hit us on the next one if you stay tuned on the Storm stream, as we do have one more match for you here today. That match is going to end up being Bet Boom versus 9 Panda. So stay tuned here on the Storm channel, as we're going to come at you with the Eastern European matchup after a quick break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are back now live. Winter here, continuing the coverage for Dream League Season 20 over on the Storm stream. I am Seeking Strike, and of course, joining me is Winter Chanlip, Ben, both of you coming at you live from KL, where, as Winter just pointed out to me, we didn't have a 1-hour game now with TSM and who was it? Secret predating this. So, as we go into this now second Eastern European matchup directly on time, Winter, we have a lovely little matchup of 9 Pandas, who have been killing it in the Eastern European region, taking on BetBoom, who are a replacement team as Execration failed to secure. They couldn't come. They couldn't make it. I'm not sure exactly what the reason was. Probably visas, because of course that's usually the SCA reason. Pardon me. But now we've got the Eastern European Bowl. Excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, Execration probably just wanted to focus on Bali, maybe. Like probably some problems with the visa, I presume, and just decided, yeah, just focus on Bali. You know, you can't win everything, so just try to focus on one, and hopefully they get enough points, they qualify, and then we get an extra SCA team.
That's the goal, right? That's the goal. Over in Eastern Europe, though, I think these two teams are going to be top contenders now. Taking a look
Are they guaranteed points-wise?
You know, and that's actually, Winter, I'll tell you what, that's what I'm trying to check now, just to see where the TI standings are. I won't lie to you, I've mostly been taking a look in Western Europe and SCA. 9 Pandas currently ranked 7th with nearly 1,100 points. Looks like 1,060 at least guarantees you that TI invite. We've already got 3 European teams locked in there. The BetBoom team still in the top 12 though, Winter, as they're 760 with Execration just trailing 20 points behind them. So that's certainly going to be an exciting finish for them, especially seeing that we do have BetBoom Esports placing 2nd and also heading to Bali alongside 9 Pandas, who is 3rd place in the Eastern European Summer Tour.
Yeah, can't wait to see more techies, man. This guy... This guy is
What guy? You can call him by his name.
Antares, Skyrough Techie Spammer. I mean, he's the guy that I watched the most when I was kind of trying to understand how to play the hero and why the hero is so good. I watch a lot of his games. And whereas right now for BetBoom, the story of this team is who is actually the CEO of the team? Who is the boss? Who is the true carry?
Who is it to you here?
I mean, or maybe they're all the bosses.
Maybe they're all the bosses. That seems to be too many cooks in the kitchen, though. I would have to.
Everybody has a 20% stake on the team.
That's the best way. Player org, fairness for everyone. They all have the 20% stake. I'm sure that's never led to any problems ever in the history of esports, has it now? Take a look at Toronto Tokyo's, because I always want to put that magnifying glass in on those supports. I believe, isn't Toronto Tokyo, isn't he the 5? I believe Save's the 4. In either case, one of the supports for sure, which is why his GPM is so low. But after making that shift last year from the mid lane onto the position 5, I'd say he's coming to that position quite swimmingly. I remember him back in Spirit over in Riyadh, really starting to impress again on his mid lane Mars performances especially. So I was a bit surprised to see him make that shift. But of course, after a lackluster finish for Spirit and TI, he decided a change was needed, and over to BetBoom here to try his luck in as a position 5 instead.
It's not every day you see a mid player go to a position 5 and he actually looked like a natural support player.
He was doing well. For 9 Pandas, though, they've got quite the support on their side, right? Solo, probably one of the most accomplished support captains ever. He's really up there, I think, this guy. And don't you dare give him a disruptor. You do that, he even catches a glimpse of that hero, and I think he's catching you all game.
You just can't wait to do that.
What, make puns? You love him too now, Winter. And hard not to love Solo, especially with his game face like that, getting ready to go. So far for 9 Pandas, they have found themselves in the top half of the leaderboard here, sitting at 3-3. Their opponents, BetBoom, 5-1, sitting quite pretty there themselves after taking down Aster and Shopify 2-0. It's 9 Pandas, who did get 2-0'd by GG, but they did draw versus Aster and take down Entity. So this is a pretty big match now for the Pandas to see if they can be in contention for really those top 3 spots, I would have to say, over in the SEA region.
And time
Sorry,
to show
SEA region in the group stage.
and time to show who is the best Eastern European team. This is it.
I mean, this is it, right? But they're also still missing Team Spirit, right? Team Spirit, I believe, seated in the opposite group, who are not doing too hot now. Let me give this page a refresh, but yeah, they're still sitting at 3-3 there. So not really doing too hot either. They're 4-4 actually right now. So that's a pretty big. Another draw. For
if
them
you
over in
draw
the
all
group.
your games, can you still make it out of the group?
I mean, not if everyone else is drawing. Then you just got to do tiebreakers. So yes, I suppose.
Probably not
at
a
the
good
rate
idea.
this one's going, absolutely. Group B, though, has less draws, Winter, so it's going to be important for them to be able to take a win here. We'll see how our drafts are going to get underway for our Eastern European matchup now, as we're going to go to a quick break, Winter. But when we come back, we'll have draft number 1 of 9 Pandas versus BetBoom. We'll catch you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Winter once again caught sipping on the water bottle. That's right, hydration is key. Everyone, don't you forget as well to get yourself hydrated, because Winter, we got a spicy matchup coming now. It's the battle of the two Eastern European teams in Team B and Group B, pardon me, but it's Team B, Betboom, taking on the Nine Pandas. Do you have an edge? Do you have a favorite in this one? For me, it's hard to go against Solo and his captainship and his leadership, but maybe this new Betboom team has what it takes to take down the old guard. What are your thoughts?
One team has one clear CEO, the other team has multiple CEOs.
So that's a big deal for you, is it? Like in game, because I know you always have this jovial, joking manner about you, Winter, but you brought this up twice now, which means it must be for realsies.
It's better to have one cook. I thought you agreed.
I agree, but you know, it's much more weight when you say it than me, right? I mean, certainly.
You don't want too many ideas, too many people bringing out too many different ideas. You know, like I would say a healthy environment. At least for me, you have one person making majority of the ideas, and then you have another person helping him, or at least giving some extra small little details. But you don't want to have or you don't want to have 3 or more people telling their ideas, and then everybody is like, okay, you look at left, let's pick Beastmaster. Then you look right, no, Doom's better. Then you look at your offlane player, I don't want to play those 2 heroes. Oh my god, good luck.
Yeah. Too many voices and not one unifying voice might be a problem. We'll see, though, because I think, you know, again, to quote Moon Meander, while you may lack that boomer voice to unify you in the game, you know, the one to really make the calls, to lead the team, and to, you know, push the team to look for that extra +1, maybe you have the skill. I mean, and this is a very high-skilled matchup, right? I think maybe even too skilled sometimes for their own good. GPK, quite famously, I would say, can be a little bit, shall we say, sink or swim on his mid lane heroes.
Feast or famine.
Feast or famine. Another good interpretation of that one. Certainly, yes.
I kind of feel like he's a very scary mid player if it's his day. You know, you don't want to be messing with him. He's as skilled as like Sumail, like in terms of the laning phase. I feel like he's really good in the laning phase. He's very aggressive as a player, and that's when I feel like when you have this kind of mid player on your team, you kind of want to play around him, but at the same time, the other causes are also very polarizing. You know, they want a lot of attention from the other players. So, and I always like to talk about how the cause, they need to balance out each other. They need to play for each other depending on the draft and depending on the time in the game and the situation in the game. And Tundra in our previous series, they showed us, you know, how they're able to achieve balance, obviously in the game that they won, by having like some kind of like 2 offlaner draft, and the carry is just sitting there chilling the whole time because everybody is doing so much for him.
Right.
And for Betboom, I feel like a lot of the games that I watch them play, there's no clear balance. You know, like just feels like everybody's trying to hit creeps, you know, be the win condition.
Yeah, and I mean, they did make a change recently. You spoke about 2 offlaners, and this team does have 2 offlaners.
Yeah,
Nightfall,
actually,
like
you're right.
After his stint, you know, they did like kind of swap positions, so they're both maybe still trying to settle in. That was quite recently in May, and you know, they saw improvements during their DPC tour for sure. But I think in general, I'd be inclined to agree with you. Maybe this is one of those scenarios where a unifying voice to get the team in lockstep could be really useful here. I do wonder who is going to be the one to you know, really step in and make that kind of leadership happen.
I
for
mean,
this
obviously
team.
it's the TI winner, man. He has the merit.
You think?
He's the legit guy to do it, man. Have you guys actually won a TI? So shut up and listen to me.
I can't imagine. Toronto Toki's a very lovely guy. I can't imagine he's like that. Come on now. But I mean,
somebody has to be the bad guy, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, if it's got to be one, right? Yeah, absolutely.
If everybody is just nice, then it's hard to get shit done. It's hard to run a team. You know, I feel like to run a successful Dota team, somebody needs to do the dirty work.
Someone's got to carry the machete, is what you're saying.
You can say that, but somebody has to get their hands dirty. Somebody has to be willing
big
to be the
yawn.
bad guy.
Big yawn. What does that mean for you, Winter?
It just means we are excited. They are excited for the game, you know. You yawn, you're like, oh my god, this is how we roll, man. This is
That's
how the
right.
game is gonna go. 10 minutes of absolute lane dominance and 20 minutes of farming.
All right, I'm excited for this personally, Winter. We finally get to see an Undying game. He's actually one of the more, or at the start of the day, is one of the most successful safe lanes supports that we've seen, actually. Picked 6 times in the safe lane with a winning 4 of those games. We'll see if 9 Pandas are going to be able to continue that streak as they do first pick it. Pretty big immediate responses out from BetBoom, but have you been seeing a lot of this Undying support or this Undying offlane, which I've also heard inklings of?
What, phylactery build? Is that the build?
I think so, right? I
feel like the hero is not that strong, but maybe I didn't get to play the hero a lot. That's I feel like the other heroes that I normally run into, like the techies and all the other annoying heroes, they are much stronger right now. And Undying just doesn't feel like he can secure the lane as well as before after all the changes. And this is a classic, right? Undying with Morphling. Something that we do a lot in SEA. And you're playing up against a SB, so that's probably also one of the reasons why you want to do it. And on the other hand, BetBoom opened a draft with Enchantress with Spirit Breaker. Enchantress is something that I think Safe really likes to play. They're very strong in the lane. They like to play drafts where they get to dominate the lane and run at the hero and play really aggressively. So SB and Enchantress definitely signals that it's going to be a very run at you style of Dota.
Yeah, and I think in following the suit of run at you, 9 Pandas, covering their bases, right? One of the weaknesses of this morph is that at least until his 20 talent does genuinely struggle, against a lot of these illusion heroes. So they're going to be removing that Naga Siren. Do you expect like a PL ban here as well? Do you go that hard on protecting this Morphling matchup?
Tombstone as well. PL is good against Tombstone.
True. Yeah, true.
So that would probably be a reasonable choice for them. What else do you actually... If you don't want to ban a PL, I guess there's not much other heroes that you need to ban. Do you have to ban? What else do you have to ban? There's still Doom in the game. Do you want to ban Doom? I guess not. I mean, the other hero I'm considering is like Faces Void, anti-mage kind of hero.
Taking a look at these bans and picks as well. I mean, Bat Rider is still in the pool, but I'm not sure how.
No, Bat Rider's banned.
Is he? Oh yes, of course. First phase by them. Thank you very much. He escaped.
Did you drink your caffeine? Did you have a sip of caffeine?
I did. I was just looking. You know what? I'll get another sip right in after this. How about that, Mr. Winter Chunlipin? I had my chop as well.
Get 2 sip.
You got it.
No, 3 more. You're gonna need it this game. It's gonna be an absolute bloodbath of a game. 50 kills.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. I'm taking a look as well.
Spirit
9
Breaker.
Pandas, kind of in a meta of their own here on these supports. I mean, the Ench is fairly normal, but 9 Pandas, you know, hitting us with the bounties, the Witch Doctors, Pugna supports was a bit more common. Disruptors, you know, some slightly under the radar stuff.
I think when you're first pick, and it's easy to tell like the way you think about the game when you're first pick, because when you're first pick, it's harder to draft normally. Like second pick, it gives you like 2 counter picks in the end. So when you're first pick, you need to put a lot more thought, and you need to actually show a lot more of your team's character and the way you see the draft. And I like observing how teams deal with the first pick scenario, because right now a lot of teams, they kind of like to pick 2 cores. I think we kind of see it more common nowadays during first pick. We saw it previously with what you pick Timbersaw first and you A pick another core. And in SEA, Bleed likes to do it a lot as well, so as Talon. Like, it seems to be the way to go when you're first pick. You just open with a core that you want to snatch out early, and then the 8th pick will be a win condition hero. And BetBoom taking a page out of 9 Pandas, Bounty Hunter, Spirit Breaker. What is this? Then you draft a Tinker to follow
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh
my
yeah.
God.
That's what you want here. I agree. That sounds absolutely disastrous to play
But
into.
normally you wouldn't want to play on Bounty Hunter Spirit Breaker into Undying because you're charging into a Tombstone, and when you're playing Bounty, you don't really want to fight into the Tombstone, and on top of it, there's a Lycan move. Like, it's too much team fight. It's overwhelming team fight, and you have a Spirit Breaker Bounty draft, which has literally no team fight right now. So you're banking on winning the lanes hard. I mean, I don't even know if you should pick team fights as your last two heroes to deal with this, or just go along with this YOLO single target, run at you style, and try to win the lanes and pick them apart.
I'm trying to see. Apparently, Lycan has actually been picked already. I'm trying to figure out what game that was in, because we were discussing him earlier as another one of these universal heroes. Yeah, he has been never picked, but banned 5 times. So this is the first Lycan we're actually going to get to see, and Nine Pandas pull it out here. Offlane Lycan, do you reckon, with now that Skywrath Mage supporting it?
I guess so, probably. Lane should be Undying Moth, Lycan Skywrath. That looks like to be the normal setup for Nine Pandas. And for Bad Boom, I'm just curious to see what is the call to go with this lineup. It's probably like some Monkey King kind of Troll. So that hero is good against the Lycan with the blind. It's very good against the Tombstone. You can kill it off fairly easily. It's very strong in the lane, so it fits the team of their draft. They just want to win their lanes, run at you, and destroy you. I just can't wait for some freaking last pick Tinker, because Tinker really likes this kind of draft, man.
I love it. I love it as well. And another thing I love, Winter, not only is this the first Lycan we've seen actually played in the tournament, it's the first Troll we're going to get to see played. Troll contested in one of our series earlier, remember, on that Troll Warlord ban, but now he's going to be hitting the field. So a couple new heroes and some old faces now hitting the banning pool. Earlier... Pardon me, I was thinking whether or not BetBoom were going to consider, instead of this bounty, going for the AA. When they have picked Morphling this tournament, they have usually banned AA to protect it, but maybe they thought that'd be a little too clunky with the Ench as the second support.
Yeah,
so
AA Ench is very... You use the word clunky, I use the word heavy. Very heavy supports that need everyone else to carry them, you know, and they are like some 10 kilogram weight in the game after the laning phase.
So final bans now coming and filtering on through. It's a lot of mid laner bans, notably no Tinker ban though.
I will be lucky to get a Tinker, to be honest. So 9 Pandas, they need like some Puck hero. Puck would be amazing for their lineup. Puck Lycan, another classic combo. You call, then Lycan comes in to destroy them. And then Puck with Undying. And also you kind of deal with the Spirit Breaker well. He can't charge with you. You're not really scared in the lane that the Spirit Breaker can kill you. Because that's what you want when you have Spirit Breaker. You want to have like a mid lane where you can always constantly pressure and have a kill threat on.
Okay, that's a... Oh, I thought that was ban. Okay, it's a tiny ban. Wow, tiny. I hate to break it to you, Winter. But if BetBoom are going to pick Tinker here, it would be the first time in this organization's history that they've ever picked the hero. It's never been picked by anyone, not even DaHawk. He's never picked it even on this team.
I mean, they have a Tinker spammer, right? What, Kiyotaka in one of the teams? I remember he's a Tinker spammer.
I'd be for 9 Pandas.
Yes, he's on 9 Pandas. Yeah, but he's one of the better Tinker players that I remember watching.
And it seems he's going to be probably taking the Windrunner mid. So how many universals? It's just 2 universals for 9 Pandas here.
Beat failed draft. Not enough universal heroes detected. But when you look at BetBoom, they have 0? Or is Ench a universal hero? Ench is not, right? Ench is intelligence. So that's
I always get tripped up on Ench. I think she's int though, yes.
So based on the universal counter, 9 Pandas, they are definitely ahead.
They are ahead, and there's no way for BetBoom to recover it, so instead they just need to pick a real mid laner, Winter.
What do you mean, a real mid laner?
I mean, maybe they'll. I doubt they pick Snapfire. I mean, that'd be a real mid laner. And what else do you want to look for here? You've got damage, you've got chase, you've got really great vision as well, thanks to your bounty and Ench and your Spirit Breaker. What are you looking for? Just more damage early here, aren't you?
think they're looking for an anchor for on the map, you know, maybe some DK kind of hero. Like Dragon Knight's actually good against Wind Ranger and Lycan. You have high armor, the Breathe Fire is good against those two heroes. You can be the front line and the anchor for your team. Because they don't really have a hero that can just sit there and annoy the enemy team. You know, everybody just wants like all these bounty hunters, Spirit Breaker, Enchantress. They want to run around the map like crazy. Just annoy the opponents, run around, chase people down, go for a kill here, kill the courier, whatever you want to do in the game. So a DK would allow them to sit in the lane. Oh, so they go for the TA instead. TA is kind of also an anchor, but a bit more of like, it's a greedier anchor because she needs to farm a lot. But it's great with Bounty Hunter. When you get a good start, you're trying to play a very snowbally game because you have the traps to slow people down. The bounty's tracking people, and you get to keep playing all those very long, drawn-out fights. So I can see TA working out with this draft. And then there's a Spirit Breaker randomly charging over.
Randomly charging over. I mean, it's a whole lot of vision.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun draft to play when you're ahead, but not fun when you're behind.
I'm wondering how Antares is going to look to get activated here on his Skywrath Mage as well. Because you don't have like the greatest combo either with your Mystic Flare. I suppose like Shackles is basically that, but it's a mid-wind runner who...
He's a professional level 30 Skywrath player. He doesn't need a setup.
Look, he doesn't need like an LC duel, but I mean, I think he wants to try and get the ball rolling here. Luckily, you've got two great targets that BetBoom have drafted, right? This Ench, this Bounty Hunter, both extremely vulnerable to that. And quite a good counter. I don't know. What are you thinking? Are you convinced by this last pick TA? This 24 TA?
I can see the idea. I mean, I can definitely see the idea of why they picked the TA. But I wouldn't say that I like it as much as the Tinker. I somehow preferred the Tinker. But I can see it, you know. Like the Troll, TA, all of them, they have the same kind of like tempo in the game. They're going to be really fast. They're going to win the lanes. They're going to run at you. You have track goal. So you can easily overwhelm your opponents. But if the game doesn't go as quickly as you envision, then you're not going to have any team fight to deal with this Zoo draft, you know, that's Undying and Lycan.
It's true. It is very Zoo, and Nine Pandas with a bit of run at you themselves, right? With a Wind Runner, and of course also the Lycan Wolf shapeshifting.
It's what, Core Enchantress? Okay. Ooh. I thought it was going to be a Core.
It is. It's pure on the Ench. Oh, okay.
Little Friends? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Is this the game, Winter, where we finally see Little Friends do something?
I'm pretty sure.
All creeps, ally, enemy, and neutral. Do Tombstone Zombies count as creeps?
We will find out.
I'm extremely curious about this now.
She's laning against what, a Morphling? So this should be a pretty easy lane. Like you pressure the Morphling so much with the impetus spam. And then you have an SB charging randomly across the... Oh, okay, yes, bash it. Never mind.
Charging randomly. I love how you say that. Randomly. The Tombstone Zombie is a creep, so we'll see if it actually does anything.
Rune Wars!
Rune Wars. Not too exciting, though. It actually is pretty exciting because Nine Pandas will be able to get the better of BetBoom here. 3 runes for themselves out of the gates. We'll see if they can continue trying to snowball in this and keep the momentum up. Lots of voice lines here already.
That's when you know it's a derby. Is this still considered a derby?
A derby? I'm not sure. What does that mean?
Like when two teams from the same region play each other? Or from the same city?
I've never heard that. Derby?
Clearly not.
What? I mean, you could be right. I would certainly, if you're right, Winter, I'd certainly consider this a derby for sure. I'm in. You know, we're co-casters. We sink or swim together, Winter. Welcome to the Eastern European derby in Group B.
Thank you for standing by my side.
I got you. And now if you're an English major who knows that's not a real word, tweet at Winter Dota. He got it wrong. In any case, I think getting it right so far, at least out of the lanes, is... Oh, BetBoom, they're doing just fine. You expect this bottom lane to eventually get a little bit more powerful, but Save, you know, having his Orb of Venom can start to get real annoying versus solo. Would not want to underestimate this Undying, though. I think a really interesting change in 733 as well, that actually heavily affects the Undying, other than just his skills, is the fact that now you start with a numbered amount of mangoes in your shop. They're no longer unlimited.
Yes, that is so annoying. Now you're reminding me. Oh, I'm trying to buy the mangoes and then my team is like pinging. Oh shit. I'm fucking undying. Let me buy the mangoes, please.
Do you guys want me to do something in lane? No? Okay, that's fine.
I'll buy Clarities and I'll sit behind my carry.
Yep. And then you can deal with him baby raging. Oh, I'm baby raging now? Okay, muted. Is that how it goes for you, Winter?
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty close.
Charge on through, not random out from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh,
Excited
nice.
to see him.
He got
on
the range
5.
creep. It's definitely not a random charge.
Not a random charge. Pre-calculated here by the TI winner.
Securing range creep. That's how you should use your spells in the lane. Seek and strike. Secure my range creep.
Of course, always. Okay, so the Tombstone zombies are spell immune, which I guess is now a debuff immune. Does not feel the effects from magic damage sources. I don't know. I'm curious. I mean, this can't actually be for little friends though, right? Or is it? It is. It might be because Miro is going for the helm of the Dom, so maybe we'll actually see that thing do something here. Honestly, I didn't expect it. You do have pretty good counterplay, so you can just steal all of the creeps, maybe even wolves on occasion.
I mean, they need to win their lanes and snowball very hard for this to work. And right now, Enchantress is not exactly winning his lane. And the Tia is doing fine in mid lane. He's kind of winning his lane.
Tia is doing well. I mean, come on now. He's 5 CS up.
Just 5.
In the mid lane, that's a full wave, my friend. That's a pretty big deal. He's doing well so far.
It's actually more than one wave.
You're right. I mean, you're proving my point now. I mean, we'll see if we can keep that up. Thank you, Winter. Very kind of you.
You said it yourself. We should support each other, If we sync, we sing together.
That's how it goes. True teamwork. He's the boomer voice, so I have to follow him.
No, that's not true. You have your own rights to decide what you want to do. I'm not making you do anything.
Not in this team, though. Otherwise, there's too many cooks, Winter.
Who says I'm a cook? I'm a sous chef.
You're a line cook.
I'm a line cook.
Where's the lamb sauce, Winter?
And you're what? You're the guy who makes the protein, who cooks the protein?
That's right.
Tower
Yep.
is under attack.
I'm the one not cooking everything here. I
mean,
know, man.
you're the one who gets medium rare wrong.
That's right. That's right. Because I don't like my steak medium rare.
What?
All right, let's not start this now. We're already quite off track. Solo actually getting forced out of lane now by Save, who has managed to pick up the Healing Lotus and is about to snipe his first courier. Not bad at all. Boots denied from Ramses as well as the Tangos. So
I really didn't expect Ramses to be doing so well against the Morphling. Sorry, against the Enchantress. I thought this lane would actually be harder for him.
I guess it's just because, like, the damage is low and predictable out from the Ench. You've got pretty good base armor, and then you just right-click, strong, right? So you've got those base stats to play off of. You don't really threaten the Ench is the problem. You can see make that pure comfortably saving 2 skill points is what I meant to say. Maybe this gets harder with now, a couple more levels flowing in. Solo also doesn't have TP, so he's been gone from lane for some time now as he did refill the bottom mid. Coming back to the bottom lane, perfect timing now, looking to try and turn this one around. Onto Save, could be first blood, and ought to be, as Solo will draw it, taking him down with the blood grenade. Brought back dust.
That's why you always buy or refill blood grenades, Do you do it all the time? Like, you refill the blood grenade? Like
I'll usually buy 2. I'll buy 2 each game. Maybe more if the game's going really well, but usually 2 is the magic number for me. I don't really see the need to go more than that. Quite rarely.
Runes. Let's go to our favorite topic, the runes.
What
the runes.
Haste would
double
do a
damage.
whole lot of nothing.
TA wants double damage to hit creeps.
I'll see if you can get it. It's Illusion. Toronto Tokyo quickly picking that one up.
Nobody wants this rune.
Yeah. That's right. Toronto, he knows, right? He's got that mid lane experience. He knows that's the most useless one. Nightfall is going to receive some assistance now from the real Toronto Tokyo. Blood grenade thrown. A lot of armor here with the Helm of the Iron Will. Miero, though, buying out, not expecting to live through this. But he's got way too much armor under the tower. He's A-okay. You can tell he's actually resold the recipe of the Helm of the Dom. Quite savvy shopping there from Niero, making sure to save all of his unreliable gold.
Yeah, so right now Kiyotaka, he's still behind. Now he's behind by 10 CS against the TA. I guess as TA, you would always just have an advantage in this matchup just because of refraction itself. And the Wind Ranger, before she gets more level, so you can't really compete with your damage against the refraction. And you always have to rely on power shot. Wisdom Rune.
He was a bit early. He had to charge though because, well, there was no chance before. Did get a bash. Unfortunately, was not able to outright click Miero, or sorry, Antares. And it's Solo who's going to be able to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. So 2 runes for 9 Pandas.
Victory. Victory. This is going to hurt a lot, you know, for the supports. How many games have you played without getting like the first 2 Wisdom Runes? I feel like the first 2 are the ones that are going to impact the game the most.
Yep.
The 7 and the 14 one.
Basically, Winter, every single game when I started playing 733, but since then, I've made sure that I'm on top of that rune spawn at 6 minutes
I mean,
and 55
sometimes you
seconds.
just need the mid laner to come, you know, and then he's just last hitting creeps, refusing to come help you get the rune.
Yeah, well.
And then 5 minutes later, it's like, why is my support level 4? Why? Oh,
And then,
it's good that you asked now, yeah?
And then he's like, well, why are you level 4? Come help me fight for the 8-minute rune. And you're like, oh, I see how it is. 8-minute rune time, though. Both supports, loyal as ever, are here. And once again, it's Toronto Tokyo, who picks up, unfortunately for him in this game, the most useless rune for him. Because, of course, there's a bounty hunter on his team. So they've got the mid lane awarded to hell and no chance for Toronto Tokyo to do much but
all
deny
the
it away.
runes later are going to be super impactful.
That's right. GPK under threat now as Tombstone is dropped. Save trying to focus onto this, but GPK being focused down by the Blood Grenade by 3. TP coming on back now, and it's Toronto Tokyo who's respawned. Saves his charge for now as Kiyotaka thought about maybe getting a bit aggressive there, but it's going to have to chill without the focus fire.
Yeah, a bit of more of a very, very farming slow start for both teams. I think it benefits 9 Pandas more since they have a lineup that comes together as 5 after this with the Lycan and the Undying, with the Zoo and the Morphling being really, really strong against like the Troll. Like the Morphling is just gonna out carry you, and he has the Undying and the Lycan to back him up to get him to the point where he can just solo carry the game. And whereas for Bad Bull,
Are you sure about that though? I feel like this Troll change to his ultimate, now he can use items. I feel like that's a real big game changer for him.
I mean, it's still against a Morphling, man. I feel like late game Morphling. I mean, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's watch a 50-minute game between Troll and Morphling.
I love to, and it is Eastern Europe, so their fights, although infrequent, are usually executed nearly to perfection. Especially when you've got a maestro such as Solo on the Undying. You know, that's a pretty clear sign to fight, you know? Tombstone is down, boys. We're going in. I
mean,
like these kinds of
so
heroes.
what does that change in the matchup? So it's more about the Satanic. You can activate Satanic during your battle trance. What would benefit the most? Which item would you benefit the most out of this?
BKB.
I guess.
So you can actually attack compared to before when you play against OD. You do nothing.
Sure.
I mean, any item, I think, for this guy. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen the hero in quite some time, but I expect it to be halfway decent now. I don't know. All I'm saying is I think this hero, don't count him out so early, all right? Give him a chance.
Yes, I will, Richie. I'm your teammate. I'll give you a chance. I'll give the Troll a chance.
And maybe it's still underwhelming, but if it still is, then it'll be pretty funny. But nice last hits there by Save, able to bait out Kiyotaka trying to deny. But with the DD rune active now and the wagon tanking here, that boom, they're going to have to commit more heroes here to try and defend the tower. That's Focus Fire now pop, but the fight not going so hot for 9 Pandas as they've already lost the Tombstone, and Pure from the bottom lane, finally missing uphill once, should have this kill on the Solo with the maxed impetus. Down he goes. Kiyotaka though with the Focus Fire still actually in as GPK is able to hide under the cover of Meld. So far so good for him. The wind run now is over. Toronto Tokyo slowed to a crawl there behind that concussive shot. Pure with a timely rotation on over is able to save this fight and salvage the tower from going down. But 9 Pandas, I think they're going to get right back on it as soon as Solo respawns.
Yeah, but it's still important that he bought his team some time here. You know? It's still starting to get harder and harder once everyone has levels, the ultimates are coming up. and Bad Boom, you have to fight into this Lycan Undying Tombstone.
No, and I'll tell you who feels real bad right now, and I've been in this position before as well. It's probably saved level 4 and like barely level 4 Winter on the Bounty Hunter right now.
Yeah, and you don't really have ways to get kills to get the XP right now because you can't fight into the enemy. I mean, this is the problem of having this kind of Bounty Hunter Spirit Breaker draft. This is the reason why we don't see this type of draft often. You know, it's really hard to pull off. You have only a one-way ticket to win your game, which is you have to win your lane. You have to snowball hard and get a lot of track kills to win and close out the game, you know. If that doesn't happen for you, your lineup just feels like it just falls off very, very quickly after the laning phase.
Uh-oh, Pure. Yeah. Ooh, he's got some good heals, actually. And with only stats on the Windrunner, no procs, unable to really turn this around too effectively. GPK with a nice Melt Strike, and now from behind, in comes Chrono Tokyo, closing the door. No, actually, did not connect on the charge. Instead, turning back for Antares, looking for a bash, but really just needs to get vision for Pure. I mean, no armor, and this team is actually kind of melting now. Solo gets lucky on that uphill miss. The second one as well is going to be able to tank through, but GPK will find that kill eventually. And Bet Boom, I mean, sure, they're losing map control here, but like you're saying, this anchor GPK, they're able to fight around him very effectively here. And this is all without the Bounty being level 6. This only gets better. The one thing I like about Bounty in this game, Winter, is that when 9 Pandas are playing this like really scrappy, they just want to like freaking fight you and always be throwing punches, right? The Bounty being able to throw down some tracked kills and at least make those trades feel a little bit better tends to feel pretty good.
But if you can't win the team fights, then it might not change much, you know. Like you have to be able to beat the Lycan and the Undying Tombstone. I mean, sure, you have the Troll to hit the Tombstone, but the other heroes are not that great at killing. I guess Enchantress is decent, yeah, never mind. They can actually kill the Tombstone fairly easily with the Troll and the Enchantress. But I'm still worried about the actual team fight that's going to happen with the Lycan running in, with the creeps. With the Tombstone, it's still hard to deal with, you know. And they're gonna lose the top tower right now. Can't really defend it. Bounty Hunter is still trying to get his level 6. He's trying to build also and use as his first item. That's fairly interesting.
And who's going Yule's first item? Was that?
Bounty Hunter.
Huh, that is interesting. I guess it's a dispel for Windrun, right? Otherwise, you just kind of get kited by, or your TA and your Troll get kited.
That's true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. I mean, nothing else really you have to offer here.
No. I feel like you should be building like team fight items because Bounty Hunter is not a team fight hero, so you need team fight items to fight.
Okay.
Like the
I like
Solar
that,
Crest, the
But Winter,
Max.
your team fight's already so bad on this team.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why you need to buy team fight items to help team fight. How
guess
else are you
so.
gonna fight if everybody just gets like the selfish items, you know, the items that make you feel good, to make you walk around fast, the high move speed item, then everybody runs in a team fight and looks at each other. Oh great, we don't do damage, we can't kill anybody. Let's go and split up and
Wait,
farm.
are you seeing this? But Pure's a higher level right now. I mean, this is actually the same level as Kiyotaka. Okay, Orchid Reveal's not going to catch anything. Toronto Tokyo once again did not connect on the charge. Cancelled it preemptively, hoping for the Nether Strike, but now as they're going and let loose, team fight breaking out. Ramsey is joining, throws the blood grenade towards Pure. They need a little bit more damage, and they'll have it as Toronto Tokyo is going to fall behind, victim to the Tombstone. Nice fight there from 9 Pandas as Bepboom really reaching for that kill, I have to say.
Yeah, a little bit too desperate, pressing too hard. And right now it's gonna put them in a harder position to control the map. And TA has dagger? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what he can do with his blink. They're gonna need to try to find pick off, especially on the Skyrath. The dagger's gonna allow the TA to burst the Skyrath. And in the team fights every time you see him. Like Skyrath has no armor, I think you mentioned this before, so he's very susceptible to Temple Access and blinking in and just killing him right away.
And you can like really get your ball rolling there, right, on a TA. Especially eventually once you get your Deso online, you can just kind of farm stacks off of him. You force him farther out of the fights.
Yeah,
Only
that's
makes
why
it a little bit easier
normally
for everyone else.
when you see Skyrath, you play against this kind of physical lineup, you tend to want to buy Pavis early.
Medallion. Or Medallion. I think Medallion's really great
Yeah,
this game
Medallion's
too.
great too.
Yeah, I like the Pavis. Don't get me wrong. The Beast, Pavis, I don't know. I'll go Pavis. but I really like a medallion into Solar Crest this game for his team. I mean, you got
Undying,
basically 3
Undying is
ranking
buying
cores.
the medallion.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, you know, get whatever you need here. For save, he needs a lot of help. He's not going to receive any. Kiyotaka, of course, on a Universal Hero, highly incentivized to go for this Rod of Atos. Just tons of stats, tons of damage. This is a hero, Winter, who's right-clicking for 154 base damage right now. Wow. That packs a punch here, this little redhead.
TA? GPK? Is he gonna get solo killed? Okay, maybe not solo killed.
Might be not a solo kill technically, but still an impressive kill all the same. Got caught farming out a bit too far away there.
Yeah,
And,
now the 5-man train is gonna begin, and how is Bad Boom gonna respond to this? You know, I still feel like they don't have any tools to fight.
I mean, certainly if 9 Pandas make
what can their heroes do when the
pick
Undying
offs.
and Lycan they're gonna group up together? What can you do?
You can kill Miero perhaps in this top lane. He might be a mark, although it is going to be a bit difficult, especially when they're killing Toronto Tokyo underneath your tower, even committing the tombstone.
I mean, I just feel like they won't get to play Dota in the next few minutes. And Roshan is probably gonna be also something that the Lycan and Undying wants to deal with and wanted to acquire the Aegis for them. So maybe Bad Boom can try to steal the Aegis with the TA. If they can do it, maybe it'll buy them some time.
Okay. Just kind of snipe it. They've got good vision now on everyone. 9 Pandas are in this top part of the map. Smoke will break. Getting a bit aggressive here. Solo running in. A couple of seconds left on the Flesh Golem, but can't actually find anyone now. Save. Trying to perhaps set up for Miero as Toronto Tokyo is charging in, but they're missing Pure in this fight. It's a lot of damage for them. Charge cancelled as mid lane Pure gets... I mean, absolutely. I mean, you blink and you miss it. Basically assassinated poor little thing.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, this is not looking good at all, Richie. I mean, this Enchantress had like a pretty good timing on the Orchid, but can't really do much with it right now. You can't pick off the enemy team when they're just grouping up as 5 like this.
No. And Toronto Tokyo learning that the hard way. You get caught the top part of the map. Kiyotaka with Aegis is not really a viable target, especially with Wind Run, no way to dispel it, and a Shield Rune. And I guess you can dispel it, right, with the Ench. Maybe that's the reason they wanted to promote her to the offlane, but clearly that's not really working out for them, Winter.
I mean, is this gonna be a high ground? They're gonna force the high ground? With Tombstone? Okay, maybe not.
No,
it's just
definitely not without Kiyotaka. And look, he's tracked. He's nowhere near the rest of his team, and he's just chilling. He's not
doesn't
scared.
care. I mean, he knows their lineup is full physical damage. If there's no Enchantress there to dispel the Wind Run, she just basically can't die.
Morphling as well, really starting to get online. I think that's mostly the Ag Scepter already completed there for him, isn't it? This Courier just needing to pick up that point booster, and he'll be pretty good to go here.
What is TA gonna do or the Troll gonna do in a team fight?
I don't know. You know, I mean, yeah, Troll can use items in the middle of team fights. I guess he can cleave down a tree. I just... GPK almost has Deso. I mean, almost. This BKB is finished now for Nightfall. That's something, right? I just think these supports aren't doing them any favors either. The team fight contribution here is lacking, to say the least, and your other cores aren't really helping too much for that. I mean, it has to be Toronto Tokyo finding these, you know, 2, 3, 4-man bashes as he charges through these fights, but the 9 Pandas are not going to make it easy for him.
I split the bounty 3-way?
I mean, he's still level 7, by the way, on the Spirit Breaker. What do you want a man to do?
Well, they are going to look for a kill now. GPK taking down the charge. Miero out in time. Save even dying to the summons, as at least Pure gets a nice little gold in his pocket there. 250 after he gets a kill. Kiyotaka is still looking pretty decent after he gets that kill onto GPK. This could at least be perhaps the Aegis removed. 30 seconds left on it, so it's not much of a victory, and maybe not one at all if Kiyotaka is going to be able to land the Wind Runs constantly. Charge off the Duke, Toronto Tokyo. Good luck. Have no fun there. It's canceled by the Shackle Shot, killed off immediately after. This is 9 Pandas just stopping Bet Boom basically at every possible avenue.
Yeah, I just don't see what else can I do. I can just hope for the best, try to farm the troll, more items, and hopefully at some point you defend some high ground push and you can turn the game around. You know, as of the state of the game at the moment, I just don't see what else Bedburn can do. Maybe like the idea I suggested earlier, sneaking a rush, that might be the only way they can try to prolong the game with it.
Yeah. They're not really falling that far behind in terms of farm. It's just they don't really seem to have a lot of plays to make.
Looking at the drafts is pretty bad. You know, this 8k lead. Like, I feel like Morphing is just gonna stomp on them. You know.
Which, you know, you've really set people off with that derby definition. Everyone learning a bit of a new word here as Bet Boom. Unfortunately, a common lesson for them this game: do not fight into 9 pandas because they are just running you down. Nightfall has the ultimate. Will he actually be forced to battle trance? Has a BKB, but has too many enemies around him as the BKB is going to be activated. Poor Toronto Tokyo finished off this. Ramses is the one to charge into him. Just absolutely no escape here. Bet Boom at every single corner, they just are getting run down.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Did we see a track kill in the whole game?
Well, Sane has an assist, so it's not impossible. Where would he have gotten that assist from?
Laning phase.
Who's died? Okay, so the Undying's died twice.
Laning phase.
As has Antarctic. No, I don't think we did see a track kill yet.
Probably not at this pace.
And I'm gonna have to agree with you. I don't know if we're gonna see one. So the Derby here, which in America we only use for horse races. I've never heard that referred to as. Apparently, it's a Commonwealth thing. People in chat are discovering what the Commonwealth is. Apparently, it's a very common word, though. Good to know.
Apologize right now, Rishi.
I refuse. I backed you up. I was right. That's the thing. That's going to be actually a big catch here. Kiyotaka, though, with the jump true sight. He's going to run into 5 saves, says hello, and they're going to be able to catch him completely off guard. A huge kill, a gem fed back on over. Winter, it's happening. Bet Boom, they're doing things.
The first track kill of the game. Caster curse. You think we have no track kills? Here we go. That's a 1k. That's like a 1k goal swing. No, 1.5k goal swing.
Now, Winter, are you happy? You happy with the track kills? The bounty hunter paying off. That's Deso completed as well for GPK, who was able to pick up the kill and the lion's share of gold there. Look at this charge coming on through. Here we go. Solo, you're not getting out of this one. Antonio even finding a bash immediately afterwards. Still holding on with another strike. Track applied and a kill. More money into the pockets of Save now.
All right, the ball is rolling right now for Bet Boom. Can they keep the ball rolling into 9 pandas, keep the pickoffs coming with the track? So first and foremost, they have to shove up all the lanes, get some good wards down. Tro is getting towards his nullifier.
Yep.
So that'll be good against the win run.
Yeah, that's a big item to use in the middle of battle trance, isn't it?
Probably bigger. I think probably bigger than the BKB.
I agree, especially in this specific matchup, and maybe even any matchup.
If only you can control the targets you're hitting, you know?
I mean, yeah, but then you're really, really needing to rework this ultimate. I mean, this guy, this ulti still is quite strange, isn't it? Like, I believe, like, for example, it'll always target ward units last, which means that if there's a big creep camp next to you and you're trying to kill a Phoenix, but he gets off Supernova, Troll is always just going to hit the creeps before he kills the Supernova. You know, it's just hardwired that way. So it's a weird ultimate, Winter, but yeah, it's got its strength and its weakness. Did you like the old battle trance better when you just gave everyone on the map attack speed?
Yes, I love that. I'm not gonna lie. Call me a boomer, but I love that.
All right. GPK trying to set a trap from the side, spooked off though. Skyra's Mage did actually end up running into him. The smoke move now from 9 pandas, not panning out into anything, but I mean, Ramses is sure as hell feeling confident. Satanic and Acceptor up to the high ground.
Grey Knight Golem, good luck killing them off.
plenty of HP, plenty of armor to back him up, and now even the Tombstone committed onto the high ground. Even without the Aegis here, Winter, 9 Pandas, you're going to make the jump in. GPK trying to get some splash damage in by denying the traps, but it's just not happening here. That's a top lane of barracks, and I mean, there's only one person in the base. Not much of a defense, and in fact, perhaps the least defended pair of barracks I've ever seen taken.
They can't do anything, trust me. They run in, they're just gonna die. You think this troll is gonna click R and destroy everybody? No, he's gonna click R and do nothing and die.
Wait, so this is when you can blink now? I mean, maybe that's an item to pick up, honestly.
Actually, that's true. So you can blink during the battle trance.
Yeah, and then that you can kind of, you know,
if you're not taking damage, sure.
that's a good point. That's a good point here. Smoke is not half bad here. I don't believe there's a gem anymore for 9 Pandas, and it's going to be Kiyotaka who scouted first. They might have seen those smoke particles as well. Smoke's breaking. This is a good start. Now Kiyotaka's going to be the target, but the BKB's activate Toronto Tokyo as well. Yule Scepter on up as Nightfall is going to be stunned as well for just a bit. Save on the retreat now as Nightfall looking to find his man. Has at least a little bit of damage, but is quickly now running out of match community. Has no teammates either. Taken down and killed as Boom. This one's gone all wrong for them. Oh man, Toronto Tokyo even canceled that TP on in. He's charging back down bottom. Nothing can salvage this fight for them. Winter. GPK taking down the Gleipnir onto Pure, sets him up for the Mystic Flare. It's 9 Pandas who are maybe just going to finish the game here, honestly.
Can't even click the R button. Look at that, how useful.
Oh no, Kiyotaka. I mean, no, he just bought back. Don't do it to him. No. He's got 21 charges, right? Oh no. Antara says 1.
What? What?
I'm not sure why he all chatted 1. Maybe it was a Roche timer.
1.
Like,
I think he's trying to say you have one too many position 1 players on your team.
Could be. Classic little 1 there. Maybe this one's all but 1 for 9 Pandas now, as they're going to go and back up and take it easy. I mean, Save doing whatever he can, but a very short-lived comeback window now for Boom seems to potentially be completely closed off to them now, as Save, he's hit by the dust active, so he can't just like skeleton walk and run away. Not skeleton walk, sorry.
Shadow walk.
Yeah, my bad. They do completely different things. Actually, they do now that one of them's the ultimate now. Quick kill there, as the tip's being bestowed onto GPK, shall we say?
Man, I just don't feel like you can draft like this nowadays. You know, it's very hard to pull it off. The last time I enjoyed games where a team drafted like this is MVP Phoenix Caveman Dota.
Wow, that's a throwback. That's TI5, isn't it?
TI a million.
TI a million. I believe that was TI5. The antithesis of that, Winter, was those old Chinese drafts that would do nothing for 70 minutes. Remember the Naga Sirens?
No, I remember the Battlefield anti-mage with stats.
I hate stats, man. Just as an ability.
Why?
I remember one time, it was like my 3rd game of Dota, and I accidentally leveled stats on a lion, and I was useless.
Impale and stats. You trade in the lane.
Yeah, that's sure as hell what I did. I traded.
You won your lane because of the stats.
I certainly did not, Winter. Well, I think Boom, they need a whole lot of stats really to get back into this one. I just think this one is...
No, even stats can't save that, man.
We'll see now. The charge on in. They are starting to fight off right. Oh, Ramsey's just annihilating.
Oh, he clicked the R button. He's gonna kill them all.
Top of Kiyotaka. Oh, no.
Just kidding.
Nope.
Just kidding, bro.
Nope. He pressed R. He didn't even get the nullifier off. Not like it mattered. He's already disconnected from the game. Boom. They're going to go down. Game 1. It's 9 Pandas off to an indomitable start.
Yeah, please. No more single target heavy drafts again, you know. Try to have a balanced draft. This team is way too good for this type of draft. I feel like their players are like... I feel like probably one of the most highest skilled teams, you know, across the board on all their roles. Like everybody is so mechanically skilled. really good at carrying the game, but they just can't find like a balance in the team in terms of the direction of their drafts and how they want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hard pressed to not agree with you. It kind of seems that easy. No one to play with these supports. These were definitely like kill favorite supports. Pure honestly looked like a support himself on this Enchantress.
I just think that even if they picked Tinker last, it would have actually given them a better chance. Like no Kappa, you know, they would have had a chance to play the game. I mean, TA and Troll, I don't understand how they wanted to play the game, you know. I can only see them having a game if they were snowballing hard, they won their lanes, and then the TA is like, he has a very, very early blink. You're playing with the bounty hunter, he's tracking people for you. You run in, you find somebody, and then SB charges in. It feels really good if you think about it that way when you're winning the lanes and you're chasing them. Sure, you know, if the game actually gets to that stage, but you just can't fight them, you know, if you don't win the lanes hard enough when you're playing against a Lycan and Undying.
Definitely. I mean, the team fight's just too clean. The connection's not clean enough from BetBoom. I agree. I think
there is no team fighting. It wasn't even a fight. It was just a shellacking.
It was a little bit of a shellacking, and you know, just not the best performance I think that this team really has to offer. You know, you take a look at this team and how they've just performed, and I think it'll leave you scratching your head about how this team could possibly be 5-1 before the start of this series. You know, they were matching the likes of Tundra, and Talon is 5-3. What the heck is going on with them? Okay. I mean, I'm glad they're popping off now that they're not going to the major, but whatever.
Drowning their sorrows in DreamLeague.
That's right. That's right. I mean, this was the only moment where BetBoom actually looked like this draft had any moment. And then immediately they take this fight. I mean, again, just desperation from them, essentially.
Just look at the HP bars on the 9 Pandas team. Just look at the HP. It's a team fight, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody's full HP. You can't even kill the freaking Skyra for Undying.
Yep. I mean, just looked like frankly, quite an easy game there. And here's Nightfall, right? He gets off the ultimate, and that's about it. Disarmed and just surrounded and killed.
30 minute, click R button one time, can't even do anything.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the hero, man. It's not even his fault. That's how the hero works, you know. That's why you don't see like the hero being picked too much. The hero is like just really difficult to pull off. You don't really have a very good like item build, like itemization that works really well in the games. You heavily rely on snowballing from the lane. You need to win your lane, and then after winning your lane, and on top of that, you need a draft that treats you like a Medusa. You know, you actually want a teammate that buys 4-star Solar Crest, the Crimson Guard, the pipes. You want that kind of game, you know. Like their draft is like Spree Breaker, Bounty Hunter, Enchantress off lane, and then there's a troll, you know. What is this, you know? This pizza doesn't sound like it will taste good.
Nope. Not a very tasty pizza, and not a very good troll game either for the side of BetBoom, as Winter, using our new learned vocabulary, the Eastern European Derby is going to go 1-0 here in favor of 9 Pandas. They rise to 4-3, pardon me. They could rise to 5-3 and equalize against their opponents BetBoom here, depending on the results of Game 2. And I'll be honest with you, Winter, I agree with you. I'm hoping for a better draft as well out from the side of BetBoom. But we shall have to see, folks, as it's time for us to go to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have draft number 2 of BetBoom and 9 Pandas for you live. We'll catch you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Seeking Strike and Winter back on the call. Winter, you look a little bit ruffled after that last game, and it's hard not to blame you. But good news for you, Winter. It's genuinely good news, because I'm also happy to hear this and to see it even. It's that BetBoom are going to have second pick going into this. So there's almost no way that they give themselves another draft like that. It just can't happen, right?
At this point, I'm not even going to be surprised if it happens again. They're going to go for some all-in laning phase draft, and then the enemy has... Maybe that's why they first pick Undying. Maybe that's why they knew BetBoom is going to go all in on the lane, and all we need to do is put our Boomer captain on Undying, and he's going to bring death onto BetBoom.
All right, and he'll just call the fights and basically make it look easy from there. I mean, BetBoom, they went flawless on day one, right? And it was pretty heavy on the laning. They got the Undying in their own hands a couple of times. They got some really big, rock star heroes right now. But for the most part, this draft just looked really, really weird. Like, you look at their supports in other kind of games, and you've got like an Undying and a Coddle. You've got like a Techies and a Shadow Demon, a Coddle Spirit Breaker. Like, the Spirit Breaker makes appearances, but never with a hero like Bounty, where they kind of feel like they want to do the same thing, which is like lock down heroes in fights and provide annoying stuns, right? As well as some vision. So it just, especially for you not to capitalize on that with like potentially a Tinker or maybe some kind of spirit hero, who would be able to take advantage of that vision and really play it just on the knife's edge in the fights.
Sniper.
I guess, yeah, something, right? But, well, let's just hope it's better in game 2, and I think it will be, because, again, they've got last pick, and, we won't have to wait too long for our next draft to kick on off, so we'll see now how things get underway. I mean, some bright spots there for BetBoom, Winter. Is that too difficult to question at this stage? Did you see anything that was like, okay, this is a team that's doing X, Y, Z? Like, were you impressed by anything you saw?
I saw nothing.
Just
I saw a troll.
You're
like R button troll, and oops, died. You die.
I thought you were gonna give us the the gladiator. Thumbs down, basically, is what I thought that was going to turn into.
I'm a big fan of Troll Warlord,
Is that true?
What more can I tell you? I love the hero to death. I wish every game in my pubs, my carry picks Troll Warlord.
Right. And why is that?
Win my lane, easy game. Carry me, because I'm just 20 kilograms weight in the game. I need a carry that's strong.
And Troll is that hero.
Yeah, Troll is definitely that hero.
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely hoping that BetBoom have something different in mind. And I assume they do. I mean, I think an uncharacteristically bad game for this team. They previously lost versus OG earlier today in that first game of the series. And I got to just assume that's OG doing OG things. I see what could be an offlane Spirit Breaker or an offlane Ogre in this game, so I'm kind of curious which one that ended up being. Didn't quite get to catch that game. But for now, BetBoom heading into battle for game number 2, looking to just kind of reset. I think the biggest thing to look out for there, Winter, if we can acknowledge the tilting elephant in the room, is to see how GPK is going to be responding after a game like that, and what he's going to be looking to potentially come back with. I think having last pick and reserving it for your mid laner should iron out any potential issues there, though.
Yeah, I'm just checking their previous heroes. So they also seem to like Undying a lot.
They do.
So maybe there's something with this hero that I'm not really seeing yet, Because I just feel like this hero got nerfed really hard and just didn't really consider the hero to be even like a useful support pick.
In general, I mean, I'd have to agree with you, but it has been a very low-key successful hero. Maybe it was just BetBoom facing quote-unquote weaker opponents. They had Aster and Shopify day 1 where, 2 of those Undying wins came from. I don't know, but in this case, Solo is going to steal it out from under them. And, I mean, honestly, from there, the draft seemed really easy. I'd have to say BetBoom not able to put together that kind of a draft that they gave themselves here. What else am I looking forward to? I think I'd also look for a different kind of support combo there for Toronto Tokyo, as we'll maybe even take a look at a couple of comparisons here in our head-to-head by Acer Predator, which should be indeed the support solo versus Toronto Tokyo. I mean, KDA never really the best metric for supports, but maybe when you're a Spirit Breaker, it is having basically 4 assists, you know.
I mean, it's not fair, you know, like Undying, you put Tombstone, you get 4 or 5 assists in a team fight.
Right. It's not fair. Toronto Tokyo, you know, he had no choice in that draft, right?
I wonder whose idea was it?
GPM. I mean, GPM 187. If there's an XPM, I'm gonna feel sad. I'm gonna cringe because that must have been a terrible game. I mean, Zero Heal was, you know, whatever. Solo on the Soul Rips becoming a pretty big player in the laning stage there for the Morphling. Certainly made it easier against the Ench, right? Which is where a lot of Solo's impact came, not just from planting down those tombstones.
Yeah, it was just a very tough first game, you know. They just got outdrafted. And there's not much they could do, you know, in the game. Sure, there are small little details, like in the laning phase, they could have maybe done better, but overall it was, at least from my point of view, it was a really tough game for them to play.
That it was, Winter. And we'll see how they bounce back as we're now live in draft for game number 2. Nine Pandas with first pick are going to be able to get their hands on that Bat Rider after BetBoom opts to take out the Techies as well as the Undying. So 2 supports in this first phase.
Undying Ben. Oh my god.
I know, right? Do you think we're going to see Nine Pandas pick a second core for 8th pick?
Yeah, they should, you know, and it also depends on how BetBoom opens the draft. If they do 6-7 like off lane and position 4, then I think that you should pick your carry at number 8.
Okay. I mean, we're starting to see a lot more cores in this first phase. Still, some teams end up drafting both of their supports in the first phase as well. You know, it's not really like this big shift quite yet, but I have noticed as of late. Oh no, Winter.
It's a support Enchantress. Relax. Look at that.
Okay.
Relax. Okay, time,
I'm fine with that.
Time to pick what, Morphling right away?
Honestly?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Go with the Morphling maybe. You know what I'm most disappointed by the way, for Impure last game?
Enlighten me.
We didn't even get to see a damn little friends, man.
He didn't even buy the shot if I recall correctly.
No, he didn't. Of course not. He didn't have any money.
He had money. He bought Orchid. And what else? I don't remember what else he got. What, Dragonlance?
Dragonlance, Force Staff. I think that was it in the end of the game with that.
He had the money, but he chose not to buy it. He was like counting on the team to prolong the game. Oh, maybe we can get to hit some Tormentors and eventually I'll get the shot.
Timbersaw instead is going to be the pick. I mean, not quite the Morphling, but still stats play. You know, with that Whirling Death, ended up removing a lot of damage. Even not a lot, right? Because it's not as bad as it used to be when he was a strength hero. But you still do remove a percentage of his damage as a result of that Whirling Death.
You're very good against physical damage, which is kind of what Magnus is all about. But I still prefer the Morphling. And they're not going to get a chance anymore to pick the Morphling because BetBoom, they know, man, they picked the universal hero. They know the true universal counter. The Water Boy. You have to take it out. Take it out of the game.
Water Boy. I agree. He's gone now. So Nine Pandas can look to banning a couple of safe laners for themselves. They've taken out the TA as well as this Faceless Void.
TA?
Yeah.
You have Timber and Bat Rider, but you ban TA? Okay, that's a strange one.
What does that say to you? Who's TA normally excel against, Winter? What kind of lineups are you thinking?
I mean, it's not even that, you know. It's more about like I have Timber. Timber's good against TA because you have high armor, and then Bat Rider.
I agree, but certainly there must be some reason, some idea behind this ban. That could lead us into the direction
we will know soon. It might be something to do with the next couple of picks that they wanted to already pick. That's probably bad against TA.
Okay. Eager to see that. Nine Pandas are going to have the opening pick in this next phase, as BetBoom, of course, have 2 opportunities here. Oh, no, sorry. BetBoom actually have the opening pick in this next phase. Pardon me. The Nine Pandas 2 opportunities to respond.
Time to pick some Skyra or Dark Willow.
For the pandas, you're thinking?
No, for Bat Boom. You want some hero that can deal damage into the RP, preferably magic damage.
Okay. Okay, I'm thinking then, yeah. I think the Willow's good, Sky's good. What are the magic damage dealing supports are you looking at?
Jakiro!
I mean, I see these two heroes and I kind of think of a Phoenix, honestly.
Phoenix is not bad too, but Phoenix is weaker in the lane.
Agreed, but you've got a Magnus, right? I mean, how much do you really need to do in that lane? Might be. I mean, it's a bit of a risky pick, certainly, but...
Pull creeps. All you need to do is pull creeps.
Exactly, and you're pretty good at doing that. I am not seeing the Phoenix in the repertoire for Bat Boom.
Ban Juggernaut, so does that mean the Bat Riders are off lane? But then the TA ban still doesn't make sense. If Bat Rider is off lane core, then you don't care about TA.
Yeah, you're a bit perplexed by these bans, it seems.
If it's off lane Bat, right, your bans will be like Juggernaut, Slug, Lifestealer.
Right.
Or maybe no Lifestealer but Void because of time dilation. Then okay, you know, I can see the logic, you know. But the 3 bans here doesn't really. I mean, the TA makes the least amount of sense, in my opinion, at least. Like the Juggernaut and Void, I can see that it might be suggesting that Bat Rider is a core.
Terrorblade instead can come out. It's a core on 15 Winter.
Why?
This certainly should go punished,
Huh?
right?
Why
Right?
here? Why can't they wait for one more pick?
I'm
They're trying to
also
block
perplexed.
pick. They're trying to block pick because they think that 9 Pandas is gonna pick the Terrorblade right now.
Okay, does that make sense according to these bans? Are you scared as a Terrorblade of a maybe the Faceless Void? Yes, right, but of a TA, of a Jug?
Let's just enjoy the draft.
Okay.
I don't know what to think. So if you're 9 Pandas, you immediately pick something to counter the Terrorblade right away. But there is no matchup that can out-carry the Terrorblade if there is no Faceless Void.
How would you beat him then? Just team fight? Are you looking for more team fight, perhaps?
Like heroes like Zeus, Tinker, like some hero that can deal with the illusions.
Zeus is an interesting option. A Blink Dagger Canceller as well of a Magnus. I haven't seen anything of that hero, though, at all. I mean, I've seen him in pubs the first week after the patch drop, but he's actually uncontested in this event so far. And there's not an uncontested hero. Doom ends up being the pick. And is that 3 cores right now for 9 Pandas?
Hopefully the Bat Rider is a +4.
Why do you say hopefully? You're not liking this as a... I mean, I guess, right? Who's the carry?
I bet who's the carry.
Yeah, fair enough.
If these 3 heroes are the cores.
Let's just enjoy the draft, as you say, right? We'll see. We'll see
We have no idea what's happening, so let's just watch the draft unfold and let's rejoice when we finally understand something.
I'm happy to see the Rubik personally.
Yeah. Rubik against Magnus, that's the only one that makes the most amount of sense here.
Yep. And that's why it's going mid, right?
Damn it. Actually, why not? Why not? A high level Rubik against a Magnus and against a Terrorblade, you can kind of deal with the illusions. With your Fate Bolt, and you steal the Enchantress enchant, and you enchant the Terrorblade's illusions.
I'm wondering why they didn't consider like the Bane. I still think Phoenix is not a half bad option as well for Pandas. Like, I guess maybe
Elder Titan. What about Elder Titan?
I mean that is a hero, isn't it?
Man, I miss being able to play the hero and bully people in the lane. He's just weak and not strong enough in the lane. And I go for the Disruptor, so that's the damage that they're gonna throw. Like if they wanted to pick Disruptor, like why wouldn't they pick Disruptor first and then pick your Terrorblade next? Like the only reason I would see that why you would do that is because you think that the enemy is gonna pick that hero first, so you have to beat them to it. You have to pick it first.
But then you get 2 counters as well, don't you?
And you do that because you think that nothing can counter the Terrorblade. You think that Terrorblade is just such a strong pick that you don't give a fuck, man.
Let's assume that. Let's assume that BetBoom have no more Fs to give. They 15 the TB. Are you satisfied then with 9Panda's response of Doom and Rubik? Do you feel like this TB pick has been punished in a way that makes sense for 9Panda's game as well?
I mean, Doom is pretty okay against Terrorblade in the lane. With the Scorch Earth, you can bully him. And you can stop him from using Sunder in the team fights. With the Doom. So I guess you sort of deal with him in the late game and in the laning phase. But in the mid game, if you're not careful, the game is 50-50. You just take a bad fight with Doom. You have a long cooldown, and then Terrorblade just takes over the game. He takes Roshan, he takes the towers, and then you suddenly feel like, oh, game is hard.
Game is hard.
Yeah, Terrorblade with Metamorphosis with Empower. Dude, you think a universal hero hits hard? Wait till you see Terrorblade Metamorphosis with Empower.
Okay. I mean, look, I see that, but I also see a team playing against a Timbersaw with all but one stun. I mean, sure, you've got
one
glimpse.
Stun? How are you counting?
RP.
What do you mean one stun?
RP? What do you see here?
Enchantress has a Centaur.
Oh, yeah?
In my book, Glimpse is still considered a stun.
All right. I mean, look, it's not the worst thing against a Timber, I'll admit, but what are you going to use against a Bat Rider to break lasso? What are you going to...
Glimpse!
Okay, and then what do you have against Timber? The Centaur? Conqueror?
They are going to have a Vessel on the Enchantress. Relax, Richie.
All right. We'll see. Storm Spirit and DP Band, they've been completely out of reserve time now as they actually take out the Naga and the Darkseer. I think the Darkseer makes a lot lot of sense. Would have been a really awkward draft.
Wait, why would they still pick Dark? So Darkseer. Yeah, what is this? What is the carry if they pick Darkseer? What is
Doom,
this?
Right? And then it's Bat Rider and Rubik support with a Timber.
Yeah, keep going, Richie. Yeah, keep
Timber
going.
mid and Darkseer off. Look, I don't know. It's ugly, right? But who knows? I mean, who knows what Soul's got?
Time to pick some Arc Warden. Time to pick Arc Warden. That would definitely round up the draft. Okay, Abandon against Terrorblade. Let's go.
So you're gonna go for Radiance here, I assume, on the Abba?
No, you go Radiance against Terrorblade. You serious?
What's the build then?
Is he even the carry?
He has to be. He has to be, right? I mean, I just think there's no. I mean, we'll see who locks in what here. The SF pick at least is going to bring some semblance here for GPK.
Yeah, that's the Timber. That's the Timber killer, the SF.
And he will be laning against him, so we'll see if he can get off to a good start.
What can you do in this lane as Timber? Actually, Timber against SF sounds like a 10-0 lane for Timber.
You mean at 0 and 10?
Yeah, 0 and 10. You're not 10.
And then it's a 5 Bat Rider laning with an Abaddon?
Let's just enjoy the game, Richie. Sit back, relax, stow your tray tables, enjoy that cup of tea, and watch the game together.
Look, I mean, I'm looking forward to that. I don't really know how we got here from 9Pandas, picking up this Bat Timber opener into the Doom, and well, I mean, it's going to be up to them to take advantage of this confusion now and hopefully equalize here in game number 2 to at least try and maintain their edge in Group B. A pretty important now stage here for BetBoom. So they are just about halfway through the rest of their games. Winter, certainly you have a favorite draft. And which one is it?
No.
And why?
No, I don't have a favorite draft. No.
You don't like I like the SF pick a lot, man.
Okay, fine.
The SF pick, it makes sense.
If I have to choose, I'll choose the SF.
There you go. We got him off of the fence, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see now how this one ends up going.
You pushed me off of the fence. It doesn't count.
It counts, Winter. We're on the same team here anyway.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be pushing me off the fence. You should be joining me on the fence. We are
Well, that's why I
same
pulled
team.
you into my camp, Winter. Now we're in the same camp, and I think it's going to be the GPK show here, honestly. So much damage as well, basically, on Pure's Magnus. I think this is maybe the draft where BetBoom can kind of just give 9 Pandas the same treatment that they got. I'm not really seeing this one from 9 Pandas. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, BetBoom is the classic tree carry draft.
That's very true. Yeah, but at least they have a carry. I'd say 9 Pandas have like 1.25 carries here, basically.
1.25? Well, what is that math?
I think Abba's like 0.75 a carry here, and then I think that the Doom is the other half of that.
The Doom is the carry. Okay, let's just agree to that.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I don't know. Part 2, Winter, of the Eastern European Derby, as everyone is so eager to call this. Everyone was saying it before, and we're finally making it official here. As runes are going to go 2 apiece, nothing too exciting towards out of the gates. Let's focus on the mid lane for a bit then, Winter. Eager to see this matchup. I mean, it seems pretty easy. Triple Shadow Rays, triple Mangoes.
How is Timber meant to be played in this lane? Like, this lane sounds like it's impossible.
Right. I think this is like the strategy. I think it was Jenkins talk about this, where the way you want to play this basically is just continuously stack these Shadow Rays on top of Kiyotaka and just never let him near the creep wave.
Shit, right? That's how you play SF, right? But how is the Timber gonna play this lane?
I mean, look, all right, it's so sassy here, Winter. Maybe that's not so obvious for him. You can see he's already been bullied out. I mean, I don't know. I guess at least you can't pull in the mid lane, so eventually the creep's gonna push.
You know what? You don't get armor. You get both your nukes, and you try to kill the asset.
No,
you plant
you
branches
have
down.
You timber chain
you plant your branch next to him. You timber chain next to him. He can't raise you. He can only use one raise, and then you trade.
Maybe that's it. Maybe you just keep ferrying branches over. Maybe you're right, Winter. No, you're not right. Of course he's taking a reactive armor. And there's another Mango here. He's not going to throw that third raise, but things are already getting pretty spicy there in the mid lane. We'll be sure to keep our eyes out on this, but I mean, whatever moves there are left to make, I think Kiyotaka is going to be pretty hard pressed to make them here under the duress that Shadow Fiend's going to be giving them.
Let's look at the side lanes, maybe. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's look at. I would say
Glimpse?
top normally.
Glimpse?
Yeah, there's the glimpse onto Miro. Nightfall already letting loose here. Good 2-man stun on the telekinesis is not enough for Miro as he cuts down his trees and he's going to be taken down by Nightfall. Big first blood there for BetBoom. That bottom lane off to a fantastic start, but it's top lane where I'm not so sure how things are supposed to be going here either for 9 Pandas. I mean, it's just
are they winning the lane? Are they winning this lane?
No, they are not. And Solo may be dead here. A little tiny skewer. Oh, it's another kill down bottom. The uphill miss not coming through. Save.
Run him down.
Look at the kill.
Run him down. Come on.
He's actually slower than the Bat Rider.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Alright. That's a shocker for me. When did they nerf Enchantress's move speed so much? She used to be one of the fastest heroes in the game.
No, that's not the question you should be asking. When did Bat Rider become so fast?
I mean, look, that's also a really good question, honestly.
I didn't play the hero for a long time.
I can't be so confident. Yeah, I'm not a Bat
In my
specialist
head,
either.
Bat Rider is 285.
Dude, I'll say I have no idea how Kiyotaka has any last hits right now, but I mean, we'll see how many more he's going to be able to get. GPK already starting to stack up these denies. I mean, if there's got to be one way for you to feel confident another time here for GPK, it's certainly getting this kind of a matchup. I mean, it's not as bad as like Huskar Ember, but like it's pretty close. Top lane save is gonna actually the skewer is gonna see Solo underneath the tower. A Phonic Shield picks up the kill, but how much more will it cost? Seems like just the kill in return onto Solo. Kind of a better trade there, honestly, for Pure. Gets the Solo experience and is gonna be able to allow.
You definitely did get the Solo experience.
Oh, another skewer! Look at that. Ramsey's in trouble, and I think he's going to go down as well. He is.
Oh, boy. This lane is not gonna be good for them right now. The lane is, look at what Pure is doing. He's keeping the wave in front of his tower. Good luck. Abaddon is gonna TP back to his lane. Alright, what do I do now?
Solo is at least able to TP mid and assist here with the water runes and give a water refill. So GPK without a rune. But quick kills there. I was actually a bit surprised, to be honest, that the Ench felt like it was necessary to TP top. I thought we were going to see a bottle refill as well in order to just keep up the stacks. But, you know,
Come on,
Kiyotaka,
the SF does not need help.
it doesn't need help.
Please.
Nightfall might need some help, though. Actually, maybe it's Miero now instead, as Nightfall is able to simply walk off the damage. Another telekinesis stun is not bad, but it's not going to prevent the glimpse from coming out. Glimpse level 2, by the way, here on Toronto Tokyo. Wand charges, stick charges to make that committed, as now Nightfall, getting gone on. Still alive, though, and with the infused raindrops, he's just going to be just fine. Top lane, that's another skewer underneath the tower. Blood grenades thrown towards Save. As a pretty nice shockwave here is going to buy Save a bit more time. Ramses, he's gone a bit too deep, tanking tower shots. He will die. And he does not have a TP. He won't have a TP for another 5 seconds or so. The kill's down bottom as well, but they have managed to take down Antares. Nightfall playing this one really tight here. Toronto Tokyo, no more glimpse here, so just has to get the job done with the right clicks, getting some assist as well out from the neutral creeps who hit him with the slow.
Oh, he got
but
it!
It's gonna be no, he didn't get the clap. He got the deny.
Gotcha.
A nice deny there in essence, at the very least. Antares rotates back mid. I mean, Bet Boom unsurprisingly dominating in all 3 lanes.
Look, the Centaur, the Enchantress has a stun. I told you! I told you!
Comes. Is it going to save him? It's going to let GPK get another kill, but he will tick down here eventually to the damage. Save maybe the next to fall as Kiyotaka able to dive underneath the tower to pick up the kill. Centaur Conqueror with another stun here in a second Winter.
The Timber is back in this game.
There it is. Oh, it can't be that easy, can it?
I mean, look at the net worth, dude. Just look at the net worth.
I mean, okay, that is a little ridiculous. What the hell? Where did he get all this gold from? Are you kidding me?
The kills. Like, how much? Look at the fight regen. He got almost 400 gold from that kill.
I mean, the good news for Bet Boom is Ramses is having just the worst game, honestly. 23 last hits, 1 kill, 3 deaths. Marginally more farmed at least than Miero, who I'm also surprised to see this low in terms of net worth.
They have a abandoned Batrider lane. What do you expect?
That was like casting a Beast Coast game or something. I don't know what the hell happened here.
I mean, to be fair, they were playing against the Enchantress lane. You know, it's a difficult lane.
Yeah, but no, because remember last game when Ench lost her lane as the offlaner? I don't think so, Winter.
The Ench was playing against a Morphling. Come on, it's different. It's two totally different things.
At least able to once again secure both.
What, again?
Yes, sir, again, and maybe even a kill onto
how?
Pure.
They're losing their lanes and they're still getting their
running
roots.
this regen. Pure, you're not safe here, but maybe neither is Kiyotaka. Nope, he's just fine. Save. You might be up next as Toronto Tokyo is also going to TP in. GPK making the rotation over the mid lane is going to be caught now by the Wii Flame Break. Toronto Tokyo being dived underneath this tier 2 tower. This is a support Batrider, by the way. Solo doesn't mind. He'll trade his own life away as long as Kiyotaka gets involved in this fight. I think 9 Pandas are bringing it back, Winter. I can't believe I'm saying it, but they may be bringing it back.
How is the Timber top net worth? I need some Dota lessons, man. I have no idea what's happening. Am I actually that bad at understanding the mid matchups? Timber actually can play this against SF?
I mean, he kind of walked in, got hit a bunch, let reactive armor heal himself back up, and he was fine.
And one kill, just one kill, he wins the game.
But the ABBA is like properly shut down. I mean, he's got another at least 1,000 net worth lead. He's got, you know, phase boots, but his next item's Radiance, and it's so delayed. I don't believe this is like completely even, but I mean, they keep up this amount of pressure, maybe they can get there. Now there is a Requiem of Souls at the ready here for the SF. 17 Necromastery Souls, not really going to be quite crushing his Toronto Tokyo. It's going to be A-okay for now. The Fear might set up for the kill on the Kiyotaka. RP committed and last raise, picking up the kill, but that Solo now looking for the lasso, dragging him nearly the wrong way. I don't think it matters all that much. The Ancients as well get involved in this fight. The Death Requiem not picking up anything. And if I'm honest with you, Winter, Nightfall and Miro could not be less interested in what is happening in this game. They are sticking it out down bottom.
They're in their own mini game, you know. Who can last hit more creeps?
I'm just.
Oh,
God,
no, here we go again.
No, Solo. He's going to be fine, actually. Maybe it's Pure, in fact, is in trouble. They're going to send away Kiyotaka, but that means there's no glimpse, actually, to set up for this kill onto Solo. But at least Pure makes it out alive.
I like it, like how the map is divided in half. Like the bottom half is like the boring place, and the top.
Normal, the Dota that you like, Winter, and this is the Dota that everyone else likes.
Like,
fighting over D wards up here.
Who told you I like games where the carry and the offlaner sits in the lane and just contest each other's farm? You know, who told you that? You know,
because you said it gives time for your brain to catch up.
What the fuck? That's not what I said.
That's what you said. You said you like slower games because then you can see what's happening. Telekinesis all for naught as the rune spawns on. That's going to be a meaty impetus. Didn't really end up doing that much, I guess. It's only impetus level 1.
Alright, so back to the net worth graph. Terrorblade's in the lead with Magnus, so Terrorblade got a better trade against the Doom.
Yeah, and look what happened to GPK. He's down there with the Abba now.
What have you done, GPK?
I think
overall last pick SF not working out for you.
I still can't believe with a Bat Rider supporting an Abba lane and a Timbersaw mid laning into an SF, that 9 Panda is still somehow out skirmishing Betboom. That may change now though, as Miro, they're going to close the door on him. It's going to be Metamorphosis committed. It's back into somewhat normalcy here. Requiem with Souls into the Requiem. Nice combo there as GPK collects the kill. Not bad. And the madness is going to continue here. Okay, it's kinetic field stolen. Never want to really give a Rubik a glimpse. But you can see now the difference that these Wisdom Runes makes, Winter. This is a level 4 Toronto Tokyo. Save at the very least, finding some experience in the mid lane up to level 6. But they're playing without Static Storm for the foreseeable future, especially if they don't get a hold of these 14-minute Wisdom Runes.
Solo is almost level 8. Oh my god. Oh, that was close. He almost cancelled his TP.
Ramses fighting into the Skellies here. It's a losing
Wait, yes,
fight.
no, he thought he had a skill point. He thought he had a skill point.
I was like,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
oh my god.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No way. Oh
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew.
It didn't look like he knew either. But honestly, that was the perfect way to play it. Because I think Save goes, well, obviously he's got a skill point. I'm not going to kill him. I was doing the math there. I went, wait a second. Okay, now he's got the skill point, Winter. It's fine. We're okay.
Did he not take stats? Are you sure?
No, he's got it now. Oh. Oh my lord. That would have been the funniest thing if he just dies to the Enchantress. If Save on the position 4 Enchantress ended up doing more than Pure did all last game on the offlane Ench. Whew.
Alright, take a deep breath. Relax.
Take a deep breath, Winter. We're
take a deep
into
breath.
normalcy. Winter, I mean, come on, you're killing me with this game. You're killing me.
What else am I supposed to do? Glimpse?
Yeah, it's just to annoy Solo there. He's
level 8. He's fucking level 8.
Yeah, he hasn't found a lot of fun, but he's found a lot of experience at least. Ramsey's still kind of struggling as well in the farm department. Still struggling to get that Sacred Relic online. At that point, he'll finally be farming just a bit faster. It's slowed down as well for Nyan Pandas as Kiyotaka's hit the jungle. Seems to be farming himself up as well for the Octarine core. Getting there slowly but surely.
Radiant are scanning.
And you were right. This is gonna be like a long ass game. You were right.
I don't think so. I think this can still swing pretty heavily as because what we're looking for GPK to get like maybe his BKB online after the Heaven's Halberd. We're looking for Pure to get the Blink Dagger and then what? I guess finish up the Harpoon.
Are scanning.
As this time Pep Boom are sure to secure their Wisdom Runes. Toronto Tokyo finally able to play now with the Static Storm. Nightfall as well is coming along very nicely for his items. He's actually going as well for an early BKB. Why do you think that is? I guess just to be able to play into the Timbersaw, right?
Bat Rider as well.
Bat Rider as well.
Those are the primary reasons. You just get the Yasha to help you speed up the farm, but Manta is like still good for Terra because you just farm so much faster with it. But I guess he's like seeing the game and he feels like the fight is gonna come to him soon, so he can't afford to get too many farming items and clips onto Miero.
Static Storm. Yep, this one looking pretty darn good. Miero, no way out of that one for him. He actually even saves the great healing Lotus. Deciding not to waste it at that stage.
Close, but not close enough.
Nope. Ramsey's close and nearly there as well for the Radiance. He's going to get that online actually relatively quickly.
This is going to be a very long ass game. Radiance, Blink, Manta, Abaddon coming to your game.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Manta's at least going to be a pretty big turning point here for Nyan Pandas. Solo as well, finding farm, has a Blink Dagger finished up, so there's still a little bit of fight left in Nyan Pandas, certainly, especially as we're about to see this Metamorphosis actually run out.
Alright, they should definitely try to do something and take the bottom side of the jungle, try to invade, get a kill if you can on the Terra Blade or the SF. Those are going to be big kills. And Bad Boom, they're just really contented with being able to farm right now with the lineup. They just feel like they are going to be able to outscale them with the 3 carries. I mean, if you're Doom, right?
Oh, there's the initiation. As Solo finds his man off the Blink Dagger, will drag him basically in place, really, is where Kiyotaka needed him. Finds a kill easily there.
Yeah, that's the Blink reveal, so they're gonna know.
Radiant's middle tower.
At least it wasn't the Terra Blade.
At least it wasn't the Terra Blade, that's true. His farm continuing to go quite swimmingly here. GPK, I believe that's going to be his first item finished up. That's going to be the full Hurricane Pike. Not bad at all for him. It's really just Magnus who needs to get his
Everyone is
Harpoon
hitting
online.
creeps. Look at the Radiant heroes. Everybody is hitting creeps. Like
Just farming,
literally.
man.
Like normally you would see like supports running around trying to break smokes, you know, when people are missing, or at least, you know, stand on certain locations where you give vision to your team. But no, you know, Bad Boom's like, Toronto Tokyo, I want to hit creeps. Like,
We finally hit the points in the ultimate, by the way. Borrow time finally learned, and Radiance online for Ramses has been for
yeah, but you're not gonna be fighting with this Radiance.
No, you're not. I mean, now you need the Manta.
You need the Manta, you're gonna need the Blink. Rubik has a Blink.
Oh my gosh, does he?
Yeah.
Where are these Nyan Pandas? I mean, they're gonna be like, all right, if you're gonna farm, we're gonna farm too. Skewer on back, wants to kill onto Solo. A little bit of Twin Gate action there. Did you know that couriers could use the Twin Gate?
Radiant are scanning.
Yes.
I had no idea.
Radiant's
Illusions
middle
and
tower
everything
is
else.
under attack.
I knew Illusion, and for a while you could send wards through the Twin Gates as well.
I think you should always still go to the Twin Gate with your hero and use your Manta after you get there, so your Manta has longer uptime. That's what I would think. It's more efficient. But Ramses, he doesn't have his borrow time. Oh no, he's farming.
He does. Oh no, he doesn't. It proc hoodie is fucking
Why is this farming there? So, is there no other place that he can farm? Like, there's still a camp.
He's gonna go to his triangle. I don't know.
No, look at their vision. They literally see nothing, right? They have one observer ward on top of their outpost, and they have another observer ward in the bottom rune area. They literally see nothing. Or maybe he thought they are rushing with the Radiant team. So he's like, are we fighting Rosh? No, right? So let's go. I'm gonna hit you. And then surprise.
They're like, we killed the carry? Guess we can take Roche.
Are you sure Baden's the carry?
As 5, they're gonna get it done. Solo finds at least one. It's gonna be a quick kill there on the Toronto Tokyos. The Requiem of Souls, enough to cover into the RP as well. Nightfall's laying into them now with the Metamorphosis. Has Pregame to back him up, but Antares with a stolen RP. Oh, and Kiyotaka with the damage to follow suit. A thing of beauty here as Pepboom. You were absolutely right. The carry has been the supports this entire time. GPK, he makes it out alive, but only he lives to tell the tale of the time that they let him steal RP. Ooh.
Man, Antares is making this Rubik pick all worth it with that play there.
Look at that! Stolen RP out from the wings, completely turning it around.
He actually had time to cast his spell there. That definitely shouldn't have happened. You just can't let that happen against a Rubik. Like he stunned the Rubik already in the RP, so that's actually literally no excuse for you. You need to cast. He actually had a power, he had mana.
Yeah, anything right at that stage to prevent that from happening.
Just click the button.
That's Aegis immediately reclaimed, and basically a wipe essentially. I mean, GPK stays alive, right? So he doesn't lose his gold, but it's more about what you've given now on over to 9 Pandas. Kind of a risky move, isn't it? Like taking Roche with a lineup like this. You got a little bit of minus armor on the
no, it was fine. Like really, you know, they killed the Baden, they killed the carry, the quote-unquote carry. Moving to Roche, that SF, Magnus and Tyler. I think that was a fine decision. It was what happened after, you know, how they messed up.
Oh, Kiyotaka. Okay, he's gonna walk in. Thought he was invincible with the Invis rune. Quickly learning that he's not, but maybe he actually is. They struggle to actually get through him. Chain does seem to relative safety now. GPK rejoining a nice glimpse of put him in.
Who's killing who? Who is killing who?
There it is. Onto Ramsey. Borrow time now. Proc on the ultimate. Is Kiyotaka still alive somehow? Someone killed this man. RP even used to kill him. As Pure eventually gets the job done
GPK.
there. All right, Save's doing some damage on these impetus. Another stolen RP into the Doom now. That's going to be onto the Magnus. Nightfall is going to actually have meta in 8 seconds, so they might actually be able to fight this, especially as they've taken down Solo. That's going to be the arrow now falling. Nightfall looking for a high 5, chasing 9 Pandas out of the triangle. Winter, what the hell is going on in this game?
There's all these very, very chaotic fights happening. I just felt like the fight started.
Pure. Okay, Ramsey stuck on the side of the kinetic field and actually killed off. That was an excellent usage there of kinetic field.
The way the fight started was actually like the Timber getting the Invis rune is running out, but he didn't realize that the Radiant team knows it, so they place the sentry down, they use the Static Storm, they catch him, but he literally tanked every single thing. He tanked the Static Storm, he tanked the RP, and a couple of raises. But they still lost the fight somehow.
Still lost the fight. Yeah, Sunder just barely getting them out of that one as well.
Yeah, the Sunder is actually what turned everything around.
There's not enough fall. I mean, it was really just the Timbersaw and then the Batrider trying to take that fight. Ends up getting a little bit too overextended there. I mean, you can't really just run in on an Invis rune. You know, you got to expect, especially Radiant side, they really like to ward this top rune, right? It's a very common ward spot. So either like this pit, which is the old Roche pit, or just kind of nearby that ramp.
Yeah.
South of the triangle.
That is a fair point. That is a very, very reasonable point. You know, you should always anticipate that there might be, or at least think about it, that there might be a ward around the area.
Yeah, Dire, usually they like to ward the bottom ramp is usually what I'm seeing more on this map, although there's some wards usually placed around as well, near the old Roche pit on the Dire side there, but I tend to see the bottom ward usually controlled by Dire make that, so yeah, I mean, just small considerations. I just think still just running in with an Invision like that is perhaps a bit overzealous, shall we say. Not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, everyone continuing to farm. If this goes late enough, I mean, if we truly have a back and forth roller coaster seesaw of a ride here, Winter, are you confident that this TB is going to still be able to get through this game, or is this going to be actually turning difficult at some point as the Abba approaches his Manta and further items.
I mean, are you talking about refresher 60-minute game? If it's a 60-minute refresher game, then I feel like it's gonna come down to initiation. You know, the Terabit no longer holds every single card if the game gets that long.
I mean, I suppose it's fair to also bring up Pure in this kind of a game, right? Who previously was a carry, is basically playing a carry hero. I mean, I don't think it's too controversial to say that Magnus is basically a carry, especially with this build.
It doesn't matter which lane you go, you're still a carry.
We're still a carry. And it's Bepboom who, well, it's actually just Toronto Tokyo who's going to take the gate down bottom. See if he's actually going to be able to anticipate this ward. He actually has a gem already. That's a pretty fast gem that he's purchased. Able to de-ward, especially because he's on that warding trip alone.
And he quickly TPs back towards his team. There's a pool of lotuses waiting to be claimed.
Oh yeah, no, it's a full pull as well. Bot lane also has, there's 9 lotuses on the map. What are we, 24 minutes in? So another set just spawned, but still. All right, so that's the Abba illusions now getting to work. That's also a skewer underneath the tower for Kiyotaka. They can't actually control him though, lacking a bit on the stun. So discard onto the Ench, which is actually going to make that Hurricane Pike do basically nothing without any vision there on the target. So my Panda's getting out of that one relatively easily.
They're gonna have to farm until the Doom has a blink. I think that's what they should be doing. The Doom can't really enter the fight without a blink.
Yeah, even with BKB, the initiation is going to be quite difficult here, but a counter initiation, Winter, that might be needed here relatively shortly. They are without a Timbersaw. He TP'd actually to the top lane, and then he showed farming away. The smoke breaks first by Nightfall. There's going to be the skewer into the Harpoon as Miro falling quite low now. Save, forced to do a bit of damage himself, but Miro very tanky here. Got himself that Crimson Guard. He's also quite speedy with the Scorcher. Eventually, though, Winter, his BKB will expire, and GPK waiting with him with open arms for the Shadow Raises to claim his soul.
But what can they get here? They're gonna be able to get a tower. Rosh is gonna be, might be up in 1 minute.
Could be. You're still hoping that Bepboom are able to take a little bit of a cleaner fight, a little bit more vision outside the pit necessary for them.
Yeah, they're gonna need all this blinks, you know, on the Abaddon and the Doom before they can start to really play and come into the fights.
Pure going fishing, is able to steal Conjure Image, not the...
Oh, bot lane?
Oh, what's this?
Ramses?
Rainbow TPs. Ramses, he's in deep. He's got borrowed time. Winter, he's got a TP scroll, but just no chance of getting out of here, especially because GPK taunted him with the Requiem of Souls. They've done a great job to not heal him up at all, and it's a trivial kill there again onto the carry Abba.
Where was he farming? He was farming, what, in front of the tier 2? I didn't see how he get caught.
I believe he was. Look, oh my god, can we open that graph again? Are you kidding me? Have you seen that W? These planes? If that's not a back and forth game. So if we're going to believe the graph then, Winter, Bepboom, they should lose this fight. They just got a free kill onto the quote-unquote carry. Will it make the difference now? As Miro is going to be scouted. This should be a relatively easy kill. Gets off the Doom, though, and the BKB. He's doomed up Pure, and now Solo rejoining this fight. Where's the damage? Here it is. Kiyotaka's now in. There's going to be a static storm now to break this fight and divide it in two. Quite speedy in this fight with the Haste Rune is Kiyotaka, but he just can't find a hero to hit. Finally onto Pure with the E-Blade, still lacking the damage just barely as the Force Staff allows Pure to reset and try and get back into this fight. But a good ward now by 9 Pandas. They do look to turn. GPK in for a bit of a tough time. Kiyotaka just can't quite connect on these spells, but will be able to finally catch him here with the Chakram. Back alive and in the fight here is going to be the Abba. You can dispel, of course, the Reflection Illusions, which he's just done there with the Aphotic Shield.
12 seconds before that Metamorph again.
I think that's going to be it for this fight. And oh god, Winter Roach is up again? I can't believe it. Every time Bepboom take down the carry, they lose the fight that immediately precedes it. Save, not in a good spot here either. He's already used the Hurricane Pike as Pierre's going to take a shortcut into this little kind of well. This fight's so awkward here.
So only 2 heroes die, right? The Bat and the SF.
And the SF? I mean, at 3, I guess, if you count Ramsey's part in at the start of that fight. Ramses, who by the way has Echo Saber, so these illusions are gonna basically silence as soon as they get on top of someone. And here they go. Bepboom, once again, you gotta try and jostle over this Roach Pit. There's a ward on the Twin Gate on the side of 9 Pandas. As Toronto Tokyo is gonna be able to capture the Watcher here. The 9 Pandas still in the vicinity. They are missing Ramses though. Ramses, he's got TP, and of course, on Dire's side, they do control this outpost so long as this Roche fight starts within the next minute. And Bepboom are looking to force this. Ramses already channeling that 6-second TP. He's going to be in the vicinity here. Oh, Toronto Tokyo glimpses his back. The glimpses him back. That'll be huge. Holding on to the glimpse for now. And he's dropping the static bomb. He's going to be killed off, and there's no way. No way Bepboom loses a fight twice in a row, right? Aegis and Roshan is going to go away, but Solo's in out of the pit. Oh, GPK still able to get the Aegis, but immediately Solo with another lasso. This time the BKBs allowing GPK to try and reset the fight, but he's got no way out. He's already used the Requiem. Nightfall is least able to get off the Sunder, trying to fight through this one, but Bepboom once again, they're just faltering around the Roach Pit. That's a decent RP onto 2. Where's the follow-up though? GPK without BKB cannot stand his ground and fight. Neither can Fury. He's finished off quickly, silenced by Ramses and the illusions he brings. GPK finished off by Kiyotaka. What is this shot calling?
I don't understand.
Confident in these calls.
I don't understand what they were doing because the Disruptor, he was standing on top of the Twin Gate, and then he got like a, was it like a 3-man static storm? I felt like if he was already going to do that, they should just run out of the pit and just take that fight. He catches the heroes there, the SF runs in, casts your Requiem or whatever the shit it is, the RP, the fight is over, you get the rush after that. Why are they ignoring the Disruptor?
I mean, absolutely. It just didn't end up really coming together for them. I mean, at least this time they don't steal RP. It's not as quick and as dramatic as a turnaround as before, but it was just like watching, I don't know, both of these top Roche fights for Bepboom Winter. It's been like, you know, when you watch a horror movie and the first person's about to just die, you know, it's always, and you're like, no, don't go down the stairs. Obviously, you know, that's a killer inside of your house. Like, why? No, don't open the door slowly. Like, what are you expecting? It's just like, it's watching with dread. I'm watching with dread as Bepboom, they just creak open the door slowly.
And then you see the boogeyman behind you.
And the boogeyman is this Timbersaw. It's the Doom, the devil himself. Bepboom just dropping fights here. I mean, that's a gem as well fed on over. That's Toronto Tokyo's gem. I really commended the pickup of it. Allows you to, you know, maintain map control and fight a lot effective. Fight a lot more
so
effectively.
far we haven't really seen like a really commanding team fight with the Magnus RP into like at least some SF Requiem like combo or even the Static Storm. You know, we really didn't get to see much of that. Like the.
I mean, it's wild because Nightfall's still finding the items though. He's got Nullifier.
Yeah, but the team fights and the way they are talking and planning the fights, yeah, not good enough. You know, they have to try to get on the same page and get their spells together. Wait, why does it work with Blink but not with Timber Chain,
Timber
right?
Chain overrides Harpoon. Good to know. I mean, that's the same thing as like the Yule Scepter Timber Chain trick though, isn't it? Like this always worked. I guess that's at least consistent.
Let's go. Round 2, try again.
Round 2. Yep, the re-smoke across the river. They have vision on this side of the ward as well, on the side of the cliff. As the initiation, no way, how did Antares get that? He catches his man, and now someone dragging away the RP holder. There's a Doom now as well, onto Nightfall. He doesn't have a Sunder for this fight, as they have forced out that second, or at least the borrowed time of Ramses. Plenty of damage on Kiyotaka here. That's going to be another
Doom is ending.
impetus.
Time to fight.
It's an uphill miss. Yeah, that is the Doom ending. It is time to fight with a lovely catch out from Pure skewering Solo all the way back down to his death. Kiyotaka
the
now
timber.
trying to Severe through, and it might be able to catch him. Can he get up a Sunder? Time Nightfall. Sunder!
Oh my god!
He didn't Sunder anyone!
What?
The RP died in time! Oh, now the stolen
GG, man. I am done, man. I am done.
They had all the tools to win this fight, and they just dropped it all over themselves.
Why was he second guessing so much?
Yeah, he canceled the animation twice, didn't he? Just Sunder the Timbersaw. Sunder your SF at that stage.
Oh my god, they're actually so done, man.
Radiant's middle tower.
Look at this replay. Look at this. Kiyotaka doing the damage. I like the little host stop.
It's Sunder! Sunder for fuck's sake, man, Sunder!
Couldn't do it. And now, you're down nearly a mid lane of Banks. What's going on here? That's Pure. That's Pure. He's been called out. Nine Pandas, they've TP'd back and they've just slain the Mag.
Wait, he has no buyback?
Winter.
He just bought
out.
Has fallen.
He bought his Lincolns?
He just bought his Lincolns.
What the hell? So at least they're only losing one lane of Rex.
And then it seems like, oh yeah, no, you're right. They did lose the lane of Rex. What in the world? I'm kind of speechless right now. I mean, I don't know what to say in moments like this. In goes Kiyotaka. He's just in, man. Very little reason to fear here. So a lot of impetus attacks, though, certainly are something to fear, at least. Save starting to really pump out a lot of damage in these fights. Are you seeing this, by the way? He's got the casual Blitz Knuckles. If a Moonshard is double Hyperstone, what does double Blitz Knuckles make?
What, 70? So 70 attack speed is what, mana?
Is it like that's like a Crescent Moonshard, is it? Solo might be able to find the catch of his life here and does. Oh, through the Defender's Gate, they drag about Nightfall. Oh no, and they've doomed him up as well. Will he be able to make it safely back in? Yes, because Nine Pandas, they don't know about the Defender's Gate. He's just sitting there, he can't get through, but it doesn't matter because Kiyotaka able to secure the kill. They're gonna try and punish him now, but no, they couldn't drag him into the fountain. Toronto Tokyo set up the kinetic field, and the silence is good, but they needed him into the fountain. There's gonna be the RP now, stolen again for Artaris. That's the third time this game, Winter. Solo nearly runs himself into the fountain for some reason. Is Pure still not waiting for his skewer. Has the harpoon at the ready. That's going to be a damn good glimpse as well onto Ramses, but the silence onto Pure. The damage gets out the RP, but he actually just skewers him forward. Save, trying to nuke through Kiyotaka, but he's got a self-save there on the Ghost. Inland E-Blade make it. And somehow Nine Pandas, footsteps away from diving into that Bet Boom fountain, are going to be able to save themselves.
Wait,
that's not what he
what?
was looking for either. How did he end up there? Yule Scepter canceling that. He's in some trouble now, Miero. And Solo knocking him back as Pure with another skewer. He's going to die.
What in the world is actually going on? I mean, there's literally no way, right? The Ruby gets the RP every single time.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Like, this just can't be happening. You know, if one time, maybe I would like, all right, I'll give that a pass if it happens once in the game.
I think that is 3 times by my account. And to be fair, perhaps on the second RP, he didn't need to reseal it because it happened very quickly after the first RP.
Oh yeah,
so
she just had it from the, yeah.
Correct. So really, this is the second steal on RP, but I mean, it's costing Bet Boom. And that's at least 2. I mean, it will be 2 lane of barracks unless Nine Pandas want to push for the win now because of the tier 2 standing down bottom. But certainly getting mighty difficult here. And I just, you know, you take a look at this Timbersaw and you would not have expected that he laned against an SF here, Winter. I mean, let's not forget that's how this one started.
Has fallen.
I mean, he was kind of owning in the beginning until a point where he got a kill. Like, they got ganked. The Timbersaw got his team to come over and they killed the SF one time, and he was just completely fine after that one single kill.
It was the slaying of save. No saves for him there. Solo for some reason decided to self-Yules himself. I wonder why. It didn't really matter, I guess, at the end of the day. As Pure goes a swing and a miss out from him. Nine Pandas playing the mental game is even a bit of all chat out from Kiyotaka with the little smiley faces.
Yeah, that man is having a very bad game on the Magnus.
Yes, unfortunately he is, and it might get even worse, especially because there's an Ag Scepter ready to go on the side of Antares. Okay, they're gonna try and take him down. They've actually, I think that was the Doom popped on the Lincoln Sphere of Pure. So this fight may be winnable yet. That is if they can continue fighting here. Nightfall trying to pump out the damage. Pure stuck on the low ground, has RP, does manage to get it off, but they need more follow-up damage. This time Antares is dead, so they can't steal the Doom, but the follow-up, Winter, it's pitiful. They've hit them with the equivalent of a wet napkin in Dota, and Nine Pandas barely taking a scratch there. It's just Antares who dies at the start of that one.
Yeah, it's what we call giving the enemy team a massage. Hey, this Magnus is totally tilted beyond his mind.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Let's feel bad for him, you know.
Tough game for him. I mean, he's going to be back in 50 seconds. It was an opening. I genuinely thought a dead Rubik Winter, no Doom for the fight, even though there is now a refresher online.
Yeah, but they're just too far behind him.
They are far behind. I mean, look at this kind of a jump in as well. No mercy from Solo. Finds the Ench. Eventually, they kill the Ench. No buyback there either for the support Ench. As this Timbersaw has 25, so the second shot comes whirling on out. That's going to be a good Sunder, able to reset. I think it was off an illusion. It was off of Ramses, as he's going to now focus for the Megas with Nightfall in danger here. He's still got 30 seconds for the next Sunder. They don't have a save for him. He's taken down Winter, and without buyback, he's going to be out. That's probably lights out here for BetBoom, as they will just call it. GPK says, GG, man, we're out of here. That's going to be a 2-0 in favor of 9 Pandas, as they will win the Eastern European Derby in Group B.
What a game, man. What a entertaining game, to say the least. Like, with BetBoom just kind of throwing the game, I would say, like in certain points of the game where it was really crucial and they were in the lead. For the most part of the early game, they had definitely some positions in the game where they could have just easily ran away with the game if they landed their spells correctly. But the Rosh Pit, man, the pit of their downfall.
Pit of their downfall. I mean, twice in that pit, they just end up taking, quite frankly, just disastrous fights. And I mean, there seemed to be no way back into that one for BetBoom, just being outfought at basically every turn there by the 9 Panda squad. Really struggled, and I believe we did get up to 4 RPs. I mean, it's not every day where you see a Rubik get this good of a game. I mean, sure, RP of all the spells that Rubik can steal, of all the big ultis, it's one of the easier ones. But to still make them all feel that impactful has got to be a stinging taste in the mouth here of the Magnus.
Yeah, but I think there's no excuse, you know, like the one in the Rosh Pit, he had the Rubik in the RP. There's no way you don't cast anything and you just let him steal the RP just like that, and then your team just dies, you know, because of that simple little mistake.
They die. There's just no control then for the Timbersaw. He rips through your team, and I mean, twice, Winter. It's twice. I mean, even so far as like the second time that Pandas take the fight, they actually almost steal the Rosh entirely. It's a thing of,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how BetBoom that game really devolved into that stage for them, considering the start that they had in lanes as well. I really genuinely thought that they were going to be able to hold that one together, but by the end, I mean, just going all for 9 Pandas all the time. So a clean game from them, a clean series overall, as they take what feels like a pretty decisive 2-0 victory to me, Winter. I don't know about you, but by the end, I'd call that a decisive win.
Like, how are they so unstable? Like, some games, some series, I feel like they look like an entirely different team. They're like so good, you know, and the next series, and then you see something like this, it's just like, how are they the same team, you know? Like, how? Just how?
You know, Winter, with great power comes great responsibility. And if you can't have someone to muster the forces there, you might end up dropping the ball. And with great powerful and great players, we've got great moments here brought to us by Monster Energy. We'll take a look at some of these fights and where things started really going wrong here because, well, yeah, here we go. Straight into it here is going to be, I believe, that's already, the second Rosh. You can see GPK respawning here, getting a little bit of action in. But, yeah, just not the game whatsoever that BetBoom were really hoping for here. It's going to be their first 0-2 loss, Winter. Oh, in this moment, I mean
this is also this is the Sunder, right? He didn't get the Sunder off.
Well, it's the non-Sunder.
Like, for God's sake, just Sunder somebody, or just run away. You know, if you don't want to Sunder, just run away. Like, he ran for half a second and then he decides, all right, maybe I go back in, and then he can't get the Sunder off, and then he cancels his animation. I can just feel
It's just
I
it was so
feel
tough.
the game. I can feel the game play. I can feel the players on Bad Boom. Losing a game like this. It's not even about like just losing. It's like the manner you lose. It's just it hurts the soul of the team. It hurts the morale of the team.
I mean, it's a group stage loss, though, right? At least it's not a loss like this style in playoffs and upper bracket.
No, it's not as simple as a group stage loss. It's not as simple as that. This is it's a derby loss, and the way that you lose, you have to over a last pick. You freaking pick the SF. You think you're gonna demolish the Timber, and then this happens, and then you click Magnus, and you say it's okay. Magnus is fat, and then the team fights come. GG. The RPs are casted, but by the Rubik, not your Magnus.
No, it was the Rubik. I mean, he was just the better hero. This has to be like, I mean, Rubik was the OG of this, of course, always, but it's the now Morph equivalent of Morph getting Ags and then like morphing into the Void Spirit and killing everyone else. He's just the better Void Spirit, or he's the better Magnus. And Rubik this time was simply put the better Magnus. It was kind of that cut and dry. Is how this one turns out, and I think overall, result of the Derby, a 2-0. Nine Pandas proved to be, of the two, the better Eastern European team. It's
the more stable team. I feel like you get a team that's more reliable, I would say, over a long period of time. And if you look at Bad Boom, they're always this team that has a really, really high ceiling, but you just never know, are you getting Dr. Jekyll today or you're getting Mr. Hyde today, and you're like, you look at the draft and you think like, this looks good, this draft makes sense. And then you look at the game, oh my god, it's Mr. Hyde playing, he's on the keyboard. No.
I love that literary analogy out from you, but I think there is someone now on the line with us who can make sense of that draft and that series. It's actually Miro joining us from Nine Pandas for a bit of an interview. Hello, man. Hello. Can you hear us? You might not be able to see us, but can you hear us?
Here.
Oh, lovely. Not to worry. I think we'll get that right back. We just need to go ahead and get our faces in. Congratulations on the 2-0 win, man. This is your first 2-0, I believe, of the tournament. How is the team feeling?
We feel good. We prepared well about drafts. And on second games, they made a mistake about drafts. They pick on second phase TB. So we just know it was Doom and TB cores. So it was easy to draft. And we got our comfortable heroes. So it's good. Yeah. Feel good.
And could you tell us a little bit more about the Undying overall first pick in the first game? What's the idea behind it, and why do you guys decide to do it?
We just knew that their offlaner doesn't have a good pull against this hero, and it was only Ench, and so they weren't gonna pick Magnus into Undying. It was a bad pick, so we just took Undying and steal it from their draft.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the carry Abba pick. Is this something that you guys think is still a little bit unexplored, or how do you guys feel about Abba as a whole?
Abaddon is a strong hero. For now, I guess it's good on flex, on 1 or 3 positions. On support, it's not good, I guess, but on core, it's gonna be strong in this meta. As I think, yeah.
I was curious, how was Antares feeling that game after stealing and getting so many RPs? What's the feeling in the team when the team fights go that well for you?
We was happy that we pick our signature hero, Rubik. So Antares liked to play this hero. He was playing a lot last DPC, and now he have much confidence about this hero. So we was just happy. It's good.
If I can ask about one more hero choice in that last game for Kiyotaka, the Timbersaw, ended up with a difficult lane. Is that lane supposed to go that way, Timbersaw SF, or should that be harder for Timber? Because he made it look easy.
It was hard for Timber matchup, but if our supports controlling the runes, still in their bounty runes also, for SF, it's I guess favorite matchup, because SF is very easy to gank him on side lanes by supports.
Yeah, could you tell us a little bit more about like how you feel like the team has improved like over the course of all 3 tours this year? What do you feel has made the team become stronger right now so far?
We was talking to each other about our mindset in game, about our aim, and we were just talking a lot as a team, and it's also just we got some vibe and we're just playing the Dota.
Okay. Winter, did you have any more questions, or I think we can maybe let Miro go and enjoy the rest of the evening? Anything else, Winter?
Tell us right now, what is your favorite offlane hero to play? What do you enjoy to play the most?
I really enjoy to play Lycan right now.
Lycan? Oh,
it's
why
my
is
favorite
that?
hero. Yeah. I like to play this hero. Like, I have much games. I can play almost every game on him. And also, I like his
why do you think
personality.
he's strong? What do you think he's strong right now? Or do you feel like he's just a hero you like to play? He's not really that good in the meta?
I think it's good on meta. This meta, because it's a universal hero. You can buy any items. You can go like damage build. You can go with Helm too, Dominator. So this meta is good on him for him.
I wanted to close the interview by asking you one last really difficult question here, Miro. Are universal heroes too strong?
Yes, they're too strong.
I thought so. Well, a lovely series for you guys today. Congrats on your second 2-0 as you guys continue on through the Dream League season. Good luck, have fun, and always good to talk to you, man.
Thanks, bye.
All right, well, bye. And shout out to Miro for joining us. It's fine. We got an interview. Finally got an interview for us. And cool to hear about how they also felt like the TB15 was a bit of a mistake. It wasn't just us, because that definitely stood out to me as a bit of a head scratcher there.
Yeah, but even then in the game, I felt like they still had their chances to win the game. You know, that this overall last pick SF, which kind of still had his purpose in the game, and all they needed to do is execute the team fight properly with a RP, and you follow it up with a Disruptor ultimate. You should still be able to like win the clashes, you know. So I don't feel like the Terabit pick there. Sure, it wasn't great, you know, it got countered, but they could have still won the game, like for sure, you know, if they initiated properly with the Magnus and the Rubik doesn't steal the RP just like that, even though he was caught in the RP initially. Like that shouldn't be happening at all.
I got you. Well, I mean, crucial mistakes, right? And at the end of the day, it's going to be up to BetBoom to search within, dig deep, and bounce back here as they do start heading in to the penultimate days now of the Dream League Season 20 group stage. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings now to see exactly what kind of position they're in. First, checking in with Group A, of course, the tied group, with the notable exception of Team Liquid. I don't think anyone was expecting them all the way down there in 8th. Quite the dive for them. The Tundra and Talon as well. I would say Talon, for me, the biggest surprise, especially considering the fashion that they ended this DPC tour on, losing to Boom, didn't they? No, it was Bleed that lost to Boom. But missing out on the major and performing a year in Group A of Dream League Season 20, at least hitting their stride now. even if it means that they're not going to be able to do so at the major. Group B still has a lot of, I think, a couple of games ongoing. I know over on the Ember stream, Shopify is taking on Beast Coast, OG Entity on another, and Gaming Gladiators and Aster on the main channel. But here's the most up-to-date results. With that, 9 Pandas up to 5-3, do tie with BetBoon team. We'll see now with that mainstream match running, this Gaming Gladiators and Aster series, if they are going to be further ties for the top 4. As you can see, only top 4 make it out at group stage, so things starting to look a little bit scary for your Liquids, your Entities, and your Shopifys especially, if they can't find a good day tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, Winter, we might even have our schedules ready to take a look at those, as we can see exactly what matches are yet to be played. Over on the mainstream, it's Liquid, who are going to have their showdown versus LGD. That's going to be, I mean, pretty much do or die at this stage, Winter. If Liquid are unable to turn things around, their chances of proceeding into the second phase of the tournament are looking quite slim. Aster and Shopify, same thing for Shopify. Spirit Tundra, and then GG taking on OG for some good old Western European derbies to end the day.
That's your favorite word of the day now.
That's the word of the day, Winter. You bet your bottom dollar it is. Then we have the Americas Derby over on the Ember stream or the B stream tomorrow at 12 CEST. All these times are in CEST. Following that, GG Entity, another Western European Derby. Liquid Secret, another Western European Derby. And finally, Entity and BetBoom. You get to see how BetBoom's able to recover after their loss today. Over for us, Winter, here on the C stream, on the Storm stream, pardon me, it's Talon, Spirits, Pandas, OG, Evil Geniuses taking on a Talon, some SA Dota for us finally, and of course, 9 Pandas and Shopify Rebellion wrapping us up over on tomorrow's stream. That'll be with Winter and I here. Make sure you guys tune in. I think that Pandas Shopify series is going to be pretty darn good. Lots of big personalities in that one for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting game, but it's going to be about a team that's top of the table and the other team that's at the bottom of the table.
Maybe having recovered by that time tomorrow. Only time shall tell, ladies and gentlemen, as I can tell you now about our final stream schedule, which is the Earth stream, the D stream, where we're going to have Tundra Esports taking on Secret, Beast Coast, and BetBoom LGD TSM, and finally Beast Coast taking on Aster. That's it. That's the schedules for tomorrow. That's our standings for today. And I think with still a couple of matches running, you guys should try and check those out before you miss too much of the action. Winter, I mean, wrap us up for today. We had a little bit of a clowny last series as a whole, I would have to say. What takes the cake, Winter? What was the wackiest thing we've seen on this C stream? Was it TSM losing Roche and then having him run through the Twin Gate for Secret to just pick it up for free? Was it Ramses playing like he had ultimate and almost dying to the support Enchantress and the skeletons? Or was it Antares just getting the RPs better than Pure could ever hope for? What would you say?
I think nothing can beat the Roshan going over to the enemy team like a Christmas gift. Oh wait, Roshan's running. I guess let's just give it to the opponent. Let's just leave it there.
Yeah.
I mean, in our DPC this season, we saw Boom forgetting to pick up the Aegis. I think this is worse, man.
We've also seen, that's not even the only Roche shenanigans, right? We've also seen Roche, I think, what was it? It was the Bleed Talon game. We've seen Roche go through the Twin Gate and then go through it again onto the wrong side. I mean, we've seen so many Roche shenanigans. Yeah. It's so funny now that he moves.
The Roche pit is the downfall of a lot of teams, man.
It is. And it was the downfall of BetBoom today, which leads us to close out our game in a 2-0 series as 9 Pandas able to find the win there. Winter, any other closing thoughts or comments before we let everyone go see the Shopify Rebellion game?
I feel like what we've seen in the last series, especially for BetBoom, I know I've been really shit talking them a lot, but that team is still really, really strong. It's all about how they can get that consistency. I think that there's something to do with the players. Sometimes they have some sort of identity crisis because you move your players to different roles all the time. And in the game, I think everybody already knows that this team has a lot of voices. So a lot of people are talking, and especially the Roche fight where the Disruptor, he was clearly waiting for the opponents to come out of the Twin Gate, or they were running up the Twin Gate, I can't recall. And then he landed an ultimate, and his team just ignored him, and they just continued to hit the Roche. And that didn't make sense, you know, because if you take the team fight right there, you kill the opponent, then Roshan is yours. Like, why would you just ignore your team? And it's either you go for the fight or you just don't do it at all, you know. Nothing can be half-assed like that.
Look, I get it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they still managed to get the Roche, but of course the fight that ensues is much more difficult when you start it without a support, without a crucial ultimate. Lessons learned for everyone here on the stream as we are going to be closing up now for the day. Thank you guys so much for joining us over on the Storm stream. Remember to drop us a follow. We're live back tomorrow with day 3 of group stage number 1 of Dream League Season 20. Tomorrow, on behalf of Winter and myself, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay safe, and we'll catch you tomorrow when Dream League Season 20 resumes. Until then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I hide.